The novel primarily narrates the tale of Ji Xiu, who traverses into a fantastical realm, only to discover that he has become the tragic antagonist, the formidable big boss of a store at Y. In this world, the male protagonist wields an invincible golden finger, while the female lead is a reincarnated celestial emperor. However, Ji Xiu possesses an extraordinary background and unparalleled attributes. He awakens a relevant system that embarks him on his path as a villain. He experiences prenatal sign-ins and cultivation, showcasing an imperial demeanor upon birth. He engages in fierce confrontations with numerous adversaries, including the celestial emperor female lead, Mu Bing. Utilizing his own intellect and the assistance of the system, he continually evolves within this fantastical universe, committing audacious acts such as forcibly kissing the female, pilfering divine techniques, and founding a military intelligence agency, gradually making a name for himself and gaining renown throughout the realm, ultimately treading a path of absolute dominance across the ages. Chapter 1. Crossing into fantasy, prenatal sign-in. Where am I? Ji Xiu awakens from a state of confusion. As he opens his eyes, he gazes upon an utterly unfamiliar environment. It feels as though he is enveloped in chaos, unable to see even his own hand. Yet, he senses that he is immersed in a warm ocean. The soothing water caresses his body, instilling in him an overwhelming sensation of comfort and warmth. Wait, why have my hands become so diminutive? My heavens, why is there a strap on my belly button? Ji Xiu's mind raced swiftly. In the end, he arrived at a conclusion. He had traversed dimensions. Moreover, he had inexplicably transformed into an unborn infant still nestled in the womb. Phew! Ji Xiu took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous thoughts. In his recollection, it was while perusing a fantastical novel titled The Unmatched Celestial Emperor that a blinding light had suddenly engulfed him. Then, he found himself in this peculiar realm. Just as his thoughts settled, a translucent interface materialized before him. Name, Ji Xiu. Age, 0 years. Identity, heir of the foremost military aristocracy of the Beixia dynasty. Life status, yet to be born. Cultivation level, none. Techniques, none. Destined essence, 0 points. Fate level, black soul, utterly annihilated. As he examined his character interface with earnest attention, he realized he had indeed been transported into the world of the unmatched celestial emperor. Furthermore, his identity was that of the future arch-villain of this fantastical realm, the demon god Ji Xiu, sharing his own name. Of course, that was not the crux of the matter. If Ji Xiu recalled correctly, the pivotal point was that this grand villain's fate was tragically grim. He was even regarded as a paragon of tragic aesthetics within the realm of web literature. Indeed, he stood as one of the most sorrowful antagonists in the annals of online fiction. The characterization of the antagonist, the grand villain in the novel, is a madly infatuated, lovesick individual, a substitute plummeting from heights, a masochist. Before becoming the formidable grand villain, Ji Xiu was a dashing young noble, a scion of a military family, adorned in fine garments and riding gallantly. Alas, his family was annihilated, his parents met a tragic demise, his profound powers were rendered useless, and ultimately, he was cast into the most terrifying abyss, the chaos of the ancient lands. Enduring a millennium of excruciating torment, he emerged from the abyss, step by step evolving into the most fearsome grand villain, the demon lord seated in the center, with the pantheon of gods flanking him, ruling the heavens for countless eons, all races paying homage, celestial emperors bowing in servitude. And the narrative unfolds. The story of the male protagonist, a humble son of the celestial sect, who awakens a formidable golden finger. The two unite to stifle the yet immature demon Lord Ji Xiu in his cradle, thereby saving the future world. On the wedding night, a divine nail is driven in, heart extracted, bone scraped, blood staining the heavens. Yin and Yang separated. The demon god meets his demise, the light of righteousness illuminating all beings. One cannot help but ponder, if such events were to transpire in one's own life, how utterly catastrophic it would be. You might say one experiences reincarnation, but why must I reincarnate as such a pitiful, tormented grand villain in the early stages, only to become a madman later. Upon my birth, I shall indeed become the most affluent and influential young noble of the northern Xia dynasty. Yet, the question arises, shortly thereafter, would he not only be stripped of his profound abilities, but also face the ruin of his family? Furthermore, would he be cast into the abyss, subjected to the excruciating torment of 1,000 demons gnawing at his bones for an entire millennium? As if this were not enough, there was even a chosen protagonist who had awakened a golden finger of destiny. Future, family ruin, heart extraction, bone scraping, blood staining the heavens. This is utterly tragic. As Ji Xiu pondered these thoughts, he suddenly felt a wave of despair wash over him. The ominous star of doom heralded a future shrouded in darkness, devoid of any glimmer of hope. It was likely for this very reason that his fate was marked by a pitch-black soul, destined for annihilation. This was indeed the ultimate catastrophic beginning. In the midst of his profound helplessness, a clear voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for awakening the sign-in system. Would the host like to sign in now? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu trembled with astonishment. A system? A sign-in system? Having perused countless novels prior to his transmigration, he was well aware of the significance of such an occurrence. A golden finger. This was a means by which he could defy fate and alter his destiny. Taking a deep breath, Ji Xiu resolutely declared, System. Sign in. Chapter 2. Defying fate with rewards. Embracing the role of the villain from today. System. Sign in. As his words echoed, the air crackled with anticipation. As Ji Xiu heard the melodious sound of the system prompt resonating in his mind, a voice declared, Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully signed in from the womb. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and receiving the 9-star reward. Divine Heart Demon Bone. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and receiving the 8-star reward. Devouring Immortal Demon Technique. Boom! In that very moment, as the system's voice faded, Ji Xiu felt an unparalleled, extraordinary power converging at his heart. Suddenly, it erupted like a magnificent firework. Chaos surged, and the celestial river roared. Brilliant light cascaded through his limbs and bones. A heart, radiant as the stars, pulsed fervently, emanating supreme, celestial flames. In an instant, Ji Xiu felt as if he stood above the heavenly path, gazing down upon the myriad beings of eternity. Deities, demons, immortal beings? All were but fleeting illusions. At the end of time, there remained only an invincible being of timelessness. Divine Heart Demon Bone, with an understanding that transcends the divine, possesses unparalleled potential for cultivation, and the 3 realms of slaughtering prowess are unmatched. And throughout the ages, rating 9-star Supreme Bloodline. The 3 realms of slaughtering prowess of Divine Heart Demon Bone, Demon Descend, Divine Ban, and Immortal Ash. Demon Descend. The demonic flames ignite, blood-red eyes of the other shore. The demon god descends, and combat power experiences exponential enhancement, capable of crossing 8 minor realms to vanquish foes. Awakening condition, 10,000 destiny essence. Divine Ban. The taboo of the divine, where body and soul break through the shackles of the heavenly path, achieving a forbidden qualitative change, a combat realm that only the Ansai and emperors are deemed worthy to enter. Awakening condition, 100,000 destiny essence. Immortal Ash, a defiant level of slaughtering prowess. The extent of its power remains unknown. Awakening conditions, 1,000,000 destiny essence. The devouring immortal demon art. The foremost technique of the demonic path for refining the body is also an extraordinary magical skill that allows one to consume the essence of others to enhance one's own cultivation. Rating, 8-star Extraordinary Demonic Immortal Technique. Upon earnestly examining the introduction of the Divine Heart Demon Bone and the devouring immortal demon art, Ji Xiu found himself momentarily stunned. If his memory served him correctly, the Divine Heart Demon Bone is an unparalleled constitution, akin to the pinnacle level within novels. It represents the ultimate path of the bloodline evolution of the great antagonist, the demon god Ji Xiu. Possessing 3 formidable realms of destructive power, Its capabilities are incomprehensibly terrifying, even to the exalted gods and celestial beings. It is akin to a nuclear weapon, a true harbinger of annihilation. As for the devouring immortal demon art, if Ji Xiu recalled accurately, this demonic technique was the ultimate arcane art realized by the archvillain after being cast into the abyss of eternity, enduring a millennium of torment from myriad demons gnawing at his bones in utter despair. It is precisely through this arcane mastery that Ji Xiu ascended to become the slaughtering demon god that instilled dread in both gods and celestial beings alike. Let me just say, before even entering the world, he has acquired the two ultimate configurations reserved for great antagonists. A polar reversal, a cataclysmic beginning transformed into a perfect inception. Ji Xiu felt a surge of joy, his heart finally easing considerably. Since the rewards have been granted, then the foremost task at hand should be to make the most of this exceptional environment of the womb to cultivate the devouring immortal demon art. Thus, I shall refine and strengthen my physical form and meridians. I must ensure that no unforeseen events can impede my descent in a few months. After my arrival, I shall contemplate how to awaken the realm of slaughter. Ji Xiu pondered quietly, swiftly formulating his subsequent survival strategy. He recalled that in the original narrative, he was the sole heir of the Ji family. Furthermore, he would become the exclusive successor of the Ji military estate. Therefore, numerous prominent figures within the Northern Xia dynasty were averse to his birth. This included the immensely powerful emperor currently seated in the imperial palace of the capital. Indeed, Ji Xiu clarified his thoughts, mentally calculating his next moves. I shall commence my cultivation from the womb. In the future, I shall not be mere cannon fodder, nor a tragic victim. I must ensure that the lamentable fate depicted in the original narrative does not befall me, whether it be present foes or future adversaries. Let all who come be vanquished. From this moment forth, I shall embody the decisive and ruthless antagonist. With this thought, Ji Xiu rubbed his hands together and excitedly wiggled his little toes. He was ready to begin cultivating the swallowing immortal demon technique. The predetermined tragic fate of the narrative would be altered from this moment onward. In the Northern Xia dynasty, the moonlight shone brightly, heralding the deep autumn as crimson maple leaves danced in the Kyoto breeze. Within the Ji military estate, a formidable atmosphere of vigilance prevailed. Armored guards, well-trained and resolute, ensured the estate's security with unwavering diligence. The magnificent pavilions and towers emerged through the delicate mist of late autumn. The sound of water gently trickles over the small bridge. Within a tranquil pool, exquisite fish ripple the jade waters. In a quaint stone pavilion, a graceful and dignified lady, adorned in a simple palace gown, sits upon a stone bench, delicately scattering fish feed towards the pond with her elegant tea hand. Bathed in the moonlight, her poised and beautiful visage radiates warmth. Beside her stands a tall and robust man, exuding an air of valor. With keen, vigilant eyes, he anxiously observes his wife and her slightly rounded abdomen, fearing that any sudden movement might endanger the child within. This man is Ji Xiu, the current head of the esteemed Ji family in the capital, and a formidable general commanding 800,000 troops of the Northern Xia dynasty. His wife is Lin Ru, the daughter of the esteemed head of the Northern Xia Royal Academy of Cultivation. Madam, he implores, please be cautious. Don't move suddenly. Rest assured, my love, we are not so fragile. Lin Ru replies with a gentle smile. Yet, just then, a frown crosses her brow. A fleeting expression of pain appears on her exquisite face as she places her hand protectively over her abdomen. Madam, Ji Xiu exclaims, startled, rushing to support her. His anxious gaze scans her face, fearful of any mishap. I'm fine. She reassures him, the little one just gave me a kick. Lin Ru gently caressed her abdomen with tender hands, a helpless smile gracing her lips. Ah, I see now. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu finally let out a sigh of relief. By the way, my dear husband, have you thought a name for our little one? Lin Ru tilted her head, her enchanting eyes sparkling like stars as she gazed affectionately at Ji Xiu. Ji Xiu nodded, a smile illuminating his face as he spoke. My beloved, I have long since decided. If it is a girl, she shall be named Ji Xiu. If it is a boy, he shall be named Ji Xiu. Chapter 3. Cultivation in the Womb. The most powerful Scroll King is about to descend. Within the womb. Ji Xiu listened to the sounds from the outside world and couldn't help but smile knowingly. In the original novel, his father, Ji Xiu, and his mother, Lin Ru, showered immense affection upon their beloved son, the young master of the Ji family. They would have gladly given the world to him. Even when their entire clan faced annihilation, they unhesitatingly chose to sacrifice their lives for the slightest chance of his survival. It can be said that they were the epitome of loving parents. As for Ji Xiu, they truly adored him. Contemplating this, Ji Xiu's heart stirred with emotion. Before his transmigration, he had never experienced the warmth and care of parental love, making him feel exceptionally comforted at this moment. Simultaneously, a sense of urgency welled within him. The tragedies of his future, the calamities of his family. He vowed that such misfortunes would not come to pass. Since he had arrived in this world, he was determined to protect both himself and his family throughout their lives. Ji Xiu resolutely made up his mind. He began to prepare for his cultivation. In the early to mid stages of the novel, the levels of cultivation were categorized as foundation establishment, chi refinement, fate soil, star gathering, monarch level, saint level, legend, divine veil, and emperor level. Presently, he found himself in the most favorable environment, an opportune moment for foundation establishment. Within the womb, he was surrounded by the purest innate energy in existence. Once he was born, such untainted innate energy would no longer be available for him to absorb. Thus, establishing his foundation here was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Without hesitation, Ji Xiu lifted his tiny hand and gently tapped his forehead. A radiant brilliance of starlight sparkled forth. Strange magical patterns were drawn forth. Subsequently, the starlight and these patterns coalesced into an extraordinary array of light. This array then merged into the nascent form of Ji Xiu's small body. The first layer of the devouring immortal demon technique is to refine the meridians and forge them into divine-level conduits. The potential of a cultivator, their combat prowess, and the extent of their future journey on the path of cultivation are fundamentally determined by the strength and resilience of their meridians. Ji Xiu pondered silently. If he were to successfully complete the first layer of the devouring immortal demon technique, then in the future, the quantity of true essence his meridians could accommodate and the speed at which it could flow would be several dozens of times that of a typical cultivator. It is not an exaggeration to say that if successful in forging divine-level meridians, he would effortlessly defeat dozens of peers at the same level. Let us begin, Ji Xiu whispered to himself. He then guided the purest innate energy to refine his meridians according to the pathway of the first layer of the devouring immortal demon technique that resided in his mind. Clang, clang, clang. Ji Xiu pressed his small hands together, and a brilliant starlight erupted. Mysterious magical patterns flowed through the tiny channels. Thus, his meridians began their most powerful transformation in history. A day swiftly passed. The innate energy had now completed a full circulation within Ji Xiu's meridians. Although it was merely one cycle, Ji Xiu felt utterly exhausted, yet to his astonishment, his meridians seemed to have become significantly more resilient and widened considerably. Furthermore, the most crucial point, after a day of cultivation, he has astonishingly acquired the ability to perceive the intricate meridians within his body. At a glance, Ji Xiu can see that his once frail and slender meridians are now twinkling with ethereal starlight. Furthermore, mysterious magical patterns and an ever-increasing number of starlights are converging and merging with his meridians like countless rivers flowing into the sea. Marvelous. This is precisely the effect he desired. Ji Xiu let out a soft exclamation of excitement, but quickly restrained his exhilaration and continued to refine his meridians using innate energy and the devouring immortal demon technique. He is acutely aware that this is merely the beginning. It is only when quantitative changes lead to a qualitative transformation that he will achieve the first stage of perfection in the devouring immortal demon technique. Marking the day he forges divine meridians. Before birth, refining divine meridians, he aims to reach the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. Ji Xiu silently set himself a modest goal. It is noteworthy that in the Tianxian continent, even a prodigious talent with extraordinary cultivation aptitude, born once in a millennium, would require at least 3 years to achieve foundational perfection if they began cultivating at the age of 3. However, for Ji Xiu, the few short months in the womb are more than sufficient. His innate bloodline, the divine heart and bone, is of an unparalleled caliber, coupled with the 8-star extraordinary technique, the devouring immortal demon technique, and the unique and optimal cultivation environment provided by the womb, he possesses the perfect combination of favorable circumstances. With these three advantages, Ji Xiu is entirely confident that he can reach foundational perfection before his birth. Moreover, this is not merely an ordinary foundation establishment. It represents the epitome of perfection in the annals of history. There is truly nothing that compares. Time within the womb is an unfathomable mystery, and Ji Xiu remains unaware of how long he has lingered in his mother's embrace. Each day, he diligently absorbs the primordial essence to forge his divine meridians. One fateful day, the absorption of the primordial essence ceased as if summoned by destiny itself. Ji Xiu suddenly opened his eyes, as if awakened from a deep slumber. Upon introspecting his meridians, he beheld a magnificent sight. Each pathway shimmered with brilliance, infused with starlight, resembling a miraculous phenomenon. Their arrangement was flawless, harmoniously aligned with the celestial order. Furthermore, the demonic runes that once marred his meridians had vanished, seamlessly merging with them in a perfect union. In that moment, Ji Xiu exhaled a sigh of relief, whispering with a smile, "Foundation establishment at its pinnacle. The most perfect foundation has been achieved in history. Moreover, my formidable divine meridians have been successfully forged. How delightful!" Indeed, Ji Xiu's meridians had ascended to the unparalleled level of divine pathways, and his cultivation had reached the ultimate foundation establishment. It is worth noting that in the Tianxin continent, many cultivators may spend their entire lives without attaining such a realm. Yet, even before his birth, Ji Xiu had already become a master of foundation establishment, coupled with the most powerful divine meridians ever seen. Should this news circulate, not only within the Tianxin continent, but even among the descendants of deities in the upper realms, the heirs of emperors, the scions of divine dynasties, and the progeny of eternal families would likely be moved to tears. However, Ji Xiu did not indulge in excessive pride, for this was a foreseen event. After all, he had the advantage of timing, location, and support. Everything was in his favor. If he could not establish a flawless foundation under such circumstances, it would indeed be quite implausible. At that moment, Ji Xiu suddenly felt a violent tremor. The amniotic fluid enveloping his being was gradually dissipating. A chill surged from his spine to the crown of his head. Concurrently, exclamations of delight resonated from the outside world. "Quick, quick! The lady is about to give birth. The young master is coming into the world." Everyone in the Ji residence sprang into action. "Oh my heavens! At last, this day has arrived. Our young master is finally here." Ji Xiu, upon hearing this, took a deep breath and whispered to himself, "The time has come. I am finally to be born." Chapter 4. At last, my child is born, and he exhibits the bearing of an emperor. That night, at the Ji military manor, within the falling maple palace, the urgency was palpable. "Madam, push with all your might. The young master is nearly here." "All right, I shall exert myself once more." "Hurry, madam, give it your all." I can already see the young master's head. "Ah, he has arrived. The young master is here." At the very moment of Ji Xiu's birth, a divine radiance surged forth from the falling maple palace, ascending into the heavens. In an instant, the starlight erupted, enveloping the sky in a cascade of celestial brilliance. In an ephemeral moment, the vast night sky shimmered with an infinite array of stars, as if celestial beings had descended upon the earthly realm. The celestial dust drifted gracefully like falling snow, enveloping the entire city of Kyoto in an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a divine paradise. Outside the city, the monstrous beasts of the 10,000 great mountains lay prostrate in fear, rendered immobile by the spectacle. Yet, this was merely the prelude. What truly astonished was, deep within the resplendent night sky, there manifested terrifying visions of celestial light, as if miraculous phenomena were unfolding, captivating the entire world. An ancient lotus in the endless azure sky, the golden bitter sea illuminating the world, the bright moon rising over the ocean, the celestial king descending from the heavens. The simultaneous appearance of these four celestial visions instantaneously captivated countless eyes across Kyoto and the entirety of the Tianxin continent. Such celestial manifestations could not be found even in the annals of ancient history. On this night, the three supreme empires of the Tianxin continent were utterly shaken. On this night, the 7 major cultivation sects of the Tianxin continent were thrown into disarray. On this night, countless influential figures across the continent began to stir with frenzied excitement. Investigate. Quickly ascertain whether a great emperor has truly descended upon the Tianxin tonight. Investigate. Is there an ancient individual on the continent who has attained the status of emperor? Investigate. Has a treasure of celestial origin emerged in the world? Investigate. Has the long-sealed heavenly gate reopened? Is the path to immortality being resumed? At the moment when the four celestial visions materialized, the influential figures of the pinnacle circles of the Northern Xia dynasty, along with the esteemed leaders of various cultivation sects across the entire Tianxin continent, have been stirred. These individuals, possessing an uncanny perception of events, are genuinely apprehensive about the potential crises looming or the opportunities they might miss. Thus, they are determined to unveil the happenings of this night. Soon, the foremost intelligence organization, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, proclaimed, nothing of significance occurred tonight. Only the birth of the young master of the Ji family of the Northern Xia dynasty. With this brief announcement, countless eminent figures turned their astonished gazes toward the Ji family's military estate, shrouded in ethereal light. A profound silence enveloped them. Since the Heavenly Machine Pavilion has spoken, the veracity of the message is beyond doubt. After all, the pavilion boasts a legacy spanning millennia and holds the highest credibility on the Tianxin continent. In this moment, numerous dignitaries across the realm reflected on the extraordinary birth, the arrival of divine light, the majestic presence reminiscent of ancient emperors, a true miracle. The emergence of an imperial figure. It seems that a grand era is upon us, as the winds of change sweep across the Tianxin continent. The capital city tonight bears witness to a mix of joy and despair. The factions opposed to the Ji family are restless, fearing the rise of a formidable imperial powerhouse from their ranks, which could spell disaster for them. Conversely, those allied with the Ji family secretly rejoice. For should the Ji family give rise to an emperor, they too may ascend to great heights alongside them, regardless of the circumstances. Astute minds sense an undeniable truth. After tonight, everything will change. The entirety of Kyoto, and perhaps even the Northern Summer dynasty, is destined for transformation. Outside the falling Maple Palace, Ji Xiu gazed upward at the resplendent celestial phenomena illuminating the starry sky, his mouth agape in awe. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, he stammered out a phrase, "My son. My son possesses the bearing of a great emperor." It was not only Ji Xiu who was taken aback. The elders of the Ji family military estate were equally astonished. Even Ji Xiu, the former head of the Ji family and the esteemed national protector, was left in disbelief. While his son and daughter-in-law had commendable cultivation talents, having both attained sovereign-level prowess by their 30s, it was still unfathomable that the Ji family would produce a grandchild with the essence of an ancient emperor. It could only be said, "Heaven bless the Ji family." Ha ha. Ji Xiu laughed heartily, tears of joy streaming down his face. "Take it easy, old man." Observing her husband's exuberance, Muhua, Ji Xiu's grandmother, stepped forward, playfully scolding him while raising her hand to gently tap Ji Xiu on the head, urging, "You silly boy, what are you standing there for? Hurry and take us to meet our precious grandson." At her words, Ji Xiu suddenly snapped back to reality and hastily led the elderly couple through the door into the falling Maple Palace. Chapter 5. A powerful background, top-tier configuration. A future that overcomes all. Within the falling Maple Palace, Ji Xiu lay peacefully in the embrace of his mother, Lin Ru. As Lin Ru gazed upon the cherubic little one, exquisitely crafted like a porcelain doll, she showered him with kisses, as if Ji Xiu were her most cherished treasure. "Kiki." Ji Xiu, with a smile gracing his weary and haggard mother's face, thought to himself how tirelessly she had labored. Lin Ru marveled. While other newborns wail upon entering this world, this little one has arrived with a smile. "My son is indeed a prodigy." Clang. The palace door swung open. Ji Xiu rushed to the bedside, grasping Lin Ru's hand with trembling urgency, inquiring, "Madam, are you well?" "I am fine," Lin Ru replied with a gentle smile. Then delicately handed Ji Xiu to Ji Xiu. "Husband, quickly embrace your son." "Of course." Ji Xiu nodded vigorously, much like a chick pecking at grains. Before taking Ji Xiu into his arms, he instinctively wiped his hands on his clothing, fearful of soiling his son. Once he held Ji Xiu, the formidable general commanding 80,000 troops beamed like a fool. "My son truly possesses the demeanor of an emperor." Ha ha. Ji Xiu proudly lifted Ji Xiu above his head, his tiger-like eyes sparkling with joy. All right. Do not frighten my precious grandson." Mu Hua, witnessing the scene, hurriedly took Ji Xiu from Ji Xiu, cradling him tenderly. "Indeed, do not frighten my grandson." Ji Xiu shot Ji Xiu a fierce glare, his eyes brimming with intensity. However, when his gaze shifted to the cherubic face of Ji Xiu, it instantly transformed into one of tender affection, almost to the point of indulgence. The rapidity of this change left Ji Xiu utterly astonished. The little fellow was indeed remarkably handsome. One could only imagine the throngs of young maidens across the continent who would be utterly captivated by such a visage. You truly have no sense of decorum. Mu Hua chided playfully upon hearing this. Yet, she concurred that her grandson's countenance was indeed unparalleled in beauty. Of course, in comparison to his looks, she felt that her grandson's innate talent was what truly filled her with pride. Notably, she was the most accomplished individual in the entire Ji family, unmatched in both cultivation and talent. Ji Xiu was well aware of this fact. In the narrative, his grandmother, Mu Hua, possessed extraordinary cultivation. Furthermore, her background was astoundingly formidable. Before marrying his grandfather, grandmother Mu Hua was the disciple of the former master of the Ice God Palace, the foremost cultivation sect in the Tianxian continent. In terms of seniority, even the current master of the Ice God Palace would refer to his grandmother as Shibua. Had it not been for the incurable ailment afflicting his grandmother, which prevented her from progressing beyond the pinnacle of the June level, she would undoubtedly have ascended to the legendary saint level. It is no exaggeration to assert that his grandfather, the marshal, had indeed made an exceptional match by marrying her. Xiu, dear, from now on, your grandmother will personally teach you the ways of cultivation, all right? Mu Hua said affectionately, playfully pinching Ji Xiu's little nose. After teasing him for a while, she reluctantly entrusted him to Lin Ru before turning away. She spoke with a grave expression and a solemn tone to Ji Xiu and Ji Nu, declaring, after tonight, everyone with any semblance of power in Kyoto and across the continent should be made aware of our little treasure's extraordinary talents and potential, akin to that of the ancient emperors. Thus, those with ulterior motives will undoubtedly emerge. We must prioritize the safety of our dear Xiu above all else. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on our precious child, regardless of who it may be, I shall annihilate their entire lineage. Do you understand? We understand. Ji Xiu and Ji Nu nodded fervently, fully cognizant of the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Ji Xiu lay nestled in Lin Ru's embrace, whispering to himself, "Grandmother is formidable." In truth, he had not intended to create such a commotion. Ideally, he would have preferred to develop quietly and then vanquish all adversaries in one fell swoop. However, his formidable constitution, coupled with the divine meridians forged even before his birth, had culminated in an unparalleled foundation. The resulting brilliance and the terrifying spectacle of the four great celestial lights were simply beyond his control. Given the circumstances, he resolved not to dwell on it any longer. The path of a low-key prodigy was no longer viable. Instead, the notion of ruthlessly obliterating all foes seemed rather appealing. Ji Xiu earnestly altered his mindset. Indeed, he was the type who could not abide being underestimated. Even if he were to masquerade as a mere pig to devour a tiger, he could not bring himself to do so. Thus, it would be far more gratifying to sweep away all adversaries with unyielding force. With a formidable background in two fully equipped configurations at the outset, coupled with the support of the system, if one cannot swiftly overpower all adversaries, then I truly deserve to perish, Ji Xiu mused. Chapter 6. Enemies Revealed. The Immortal Emperor's female protagonist, Mu Bing. In the capital of Kyoto, within the North Xia Imperial Palace, a middle-aged man stood before a lotus pond. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating his cold and imposing visage. He was tall, adorned in a black dragon robe, exuding a terrifying aura befitting a sovereign. His name was Long Tian, the emperor of the North Xia dynasty. This night in Kyoto was indeed bustling. Long Tian's voice was frigid. His eyes, sharp and piercing like those of a raven, radiated an extreme ruthlessness. At that moment, a shadow fell across the lotus pond's shade. Then, a particularly effeminate voice resonated, "Your Majesty, it has been confirmed repeatedly. No incidents have occurred today. Only the birth of the young scion of the Ji family. The Tianji Pavilion has verified it for us." As the words settled, a man clad in a purple python robe, possessing a delicate and strikingly handsome appearance, slowly emerged from the night. He was Yu Huatian, the chief of the West Factory of the North Xia dynasty, and one of the 10 most formidable figures in the realm. His cultivation unfathomable. Yu Gonggong, does the young scion of the Ji family truly possess the bearing of a great emperor from antiquity? Long Tian suddenly pivoted, his gaze fixated on Yu Huatian, seeking further affirmation. Indeed, at the moment of his birth, the 4 immortal lights descended from the heavens. Such a phenomenon is unparalleled, even when scouring the ancient texts. To refer to him as a figure of imperial grandeur would be an understatement. Yu Huatian inhaled deeply, his delicate and handsome visage brimming with emotion. Upon hearing this, Long Tian struck the stone table with a fist, his teeth clenched as he spoke coldly. The Ji family. They truly have struck fortune. Yu Gonggong, speak candidly to me. Is it possible for us to eliminate him? Currently, that young heir of the Ji family has become an untouchable taboo. Unless Your Majesty intends to sever ties with the Ji family completely? That is not an option. Long Tian pondered for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. A note of apprehension crept into his voice as he continued. Ji Xiu and Ji Nu command the elite army of 800,000 iron floating towers in Beixia. Lin Ru is also the daughter of Lin Mo, the president of the Beixia Royal Academy. Should I turn against them, chaos would surely ensue in the dynasty. Moreover, the most fearsome aspect is Mu Hua. This woman is backed by the continent's foremost cultivation sect, the Ice God Palace. As long as that old woman remains in command at the Ice God Palace, I cannot, under any circumstances, afford to confront the Ji family. Indeed. Yu Huatian nodded. For the Beixia royal family, the Ice God Palace held an overwhelming influence. As long as the formidable woman at the helm of the Ice God Palace remained alive, even granting the Beixia royal family tenfold courage, they would not dare to sever ties with the Ji family. Nevertheless, there have long been rumors circulating across the continent that the esteemed figure within the Ice God Palace seems to be experiencing difficulties in her cultivation. Time is fleeting. Rain Huatian suddenly spoke, ominously reminding. I have also heard of this rumor. However, as long as she lives, I cannot take action against the Ji family. Thus, I must devise alternative strategies. Long Tian, stroking his chin, spoke cautiously with trepidation. In that case, Your Majesty, let us first employ that hidden piece we have laid out for years. We shall place him within the Ji family and await our opportunity. Rain Huatian whispered into Long Tian's ear. Agreed. It can only be done this way. Long Tian nodded solemnly. He then acted without hesitation, issuing a decree. Rain Huatian, I have invested tremendous effort in cultivating him to be the most trusted confidant of Ji Xiu. Now, it is time for him to serve his purpose. Yes, Your Majesty. In the far north of the continent, at the Ice God Palace, snowflakes danced in the air. Deep within the divine palace, atop a millennia-old snow-capped mountain, stood a tall figure, dressed in a flowing white gown, her hair elegantly pinned up. Her ethereal beauty was marred only by her pale complexion and an unusually vivid crimson hue. She stood upon the mountain, resembling a goddess of ice, pure and unblemished. Those eyes, as if having witnessed the passage of time, gazed intently toward the direction of the northern Xia capital, lost in a moment of reverie. Junior sister, truly, congratulations are in order. The woman exhaled softly, her voice as cold as ancient ice, yet filled with boundless warmth. Master, what thoughts occupy your mind? A tender and melodious voice resonated through the air. Upon hearing it, the woman lowered her gaze towards a young girl dressed in white, seated upon an ancient block of ice. The girl appeared to be around 3 or 4 years old, her silvery hair cascading down to her waist like a shimmering waterfall. Her exquisitely delicate face radiated innocence, and her bright smile had the power to melt even the iciest of hearts. She resembled an ethereal ice fairy descending from the heavens. Her beauty almost surreal. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, within her eyes, gleaming like crystalline ice, lay an authority and nobility that belied her tender age. Bingo. Today, Master is in high spirits. Do you know why? The woman gently inquired, caressing the girl's silken hair. Why? Mu Bing looked up at the woman, her curiosity piqued. Because, dear one, Master's sister, your unseen grandaunt, has welcomed a new grandson into the world. Moreover, that child possesses an extraordinary talent, one seldom encountered throughout the ages. I imagine your grandaunt is overwhelmed with joy at this moment, and thus, Master shares in her happiness. The woman replied softly, her face alight with warmth. Is that so? What is the name of my grandaunt's grandson? Mu Bing asked absently, her mind wandering. His name is Ji Xiu. The moment the name reached her ears, the girl's cherubic face froze, her smile vanishing in an instant. A slight tremor coursed through her body, and vivid images began to surface in her mind. A solitary individual annihilates an ancient divine dynasty, reducing 8 million cultivators to mere ashes in the blink of an eye. One person stands resolutely against 9 celestial emperors, eliciting tears of blood from their eyes. A dark dynasty emerges, forged over millennia, amidst the lamentations of myriad races. The demon king sits at the center, flanked by deities on either side. In the realms of heaven and earth, he reigns supreme. As these vivid images etched deeply in her heart resurfaced, The murderous intent within the little girl's eyes intensified with fervor. The era of the demon god has finally dawned. In this lifetime, I shall not allow you to escape. Even if I were to perish, I will thwart your quest to establish a dark dynasty after millennia. At that moment, as Mu Bing silently vowed in her heart, the woman's body suddenly swayed, and a muffled groan escaped her lips. A streak of exquisite crimson oozed from the corner of her mouth. Master, are you all right? Huh, Master is fine. Just an old ailment. The woman wiped the blood from her lips and smiled warmly at Mu Bing. Yet, it was evident that her injuries were grave. Yes, Master. Mu Bing nodded, her spirits dampened, and then she took the initiative to grasp the woman's hand, leading her toward the grand ice palace at the foot of the snow-capped mountain, a structure as magnificent as a city. She was aware that her mentor, Ji Xiu, had significantly reduced her lifespan due to cultivation issues. However, she had not anticipated the severity of her master's injuries. Should this continue, she predicts that her master may have less than 20 years left to live. Within the divine palace, Mu Bing sits upon a colossal slab of dark ice, her hands propping up her chin, lost in thought. Reborn anew. Ji Xiu, in this lifetime, how shall I approach you, and then eliminate you? Furthermore, can my master's injuries be healed? Upon the icy bed, a woman radiating the purity of an ice goddess, Mu Xiu, sits cross-legged with her eyes closed. In the future, after my fall, who will guard the ice divine palace? Is it merely reliant on Binga? No. That is insufficient, far too insufficient. However, if perhaps another like Ji Xiu were added, it might just suffice. As her thoughts reached this point, Mu Xiu suddenly opened her eyes, gazing intently at Mu Bing seated on the dark ice, her icy pupils shining with a glimmer of hope. Master, what is troubling you? Mu Bing felt somewhat unnerved under her master's fervent gaze. At that moment, Mu Xiu, driven by an inexplicable impulse, bluntly uttered a statement. Binger, when you come of age, why not wed your master's uncle's grandson, Ji Xiu? What? Marry Ji Xiu? Mu Bing exclaimed, momentarily stunned in place. The thought of marrying that demon king was utterly unacceptable to her. Yet, upon further reflection, if this were a means to approach that demon king, perhaps it was not entirely out of the question. At that moment, a bold idea surged within her, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with a chilling glint reminiscent of piercing ice. Her heart raced violently. Chapter 7, the 9th level of Qi refinement. The system mall opens. In the blink of an eye, 3 swift years had passed. Under the unwavering protection of the Ji family, Ji Xiu had safely celebrated 3 birthdays. This year, he had just turned 3. The cold wind howled, and the snow fell incessantly, blanketing the world in a silvery embrace. Winter had arrived. On the long street of Kyoto, a profound tranquility enveloped the surroundings, with snowflakes drifting softly from the heavens. The Ji residence, the falling maple palace, was ablaze with light, radiating warmth and comfort. Ji Xiu sat alone upon his bed, his small, naked body curled in a lotus position, his eyes tightly shut. Name: Ji Xiu. Age: 3. Identity: Crown Prince of the Northern Xia Dynasty. Cultivation level: 8th stage of Qi refinement. Bloodline: Physique: Divine Heart Demon Bone. 3 Great Realms yet to be unlocked. Awakening conditions for the 3 Great Realms. Demon Arrival 10. 000 Fate Essence, Divine Seal, 100, 000 Fate Essence, Immortal Ashes, 1, 000. 000 Fate Essence, Cultivation Technique, Devouring Immortal Demons, cultivated to the 2nd stage, Weapon, None, Fate Essence, 2. 700 points, Destiny Level, Black Soul Obliteration, System Mall, not opened, automatically opens with 3. 000 Fate Essence, Task System, not opened, automatically opens with Earthly Fate Realm, Sign and Location, Northern Xia Dynasty, Ji Residence, Falling Maple Palace. System Notification, time remaining until next sign-in, 0:10, glancing at the system panel, as the clock struck midnight. Ji Xiu immediately opened his eyes and silently chanted in his heart, System. Sign in at Falling Maple Palace. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and receiving a 1-star reward, a top-tier Qi refining pill. The crisp voice of the system resonated through the air. Instantly, a Qi refining pill, resembling a dragon's eye and imbued with divine radiance, appeared in Ji Xiu's system repository. Without hesitation, he retrieved the pill and tossed it into his mouth, swallowing it whole. Taking a deep breath, he resolved firmly, tonight, I shall undoubtedly break through to the 9th level of Qi refining. With that, he brought his palms together and commenced his cultivation. Clang. At this moment, brilliant starlight erupted around him, and swirling currents akin to ethereal dragons danced about his form. Through the lens of his divine consciousness, he could observe the true essence within him boiling like water in a steamer, catalyzed by the chi refining pill. The true essence circulated repeatedly, coursing through his meridians, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Ultimately, it coalesced into a miniature whirlwind in his dantian. He could even hear the swift flow of true essence through his meridians, producing a whooshing sound. An hour later, a thunderous boom echoed within him. Ji Xiu's surrounding starlight erupted spectacularly, radiating outward. A warm and indescribably tingling sensation enveloped his entire being. In that instant, it felt as though his very soul had been elevated, bringing unparalleled delight. This sensation was not unfamiliar to Ji Xiu. Over the past 3 years, he had experienced it many times. And whenever this feeling arose, Ji Xiu knew he had successfully broken through. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reaching the 9th level of chi refining. Reward, 300 destiny points. Congratulations, host. Your destiny essence has accumulated to 3,000 points, and the system store is now open. Listening to the system's prompt, Ji Xiu let out a long sigh of relief. It has been 3 years since his birth, and his designated sign-in location has persistently remained at the Falling Maple Palace without any refresh. Thus, Ji Xiu has chosen to regard this place as his long-term cultivation base. What brings him joy is that on the first day of every month, he is able to sign in at the Falling Maple Palace to receive a system-rated 1-star cultivation elixir. It is precisely due to this that he has managed to elevate his cultivation level to the 9th realm of chi refinement within a mere 3 years. Most gratifyingly, he has developed his potential to the utmost limit of the chi refinement realm. Below the Destiny Earth realm, he is akin to a deity. Now, he is but a step away from breaking into the Destiny Earth realm. It is worth noting that 99% of cultivators on this continent are not even eligible to begin their cultivation at the age of 3. Those who can commence their cultivation at such a tender age are typically the exceptional prodigies of the top cultivation sects in the Tianshan continent, often aided by their sects or families. In stark contrast, Ji Xiu, at merely 3 years old, has already attained the 9th realm of chi refinement. This places him 2 significant realms ahead of the continent's most elite prodigies, who are just beginning their cultivation journey. What a terrifying feat this is. Furthermore, Ji Xiu is confident that the gap between him and these top prodigies will not diminish in the future. Rather, it will only widen. Additionally, it is noteworthy that during these 3 years, Ji Xiu has discovered that each time he breaks through a small realm in chi refinement, he receives system rewards ranging from 300 to 400 points of destiny essence. Over the course of these 3 years, a remarkable accumulation has led to the acquisition of 3,000 points of destiny essence. This constitutes a substantial foundation. It is essential to understand that destiny essence not only serves as currency for purchasing goods within the system's marketplace but also facilitates the unlocking of one's own bloodline realm. This represents the most crucial asset for Ji Xiu on his path to becoming a formidable antagonist. With a deep breath, Ji Xiu quietly mused to himself, at last. I have saved up 3,000 points of destiny essence, enabling me to access the system's marketplace. A glimmer of hope finally emerged, with anticipation swelling within him. Ji Xiu eagerly opened the system's marketplace that he had just unlocked. He was keen to discover what treasures awaited him within. Ding! The system marketplace has fully loaded. Ding! Would the host like to activate the system marketplace? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu nodded without hesitation. Ding! Marketplace activated. Ji Xiu felt a jolt in his mind as a translucent system marketplace materialized before him. As he carefully examined the dazzling array of system goods, his heart raced, and his blood surged with excitement. Chapter 8. The Art of Theft. Who is my fiancée? Ji Xiu diligently browsed through the offerings of the system marketplace. In the weapons section, Fish Intestine Sword, 300 Destiny Essence, Remnant Rainbow Sword, 300 Destiny Essence, Crimson Sky Sword, 300 Destiny Essence, Tai A Sword, 600 Destiny Essence. For methods of Azure Clouds, 5,000 Destiny Essence, Lingxi Divine Sword, 5,000 Destiny Essence, Demon Sword Apophis, 5,000 Destiny Essence, Frostmourne, 5,000 Destiny Essence. Pangu Axe, 20,000 Destiny Essence, Holy Sword Xinyuan, 20,000 Destiny Essence, Air God Bow, 20,000 Destiny Essence. Ji Xiu meticulously examined the array of weapons available. To claim he was not moved would be disingenuous. Unfortunately, his finances were rather constrained. He could not afford the superior weapons, and the average ones lacked sufficient merit for purchase. Moreover, to be frank, he currently had no real need for any weapon. After all, He was the treasured jewel of the entire Ji family. Thus, weapons were not an immediate necessity. Shaking his head, Ji Xiu turned his gaze toward the martial arts section. 8 Extremes Collapse, 500 Destiny Essence Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger, 1000 Destiny Essence Flying Dragon Cloud Seeking Hand, 1000 Destiny Essence Great Wilderness Wu Scripture, 2000 Destiny Essence Burning Decision, 3000 Destiny Essence Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, 3000 Destiny Essence Supreme Forgetting Emotion Record, 10,000 Destiny Essence Demon Summoning Scripture, 10,000 Destiny Essence Heavenly Emperor Fist, 100000 Destiny Essence 9 Secrets, 100000 Destiny Essence Reverse Chaos, 8 Styles, 100000 Destiny Essence Divine Elephant Shocking Prison Strength. Not for sale transformation into freedom great method. Not for sale. Ji Xiu gazed at the techniques available in the system, swallowing hard. The formidable techniques from the myriad realms were indeed plentiful. He could not help but sigh. Indeed, the more expensive the item, the more it stirs the heart. However, Ji Xiu was acutely aware of his own capabilities. After careful consideration, he chose to purchase the Thieving Divine Skill, Flying Dragon Cloud Seeking Hand. Priced at 1000 Destiny Essence. Flying Dragon Cloud Seeking Hand. A thieving divine skill, capable of stealing anything, able to silently pilfer hidden items from the target, with a certain probability of acquiring the target's destiny essence. A divine skill for thievery. Nothing is beyond its grasp, including destiny essence, Ji Xiu murmured. Although the expenditure of 1000 destiny essence caused him a twinge of discomfort, he recognized that this was a lucrative investment, a chance not to be missed. In the future, when we attain wealth, we shall indulge in purchasing only the finest goods. Ji Xiu clenched his small fist, striving to suppress the overwhelming desire for extravagant spending. At present, his essential needs do not revolve around weapons or formidable techniques, but rather pertain to his cultivation and the essence of destiny. Furthermore, he is acutely aware that as his cultivation ascends, the essence of destiny will inevitably flow into his grasp. Thus, the significance of cultivation becomes particularly paramount at this moment. Now is the time to diligently amass the essence of destiny, not to squander recklessly. Funds should be allocated with precision. Investing in oneself is of utmost importance. Ji Xiu murmured softly, then directed his gaze towards the section of medicinal pills, meticulously browsing through the offerings. Ultimately, he expended 500 points of destiny value to acquire a 2-star rated destiny pill. This singular pill would facilitate a swift breakthrough in the refining chi realm, allowing him to reach the destiny soil realm. Upon entering the destiny soil realm, he would unlock the mission system, a monumental breakthrough. After completing his purchase, Ji Xiu casually closed the system store. Just as he was preparing to rest contentedly, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of footsteps and conversation outside the palace gates. Mother, he is but 3 years old. Is it truly necessary to find him a fiancé at such an early age? Lin Ru gazed helplessly at Ji Xiu's grandmother, Mu Hua, standing before the falling maple palace. Why not? If Xiu were to establish a betrothal with her, it would bring boundless benefits to our Ji family. Mu Hua explained with a gentle smile. But, mother, I cannot bear it. He is only 3 years old. Still just a child. Lin Ru bit her lip, her expression a tapestry of complexity and unwillingness. At present, Ji Xiu was her lifeline. The mere thought of her son becoming engaged to another's daughter the next day filled her with sorrow and displeasure. Very well. Everything must prioritize the greater good. Mu Hua gently patted Lin Ru's shoulder. As a mother herself, she naturally understood Lin Ru's sentiments. No mother in the world could relinquish her cherished son to another woman, especially when her son was merely 3 years old. Even if that woman, well, she could not yet be called a woman. She should be referred to as a girl. Regardless of the girl's formidable background and exceptional talent, it was simply unacceptable. As the matriarch of the Ji family, she ultimately had to consider the family's interests. In her eyes, this marriage was a decision filled with benefits and devoid of detriment. Alas, I shall speak with Xiu now. Prepare for tomorrow. Lin Ru sighed in resignation, then made her way toward the falling maple palace. Observing Lin Ru's somewhat desolate figure, Mu Hua shook her head with a light chuckle. Indeed, they are all but children. Engagement? With whom? Ji Xiu lay on his bed, scratching his head. He pondered that he seemingly did not have a fiancée in any of the novels. In a moment, he found himself utterly baffled. Chapter 9. The protagonist of the novel turns out to be my fiancée. Creak. The palace door gently swung open. Lin Ru, clad in a thick mink coat, entered with a beautiful face radiating the warmth and dignity of a mother. Upon entering, Linru gently closed the door. Fearful that the chill would seep in and harm her precious son, she tiptoed to the royal bed, gazing tenderly at her son's sweetly sleeping face, unable to suppress a gentle smile. Leaning down, she placed a kiss on Ji Xiu's forehead and softly whispered in his ear, "Xiu, wake up." Although she had no desire to rouse Ji Xiu from his slumber, she understood the urgency of the matter at hand and had no choice but to awaken him. Mother, is something the matter? Ji Xiu lazily opened his eyes and inquired in a hushed tone. Good boy. Mother has something important to tell you. Linru affectionately tousled Ji Xiu's soft hair, adopting a serious demeanor. Oh, Ji Xiu nodded, his curiosity piqued regarding the identity of his unknown fiancée, Xiu. Your mother and grandmother have arranged a marriage for you, Linru said with a resigned smile. Really? Who is she? Ji Xiu asked quite directly. Her name is Mu Bing. She is the esteemed disciple of your great aunt and will be the future mistress of the Ice God Palace. Linru pinched Ji Xiu's cheek, her tone laced with complexity. Though she was reluctant to see her son wed, she could not deny that Mu Bing was indeed worthy of him. Moreover, once Mu Bing ascended to the position of mistress of the Ice God Palace, the benefits to the Ji family would be boundless. Thus, this marriage arrangement was both a matter of no return and an inevitable course of action. Mu Bing. Upon hearing that name, Ji Xiu's brow furrowed sharply. Mu Bing. In the original novel, the female protagonist is none other than the empress of the immortal clan. In the future, she will be the one to conquer her own heart, feigning a marriage with herself. On their wedding night, it will be she who drives the soul-piercing nail into her own heart. Ultimately, during the climactic battle, it will be she who strikes the fatal blow. In essence, the protagonist, Mu Bing, embodies the concept of killing with intent, becoming one of the most significant architects of her own tragic fate. It turns out to be her. The protagonist has arrived. Ji Xiu, deep in thought, nodded contemplatively. In the narrative, Ji Xiu first encounters Mu Bing at the age of 18, and she presents herself as a senior relative. By familial reckonings, Mu Bing could be considered his aunt. It is precisely this relationship that has led Ji Xiu to never entertain the notion of anything more. How intriguing! Ji Xiu mused inwardly, simultaneously devising a strategy to cope with her impending arrival. The protagonist approaches. One must remain vigilant. Just then, Linru suddenly asked with earnest concern. Son, do you understand what marriage means? In her view, her son, being only 3 years old, could not possibly grasp the significance of marriage. Should he treat it as a mere game, it could lead to unintended consequences. Thus, it was imperative for her to clarify this matter with her son. Of course I know. Marriage means being able to kiss and sleep together, just like how Mama and Papa do, never to be separated. Upon hearing this, Linru blushed, casting a reproachful glance at Ji Xiu, wishing to retort. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she could only pinch Ji Xiu's cheek and helplessly utter, though the words may be crude, the reasoning is sound. However, as long as you understand, that is sufficient. To her, it was entirely adequate that her son possessed such knowledge. As long as he approached tomorrow with seriousness and refrained from mischief, all would be well. Having said this, Linru tenderly tucked Ji Xiu in, finally advising, My son, tomorrow, your aunt and Mu Bing will arrive at the Ji residence. You must conduct yourself well and avoid any foolishness. Ji Xiu nodded in agreement. Upon hearing these words, Linru left, her heart content. At that moment, Ji Xiu lay upon his bed, hands cradling his head as he gazed out at the luminous moon. The moonlight cascaded into Ji Xiu's clear eyes, within which flickered a glint of cold brilliance. Mu Bing, is it? Just in time. Ji Xiu's lips curled into a slight smile. He had recently acquired a mystical skill named Flying Dragon Seeking Clouds, and was pleasantly surprised that he could soon put it to use. He eagerly anticipated the surprises that Mu Bing would bring him. With that thought, he retrieved the skill from his storage and began his practice. With my insight and talent, mastering this technique should take but a single day? Ji Xiu inhaled deeply, then slowly closed his eyes. Mu Bing, the heroine of the novel, the empress of the celestial clan. It is nothing short of an untapped treasure trove. He is filled with anticipation. Chapter 10. Signing in at the Great Sword Embryo. The plan commences. Ding. Congratulations on your exceptional comprehension. The Flying Dragon Cloud Exploring Hand has successfully reached the entry level. As the melodious sound of the system notification echoed in his ears, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes and gazed out at the dimming sky, letting out a long sigh of relief. success in cultivation, prepared and ready. Having said that, he donned his attire and quietly lay on the bed, awaiting his mother's summons. Before long, Lin Ru arrived at the falling maple palace. Without uttering a word, she stripped Ji Xiu bare and unceremoniously tossed him into the bathhouse, vigorously scrubbing him. Afterward, she grasped Ji Xiu and headed towards the outside of falling maple palace. Mother, where are we going to meet them? Ji Xiu inquired with great curiosity. To the training ground. They should be arriving shortly. She thought her son was taking too long. Simultaneously, she pondered how her son would fare after marriage, considering his clumsy nature. What if the girl was a bit domineering? Wouldn't her son be bullied to death? Just as her thoughts subsided, a crisp system notification rang in his ears. Ding. Check-in location refreshed. Ji family training ground. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. After 3 long years, the new check-in location had finally been refreshed. Ever since Ji Xiu emerged from his mother's womb, his check-in location had remained at Falling Maple Palace, unchanged for a full 3 years. Now that the check-in location had finally been updated, how could he not feel exhilarated? Soon, Lin Ru led Ji Xiu into the martial arts arena, where Grandma Mu Hua had long been awaiting their arrival. As Ji Xiu stepped inside, the system notification resonated in his ears. Ding. Martial arts arena sign-in complete. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Celestial fragment. Another notification followed. Ding. The reward has been deposited into the system warehouse. Would the host like to activate the celestial fragment? Activate. He responded. With that, the system chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the celestial fragment. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an 8-star weapon, the Great Luo Sword Embryo. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu was momentarily stunned, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. He quickly opened the system warehouse, revealing a plain and unadorned sword embryo lying quietly within. The sword embryo was neither long nor sharp, exuding a sense of antiquity, dull and devoid of luster. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern misty patterns resembling humanoid figures, evoking the imagery of celestial beings in flight. The Great Luo Sword Embryo, the legendary first killing sword of eternal ominousness. It was said that even the tyrannical heavenly emperor had once been cleaved into 1,000,000 drops of blood rain beneath its blade. This blind box truly yielded a treasure. Ji Xiu suppressed his excitement and marveled at his fortune. Although he yearned to examine the Great Luo Sword Embryo, he noticed that both his mother Lin Ru and Grandma Mu Hua were gazing anxiously at the distant horizon. Mother, haven't they arrived yet? Lin Ru asked, her voice tinged with nervousness. Just then, a crane's call echoed through the heavens. At the horizon, a white crane pierced the darkness of the night, soaring towards Kyoto. It has arrived. Grandmother Mu Hua smiled gently, emotion surging intensely in her eyes. Ji Xiu raised his gaze and beheld 2 figures standing atop the crane, a tall and a petite silhouette. Aunt Mu Xiu, adorned in an ethereal ice-blue gown, floated like a celestial being descended from the heavens, her demeanor as delicate as a wisp of cloud, reminiscent of a fairy from a painting. The novel's heroine, Mu Bing, with her silver hair cascading over her shoulders, possessed an exquisite beauty and an air of icy elegance. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with brilliance, outshining even the brightest moon. Though still young, she already exuded an awe-inspiring presence that commanded respect and admiration. It was hard to fathom the unparalleled beauty she would embody in her adulthood. As the white crane descended upon the training ground, tears had already moistened Grandmother Mu Hua's eyes. She called out to Mu Xiu, her voice trembling, "Senior sister." Hearing this, Mu Xiu beamed and nodded gently at Grandmother Mu Hua, "Junior sister, I am here." Moonlight cascaded between them, illuminating the beauty of their long-awaited reunion. Grandmother Mu Hua and Mu Xiu, this pair of sisters in arms, had parted ways in their youth, only to be reunited in their twilight years. Time had passed, yet their bond had not diminished. Rather, it had deepened and enriched with each moment. Meanwhile, Ji Xiu beheld the true heroine of the novel, Mu Bing, for the first time. If he claimed to be unperturbed at this moment, it would be a lie. In the narrative, his future was intricately entwined with this woman. However, surpassing this concern was his anxiety regarding the imminent task he was about to undertake. Perhaps it would be somewhat exhilarating. "Xiu, go meet your fiancée." Grandmother Mu Hua gently tousled Ji Xiu's hair and spoke softly. Meanwhile, Mother Lin Ru gave Ji Xiu a gentle push on the back and whispered, "Son, go on. A man must be bold at this moment. He must have flair. Do not let the beauty of your future wife overwhelm you." With a small, Deep breath. Ji Xiu solemnly nodded at his mother. He then strode confidently toward Mu Bing, embarking on his plan. Chapter 11. Cunning Schemes. Ji Xiu boldly kissed the heroine. Mu Bing, the demon god Ji Xiu. In this lifetime, I have finally captured you. Mu Bing gazed at Ji Xiu, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fire. Perhaps due to her overwhelming emotions, her tightly clenched fist trembled slightly. However, she soon managed to suppress her feelings and coolly introduced herself. Mu Bing. Nice to meet you. In his heart, Ji Xiu echoed the words, the heroine of the novel. Following the first step of his plan, he took Mu Bing's hand. It felt cool to the touch, akin to cherry blossoms in bloom. Yet, Ji Xiu showed no hesitation. Ignoring the bewildered gazes of those around him, he took 2 steps forward and, in full view of the crowd, gently embraced Mu Bing. At 3 years old, Ji Xiu was a head shorter than the 7-year-old Mu Bing, making the scene rather amusing and leaving the elders present in a state of shock. Hello, I am Ji Xiu. He introduced himself with youthful enthusiasm. In that moment, he distinctly sensed Mu Bing's cultivation level, 7 years old. In the realm of Qi refinement's 7th stage, the protagonist of this reincarnation tale truly exemplifies formidable talent in cultivation. Ji Xiu murmured inwardly, perplexed by the situation. Could it be that the Demon King was so fervent in his youth? Mu Bing's wide, beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief, her body frozen, and her mind a blank slate. Prior to this moment, she had envisioned countless scenarios of encounters with Ji Xiu, yet none had prepared her for this unexpected turn of events. Their initial meeting. This insufferable Demon King had embraced her without uttering a single word or providing any forewarning. Of course, Mu Bing was not alone in her astonishment, even her mentor. Mu Qiu was taken aback. Meanwhile, her grandmother, Mu Hua, found the scene both amusing and bewildering, while her mother, Lin Ru, felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking that her son had indeed made progress. Upon encountering his fiancée, he had effortlessly initiated an embrace, and he showed no sign of letting go. Amidst this unfolding drama, only Ji Xiu maintained clarity of thought. Flying Dragon's cloud-seeking hand. Activate. Ding. Theft failed. 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 Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully stealing 3,000 points of Destiny Essence. As he listened to the system notifications ringing in his ears, Ji Xiu felt an exhilarating rush, exclaiming inwardly, "What bliss!" Following his successful theft, he suddenly sensed a tranquil atmosphere enveloping the air. He then turned to Mu Bing and sweetly inquired. Mother said, "When we come of age, we shall wed. You are my fiancée. Is this true?" Upon hearing this, Mu Bing furrowed her brow and coldly retorted, "And what of it?" Ji Xiu nodded slightly then, lost in his own thoughts, declared, "If that is the case, then it cannot be wrong." Having said that, amidst the astonished gazes of those present, Ji Xiu raised his small hand to cradle Mu Bing's face. Subsequently, he stood on tiptoe and boldly planted a fervent kiss upon her exquisite visage. Witnessing this spectacle, the entire training ground fell into a state of shock. Whether it was Mu Qiu, the matriarch Mu Hua, or his mother Lin Ru, their eyes widened in disbelief. Mouths agape as if they could accommodate an egg. "Junior sister, what?" Mu Qiu exclaimed, eyes bulging, pointing at Ji Xiu, seemingly inquiring how this little rascal could behave so recklessly. "Hee, senior sister, our Xiu'er is rather spirited. They are but children." Yet, it must be said, Lin Ru was indeed taken aback by her precious grandson's unexpected boldness this evening. Clearing her throat thrice, slightly embarrassed, she added, "Yes, indeed. My son has always been quite enthusiastic. Please excuse us." However, she thought to herself, "Ji Xiu, you little rascal, I encouraged you to be bold and charming, but I certainly did not ask you to act like a rogue." Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Ru shouted, "Release that girl." Without hesitation, she rushed forward to pull Ji Xiu to her side, and then, without further ado, delivered 2 resounding slaps to his bottom. "You mischievous rascal, are you not ashamed? From now on, you shall not be called Ji Xiu anymore. Rather, let it be Ji Xiu." After receiving a beating, Ji Xiu began to perform. His eyes, red and misty with tears, he retorted with great indignation, "Mother, is not marriage supposed to mean we can kiss and sleep together? Am I mistaken?" Lin Ru. Grandmother Mu Hua. Ha ha. Mu Qiu. Mu Bing. The atmosphere fell into a silence for 3 seconds. Lin Ru, taken aback by the question, suddenly recalled her conversation with Ji Xiu from the previous night, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. However, as a mother, she felt it necessary to uphold her authority and properly discipline this cheeky boy. How dare you talk back? Ji Xiu, just wait and see how I shall deal with you. With that, she firmly grasped Ji Xiu's ear and marched toward the direction of Luofeng Palace. As they departed, Ji Xiu waved at Mu Bing and exclaimed, "Mu Bing, let's sleep together sometime." Upon hearing this and witnessing the scene unfold, Grandmother Mu Hua chuckled and shook her head, thinking to herself, "Tonight, my precious grandson's behind is in for a reckoning." Meanwhile, Mu Qiu marveled. This lad certainly has a unique way of thinking. Yet, she did not ponder it too deeply, for after all, what ill intentions could a mere 3-year-old possess? Having spoken, she turned to gaze at her precious disciple, who remained frozen in place, her face still flushed from the kiss. "Binger, are you all right?" she inquired softly. Mu Bing shook her head. "Master, I'm fine." Yet, despite her words, no one could fathom the rapidity of her heartbeat nor the intricate emotional turmoil she had just experienced. She wiped the moisture from her face and, biting her lip, muttered resentfully, "Damn it. How could I, the Empress, have been kissed by this formidable demon? And now, this scoundrel dares to think of sharing my bed in the future? Such audacity. What a brazen individual." Chapter 12, 7 Days of Confinement, Ascending to Fate's Earth. The enraged Mu Bing. In the Ji residence at the Falling Maple Palace, Ji Xiu lay sprawled on the palace bed. Despite the stinging pain in his rear from a punishment inflicted by his mother, Lin Ru, and the decree of 7 days confinement within the palace walls, the smile on his face remained unwavering, and his heart brimmed with delight. Casually opening the system character panel. Name: Ji Xiu. Age: 3. Identity: Crown Prince of the Beixia Dynasty. Cultivation level: 9th realm of Qi refinement. Bloodline physique: Divine Heart Demon Bone. The 3 major realms remain unopened. Conditions for opening the 3 major realms. Demon Arrival 10,000 Destiny Essence. Divine Restriction 100,000 Destiny Essence. Celestial Ashes 1,000,000 Destiny Essence. Cultivation Techniques: Devouring Immortal Demonic Art. Cultivated to the 2nd realm. Dragon's Claw in the Clouds. Entry level. Weapon: Great Luo Sword Embryo. Destiny Essence 4. 500 points. Fate level: Black Soul Annihilation. System Shop. Opened. Quest System. Not opened. Automatically opens at the earthly realm. Storage: Destiny Elixir 1. Soul Piercing Nail 1. System Prompt: More information can be expanded. Ji Xiu scanned his character panel with earnestness, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This time, not only had he acquired the legendary Great Luo Sword Embryo, but he had also pilfered 3,000 points of Destiny Essence from the novel's heroine, Mu Bing, using the Dragon's Claw in the Clouds, along with a soul-piercing nail. Most importantly, he had given Mu Bing a significant warning. It is no exaggeration to say that it was truly exhilarating. If memory serves, in the novel, Mu Bing would eventually drive 10 soul-piercing nails into her own body on her wedding night. These 10 nails could incapacitate nearly half of her cultivation. Thus, this was indeed a valuable item. Ji Xiu stroked his chin and let out a sigh of astonishment. He promptly examined the information regarding the soul-piercing nail. System rating: 7 stars. System evaluation: Divine Weeping Blood. Usage condition: Usable by those of the Star-Gathering realm. Predicted power: Capable of indiscriminate slaughter beneath the holy level. System notification: A single soul-piercing nail may be used only once. It can be wielded by those of the Star-Gathering cultivation level. Moreover, its lethality is exceptionally formidable. Capable of indiscriminate killing beneath the holy level. This indeed serves as an extraordinarily robust safeguard for one's life. Ji Xiu nodded thoughtfully, well aware of the immense power the soul-piercing nail possessed in Mu Bing's hands. Even an emperor-level powerhouse could be slain. Of course, this also depends on the user's cultivation and strength. Nevertheless, it must be said, if a practitioner of the Star-Gathering realm could wield the soul-piercing nail to wreak havoc beneath the holy level, then its might certainly exceeds his expectations by far. Although it may be used only once and can claim but a single life, it is undeniably a precious safeguard for survival. Ji Xiu solemnly stored it away. He then turned his attention to the Deluo Sword Embryo he had obtained through signing in. Deluo Sword Embryo, a relic of the heavens. The foremost ominous killing sword of the ages. System rating: 8 stars. System evaluation: Eternal and indestructible, unyielding through eons. System notification: This sword is ominous. The host is advised to wait until reaching the monarch level of cultivation before attempting to wield it. Indeed, this is the very sword I am familiar with. Ji Xiu smacked his lips. He certainly understood the sword's ominous nature. After all, that once autocratic heavenly emperor had been struck down in a rain of blood by it. Yet, it must be acknowledged that this sword is extraordinarily powerful, truly terrifying. The unparalleled force of slaughter it harbors is beyond compare. As he drew forth the Deluo sword embryo, Ji Xiu grasped the hilt of the sword. The flickering celestial lights danced like falling rain, and a terrifying aura of slaughter permeated his entire being. His heartbeat and the flow of blood surged instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, he realized that this sword would undoubtedly become one of his greatest assets in the future. Stowing away the Deluo sword embryo, Ji Xiu regained his composure. He gazed out at the luminous moon, beginning to analyze the current situation. The northern Xia royal family was eyeing him with malevolent intent. However, as long as his aunt, Mu Qiu, remained alive, they would not dare to act openly against him. Yet, he must remain vigilant regarding the infiltrator, Ji Wuji, planted within the Ji family army. He posed a significant problem. As for the female protagonist, Mu Bing, she was cunning and perpetually sought his demise. A 7-year-old at the 7th level of Qi refinement might appear to others as an exceptionally rare prodigy. Nevertheless, before him, she would scarcely create a ripple. Moreover, even the sole threat she posed, the soul-piercing nail, was temporarily beyond her reach. As for the other male protagonist, a bastard of the celestial clan, he was currently not on the same playing field as himself. Thus, he need not concern himself with that matter. In summary, there was no immediate danger, and he had ample time. However, he truly needed to make the most of this time. With his thoughts lingering here, Ji Xiu let out a long sigh of relief. Moving forward, he would proceed methodically. He was just one step away from reaching the Fate Earth realm. Now, he found himself under house arrest for 7 days by his mother. So, in these 7 days, he would strive to break into the Fate Earth realm. A glimmer of determination shone in Ji Xiu's clear eyes. Immediately, he retrieved the destiny pill from the warehouse, which he had procured with 500 days' worth of essence. He swallowed it whole, activating the immortal demon technique, and commenced his cultivation. Time flew by, and as the sun set on the 7th day, he exhaled a cloud of murky breath and slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, one could see the shimmering light of the moon reflected in his gaze. Within his body, all his bones and meridians sparkled with the brilliance of countless stars. In just 7 short days, he had transcended the 9th realm of Qi refinement, successfully establishing a realm of cultivation within his dantian. In this instant, the level of his true essence had undeniably undergone a qualitative leap. He had reached the destiny soil realm. At last, Ji Xiu murmured softly. As he casually stretched his limbs, he could hear a series of crackling sounds, a sensation of unparalleled comfort sweeping through his entire being. The surge of newfound, formidable power coursing through him bolstered his confidence immensely. Just then, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. On reaching the Destiny Soil realm, you have received a system reward of 500 Destiny points. Ding. Congratulations, host. On reaching the Destiny Soil realm, the task system has been activated. Ding. System notification. The check-in location has been refreshed. Dark Arena of the capital. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu stretched lazily, his brow raised in surprise as he murmured to himself, the check-in location has refreshed again. How timely. Meanwhile, within the Ji estate, in the Moonfall Palace, Mu Bing fiercely thrust an ice sword towards the direction of the falling Maple Palace. The faintly crimson sunset was cleaved in 2 inches, casting a chilling light that fell upon her gaze with an icy demeanor. With her pearly teeth clenched against her crimson lips, she exclaimed angrily, "Gee, how shameless! You audacious little thief! How dare you steal my soul-piercing nail?" Indeed, she had finally realized that a crucial weapon, long concealed, had gone missing. Yet, she found herself within the confines of the Ji family military mansion, rendering her utterly powerless. Everything unfolded precisely as Ji Xiu had orchestrated. You are the very target I sought. Even if you have discovered the truth, what can you possibly do? Chapter 13, The Task System, The Spirit Tribe Maiden, and the Future Empress. In the Hall of Falling Maple, Ji Xiu resolved to activate the task system that had long occupied his thoughts. After all, he was merely 5,000 destiny points away from unlocking Demoness Descent, and completing tasks to earn Destiny Essence was indeed a commendable option. Beep. Task system loading complete. Would the host like to activate the system now? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu nodded without a moment's hesitation. Beep. Task system initiated. Ji Xiu felt a jolt in his mind, and before him appeared a virtual task interface. He soon realized that this newly activated task system was divided into two lists: bounty tasks and proactive tasks. Bounty tasks, in simple terms, were assignments issued by the system, while proactive tasks were those he could voluntarily undertake. At that moment, Ji Xiu noticed that the bounty task list was devoid of entries, indicating that the system had not yet issued any bounty tasks. Fortunately, there exists a task within the active task list. Active task: Spirit Clan Maiden. Task description: rescue the Spirit Clan Maiden, Gu Yao, who is imprisoned in the arena and has been reduced to a gladiator. Task location: Northern Xia Dynasty, the Dark Arena of the capital. Task reward: 6,300 Destiny Essence. Task deadline: none, the Spirit Clan Maiden, Gu Yao. Upon seeing this familiar name, Ji Xiu could not help but break into a playful smile. In the narrative, Gu Yao is destined to become the future empress of the Spirit Clan, a paragon of both martial and magical prowess. She stands as a bulwark against disaster, rescuing her fallen kin from the brink of annihilation, and single-handedly transforms the Spirit Clan into the foremost royal lineage of Tianxian. With a single stroke of her sword, she obliterates an ancient demonic dynasty. On the battlefield of gods and demons, she recites forbidden incantations, causing stars to cascade and countless demonic generals to be reduced to ashes in an instant. She is the most gifted woman in millennia and the radiant muse for countless righteous heroes across the continent, exceedingly stunning and unparalleled in brilliance. Most importantly, she is the only confidant of the novel's heroine, Mu Bing. Ji Xiu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Gu Yao, the future empress of the Spirit Clan, the sole friend of Mu Bing, one of the most formidable foes to come. If I could utilize her, my future path would undoubtedly become considerably easier. Ji Xiu murmured to himself, his mind racing with possibilities, and the smile on his face grew increasingly radiant. With this thought, Ji Xiu unhesitatingly chose to accept the task. Ding! The system notification chimed melodiously, announcing the successful acceptance of the task. Ding! The mission Spirit Clan Girl has officially commenced. Upon hearing the crisp sound of the system prompt, Ji Xiu exhaled deeply. Regarding Gu Yao, her past within the novel remained shrouded in mystery. Even her close friend Mu Bing had little understanding of it. Therefore, it was likely that Mu Bing was unaware of Gu Yao's experiences in the Dark Arena during her youth. Ji Xiu realized he must act swiftly, striving to gather resources to venture into the Dark Arena. Yet, from where would the funds come? As Ji Xiu pondered this dilemma, familiar footsteps echoed from outside the palace. A surge of joy filled his heart. He thought his benefactor had arrived. He quickly closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Clang! The palace door swung open. Grandmother Mu Hua, with her hands clasped behind her back, approached the bed and glanced at Ji Xiu, who was sprawled there. She spoke with a hint of exasperation. Little one, grandmother is here. Do you still intend to pretend to sleep? At her words, Ji Xiu couldn't help but smile wryly. He reluctantly opened his eyes, extending his hand toward Mu Hua, and in a childlike voice said, Grandma, hug. Seeing Ji Xiu's adorable display of affection, Mu Hua could no longer suppress her laughter. She picked him up and teasingly asked, Little one, does your bottom still hurt? Ji Xiu nodded vigorously, a look of feigned grievance on his face as he complained. It hurts. Mother was quite harsh. He was not lying. If it were any other child, a beating from their mother would have left them in tears. Come now. You are a formidable being of the earthly realm. Such a beating is hardly significant. Mu Hua, devoid of compassion, exposed Ji Xiu's intentions. Nevertheless, her eyes sparkled with pride. Over the years, she had observed that her grandson's talents were far more formidable than she had initially anticipated. Hiki. Ji Xiu, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head. He had never concealed his cultivation from his family, so it was only natural that his grandmother Mu Hua could sense his prowess. Grandma, after not seeing you for 7 days, I truly miss you. Ji Xiu exclaimed, clinging to Mu Hua, his large eyes gleaming with mischief. He was laying the groundwork for his forthcoming financial scheme. Speak, what is it that you desire? Mu Hua inquired with a smile, fully aware of Ji Xiu's ulterior motives. Gold coins. A great many gold coins. Ji Xiu replied, his face lighting up with joy. Why do you need gold coins? Mu Hua asked, slightly taken aback. Well, Ji Xiu hesitated for a moment before deciding to be forthright. Grandma, I wish to visit the Dark Colosseum. I see. Mu Hua nodded in understanding. This was not surprising. Many noble scions from the capital ventured to the Dark Colosseum to procure promising gladiators to train as their own loyal warriors. She did not find this particularly alarming. Her sole concern was the safety of her grandson. After all, the dark Colosseum in the capital was a treacherous place, rife with danger and difficult to navigate. However, after much deliberation, Mu Hua had devised a strategy. She then produced a black card and placed it into Ji Xiu's hands. Xiu'er, this card contains 100 million gold coins. This time, if you were to make a purchase, opt for the finest gladiator. Let your grandmother witness your discerning taste. It will also serve as an opportunity for you to hone your skills. Mu Hua affectionately pinched Ji Xiu's nose, her face radiating warmth. 100 million. Ji Xiu was taken aback. He had anticipated that his grandmother might bestow upon his 3-year-old self a 7-digit sum in gold coins. But who could have imagined that she would generously offer a staggering 100 million? At that moment, Ji Xiu couldn't help but reflect, in a rather cliché manner, how wealthy his grandmother truly was. It is worth noting that within the northern Xia dynasty, there are indeed many noble families capable of producing 100 million gold coins. Yet, only the Ji family would grant such an extravagant sum to a 3-year-old for practice. Grandmother is formidable. Ji Xiu, filled with excitement, pecked Mu Hua on the cheek, eliciting a hearty laugh from her. Xiu'er, your grandmother permits you to venture into the dark gladiatorial arena. However, you cannot go alone. I must find someone to accompany you, Mu Hua stated. At that moment, an elderly man clad in black emerged from the depths of the night, entering the Luo Feng Palace. His appearance was quite ordinary, the kind that would easily fade into the crowd. Yet, he radiated a chilling aura and an indescribable sense of oppression that was undeniably palpable. Moreover, with his extraordinary perception, Ji Xiu seemed to catch a whiff of the thick, metallic scent of blood emanating from him. This sanguine aroma was reminiscent of the harrowing trials endured amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, instilling a sense of dread. A monarch-level powerhouse. He is undoubtedly a monarch-level powerhouse. Furthermore, he is a killer. Ji Xiu's heart raced with surprise. The elder's cultivation was remarkably high, even surpassing that of his own parents. Moreover, he speculated that the elderly man majored in the art of killing and was once an assassin. Who is he? Ji Xiu inquired with curiosity. He will be the steward of your future Luofeng Palace. You may refer to him as Elder Wei, Mu Hua replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the elderly man in black respectfully bowed to Ji Xiu and said, I am the old servant Wei Qin, paying my respects to the young master. At this, Ji Xiu raised his eyebrows, contemplating. A guardian assassin of the June level. This is intriguing. Chapter 14. The Assassin Steward. Notable figures gather at the arena. A June level powerhouse, specializing in the art of killing. Could he possibly be affiliated with the foremost assassin organization from the Tianxian continent? Ji Xiu regarded the elderly man in black with keen interest as he pondered. It is known that June-level powerhouses are rare indeed on the Tianxian continent. A June-level expert possesses the qualifications to establish their own sect, even among the 3 premier empires of the Tianxian continent. Such an individual would be considered a significant figure, coveted by numerous factions. It is inconceivable that Elder Wei would remain so obscure. Thus, only one possibility remains. This Elder Wei must originate from the foremost assassin organization of the Tianxian continent. As Ji Xiu arrived at this conclusion, his eyes gleamed with realization. In truth, only a formidable member of such a mysterious assassin organization would exhibit such low-key demeanor. Furthermore, Ji Xiu surmised that even within the ranks of the assassin organization, this Elder Wei's status would likely not be insignificant. At this moment, Ji Xiu scrutinized Wei Qin, who was likewise observing Ji Xiu, his heart filled with astonishment. A 3-year-old life soil realm powerhouse? Indeed, our young lord possesses the grandeur reminiscent of ancient emperors. No, he transcends even that stature. Having traversed much of life and encountered numerous prodigies, he finds them lacking when compared to Ji Xiu, mere trifles in the grand scheme. They are simply not of the same caliber. With a deep breath, he addressed Ji Xiu, young lord. I am willing to serve you with unwavering loyalty, even more so, to become a sword in your hand. In the future, I shall clear away all obstacles that lie before you. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu's demeanor remained unchanged as he straightforwardly voiced his curiosity. May I inquire if Elder Wei hails from the mortal realm? Elder Wei was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Mu Hua, who looked equally surprised at Ji Xiu's knowledge of the mortal realm, the foremost assassin organization in the Tianxian continent. With a smile, Mu Hua subtly indicated to Elder Wei that there was no need for concealment. Indeed, I come from the mortal realm, Elder Wei affirmed. And I once served as the chief instructor there. As expected, Ji Xiu smiled with satisfaction. He believed that if Elder Wei were to serve him in the future, it was best to maintain transparency without guarding any secrets. An exalted warrior of the June rank was commendable. A killer from the mortal realm was even better. Thus, he thought, I shall possess an additional sharp sword by my side. However, what astonished him even more was that Elder Wei was not merely a killer in this world. He had once served as the chief instructor. In other words, he held the esteemed position of the third in command among the elite assassins of this realm. Only the two founders of the continent's foremost assassin organization ranked slightly above him. Under his tutelage, countless top-tier assassins had emerged. Undoubtedly, he was a true titan within the assassin community of Tianxian continent. Taking a deep breath, Ji Xiu extended his hand towards Elder Wei, solemnly declaring, Elder Wei, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Seeing this, Elder Wei earnestly grasped Ji Xiu's hand in return. Under the moonlight, with leaves swirling in the air, the scene of this old and young pair shaking hands might appear somewhat peculiar, yet for Ji Xiu and Wei Qin it marked a historic moment. Meanwhile, Grandma Muhua watched the exchange with a satisfied smile, sensing that in the days to come, with Wei Qin's assistance, her precious grandson would undoubtedly reshape the entire continent. The following day, as night fell, Ji Xiu donned an opulent black robe and stepped out of the falling maple palace. Elder Wei had been waiting outside for quite some time. Let us set forth, Elder Wei. We are bound for the dark arena of Kyoto. Ji Xiu exclaimed with a smile. Elder Wei nodded seriously and took his place beside Ji Xiu. Together, they made their way towards the dark arena. In the southern city of Kyoto, the dark arena was a sight to behold, illuminated by thousands of lights, bustling with fervor. Tens of thousands of spectators filled the arena, their fervent cheers echoing through the night. In the arena, two gladiators are engaged in a fierce and bloody battle. The sound of clashing weapons, the splatter of blood, and the piercing of flesh resonate through the air, amplifying the cheers of the crowd into a frenzied roar. Above the darkened Colosseum, a cadre of influential figures from the capital observes the carnage from their lofty perch. They sip from crystal goblets, savoring the finest of wines while reveling in this macabre spectacle. Among them are high-ranking officials, scions of affluent families, and powerful figures from the underground world of the capital. As Ji Xiu, the heir of the foremost military family of Beixia, enters the arena, he is ushered into the celestial pavilion of the four halls of heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang. It is evident that his grandmother, Mu Hua, had meticulously prepared for his arrival. With a chime, the crystal chandelier at the entrance of the VIP box illuminates, immediately capturing the attention of the elite. A gasp ripples through the assembly. Could it be that a prominent figure from the royal palace has graced them with their presence? Or perhaps a saintly child from one of the 7 great cultivation clans? Today, the lights of the 4 halls shine brightly. Surely, all the luminaries have gathered here. Ha ha ha. Hush. Speak softly. These eminent personages are not subjects for idle speculation. Indeed. Within the Earth Pavilion, 2 stunning women are seated. One appears to be around 20 years old, dressed in an exquisitely ornate gown adorned with phoenix patterns. Her elegant brows are striking, exuding both majesty and grace. A pair of enchanting eyes, akin to a tranquil lake, appear deceptively calm, yet harbor an icy coldness reminiscent of winter. Her exquisite and delicate nose exudes an air of noble elegance, complemented by her slightly moist lips, reminiscent of roses after a gentle rain. The entirety of her visage possesses a breathtaking beauty that seems almost dreamlike. She is as stunning as a celestial being, a vision of unparalleled allure. This is the most immediate impression she imparts. In contrast, there stands a 13-year-old maiden, clad in a pristine white feathered robe, radiating purity and flawlessness. Her eyes twinkle like cold stars, and her lips resemble cherry petals. Though her beauty is still youthful, it is undeniable to all who behold her that, once she matures, she shall undoubtedly become a breathtaking beauty capable of captivating nations. Master, visitors have arrived at the Tianxian Pavilion. Who do you suppose it could be? The young girl inquired. Her curiosity piqued. With a light chuckle, the woman casually replied, the young master of the Ji family, Ji Xiu. Ah, the girl exclaimed in surprise, it is indeed him. Today promises to be quite lively. Meanwhile, at the Xuanzi Pavilion, 2 men clad in robes of sacred crimson stood in silence. One middle-aged man, displaying a hint of concern, turned to the strikingly handsome young man beside him and asked, Young master, visitors have arrived at the Tianxian Pavilion. Do you suppose their intentions align with our own objectives today? Humph. The young men scoffed softly, and if they do, the siblings of the spirit clan belong to none other than our red robe sect. It matters not who arrives. It will be of no consequence. By the decree of the sacred fire, we are supreme in our crimson attire. They are indeed representatives of the red robe sect, one of the 7 prominent sects of the Tianjin continent. In the Huangzi pavilion, a delicate and handsome man clad in a python robe quietly sipped his tea. As the scene drew closer, it became evident that he was none other than the prominent figure from the current imperial court of Kyoto, the minister of the Western Factory. Yu Huadian. Minister, what brings us here today? He inquired. With a gentle smile, Yu Huadian gazed towards the direction of the Tianjin pavilion and replied, By the edict of His Majesty, I have come personally to pay a visit to the young heir of the Ji family. Chapter 15. Sign in for the Ghost Flutes Elegy. The Empress and Sword Sovereign in the arena of combat. Ding. You have arrived at the dark arena of Kyoto. Ding. Would the host like to sign in? Upon hearing the system prompt, Ji Xiu decisively nodded. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 6-star reward. Ghost Flutes Elegy. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 6-star reward. The Soul Capture Trilogy. As the system's voice faded, Ji Xiu hurriedly opened the system repository. Before him lay a slender black flute resting within the repository. Ghost Flutes Elegy, a relic of the Demon Dao ancestor, unrestricted by cultivation level. When used in conjunction with the Soul Capture Trilogy, its power is incomparably formidable. The Soul Capture Trilogy, Soul Requiem, can command deceased cultivators to fight on one's behalf. Can be cultivated at the Gathering Star's realm. Soul Snatch can intercept the souls of cultivators, rendering them into puppets. Can be cultivated at the Monarch realm. Spirit Summoning has a certain probability of resurrecting recently deceased cultivators. Can be cultivated at the Sacred realm, a double-edged benefit. A windfall of rewards. Ji Xiu's spirits soared high. During this round of attendance, I astonishingly received 2 6-star rewards. Although the Ghost Flute of Qingqing in the Soul Snatching Trilogy are 2 stars weaker than the previously obtained Supreme Sword Embryo, the presence of Qingqing in the Soul Snatching Trilogy significantly expands my future capabilities. Controlling corpses, seizing souls, summoning spirits, what sheer exhilaration. With a sigh of relief, Ji Xiu suppressed the excitement surging within him and shifted his focus to the dark arena. This was not the time for self-congratulation, but rather a moment to exert every effort towards accomplishing the system's tasks. After all, the 6300 Destiny Essence was imperative for him to obtain. Old Wei, would you enlighten me about the rules of the Dark Arena? Ji Xiu inquired. The rules are quite straightforward. After each life and death battle in the arena, the surviving victor will be auctioned off to the public, with the highest bidder claiming them. It is noteworthy that all the gladiators here have never undergone any form of training. They are, in essence, blank slates. In these life and death battles, they can only rely on their combat skills and physical strength to vanquish their opponents. Old Wei earnestly explained to Ji Xiu. Excellent. Ji Xiu nodded with a faint smile. Observing this, Old Wei acknowledged to himself, the young master seems to have set a goal. Time swiftly passed. 9 battles concluded, and the 9 victorious gladiators were swiftly seized by the affluent elites of the capital at exorbitant prices. One gladiator even fetched a staggering 5 million gold coins, leaving the tens of thousands in the arena utterly astounded. As the crowd remained immersed in the recent exhilarating bloodshed, a tall and enchanting woman emerged. Adorned in a black qipao and elevated by high heels, her long, shapely legs elegantly clad in sheer black stockings. Her voluptuous figure was accentuated to perfection, instantly igniting the atmosphere with fervor. In the gladiatorial arena, countless men found their faces flushed and their throats dry, overwhelmed by an unbearable heat at the sight of her. In the shadowy coliseum stood the chief auctioneer, Luo Yuzhu, a goddess revered by countless men in the capital. Once, a prince sought her favor, but by the next dawn, he was found lifeless in his own abode, his meridians severed and bones turned to ash, leaving behind only a human skin. Even the powerful Shichong, who wielded considerable influence in the capital, could find no trace of the perpetrator, or perhaps dared not pursue further. From that moment on, Luo Yuzhu became one of the most untouchable figures in the capital. Old Wei whispered softly into Ji Xiu's ear, providing an introduction. At this, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes, surveying the strikingly voluptuous and alluring woman at the center of the arena, radiating an aura of approachability. The poison goddess, Luo Yuzhu. Ji Xiu murmured in astonishment. In the original novel, after millennia, Luo Yuzhu ascended as the poison goddess, her master a formidable antagonist of equal stature to himself. It dawned on him that Luo Yuzhu had once been the chief auctioneer of the Dark Arena. Ji Xiu nodded thoughtfully, but just as his thoughts swirled, Luo Yuzhu, standing at the heart of the arena, proclaimed, "Next up, the grand finale of tonight's battles. The descendants of the Spirit Clan versus the Berserker of the Beast Clan." As the words echoed, the entire arena erupted with fervor. Even the prominent figures of the capital seemed to awaken with anticipation. Here they come. In the arena, Luo Yuzhu extended her slender, jade-like hand and gently snapped her fingers. Boom! The barriers on both sides of the arena crashed open with a thunderous sound. Thud! 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 A series of heavy footfalls resonated from the shadows, and the arena fell into an eerie silence. As a towering orc, standing 3 zhang tall, emerged from the barrier, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. This orc was remarkably robust, his form brimming with powerful muscles. His visage was fearsome, with blood-red eyes that sparkled with a savage thirst. 2 sharp fangs jutted from his mouth like crescent moons, exposed to the air. He wielded a massive battle axe, resembling a terrifying, bloodthirsty beast god. On the opposite side, a young girl stepped forward. Clad in tattered linen, her attire barely concealed her developing form. Her bare feet were caked in mud, and her face and hair were smeared with grime. Yet, despite this, her striking beauty shone through, unparalleled and captivating. She bore an iron sword, and her eyes, akin to autumn waters, reflected determination and resilience. The Spirit Clan's Empress, Gu Yao. Ji Xiu's gaze sparkled with a faint glow. Today, he had come for this young girl. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a small, timid boy standing behind Gu Yao. This was Gu Yao's younger brother, Gu Jian. In the realm of the future, the revered sword god of the Spirit Clan, known as Gu Jian, is held in high esteem by countless cultivators across myriad races. He possesses an innate supreme bone, endowed with extraordinary talent. In the narrative, it appears that he is destined to meet his demise at my hands. Remarkably, he stands before me now. It seems that today is indeed a fortuitous occasion. Ji Xiu stroked his chin, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Within the Geographical Mysteries Pavilion, a mysterious woman sipped her tea, her enchanting gaze occasionally drifting towards the direction of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. At last, her crimson lips parted as she muttered to herself. It seems this young heir of the Ji family has come for today's ultimate confrontation. In the Pavilion of Profound Characters, the young master of the Red Robe sect, Shen Feng, was overcome with greed and desire upon glimpsing the pair of Spirit Clan orphans, Gu Yao and Gu Jian. They have arrived. This auction must secure this brother-sister duo. The sister shall serve as a refining furnace, while the brother's supreme bone shall be extracted. Once I have achieved success, I shall be the sole heir of the Red Robe sect. His laughter was chilling. The reason for his presence in the dark arena of Kyoto today was due to a confidential alert from his sect. He had long coveted the legendary supreme bone and would not let this opportunity slip away. In the Yellow Character Pavilion, the chief of the Western Bureau, Yu Huatian, tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Are the Spirit Clan siblings the reason for the young heir of the Ji family's arrival? After speaking, he cast a scrutinizing glance at Gu Yao and Gu Jian from afar. Subsequently, he shook his head. With just a glance, he could discern that his sister, Gu Yao, possessed commendable innate talent. However, her meridians were severely damaged, and her bloodline had been excessively strained, making it highly probable that she would stagnate at the June level in the future. His younger brother, Gu Jian, had even inferior roots compared to Gu Yao. And despite possessing the bloodline of the Spirit Clan, there seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about him. If it were not for this pair of siblings. Ji Xiu, are you perhaps here for that foul-smelling orc? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yu Huatian furrowed his brow, increasingly perplexed. Of course, his confusion was understandable, as he was unaware that Gu Yao would eventually become the unparalleled empress of the Spirit Clan. Even more astonishing was the fact that Gu Jian's supreme bone would only reveal its true potential after he commenced his cultivation journey. Chapter 16, as expected of her. Ji Xiu earns 10 million. In the arena, every frown and smile from Luo Yuzhu would leave the men present in a state of yearning. Ignoring the searing gazes of the crowd, she spoke with remarkable warmth. The orc, Gu Dan, possesses a trace of divine beast bloodline. He is immensely powerful and notoriously bloodthirsty, having slain over 100 gladiators in the training grounds. He is one of the most outstanding warriors in our arena, known as the Berserker. As her words echoed, the thousands of spectators in the arena were taken aback, for they understood that gladiators must undergo rigorous and brutal training before stepping into the arena. Only those who have endured the merciless slaughter of the training grounds are deemed worthy to enter the arena. And this orc had astonishingly killed over 100 gladiators before even reaching the arena. It is evident how formidable the combat prowess of this orc truly is. After introducing the berserker of the beast race, Luo Yuzhu shifted her beautiful gaze towards Gu Yao and Gu Jian, then spoke, the orphan of the spirit race. It is well known that the spirit race was once the foremost royal lineage of the Tianxian continent. Sister Gu Yao, a combat prodigy, has eliminated all challengers in the training grounds. Meanwhile, her brother Gu Jian, under her protection, has never slain a single foe nor stained his hands with blood. He is renowned as the Angel of Slaughter. Upon concluding her words, the audience erupted in astonishment. The spirit race, 1,000 years ago, was the preeminent royal family of the Tianxian continent, possessing an extraordinarily powerful bloodline. Their very blood could heal a myriad of wounds, serving as the finest of spiritual remedies. However, the spirit race eventually fell into decline, and those possessing their bloodline became the most coveted prey in the eyes of the great sects and noble families across the continent. Next, let us adhere to the customary rules. The minimum betting amount is 1 gold coin, while the maximum is 10 million gold coins, with odds set at 2 to 1. I urge everyone to place their bets with caution. Having said this, Luo Yuzhu gracefully turned and departed from the gladiatorial arena. Meanwhile, the audience buzzed with fervent discussions. The dark gladiatorial arena truly lives up to its reputation as the finest in the Tianxian continent. It is remarkable that even the ferocious orc and the orphan of the spirit race can be trained as gladiators. Who could argue otherwise? Who do you believe will emerge victorious in this bout? I believe the orc, Gu Dan, will prevail. I concur. Yet, the spirit race's so-called Angel of Slaughter, Gu Yao, is quite impressive as well. She managed to bring her brother to this arena without shedding a drop of blood, which speaks volumes of her formidable combat prowess. Should Gu Yao emerge victorious, we stand to gain double. Indeed, as the crowd in the arena buzzed with excitement in the Tianxian pavilion, Elder Wei gazed at Ji Xiu with keen interest and inquired, Your Highness, who do you believe will triumph in this battle? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu smiled and declared, I wager 10 million gold coins on Gu Yao. Absolutely. Elder Wei nodded, harboring no doubts about Ji Xiu's decision, even though Ji Xiu was merely 3 years of age. In the Dixian pavilion, a girl clad in white feathers posed a question to her master. Master, who do you predict will win? The beastman Gu Dan or the Angel of Death, Gu Yao? The enigmatic woman chuckled softly and replied, How could a wretched beastman possibly prevail over the noble spirit race? Is that so? The girl furrowed her brow, yet she felt that the beastman would emerge victorious. In the Xuanzi pavilion, the young master of the red-clad sect, Shenhe Feng, spoke with avarice, 10 million. All on Gu Yao. Meanwhile, in the Huangzi pavilion, the director of the Western Bureau, Yu Huatian, refrained from placing any bets. His expression was somber as he awaited the commencement of the battle. To him, both the beastman Gu Dan and the spirit race Gu Yao possessed a chance of victory. He never made decisions without certainty, and his primary objective in attending was to observe Ji Xiu's true intentions. 10 minutes later, the bets were placed, and the battle commenced. The orc Gu Dan, wielding a colossal axe, fixed his crimson gaze upon Gu Yao. Indeed, the spirit race had fallen into decline. The successors were increasingly feeble. Ha ha, a horse. Resounding laughter echoed throughout the arena. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao chose to ignore Gu Dan, and instead turned to her younger brother, Gu Jian, whispering, It's the same as always. When the battle begins, will you hide behind your sister? Sister, Gu Jian called out, then gritted his teeth and added quietly, This person is formidable, stronger than any opponent we've faced before. I wish to fight alongside you. No need. Gu Yao smiled and gently patted Gu Jian's head, saying, He is indeed strong. But your sister is even stronger. With me here, he cannot harm you in the slightest. With that, she firmly pushed Gu Jian behind her and, grasping her iron sword, stepped forward toward the orc Gu Dan. Kill. Gu Dan bellowed in fury, swinging his massive axe directly at Gu Yao with all his might. The air was torn apart by the immense force. Gu Yao's beautiful eyes turned cold, her expression focused as she slightly sidestepped. Boom. The giant axe whizzed past her. In that fleeting moment, Gu Dan exposed an opening. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yao swiftly twisted her wrist and thrust her sword directly at Gu Dan's left eye. Clang! A sharp sound resonated as the iron sword clashed with the giant axe, igniting a blinding spark. The overwhelming force sent Gu Yao soaring through the air. With a resounding thud, Gu Yao retreated several paces, barely managing to relieve the immense pressure exerted by the iron sword. Indeed, in the presence of absolute strength, all combat techniques prove futile. It is evident that had the orc not possessed such overwhelming dominance, the odds would not have reached a staggering 2-1. In the brief exchange, many spectators in the arena discerned the truth. The orc's might was evidently superior to Gu Yao's, and it was not merely by a slight margin. If this continued, within 10 moves, Gu Yao would meet her demise. At that moment, her brother, Gu Jian, would also suffer a tragic fate. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yao recognized this grim reality. Thus, to survive, only one path remained: the burning of her bloodline. Her beautiful eyes ignited with a crimson glow, and flames erupted around her. Kill. Gu Yao stomped her foot with fierce determination, transforming into a blazing figure that charged directly at Gu Dan. In that instant, her speed surged by at least tenfold, swiftly closing the distance to Gu Dan. The glimmering sword descended like an ethereal specter. Clang, 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 clang. The arena was awash with sword light and flames. Gu Yao's afterimages scattered throughout the space. The air was permeated with the acrid scent of charred remnants. Overwhelmed, the crowd of thousands in the arena stood in unison, their eyes wide in astonishment. What was happening? The battle had, in an instant, turned on its head. Elder Wei, somewhat taken aback, exclaimed, "The secret technique of the spirit clan. Bloodline combustion. This girl's talent is indeed extraordinary. No wonder her meridians are severely damaged. It turns out she has relied on this life-depleting method to reach this point." Indeed, Ji Xiu nodded. Gu Yao is merely 13 years old. If not for such measures, how could she protect herself and her brother? Meanwhile, in the arena, Gu Yao had already struck the orc over 100 times with her sword. As the final blow landed, crack, the iron sword could no longer withstand such force, shattering into numerous fragments that scattered across the arena. With a cough, Gu Yao spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward like a bloodied kite. Her delicate face turned as pale as paper, her entire being swaying precariously. In stark contrast, the orc Gu Dan fared even worse. Gasping for breath, his body was riddled with horrific sword wounds that exposed bone beneath. He appeared as though he had just emerged from a pool of blood, utterly drenched and in a state of despair. Damn, that cursed spirit clan woman. Gu Dan seethed through clenched teeth, his crimson eyes reflecting an increasingly savage bloodlust. At that moment, it was his turn to strike. Kill, Gu Dan roared, swinging his massive axe to obscure the moonlight, intending to cleave Gu Yao into a shower of blood. However, the next moment, something astonishing occurred. Gu Yao gazed at Gu Dan with a cold expression. She then slowly raised her palm, pointing a finger with deliberate precision. Target locked. Zing, 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 zing. The shattered blade rose from the ground, transforming into a dazzling streak of fire that pierced through Gu Dan's body. The sound of blood splattering echoed. Splat, 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 as numerous gaping wounds appeared on Gu Dan's form. As the final fragment of the sword sliced through the air, Gu Dan's head was sent soaring high. Blood erupting like a fountain, splattering over a distance of several meters. The severed head fell to the ground, and the beast's blood spilled forth. In that moment, the entire arena fell silent. Chapter 17. The Young Master Ji Xiu. The second generation of the Empire's first army. Gu Yao has emerged victorious. The final strike unexpectedly slashed through and killed the beastman Gu Dan. Such formidable combat talent. She truly deserves her extraordinary lineage from the spirit race. It is astonishing to think that she possesses such power even without training. One can hardly imagine how terrifying she will become once she begins her cultivation. Unthinkable. Unthinkable. The beastman Gu Dan has perished, and Gu Yao has survived. Those who wagered on Gu Yao were overjoyed, while those who bet on Gu Dan beat their chests in despair, striking their thighs in frustration. Within the Tianxin Pavilion, the denizens of the Dark Arena presented Ji Xiu with the 20 million gold coins he had wagered on Gu Yao's victory. Congratulations, Your Highness, on your substantial profit, Old Wei remarked with a smile. Now the real show begins. Ji Xiu remained unfazed. It was entirely expected for Gu Yao to win. However, the pressing concern was that it was highly likely everyone would want to acquire Gu Yao now. Thus, one could anticipate that the bidding today would be exceedingly fierce. With that, Ji Xiu turned to Old Wei and inquired, "What do you believe Gu Yao will fetch in gold coins today?" "At least 8 digits to start." "Reasonable." Ji Xiu nodded in agreement. He too believed that it would take a minimum of 8 digits to secure Gu Yao today. However, it wants merely millions. Even if he were to present all his gold coins, it would be entirely worth it. In the arena, Gu Jian supported his sister. His heart aching as he gazed upon Gu Yao, bloodied and pale. He loathed his own powerlessness, always relying on his sister to protect him with her life. He despised himself for being unable to ignite their bloodline to aid her in battle. It was not that he did not wish to help, rather, he was incapable of doing so. Not every individual possessing the Spirit Clan bloodline could ignite it to enhance their strength. Among 1,000 Spirit Clan cultivators, only one could accomplish this. All right, we have triumphed. We can survive. Gu Yao, pale and haggard, gently patted Gu Jian's head, her voice weak. She understood her brother's sentiments well. Yet, as the elder sister, it was her duty to protect her dear younger brother. For this, even if it meant igniting her bloodline and exhausting her life, she had no regrets. At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed. Without casting a glance at the severed orc's head, Gu Yao smiled and declared, heirs of the Spirit Clan. The starting bid is 500,000 gold coins. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 500,000 gold coins. Let the auction commence. As soon as the words fell, a prominent figure from Kyoto's underground forces bid 1,000,000 gold coins. Huh. Another young heir from a wealthy family scoffed, raising the bid to 5,000,000 gold coins. Is that all? A disdainful voice from an influential individual in Kyoto called out, 8,000,000 gold coins. The bidding escalated rapidly, 9,950,000 gold coins, until it soared to 20,000,000 gold coins. At this point, the number of bidders had dwindled significantly. After all, this price was extraordinarily high. 20,000,000 gold coins could already procure a formidable mercenary army. Just when everyone assumed the matter was settled, a figure clad in red from the Xuanzi Pavilion, Shen Feng, made his move, 30,000,000 gold coins. In that instant, the entire arena erupted in astonishment. Upon hearing this price, even Luo Yuzhu, standing in the arena, couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance. 30,000,000 gold coins. Is there anyone else willing to bid? With those words, a profound silence enveloped the arena. 30,000,000 gold coins. This had shattered the highest transaction record of this dark, gladiatorial arena. Surely, no one would bid again. 40,000,000. A youthful voice rang out. All eyes turned towards the Tianqian Pavilion. The notable figure had made their move. 40,000,000. Goodness. 40,000,000 is exceedingly fierce. Although Gu Yu possesses remarkable combat talent, he surely cannot be worth 40,000,000 gold coins. Indeed, those who possess the bloodline of the Spirit Clan are currently valued at a mere 500,000 gold coins. This sum of 40,000,000 is utterly outrageous. Damn it, it seems someone is vying for the same prize. Shen Nanfeng gritted his teeth and spoke. Young master, shall we continue to bid? The red-clad sect's protector inquired softly. Yes, we must bid. Shen Nanfeng's expression darkened as he raised the bid to 50,000,000 gold coins. Hee. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu maintained his composure and raised the bid to 55,000,000. You scoundrel! Shen Nanfeng shouted in fury. 60,000,000. 70,000,000. Ji Xiu casually added another 10,000,000. Upon hearing this figure, Shen Nanfeng's face turned grim. He had only brought 60,000,000 gold coins with him. And with the additional 20,000,000 he had just won, he could muster a total of 80,000,000. If the price exceeded 80,000,000, he would be unable to contend. 80,000,000, Shen Nanfeng declared, going all in. After uttering this, his expression darkened, and he turned toward the direction of the Xuanji Pavilion, speaking coldly. 80,000,000 is already quite substantial. I hope the esteemed guest will consider this carefully. The red-clad sect would be immensely grateful. As his words fell, a tremor coursed through the hearts of the cultivators within the dark arena. It turned out that the powerful figure from the Xuanji Pavilion hailed from the red-clad sect, one of the 7 great sects of the Tianqian continent. This statement may sound courteous. However, it unmistakably carries an undertone of menace. It implies that the bid from the Scarlet Church today is already exceedingly high, and they are unwilling to offer more. So, it is indeed the Scarlet Church. No wonder they possess such wealth and influence. Yet, is this not excessively domineering? It seems they wish to exert pressure through their might. The prominent figures in the dark arena of Kyoto frowned in unison, deeply unsettled. At that moment, Ji Xiu from the Tianqian Pavilion lightly tapped the table, seemingly unfazed, and announced 90,000,000. Upon the utterance of Ji Xiu's words, the cultivators within the shadowy arena felt a prickling sensation at the nape of their necks. The dignitaries turned their gazes towards the Tianqian Pavilion, speculating which eminent figure was seated there. For the sake of a Spirit Clan maiden, A staggering bid of 90 million was placed, even at the risk of offending one of the 7 great sects of the Tianqian continent, the Scarlet Church. What an outrageous act. Upon hearing this price, Shen Nanfeng was instantly engulfed by fury. With a sharp crack, the teacup in his hand shattered into pieces. He realized that his chances were utterly extinguished. Within the arena, Luo Yuzhu smiled in the direction of the Tianqian pavilion and declared, 90 million, deal. Upon receiving this news, Gu Jian's face turned pale with fear, and with a trembling voice, he addressed his elder sister, Sister, we are truly worth that much. Hearing this, Gu Yao gazed in a daze towards the Tianqian pavilion, murmuring, indeed, how could we possibly be worth so much? She pondered who could possibly be the influential figure that purchased her and her brother at such an exorbitant price. In her eyes, any significant individual would not be foolish. Such a high price must surely conceal ulterior motives. Just then, with a clatter, the door of Tianqian pavilion swung open. A slender figure emerged. Clad in a flowing black robe, his exquisitely handsome face was striking, and his eyes, clear and bright like an autumn mountain spring, held a piercing clarity and nobility that seemed to slice through the darkness. Despite his youth, he exuded an air of transcendent grace. I am Luo Yuzhu. I pay my respects to His Highness, the young master. She offered a slight smile to Ji Xiu. As her words echoed, a hush fell over the dark arena, only to be swiftly followed by an atmosphere that erupted like a tsunami. The influential figure from Tianqian Pavilion, it turned out, was none other than him, the young master Ji Xiu of the esteemed Ji family, the foremost military clan of the Beixia Empire. Chapter 18. The reward arrives. Wherever I am is your home, the young master of the Ji family, Ji Xiu. Born 3 years ago, during the arrival of the 4 great immortal lights, he was heralded by the Tianji Pavilion as possessing an extraordinary talent rarely seen in millennia, akin to the great emperors of antiquity. From the moment he was born, he was cherished and protected by the entire Ji family, recognized as an absolutely untouchable figure within the Beixia Empire. Today, they finally beheld the true essence of the young master. The appearance of Ji Xiu sent shockwaves throughout the dark arena, all eyes fixated upon him, particularly those of the aristocracy from the capital. Yet, this was hardly surprising. Since his birth, he has captivated the attention of the entire continent. Furthermore, the meticulous protection from the Ji family has rendered him a figure shrouded in mystery, with no one in the capital having ever glimpsed his true visage. The Yuhua girl, with her sparkling eyes, gazed intently at Ji Xiu, and after a considerable pause, she exclaimed in astonishment, Master, this young heir of the Ji family, his cultivation seems to be destiny earth. The mysterious woman softly uttered those 2 words. Upon hearing her master's confirmation, the Yuhua girl couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. 3 years old, destiny earth. I have never even heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. Not a trace of it appears in any of the ancient texts I have perused. It is worth noting that her talent, already regarded as exceptional among countless practitioners and esteemed figures, rivals that of the most elite disciples from the continent's 7 foremost sections. Yet at 13, she had barely reached the Destiny Earth realm, making her achievements pale in comparison to Ji Xiu's. Master, how can this be possible? His cultivation talent is nothing short of monstrous. No, it is even more terrifying than that. The Yuhua girl lamented, biting her flower-like lip in sheer bewilderment. At 3, she had only just begun to refine her essence and attempt cultivation, while Ji Xiu had already attained the Destiny Earth realm. This disparity left her with a profound sense of inadequacy. Xianyin, in this world, nothing is impossible. The mysterious woman shook her head and directed her gaze toward Ji Xiu for an extended moment. At this moment, she narrowed her phoenix-like eyes slightly and delicately licked her moist, rose-hued lips, whispering, Quite remarkable indeed. What a talented little creature. However, the mysterious woman did not finish her sentence, merely curling the corners of her mouth into a mischievous smile. What if? The feather-clad maiden inquired curiously, gazing at the enigmatic figure. If only I had the chance to hold him close and thoroughly indulge in my whims. The mysterious woman crossed her arms, her words striking and provocative, exuding an undeniable visual impact. Upon hearing her mentor's words, the feather-clad maiden blushed, thinking to herself, my mentor always possesses such unconventional thoughts. In the Huangzi Pavilion, the head of the Shichong, Yu Huatian, gazed at Ji Xiu with trembling eyes. 3 years of life and death. This little one is even more terrifying than I had anticipated. A multitude of thoughts surged through his mind, with one standing out most prominently. Yet, when he considered that they were in the dark arena, a domain belonging to that woman. And upon noticing the elderly figure clad in black standing behind Ji Xiu, he could not help but abandon that reckless notion. Alas, I shall seek another opportunity. Yu Huatian sighed deeply. Meanwhile, within the Xuanzi pavilion, the young master exclaimed, the individual from the Tianxian pavilion is actually the young heir of the Ji family. No wonder he exhibits no fear of our red robe sect's threats. Alas, this time, our defeat is not unjust. The guardian of the red robe sect sighed heavily. Defeated? I have yet to concede. What of the Ji family? In Beixia, they may flaunt their might, but on the Tianxian continent, the Ji family does not rank among the foremost sects. Shen Nanfeng spoke in a rather somber tone. Rising, he strode directly towards the door. Young master, where are you going? The guardian of the red robe sect inquired, frowning in alarm. I am eager to see if this young heir of the Ji family truly dares to oppose the red robe sect. Oh no, this could spell disaster. A sense of foreboding surged within the guardian of the red robe sect. In the arena, Luo Yuzhu scrutinized Ji Xiu once more. 3 years of life essence. What a formidable little fellow. As her thoughts halted, she suddenly noticed Ji Xiu was also observing her. I must say, the Lord of Poisons possesses quite splendid legs. Ji Xiu's gaze fell upon Luo Yuzhu's long, slender legs clad in black silk, and he silently marveled. This little one, at such a tender age, not learning the right things. What will become of him when he grows up? Luo Yuzhu shot Ji Xiu an amused glare. As the chief of the dark arena, discerning subtle cues is her fundamental skill. How could she fail to notice Ji Xiu's intense and curious gaze fixated upon her legs? Taking a deep breath, Luo Yuzhu commanded, bring the spirit siblings to the young master's side. As her words fell, the atmosphere shifted. 2 figures clad in black brought Gu Yao and Gu Jian before Ji Xiu. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, Spirit Clan Maiden. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving a reward of 300 Destiny Essence. The Spirit Clan Maiden, Gu Yao. Ji Xiu gazed upon the strikingly beautiful young woman before him. A warm smile gracing his lips. Gu Yao, greetings to His Highness. Gu Yao clasped her fists together, her tone respectful, yet her enchanting eyes brimmed with wariness. Meanwhile, Gu Jian trembled as he clutched the hem of his sister's garment, seeking solace in her presence. Unlike Gu Yao, he lacked her bravery. To him, Ji Xiu appeared far too noble and aloof. He didn't even possess the courage to meet Ji Xiu's gaze. Noticing this, Ji Xiu refrained from comment. Instead, he observed Gu Yao, who was nearly bare after the battle, and thoughtfully retrieved a black robe from his storage ring, draping it over her shoulders. However, he noticed that as he wrapped the garment around her, Gu Yao instinctively took a small step back, clearly a manifestation of her profound insecurity and distrust towards him. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it. After all, a girl who had endured the tumultuous journey and emerged from the brutal arena. Whom could she trust at this moment? Let us go, Ji Xiu said with a gentle smile directed at Gu Yao. Gu Jian was momentarily taken aback. For him, the notion of home was a foreign concept. I have no home. Gu Yao's beautiful eyes dimmed as she regarded Ji Xiu, her voice icy and resolute. Since she could remember, she had been fleeing with her family, always in hiding. Later, tragedy befell her family. She and her brother were sold into the dark arena, where they were trained as gladiators. The concept of home had long since vanished for her. Now, she had only her brother left. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu gazed quietly into Gu Yao's beautiful eyes. After a moment of silence, he solemnly declared, from now on, wherever I reside will be your home. At his words, Gu Yao's delicate face froze, caught off guard and momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of the sincerity behind Ji Xiu's statement. Just then, a cold voice interrupted, the Red Garment Sect, Shen Nanfeng. I have the honor of meeting the young lord. Chapter 19. Utterly arrogant young lord. Little rogue Ji Xiu. The Red Garment Sect is one of the 7 great cultivation factions of the Tianxian continent. Shen Nanfeng, the young master of the Red Garment Sect, is only 17 years old and stands at the threshold of the earthly fate realm. He is one of the heirs of the Red Garment Sect, with a chance of becoming their holy son. Elder Wei discreetly transmitted a message to Ji Xiu, indicating that Shen Nanfeng, unwilling to concede defeat, intended to take matters into his own hands. However, is this all he has? Ji Xiu regarded the approaching Shen Nanfeng and a Red Garment Sect protector with disdain. Today, even if a true figure from the Red Garment Sect were to appear, what of it? The young lord, merely 3 years of age, had already achieved the earthly fate realm. Moreover, He could boldly offer 90 million gold coins to purchase gladiators, truly a promising future ahead. Shen Nanfeng, with a smile gracing his face, spoke with a casual air. And then, Ji Xiu observed him with keen interest. Upon hearing this, Shen Nanfeng, with a playful glimmer in his eyes, confirmed, "At this juncture, Your Highness, the young master. You must have heard of my Red Robe sect, correct?" "Indeed," Ji Xiu replied with a composed nod. "Excellent. In that case, might I request a favor from you on behalf of the Red Robe sect?" Shen Nanfeng's lips curled upward, exuding confidence. To him, Ji Xiu appeared no more than a child of 3. No matter how prodigious his talents, his experiences remained limited. It was understandable that he had been unaware of the reputation of the Red Robe sect before. Now that he was informed, he ought to reconsider his stance. Specifically, Ji Xiu asked succinctly, "Very well. Since you are so forthcoming, allow me to be forthright. The Red Robe sect has taken a liking to this pair of spirit siblings. Might I ask you to do a small favor for us and relinquish them to our care? Of course, the Red Robe sect will not take them without compensation. Within 3 days, I shall gather a sum of 100 million gold coins to return to you. Thus, Your Highness would earn a profit of 10 million, along with a favor from the Red Robe sect to be repaid in due course. What do you think of this transaction?" Shen Nanfeng stated, his demeanor unflinching. He believed that by invoking the name of the Red Robe sect, the deal was all but secured. For the Red Robe sect was one of the 7 premier cultivation factions of the Tianshan continent. Do not speak of the first warlord family of the Northern Xia dynasty. Even the imperial family of Northern Xia must yield to his authority. As his words fell, the dignitaries of the capital in the dark arena furrowed their brows and began to whisper among themselves. This Shen Nanfeng is indeed tyrannical, constantly invoking the name of the Red Robe sect. This is hardly a negotiation. It is unequivocally a threat. Alas, yet, what can be done even if it is a threat? The Ji family is formidable, but their foundation cannot compare to the 7 great legacies that have endured for millennia. Ultimately, they must concede. Indeed, even if the young master of the Ji family possesses extraordinary talent, he still requires time to mature. The best outcome for this night would be for His Highness, the young master, to secure a favor from the Red Robe sect and depart with monetary gain. This transaction is quite advantageous. The Ji family is not at a loss. In the arena, Luo Yuzhu observed this scene in silence. She uttered not a word, for the dark arena had no rules forbidding private transactions. As long as both parties consented, it was permissible. Notably, her gaze occasionally drifted towards the direction of the earthly profound pavilion. Her eyes filled with an astonishing respect and reverence. Within the earthly profound pavilion, the feather-clad maiden rested her chin thoughtfully and remarked, "Master, I believe this transaction is quite favorable. Ji Xiu should be inclined to agree, earning 1 million without effort. Along with a favor from a member of the Red Robe sect, where else could one find such a lucrative deal?" A mysterious woman chuckled softly in response. A hint of disdain flickered across the enchanting visage of the flower-like apparition. She parted her crimson lips, savoring the enigmatic tones of her voice. "Do you truly believe that young Master Ji Xiu lacks a mere 10 million gold coins? And what of the favors from the Red Robe sect? They are utterly insignificant. Young Master, have you reached a conclusion?" Shen Nanfeng inquired with a smile, seemingly pondering Ji Xiu's thoughts. Meanwhile, he discreetly observed his prey, the spirit siblings, with a gaze brimming with avarice and fervor that made Gu Yao feel utterly uncomfortable. She remained uncertain whether Ji Xiu, the young master of the Ji family, was a benevolent soul. However, she was acutely aware that Shen Nanfeng was certainly not. Should she align herself with Ji Xiu, her future remained shrouded in ambiguity. Yet, if Ji Xiu were to sell them into Shen Nanfeng's hands, she feared that both her and Gu Jian's destinies would plunge into an abyss of darkness. At that moment, her heart began to race. Just then, it appeared Ji Xiu had come to a decision. He turned to Shen Nanfeng with a serious expression and declared, "I have made my considerations, but I must pose a few inquiries." "Please, go ahead," Shen Nanfeng replied with a slight smile. While the elites of the dark arena perked up their ears in anticipation, Ji Xiu nodded. Then, with keen interest, posed his questions. "First, what exactly are you, Shen Nanfeng? Second, what significance does the Red Robe sect hold? Third, what qualifications do you, a mere 17-year-old wastrel, have to bark at me? Finally, do you believe you deserve this favor I am to grant you?" His voice was calm, neither soft nor harsh. However, it was sufficient for all the discerning individuals within the Colosseum to hear it clearly. In that fleeting moment, What became evident was the remarkable uniformity of expressions on the faces of the adults present. The dignitaries from the imperial palace of Kyoto, the young lords and ladies of the noble families, and the powerful figures from the underground factions of Kyoto. All of them widened their eyes and slightly parted their lips, as if they could balance an egg on the edge. To publicly belittle the Red Robe sect and its scions to such an extent, had the young scion of the Ji family lost his mind? Even Luo Yuzhu could not contain her laughter. This lad, Ji Xiu, possessed audacity beyond measure. The head of the Shichong, Yuhuat Dian, savored his tea with a look of amusement, thoroughly entertained by this spectacle. Master, you were indeed correct. The ethereal maiden, Xian Yin, gazed at Ji Xiu with sparkling eyes. Hee. The enigmatic woman chuckled softly, her beautiful eyes regarding Ji Xiu with growing intrigue. Ji Xiu, you seek death. Shen Nefeng glared at Ji Xiu, his voice laden with malice. As soon as the words left his lips, the unassuming old man in black, who had been standing behind Ji Xiu with his eyelids lowered, lifted his gaze towards him. Just a single glance sent chills down Shen Nonfeng's spine, as an overwhelming sensation of icy dread surged from his soles to the crown of his head. He felt as though he had been encased in ice, utterly immobilized. It was not just him. Even the enforcers of the Red Robe sect beside him trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, Shen Nefeng suddenly realized that the old man behind Ji Xiu was not someone to be trifled with. Ji Xiu, you, remember this. Today, you have provoked the Scarlet Garb sect. In the days to come, you shall surely regret it. Though fear swelled within him, Shen Nefeng clenched his fists, resolutely maintaining a defiant demeanor. As the son of the Scarlet Garb sect, he could not tarnish its illustrious reputation. Is this what it means to provoke? Ji Xiu questioned, his face a mask of confusion. He then shook his head and commanded, Gu Yao, fetch a stool for this young master. At these words, Gu Yao hesitated for a moment but obediently retrieved a stool from the Tianshan pavilion. Just as the onlookers puzzled over Ji Xiu's intentions, Ji Xiu had already ascended the stool. At this moment, the 3-year-old Ji Xiu stood at the same height as the 17-year-old Shen Nefeng. What do you want? Shen Nefeng ground his teeth, his voice icy. Remember this. This is what it means to provoke. A playful smirk danced upon Ji Xiu's lips. He then spread his palms wide, arms taut like a bow, and with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap to Shen Nonfeng's face before the stunned crowd. The sound echoed sharply, slap. Shen Nonfeng was sent hurtling backward, akin to a cannonball, landing 5 zhang away, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. The air was thick with the scent of blood and scattered teeth, punctuated by the gasps of the onlookers. As Shen Nonfeng staggered to his feet, his left cheek was grotesquely swollen, resembling that of a pig, with 3 teeth shattered. Dazed and reeling, he struggled to maintain his balance. Young master! The protector of the Scarlet Garb sect roared, rushing forward to steady Shen Nonfeng, who glared fiercely at Ji Xiu, his mind racing to conjure a retort. However, upon witnessing the cold, murderous gaze of the man in black, he instinctively swallowed his words, ultimately leaving behind only 2 fleeing silhouettes for the cultivators in the arena. Boring. Ji Xiu shook his head and remarked to Gu Yao and Gu Jian, I wonder what you both think. In any case, this young master has had a delightful evening. After addressing them, Ji Xiu turned and departed with Gu Yao and Gu Jian. Farewell, young master. Luo Yuzhu smiled as she bid them goodbye. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu suddenly turned back, casting a lingering glance at her elegantly long legs, nodding thoughtfully before leaving, contemplating that the legendary jade legs described in novels were indeed deserving of their reputation. Witnessing this, a faint blush graced the exquisite features of Luo Yuzhu as she huffed, You little rogue. Chapter 20, Mu Bing. Has my best friend become someone else's maid? After Ji Xiu's departure, in the Dixian pavilion, Luo Yuzhu stood respectfully before a mysterious woman, who scrutinized her for a considerable time before finally speaking with a playful tone. Indeed, our Yuzhu is a captivating beauty. Even the 3-year-old young master is enchanted by her. Quite amusing. It seems the responsibility of winning over the Ji family's young master will fall to you. With that, the mysterious woman reached out and lightly caressed Luo Yuzhu's thigh. You jest, my lady. The young master is merely 3 years old. He is still a child. What do you mean by winning over? Luo Yuzhu smiled awkwardly. Master, please do not bully Sister Yuzhu. The ethereal maiden Xianin spoke with a sense of helplessness. Very well, my lord. Currently, the young heir of the Ji family has seized the Spirit Clan's siblings. Do you truly believe that the Red Robe sect will simply relent? Luo Yuzhu inquired with utmost seriousness. Of course not. If it were I would seize them forcefully. Forcefully? In the capital? This is the territory of the Northern Xia royal family. How dare they? The maiden Xian expressed disbelief. Humph. The enigmatic woman scoffed lightly. If a prominent figure in the capital were to turn a blind eye, what would they have to fear? At this point, she seemed to have an epiphany, her lips curving into a mocking smile. However, this time they shall meet their match. In the western depot of the capital, known as the Hall of Hades in the Northern Xia dynasty, a place notorious for its impenetrable nature, both nobility and influential families harbored deep-seated fears of this place. Master of the depot, what is your intention? The pale-faced young Master Shen Nanfeng stood in the grand hall of the western depot, the air thick with a nauseating stench of blood. It is merely that I have heard rumors of your intent to forcefully invade the Ji family's south military estate. Is there any truth to this? Yu Huatian leisurely sipped his tea while seated, embodying the very essence of composure. It is said that the western depot of the capital serves as the most formidable intelligence organization in Northern Xia. Today, witnessing it firsthand, it was indeed as formidable as its reputation suggested. What now? Is the minister attempting to thwart my endeavors? No. Yu Huatian shook his head and then spoke. If you wish to breach the military stronghold of the Ji family, I can indeed offer some modest assistance. Oh, Shen Nanfeng gazed at Yu Huatian in surprise and inquired. Can the minister provide us with formidable allies? That would not be possible. However, I can assure you that when you make your move, at the very least, the Northern Xia Imperial Court will not intervene. What do you think of that? That suffices. Shen Nanfeng replied with a cold nod. He was not a fool. He was well aware of the Northern Xia royal family's intentions. They merely sought to utilize him as a means to gauge the depths of the Ji family's military strength. Frankly, he was indifferent to being used. His concern lay solely in whether he could seize the Ling siblings. As long as he could achieve that, he would accept assistance from anyone. Moreover, now that Yu Huatian assured him of the Northern Xia royal court's non-interference, that could indeed be considered the best form of aid. In that case, I wish you good fortune in advance, Yu Huatian said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shen Nanfeng nodded and turned to leave the western factory. With a grim expression, he produced a red token engraved with the sacred fire and handed it to the law protector in red robes. Deliver the sacred fire token to the esteemed archbishop. I hope he can come to my aid in the capital. Furthermore, provide me with contacts in the mortal realm. I shall gather 100 million within 3 days. The humiliation inflicted upon me by Ji Xiu demands recompense with his life. Understood. The guardian of the Scarlet Church took the sacred fire order and vanished into the darkness. The news of Ji Xiu spending 90 million gold coins to purchase the siblings of the Spirit clan created quite a stir throughout the city in a single night. Naturally, the Ji family military office was the first to receive this information. Upon hearing the news, Ji Xiu's father, Ji Xiu, immediately felt a pang of sorrow. 90 million gold coins. Such a substantial sum. This amount could cover the expenses of the Ji family's million-strong iron floating fortress army for an entire year. That rascal. Just watch me tonight as I discipline him severely. Ji Xiu exclaimed in anger, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront Ji Xiu. How dare you? Mu Hua glared at Ji Xiu and fiercely defended her grandson. I have plenty of money. My grandson can spend as much as he desires. Do you have any objections? If you dare to lay a hand on him, believe me, I will incapacitate you first. Mother Ji Xiu, confronted by Mu Hua's fierce gaze, instinctively shrank back, momentarily at a loss for words. Very well. If 90 million has been spent, so be it. The Ji family is not in a position to be financially strained. If outsiders were to learn of this, they might think I, Ji Nu, cannot afford to support my beloved grandson. Grandfather Ji Nu also interjected, clearly siding with Ji Xiu. Spending money is a trivial matter. However, this time, Xiu'er has offended the Scarlet Church, one of the 7 foremost sects in the Tianxian continent. What are we to do? Mother Linru expressed her deep concern. 90 million spent, so be it. She feels no regret. Her sole concern lies in the safety of her son. Grandmother Mu Hua scoffed. The Red Robe sect? What are they truly? Should they dare to lay a finger on a single hair of Xiu'er, chaos shall ensue. In the Ji residence, within the moonlit palace, Mu Bing sat in the courtyard, her mind in disarray. She had just learned that Ji Xiu had spent an astronomical sum of 90 million to acquire a pair of Spirit clan siblings. The Spirit Pearl siblings. Could it be them? As this thought crossed her mind, Mu Bing abruptly rose to her feet. At that moment, a cool, clear voice pierced the air. Binger, what troubles your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Mu Bing hurriedly approached her master and grasped her sleeve, her anxiety palpable as she inquired, Master, what are the names of the Spirit clan siblings that Ji Xiu purchased for 90 million? Risking the ire of the Red Robe sect? Hmm. Mu Qiu pondered for a moment before replying, Gu Yao. Gu Jian. Upon hearing these two familiar names, Mu Bing's countenance shifted dramatically. Gu Yao is her dear friend. The future empress of the spirit clan. Gu Jian was also destined to become the future spirit sword sovereign. If they fell into Ji Xiu's hands, the consequences would be dire. How could this be happening? Mu Bing murmured to herself in a daze. Her greatest fears had indeed come to pass. Ha! Mu Qiu. Observing Mu Bing's troubled expression, offered a gentle smile. Binger, it's really not such a grave matter. Ji Xiu has merely offended the Red Robe sect. Rest assured. My dear Binger, I shall protect him. Huh? Master, are you truly willing to safeguard that young man? Oh, foolish girl. Mu Qiu chuckled as he watched Mu Bing, gently patting her head. If I do not protect him, who will? After all, he is your future husband. Mu Bing was momentarily speechless at his words. She bit her crimson lip, murmuring in a voice so soft that only she could hear, it would be better if that insolent scoundrel were to perish. She had never anticipated that after merely a night of inattention, her dear friend would become the plaything of Ji Xiu. How outrageous. Ji Xiu, how dare you lay your hands on Yao? I shall not let you go unpunished. With this thought, Mu Bing resolved to seek an opportunity that very night to meet Gu Yao. No matter what, she could not allow her cherished friend to fall into the clutches of Ji Xiu. Chapter 21. The Awakening of the Demon, Acquiring a Female Emperor as a Maid. As night descended, the bright moon hung in the sky, casting its serene light upon the windowsill of the falling maple palace. Ji Xiu sat upon his bed, opening the character panel. Name, Ji Xiu. Age, 3. Identity, Crown Prince of the Beixia Dynasty. Cultivation level, First Realm of Destiny. Earth, Bloodline quality, Divine Heart. Demon Bone. 3 great realms yet to be unsealed. Awakening conditions for the 3 great realms. Demon arrival, 10,000 Essence of Destiny. Divine restriction, 100,000 Essence of Destiny. Celestial ashes, 1,000,000 Essence of Destiny. Cultivation techniques. Devouring Celestial Demon. Art, cultivated to the 2nd realm, a flying dragon. Cloud Seeking Hand. Entry level, weapons, Great Luo Sword. Embryo, Ghost Flute. Qinqing. Essence of Destiny, 10. 800 points. Fate level, Black Soul Destruction. System Mall, activated. Task System, activated. Storage, Soul Subduing Nail, 1 Soul Capturing Trilogy. System Prompt. More information available at last. The Essence of Destiny had exceeded 10,000. Ji Xiu took a deep breath, then called forth in his mind, activate demon arrival. No sooner had the words left his lips than the system's notification echoed in his ears. Ding. System notification. Activating the 1st realm demon arrival requires the consumption of 10,000 Essence of Destiny. Please confirm again, host. Activate. Ji Xiu did not hesitate in the slightest. What a jest. Was there any need for contemplation when the 1st bloodline realm could be unlocked with just 10,000 Essence of Destiny? With that thought, Ji Xiu felt his body struck by a wave of heat. His blood began to boil, and every meridian within him ignited with scarlet demonic flames. Deep within his gaze, 2 blazing flames of the other side unfurled gracefully, emanating from his eye sockets. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully unlocking the 1st realm of your bloodline, Demon Ascendance. Demon Ascendance. The flames ignite, the blood-red eyes awaken, the demon deity descends, and combat power escalates exponentially, with the potential to transcend 8 minor realms to vanquish foes. System alert. The consumption is astonishing. Please proceed with caution, host. It has succeeded. Ji Xiu exhaled a breath of warmth, his spirits soaring. 3 years. It took him 3 years to amass 10,000 destiny points to unlock the 1st slaughter realm of his bloodline, and it was indeed worthwhile. With the activation of Demon Ascendance, he now possessed a formidable trump card, a source of unwavering confidence. Although he had only 800 essence points remaining, the investment of 10,000 destiny points was undoubtedly a tremendous bargain. At that moment, the voice of Elder Wei resounded from outside the palace gate. Little young master, the banquet is ready. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes, responded with a soft hum, and then stepped out of the palace. In the courtyard, the stone table was laden with a sumptuous feast. Gu Yao and Gu Jian, the brother and sister duo, stood beside Elder Wei, frozen in place. Please, take a seat. Ji Xiu smiled as he sat down first, gesturing for the Gu siblings to join him. Obediently, Gu Yao and Gu Jian settled across from Ji Xiu. Feel free to eat, Ji Xiu casually encouraged. At this, Gu Yao and Gu Jian exchanged glances, but ultimately said nothing, picking up their chopsticks to begin their meal. Notably, neither Gu Yao nor Gu Jian chose to sample any of the lavish dishes. Instead, they focused solely on devouring the white rice in their bowls. Don't mind me. Just enjoy your meal. Please serve the dishes. Ji Xiu spoke with a hint of helplessness. Your Highness, my mother once said that rice is the finest sustenance in the world. With rice, one shall not perish from hunger. Therefore, we can simply enjoy the rice. Gu Jian timidly interjected. Ji Xiu scratched his head, pondering that there was some truth to this statement. However, it was evident that this brother and sister had exerted every effort to survive until now. What do you wish to achieve in the future? Ji Xiu inquired, setting down his chopsticks and turning his gaze towards Gu Jian. In the future, I wish to protect my sister. I do not want her to suffer any more harm. I also want to find those who killed our mother and father. I shall make them pay in blood for their deeds. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. Indeed, Ji Xiu nodded affirmatively, then thoughtfully replied, regarding this matter, I can assist you. However, there is one condition. Upon hearing this, Gu Jian abruptly raised his eyes, kneeling before Ji Xiu, his gaze shimmering with tears. Your Highness, as long as you grant me the strength I seek, I will fulfill any demand you have. Very well, Ji Xiu replied with a smile. Your talent is commendable. If you truly possess the resolve, I can bestow upon you power. However, in the future, I shall require a sword. At this juncture, Gu Yao's complexion shifted slightly, and she opened her mouth to speak. Yet, Gu Jian resolutely declared, I am willing to become the sword of your Highness. Hiki, with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Ji Xiu turned to Elder Wei and inquired, in that case, Elder Wei, would you be willing to take Gu Jian under your wing? Upon hearing this, Elder Wei was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Ji Xiu to come full circle and place the responsibility upon him. Clearing his throat, Elder Wei responded, Your Highness, I am uncertain if this lad possesses the capability. After all, you invested a considerable sum to acquire him. If he were to perish under my tutelage, it would be quite unfortunate. In response, Ji Xiu shook his head reassuringly, rest assured. He will not meet such an end. His potential and talent are far greater than you can imagine. What a jest. Elder Wei had once been the chief instructor of the continent's foremost assassin organization. It would be a tremendous waste not to utilize his expertise. Although the mortality rate among his disciples was notably high, Gu Jian was a prodigy blessed with supreme potential, destined to become the revered spirit sword master. His potential was undoubtedly extraordinary. Thus, it was only natural to invest in his thorough training. In the future, he would surely transform into a formidable weapon in Ji Xiu's hands. After a long silence, Elder Wei finally nodded and said, In that case, I shall do my utmost. Ji Xiu's words had left him with no room for refusal. Thank you, Master. I will strive to survive under your guidance. Gu Jian bowed 3 times before Elder Wei. Let us hope for the best. Elder Wei nodded, then bent down to assist Gu Jian to his feet. Come, I shall personally train you. From this day forth, you shall eat and reside alongside me. Having spoken, Elder Wei bowed to Ji Xiu and subsequently departed the small courtyard with Gu Jian. He understood that Ji Xiu had matters to discuss with Gu Yao, hence he took Gu Jian away first. Once Elder Wei and Gu Jian had left, only Ji Xiu and Gu Yao remained in the falling maple courtyard. Gu Yao gazed longingly in the direction of Gu Jian's departure, her face etched with worry. However, she did not attempt to stop him, nor could she, for this was the path Gu Jian had chosen for himself. Stop looking. Your brother has already chosen the path he wishes to take. It is time for you to let go. Ji Xiu remarked casually. His chosen path? Ha, you scoffed. Her beautiful eyes glistening with tears as she confronted Ji Xiu. He is my only brother. Do you wish to turn him into a weapon for your own purposes? What? Do you expect my gratitude in return? At this statement, the smile faded from Ji Xiu's face. He regarded Gu Yao with an impassive expression and replied, All misfortunes in this world stem from the inadequacies of those involved. Your brother has already grasped this truth. Thus, he is willing to entrust his future to me. If you are unwilling, I can grant you your freedom. If you wish, you may leave at this very moment. What? Gu Yao's countenance shifted dramatically, leaving her momentarily speechless. Could Ji Xiu truly allow her to leave? Yet, even if she did depart, where could she possibly go? Her only remaining family was her brother. It seems you were reluctant to leave, Ji Xiu observed. Ji Xiu cast a cold smile at Gu Yao, who stood frozen in place. Gu Yao was momentarily speechless, her chest rising and falling violently. Undoubtedly, Ji Xiu had her firmly in his grasp. Since you choose not to leave, I hope you will not defy my commands in the future. You shall do as I say. Ji Xiu's gaze pierced through Gu Yao with a chilling intensity. I cannot be your sword. My meridians have been severely damaged, Gu Yao spoke with a desolate tone. During the 3 years in the training grounds, she had frequently utilized the secret technique of the spirit clan, bloodline burn, thus exhausting her cultivation potential considerably. It would be a divine blessing if she could ever reach the Fate Earth realm. Hiki. Ji Xiu shook his head with a light chuckle, regarding Gu Yu with a teasing expression. Who said I needed you to be my sword? What I require now is a maid. Will you take the role? A maid? Why not? Chapter 22. Healing. Mu Bing is very angry. Good. Very well. Ji Xiu nodded, then casually surveyed Gu Yao from head to toe before saying, in that case. Follow me. Where to? Gu Yao frowned and inquired. To the palace. With a deep breath, Gu Yao, her expression impassive, followed Ji Xiu into the falling maple palace. Having agreed to become Ji Xiu's maid, she was naturally mentally prepared for whatever events might unfold. Inside the falling maple palace, the candlelight was warm, and a grand, ornate palace bed was positioned at the center. Behind the screen adorned with the harmonious imagery of dragons and phoenixes lies a vast and opulent bathing pool. What do you wish? Gu Yao inquired softly. To sit upon the bed, Ji Xiu indicated his imperial couch. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao shot him a fierce glare. Yet she still settled into the corner of the bed. At this moment, it must be said that despite her mental preparation, her heart fluttered with trepidation. And then, Gu Yao's gaze was piercing as she regarded Ji Xiu, her exquisitely beautiful face displaying a resolute defiance. Do not speak. Ji Xiu replied with irritation, thinking to himself how tedious she was. You. Gu Yao found herself at a loss for words, gazing at him with a look of grievance. Prepare yourself. We shall begin. Ji Xiu's voice was slow and deliberate. Without waiting for Gu Yao to react, he activated his divine swallowing magic and, with a decisive gesture, placed his finger upon the numerous sword wounds and scars on her back. With a resounding clang, a beam of starlight erupted, swiftly melding into Gu Yao's being. In that instant, she felt the once dormant meridians within her body awaken with a renewed vitality. So, he intends to assist me in mending my meridians. Gu Yao realized. Just then, Ji Xiu spoke again. It may be quite painful. You must endure. Gu Yao was momentarily stunned. Not having the chance to respond before a sharp, searing pain surged through her limbs, causing her delicate frame to tremble violently. Gu Yao furrowed her brows, voicing her agony. She had endured many injuries before. Yet, no wound-induced agony could ever compare to a mere fraction of the torment she currently endured. The meridians within her body felt as though they were being mercilessly twisted by a blade. Each inch of her bones seemed to be shattered and reforged by an extraordinary force. Gritting her teeth, Gu Yao bit down on her crimson lip. Her exquisite face contorted with anguish, beads of sweat glistening on her smooth forehead. Endure. The devouring immortal demon technique is the most potent method for body refinement. Gu Yao's meridians were gravely damaged, with hidden injuries scattered throughout her body. If not promptly addressed, her future cultivation potential could indeed be severely limited. However, the cost of mending her meridians and treating her internal injuries was exorbitant, and success was not guaranteed. Thus, Ji Xiu resolved to employ the devouring immortal demon technique to reconstruct her meridians and regenerate her skeletal structure. Yet, while this method held promise, it would entail unimaginable agony, suffering beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. The pain it truly was unbearable. Gu Yao clenched her lips tightly, but her cries of torment rang out piercingly. The entire falling maple palace resonated with her distress. Outside the falling maple palace, the bright moon hung high, and maple leaves drifted slowly to the ground. A graceful figure stood beneath the moonlight, her silver hair cascading down her shoulders, an aura of icy elegance surrounding her. Anger marred her enchanting celestial visage as she gazed intently at the falling maple palace, her hands clenched into tight fists, trembling with rage. Ji Xiu, what have you done to my beloved Yao? I will not spare you. Mu Bing gritted her silver teeth, emanating a chilling intent of vengeance. The sounds of Gu Yao's agonized moans echoing from within the palace nearly drove her to the brink of madness. At this moment, she finally comprehended the profound hatred Gu Yao harbored for Ji Xiu in her previous life. With this thought in mind, Mu Bing strode forward without uttering a single word and forcefully kicked open the palace door. The scene that unfolded before her ignited a fiery wrath within her. Gu Yu lay on the bed, clad in tattered garments, her hair disheveled, and her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, revealing a visage of utter exhaustion and despair. Clearly, she had endured inhumane torment. Are you insane? Ji Xiu gasped, staring at Mu Bing with a look of bewilderment. Ji Xiu, get out here this instant, Mu Bing bellowed, unable to bear another glance at Gu Yao. Fearing for the safety of the defenseless Gu Yao, she swiftly turned away and departed from the falling maple palace. Stepping into the courtyard. Are you out of your mind? Ji Xiu remarked, strolling into the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back. Observing the expressionless Mu Bing as if she were a lunatic. You think you are invincible just because you have reached the earthly fate realm? Do you not grasp a fundamental truth? There are always greater powers beyond your own. With gritted teeth, Mu Bing responded coldly. Having said that, she extended her delicate hand and tore off the necklace from around her neck. Clang! A brilliant golden light erupted from her beautiful eyes, signifying the ascent of her cultivation. From the 8th layer of Qi refinement to the 9th layer, and then to the earthly fate realm, in the span of just a few breaths. Her cultivation astonishingly surged from the 7th layer of Qi refinement to the earthly fate realm. It turned out she had concealed her true prowess all along. Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. Although he was surprised, it did not astonish him. After all, the Mu Bing of her previous life was a celestial emperor of unparalleled talent, dazzling across the heavens. In this day and age, it is not uncommon for one to reach the realm of destiny at the tender age of 7. Today, I shall not let you escape. Mu Bing gazed coldly at Ji Xiu, her eyes shimmering with a brilliant golden light, akin to an immortal emperor descending to the mortal realm. A great calamity has sought me out. I cannot be blamed for this. A playful smile crept upon Ji Xiu's lips. His pockets were empty, yearning for the essence of destiny, and here was Mu Bing arriving at his doorstep. How considerate of her. At that moment, in the Moonfall Palace, Mu Qiu suddenly opened her eyes wide, her delicate brows furrowing as she gazed towards the direction of the Maple Palace, whispering in disbelief, Bing has unsealed it. What is this little girl planning? Is she truly intent on slaying her future husband with her own hands? This cannot be allowed. Absolutely not. With that, she turned and vanished from the spot. Chapter 23. The Demonic Arrival. The dragon's hand pierces the clouds. The night was thick, and the moonlight shone bright. Before the Maple Palace, Mu Bing's eyes radiated with resplendent golden light. Clad in white, she stood with her hands clasped behind her back, emanating an overwhelming aura, resembling a peerless empress in attendance. Ji Xiu, step forth for battle. Mu Bing's beautiful eyes locked onto Ji Xiu, her voice as frigid as ancient ice. She knew that today, within the confines of the Ji residence, she could not kill Ji Xiu under any circumstances. With a chuckle, Ji Xiu shook his head, remaining silent as he observed Mu Bing. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment. Mu Bing stomped fiercely on the ground, her figure resembling a fleeting aurora as she instantly appeared before Ji Xiu. Boom! Her jade fist struck out, unleashing a terrifying sound of sonic explosion in the air. The demonic presence descends. The moment has arrived. Ji Xiu's expression remained tranquil as he instantly activated the first phase of the Demon Heart, Divine Bones lethal realm. In an instant, 2 crimson blossoms of the other shore bloomed deep within his gaze. The flowers flourished with fervor, and demonic flames surged. Too slow, Ji Xiu uttered slowly, somewhat astonished by the transformation he had undergone. After embracing the demonic state, he could distinctly perceive the trajectory of Mu Bing's attacks, their landing points, and even anticipate her subsequent assault strategies. In the brief span of a heartbeat, his mind conjured no fewer than 10 methods to vanquish Mu Bing. Upon entering the demonic state, his combat abilities and danger perception had escalated exponentially. Clang! Mu Bing's fist shattered Ji Xiu's figure. A missed strike. An afterimage. Mu Bing frowned. In her understanding, a cultivator at the first level of the earthly realm should possess no such terrifying speed. How peculiar. Ji Xiu's playful voice resonated. Mu Bing abruptly turned to find Ji Xiu had inexplicably positioned himself behind her. Gritting her silver teeth, she coldly glared at Ji Xiu and spat out with venom. Ji Xiu, you truly deserve to die. With that, Mu Bing's form flickered, suddenly appearing before Ji Xiu. Boom, 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 boom. She unleashed a relentless barrage upon Ji Xiu. Her onslaught fierce and swift, so much so that the void was filled with her afterimages. Yet, Ji Xiu effortlessly and flawlessly evaded each of her strikes, as if he had foreseen and penetrated the essence of her every move. How could this be? Mu Bing's astonishment deepened with each passing blow. She had unleashed dozens of strikes, yet not a single corner of Ji Xiu's garment had been grazed. Logically, given that her cultivation realm was on par with Ji Xiu's, such a vast disparity should not have existed. How could this be possible? Ji Xiu regarded Mu Bing with a playful expression. one must concede that Mu Bing's combat prowess was indeed formidable. It was no exaggeration to assert that her strength had far surpassed the first realm of fate. She could easily contend with practitioners of the third or even fifth realm of fate with the utmost ease. However, with the activation of demon ascendance, he was even stronger. Extreme of ice. Fallen destruction. Mu Bing's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as her hands frantically formed seals. She would no longer hold back. She was determined to discover the limits of Ji Xiu's abilities. The brilliance of ice illuminated the surroundings, and the elements of the world quaked in fervent agitation. Ha! Mu Bing uttered a soft command, her fingers locking onto Ji Xiu. Clang, 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 clang. Hundreds of sharp icicles cleaved through the void, resembling meteors plummeting from the sky towards Ji Xiu. It was over. A faint smile graced Ji Xiu's lips. With demon ascendance fully activated, a blazing inferno erupted from his eyes. The essence within his body ignited as if set ablaze. Each step he took left behind a fiery footprint. In that moment, he truly embodied the presence of a demonic deity. At this pace, in no more than 10 seconds, his essence would be entirely depleted. Yet, 10 seconds was more than sufficient. Ji Xiu inhaled deeply, then with a powerful stomp, propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Ha! With a cold shout, Ji Xiu unleashed a punch that carved a blazing trajectory through the air. At that instant, even the atmosphere was tinged with the scent of charred remnants. Boom! In an instant, the ice shattered completely, fragments scattering through the air, invisible ripples expanding into the void. Is this all you are capable of? Ji Xiu's voice was calm as he approached Mu Bing. Mu Bing gazed into Ji Xiu's eyes, trembling with astonishment. She had never anticipated that Ji Xiu had grown so formidable. Before she could finish her thought, Ji Xiu's fingertip pressed against her forehead. The swallowing immortal devil technique surged with energy, and radiant halos burst forth. With a resounding clang, he swiftly sealed all her meridians. In that moment, Mu Bing lost control of her body, completely immobilized under Ji Xiu's overwhelming power. If he so desired, he could extinguish her life in the blink of an eye. However, Ji Xiu refrained from such an act. After all, Mu Bing's master was his aunt, Mu Qiu. If he were to kill Mu Bing now, the Ji family would certainly sever ties with the Ice God Palace. At present, he needed the Ice God Palace to maintain its deterrent influence over the northern Xia royal family. Moreover, such an action could plunge both himself and the Ji family into an abyss of despair. Furthermore, he required Mu Bing's occasional assistance in extracting the essence of fate for his own gain. Just like, right now, a slight smirk graced Ji Xiu's lips. What do you intend to do? A sense of foreboding surged within Mu Bing. Flying dragon digs into the clouds, Ji Xiu murmured to himself, as a divine light erupted from his palm, reaching out to siphon energy from Mu Bing. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully stealing 500 essence of fate. Ah! Mu Bing exclaimed, her voice filled with fury. Ji Xiu, you're outrageous. She never anticipated that Ji Xiu would be even more audacious than during their first encounter. She yearned to fight back desperately, yet at this moment, she found herself utterly immobilized. Just 5 seconds remaining. Ji Xiu paid no heed to Mu Bing, launching a frenzied assault against her. Ding! Congratulations to the host for stealing 300 essence of destiny. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 800 essence of destiny. Ding! Congratulations to the host for stealing 200 essence of destiny. Ding! Congratulations to the host for stealing a celestial nurturing pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for stealing a piece of purple cloud armor. Wait a moment. It seems he has pilfered something rather peculiar. Ji Xiu scratched his head. At this juncture, the state of demonic presence faded. His true essence was nearly exhausted, and a wave of weakness engulfed him. With his legs giving way, Ji Xiu plopped down onto the ground. Just then, an irate voice resonated. Ji Xiu, what on earth are you doing? As the words fell, he raised his gaze to find his mother, Lin Ru, had entered the courtyard of Luo Feng Palace. With hands on her hips, she glared at him with a countenance full of fury. Mother, allow me to explain. Ji Xiu shouted, raising his hand. You little rascal. Explain what? Lin Ru pointed at the purple cloud armor adorning Ji Xiu's arm and exclaimed in anger. Hearing this, Ji Xiu glanced at the fragrant purple armor on his hand, momentarily taken aback. He stammered, lost for words. The facts lay bare before him. No amount of explanation could disguise the truth. He had never anticipated that he could strip Mu Bing of her protective armor using the Flying Dragon's cloud-searching hand. Today, let me not spare you from a thorough reprimand. Lin Ru dashed toward Ji Xiu, seizing his ear without a moment's hesitation and leading him into the falling maple palace. Upon entering, Lin Ru was met with an even more astonishing sight. On her son's bed lay a young maiden. This maiden was none other than Gu Yao. Ah! A roar erupted, reminiscent of a fierce tigress. Ji Xiu. Today, I shall not let this go unresolved. Ji Xiu? Mu Bing stood frozen in place, her delicate form trembling slightly. Her pearly teeth clenched tightly against her rosy lips, and her icy gaze quivered with distress. Yet the outcome was harsh. She had even failed to protect the sacred artifact of the Ice God Palace, the purple cloud soft armor. The chilling night breeze swept through, causing Mu Bing to shudder involuntarily. How dare you, Ji Xiu? Her fair face flushed a deep crimson, and her jade-like hand clenched into a fist, her entire being trembling with indignation. Outside the falling maple palace, Mu Qiu and her grandmother, Mu Hua, stood together gazing into the distance. Given the current situation, if these two youngsters did not marry, it would seem there would be no resolution. Grandmother Mu Hua spoke with a tone of resignation. Indeed, Mu Qiu nodded in agreement, fully supporting Mu Hua's perspective. After a prolonged silence, she looked toward the interior of the falling maple palace and sighed. This little one is truly extraordinary. At such a young age, not only is he at the earthly fate level, but he also possesses combat prowess of at least the 8th level. It appears that this marriage has indeed been a wise choice. Hee. Upon hearing this, Mu Hua couldn't help but chuckle lightly and said, Senior sister, you never fail to see things from such a unique perspective. Chapter 24. Ji Xiu, you truly deserve to be punished. In the falling maple palace, Gu Yao lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat hesitant to speak. Ji Xiu, looking pitiful, sat on the bed and softly addressed Lin Ru. Mother, you have really misunderstood. I swear I did nothing at all. Humph. Lin Ru snorted coldly. At this point, she certainly understood that her son had not crossed any lines with Gu Yao. Ji Xiu had merely assisted Gu Yao in reconstructing her meridians. Upon reflection, she realized she had acted impulsively regarding Gu Yao's situation. I shall not pursue this matter further. However, what about Mu Bing? It must be said, you truly have a knack for trouble. Lin Ru questioned angrily. This was merely an accident. Ji Xiu helplessly raised his hands. Who would have thought that he had inadvertently taken Mu Bing's purple cloud armor? Enough. There's no need for such lengthy explanations. I will deal with you later, Lin Ru declared, then extended her hand towards Ji Xiu, commanding, give it to me. What? Ji Xiu was utterly perplexed. You brat. Lin Ru approached and tapped Ji Xiu on the head, expressing her frustration. The purple cloud armor that belongs to Bing Bing. Are you truly reluctant to part with it? How could that be? Ji Xiu shook his head heavily, then hurriedly handed the purple cloud soft armor to Lin Ru. Humph. Lin Ru let out a soft huff, glared fiercely at Ji Xiu after receiving the armor, and turned to leave. With a clang, as the palace gate closed behind her, Ji Xiu sighed deeply and turned to Gu Yao, saying, I say, this was an accident, do you believe me? Upon hearing this, Gu Yao paused for a moment, her cheeks flushing slightly as she nodded. Yes, I believe you. After all, it is quite possible for His Highness to be curious about new things. Sighing again, Ji Xiu replied, well, if I were in your position, I wouldn't believe it either, but it matters not. With that thought, Ji Xiu shook his head and took out a heavenly nurturing pill that he had stealthily obtained from Mu Bing. Here, eat this. Mu Bing stared at the pill, resembling a dragon's eye, and asked softly, what is this? This is the heavenly nurturing pill. It can help you restore the true blood you burned previously. Oh. Gu Yao nodded and took the pill. At that moment, she suddenly recalled something. The heavenly nurturing pill is a unique and exquisite elixir exclusive to the Ice God Palace, possessing extraordinary effects in blood rejuvenation and beauty enhancement. So, was everything he did for this heavenly nurturing pill? And also, for me? Gu Yao momentarily lost herself in thought. Ji Xiu glanced at her and, with utmost seriousness, declared, this is merely the beginning. From this month forth, I shall forge your meridians once every month. Each session will be excruciating. You must prepare yourself. Oh. Gu Yao responded softly, her gaze growing increasingly entranced by the Tianyang pill in her hand. She understood that Ji Xiu's intentions were for her benefit. She could endure the pain of reshaping her meridians, yet the Tianyang pill was something she felt ill-equipped to bear. Very well. The day has grown late. It's time to bathe, change, and rest. Ji Xiu rose, stretching his weary body to its limits. He then promptly leaped into the steaming bath concealed behind the screen. Your Highness, the Tianyang pill should be returned to Miss Mu Bing. I am unworthy. If that is the case, why provoke such anger in the lady and cause Miss Mu Bing to misunderstand? Guyo bit her lip, finally voicing her true feelings. She instinctively felt she was undeserving of such a precious item. Consume it, or be gone, Ji Xiu declared sternly, his brow furrowed. He thought to himself, others may think what they will. After all, he had profited immensely today. Within a mere 10 seconds, he had gained 1,800 strands of destiny essence and a Tianyang pill from Mu Bing. Was it truly necessary to justify his actions? Moreover, his mother had likely calmed down by now. As for Mu Bing, he was indifferent to her opinions. What he cared about was Gu Yao's future. What significance does a single Tianyang pill hold? I understand. Gu Yao nodded, then bent down to pick up the garments Ji Xiu had carelessly discarded on the floor. Gazing at the silhouette of Ji Xiu behind the screen, a sense of distraction washed over her as she softly murmured about his audacity at such a tender age. In the moonlit palace of the Ji residence, Mu Bing sat alone on a stone bench in the courtyard, her countenance as frigid as ice. Observing her disciple, Mu Qiu could not help but shake his head with a gentle smile and said, "Binger, are you still angry?" At his words, Mu Bing turned her gaze towards Mu Qiu, remaining silent for a long moment, before gritting her teeth and finally uttering, "Master, Ji Xiu has insulted me so. Can you endure this?" "Indeed, I have endured," Mu Qiu replied. "Master, you." Mu Bing found herself at a loss for words, her chest tightening with indignation. Sensing her distress, Mu Qiu approached her with a warm demeanor, gently stroking her silvery hair, and offered words of comfort. "That boy Ji Xiu has indeed overstepped his bounds. In the future, when you meet him, you must teach him a lesson. If you do not, shall we leave it to others?" Upon hearing this, Mu Bing felt as if she might shatter her silver teeth in frustration. Yet she ultimately forced herself to swallow her anger. She understood that now was not the time for a confrontation with Ji Xiu. At this moment, what mattered most to her was time. She required some time to mature and awaited the perfect opportunity. With this thought in mind, Mu Bing focused her spirit, her delicate hand twirling her spatial ring. After careful contemplation, she calculated the time precisely. On the night of the grand wedding. By then, she would possess sufficient power to ensure that the demonic god Ji Xiu would meet his downfall. Humph. The humiliation of today shall be repaid with your life in the future. With that, Mu Bing nodded slightly, unconsciously lowering her gaze to the spatial ring on her hand. Suddenly, she furrowed her brows, an idea striking her. Previously, Ji Xiu had stolen a soul-piercing nail from her. What about just now? She hurriedly inspected the spatial ring. Moments later, her exquisite face was filled with indignation, her jade-like hand clenched into a tight fist. Gritting her teeth, she cursed inwardly, "My heavenly nurturing pill. Ji Xiu, you truly deserve to die. Shameless thief. Even if you were to die 1,000 times, it would not suffice. Not enough." In the imperial palace of Kyoto, within the imperial garden, Emperor Long Tian, clad in a black dragon robe, gazed deeply at the fish in the pond and casually inquired, "What is the situation?" The son of the Red Robe sect, Shen Nanfeng, has spent an astronomical sum of 100 million to invite a renowned assassin to Kyoto. It is said that this assassin has stealthily succeeded in eliminating 3 sovereign-level powerhouses and is ranked 10th on the contemporary assassin list. Furthermore, Shen Nanfeng has also summoned the Sacred Fire Order, and one of the 3 chief bishops of the Red Robe sect, Shen Wuhui, is en route to Kyoto. He is expected to arrive by tomorrow night at the latest. Excellent. Very good. Emperor Long Tian turned his gaze towards the Ji residence, a cold smile curling upon his lips. Tomorrow night, I shall await the chaos of the Ji family. Chapter 25, Engagement. The Celestial Emperor's daughter has become my fiancée. As the night fell on the following day, the engagement banquet for Ji Xiu and Mu Bing was set to take place at the Xian Pavilion. The Xian Pavilion, as the foremost banquet hall of the Ji residence, is constructed with extraordinary opulence. The resplendent pillars, adorned with golden dragons, spiral majestically, while a crimson carpet stretches throughout the palace, and the decorations shimmer with a lustrous brilliance. When Ji Xiu arrived at the entrance of the Xian Pavilion with Elder Wei, his mother, Lin Ru, had been waiting there for quite some time. "You rascal. Today marks a significant day for our Ji family. Do not disgrace us. If you act foolishly, your mother will not forgive you," Lin Ru warned in a hushed tone. "Mother, I understand," Ji Xiu replied with a hint of exasperation. After all, this was not a wedding, merely an engagement. "Please, go inside first. I have some matters to discuss with Elder Wei." Ji Xiu gently urged Lin Ru to enter, then turned to Elder Wei with a serious expression and said, "Elder Wei, I entrust you with this night. It is imperative that we do not allow Shen Nanfeng to leave the capital. Upon hearing this, Elder Wei nodded, seemingly recalling something, and then spoke softly. Eliminating Shen Nanfeng is straightforward. However, young master, according to the intelligence I have gathered, Shen Nanfeng has activated the sacred fire token. Shen Wuhui, one of the 3 high priests of the Scarlet Church, is expected to arrive in the capital tonight. Shen Wuhui possesses formidable strength at the peak of the June level. I must admit, I am no match for him. With a mysterious smile, Ji Xiu replied, Elder Wei, you need only ensure the fate of Shen Nanfeng. As for the high priest of the Scarlet Church, you need not concern yourself with him. Elder Wei was taken aback for a moment. At this moment, Ji Xiu explained in a low voice, you see, the intelligence we can acquire. Do you think the Ice God Palace would be deprived of such information? The master of Muqiu would never allow him to set foot in the capital. Understanding dawned upon Wei Lao, who looked at Ji Xiu with a hint of surprise and inquired, young master, so you have orchestrated all of this. A light chuckle escaped Ji Xiu's lips, and he did not deny it. In truth, he had discerned something amiss with Shen Nanfeng long before, during the Dark Arena. The fact that Shen Nanfeng was willing to spend an astronomical sum of 80 million to procure Gu Yao and Gu Jian indicated that he, like Ji Xiu, recognized their worth. At the very least, he understood Gu Jian's value. If that were the case, Ji Xiu could not allow Shen Nanfeng to leave the capital, otherwise it would spell endless trouble. Thus, he had deliberately insulted the Red Robe sect and struck Shen Nanfeng in what appeared to be an utterly reckless act. All of this was to force Shen Nanfeng into a corner. As anticipated, Shen Nanfeng could not swallow this affront. After leaving the arena, he immediately gathered funds and sought out the world's most formidable assassins. Moreover, he even invoked the Sacred Fire Order to summon one of the 3 chief bishops of the Red Robe sect, Shen Wuhui, to the capital. This all played right into Ji Xiu's hands. That night, not only did he intend to keep Shen Nanfeng from leaving the capital, but he also aimed to make the influential figures of the capital understand that the Ji family was not to be trifled with. A chilling glint sparkled in Ji Xiu's eyes, his thoughts ceasing at that point. Bidding farewell to Elder Wei, I stepped into the Xian Pavilion. Within its confines, the elders of the Ji family had gathered. Grandmother Mu Hua, grandfather Ji Nu, father Ji Xiao, and mother Lin Ru were all present. Not to mention, the esteemed Aunt Muqiu from the Ice God Palace, along with Mu Bing. Xiu has arrived. Let the engagement banquet commence, Mu Hua declared with a smile. Following her words, she approached Ji Xiu and handed him a black jade tiger talisman, prominently engraved with the character Ji. This is dragon pattern black gold? Ji Xiu felt a jolt of astonishment. Dragon pattern black gold is one of the 3 supreme treasures of the continent, alongside Dao Tribulation gold and Phoenix blood red gold. Little one, you possess some knowledge. Our Ji family's tiger talisman is forged from dragon pattern black gold. In the future, when you inherit the position of the Ji family head and command the million-strong iron floating tower army, the Ji family talisman will be indispensable. Understanding dawned upon Ji Xiu as he nodded. Upon grasping the Ji family talisman, a warm, invigorating sensation surged through his entire being. In a moment, you shall present the talisman to Mu Bing, Mu Hua reminded him. Oh, Ji Xiu acknowledged. Undoubtedly. The engagement banquet served as a pivotal exchange of tokens between the Ji family and the Ice God Palace. The Ji family's token is the talisman that commands a million-strong iron floating tower army. But what about the Ice God Palace? Master, are we truly to hand over the Ice God's jade to Ji Xiu? Mu Bing inquired with a furrowed brow. It is the rule. What kind of rule is this? Mu Bing murmured in protest. Exercise caution in your words. Mu Qiu shot a glare at Mu Bing and continued. Only after your wedding will Ji Xiu return the Ice God Jade to you, allowing you to inherit the Ice God Palace. You must return the Ji family's tiger talisman to Ji Xiu, so he can inherit the Ji family. This is the established order. Sighing, Mu Bing nodded in resignation. Go on, Binger. Mu Qiu gently patted her back. Meanwhile, Grandma Mu Hua whispered into Ji Xiu's ear, Go on, Xiu. Do not disappoint your grandmother. Ji Xiu nodded, contemplating the nature of this so-called alliance. If he did not marry Mu Bing in the future, he would be unable to command the Ji family's million-strong Shen Iron Army. Conversely, if Mu Bing did not wed him, she could never become the mistress of the Ice God Palace. It seemed that for the sake of this union, both Grandma Mu Hua and Aunt Mu Qiu had truly exerted their utmost efforts. Ji Xiu mused internally. Soon, he arrived at the center of the Xian Pavilion, where Mu Bing approached him, holding the Ice God Jade. Here, for you. Ji Xiu handed her the tiger talisman. For you. Mu Bing, maintaining a stoic expression, offered the ice god jade to Ji Xiu. As they exchanged tokens, all present revealed satisfied smiles. Grandma Mu Hua and Aunt Mu Qiu exchanged glances, both displaying a hint of contentment. The most significant ceremony had been completed. The engagement was a success. The banquet commenced. Ji Xiu and Mu Bing naturally found themselves seated together. Little thief, return what you have stolen from me. Mu Bing warned Ji Xiu in a hushed tone. Wasn't the belly band returned to you? What more do you desire? You. Mu Bing was momentarily at a loss for words. She had not anticipated the audacity of Ji Xiu. Taking a deep breath, she shot him a fierce glare and whispered, I was not referring to the belly band. I meant the soul-biting nail and the heavenly nurturing pill. Ji Xiu turned to gaze at Mu Bing's exquisite and flawless face with a look of confusion. I've never heard of them. I don't know. You should eat more vegetables. With that, Ji Xiu thoughtfully placed a piece of vegetable into Mu Bing's bowl. Shameless. Mu Bing felt a wave of frustration at Ji Xiu's steadfast denial. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke again. Very well. If you desire them, you shall have them. However, I want Guyao. She was willing to concede the heavenly nurturing pill to Ji Xiu, and even overlook the soul-biting nail, but Guyao. She could never allow Ji Xiu to interfere with her. All right. Ji Xiu responded earnestly, nodding at Mu Bing. How could he not realize that Mu Bing had always wanted Guyao? Her earlier stance was merely a tactical retreat. Have you agreed? Mu Bing asked, surprised by Ji Xiu's response. Agreed. Of course, I agree. As long as Guyao consents, I have no objections. Ji Xiu's expression remained calm, as if Mu Bing's request was of little significance. Really? Mu Bing's beautiful eyes brightened, her scheme having succeeded. A smile involuntarily graced her lips. She had previously sought the soul-biting nail and the heavenly nurturing pill from Ji Xiu with deliberate intent. Subsequently, she settled for requesting Guyao from him, reasoning that Guyao was merely his maid at present. Surely, with all the treasures Ji Xiu had acquired, he would not be so reluctant to part with a mere maid. Indeed. Naturally, she was sincere in her belief. With that, she activated the dragon's claw technique. At that moment, Ji Xiu's hand stealthily descended to Mu Bing's waist. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully stealing 200 Essence of Destiny. Just then, a chilling voice echoed in Ji Xiu's ear. Ji Xiu, do you wish to part with your hand? Husband, look how well-matched they are. Lin Ru gazed at Ji Xiu and Mu Bing with a maternal smile. Indeed, a perfect match. Ji Xiu nodded in agreement, exclaiming, this lad, Ji Xiu, truly my grandson. He possesses talent. Remarkable talent. Just like me. Ji Nu also wore a look of satisfaction. Junior sister. Mu Qiu set down her cup, gazing at the luminous moonlight as she softly spoke. Be careful. Mu Huan nodded, fully aware of Mu Qiu's intentions. Do not worry. Mu Qiu replied with a slight smile. The moment she stepped out of the purple smoke pavilion, a terrifying glint of murderous intent erupted from her eyes. Chapter 26. A dark night of murderous banquet. Kyoto trembles. The night was deep, and the moonlight shone brightly. In the southern city of Kyoto, within an exceedingly luxurious mansion. Young master, the guests have arrived. The red-clad guardian spoke softly. A figure cloaked in a black mantle descended into the courtyard. Chimian Shilua, is it you, Mr. Baiyi? Shen Feng inquired with a furrowed brow. It is I, Baiyi replied coldly. As he slightly raised his head, the moonlight illuminated his pallid visage, rendering it eerily unsettling. His eyes appeared vacant, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, harboring only an infinite silence of death. Your target tonight is the young scion of the Ji family, Ji Xiu. Is that acceptable? Shen Feng asked in a hushed tone. No problem, Baiyi succinctly affirmed. He is merely the young heir of a warlord clan. It poses no difficulty for me. As for the consequences of murder, I harbor no fear whatsoever. For behind me stands the world's foremost assassination organization, the Ren Shijian. Excellent. Since all preparations are in place, let us embark. Shen Nanfeng inhaled deeply, casting his gaze toward the direction of the Ji residence in the capital. Young master, the bishop has yet to arrive. Should we wait for him? The crimson-robed protector gently reminded. No need. The bishop will meet us directly at the Ji residence. I have made all the necessary arrangements. Shen Nanfeng replied with a slight smile, knowing he had made comprehensive preparations for the day. That is most reassuring. The crimson-robed protector sighed in relief upon hearing this. Had their bishop been unable to attend, their reckless intrusion into the Ji residence would surely spell doom for them. Let us go. Forward. Shen Nanfeng gestured with his hand. A dozen figures clad in crimson garments descended behind him. At that moment, a voice, cold as the ancient ice of a millennium, echoed, "There is no need for effort. Tonight, you shall not escape." As the words fell, a resounding clang sounded. The gates of the residence swung open, and a chilling wind swept in, causing every individual present to shiver involuntarily. They looked up to behold an elderly man in black standing at the threshold. His stature was unremarkable, and his appearance was quite ordinary, one of those individuals who would go unnoticed in a crowd. Yet, from the moment he appeared, the temperature in the air plummeted by more than 10 degrees. "Who are you? The old bodyguard beside Ji Xiu?" Shen Nianfeng recognized the identity of the elder. "It is I," the elder replied coldly. "You have arrived just in time. Today, you shall be the first to fall. Mr. Bai Yi, this old fellow is yours to deal with. Once the task is accomplished, I shall grant you an additional 30 million. Shen Nianfeng declared confidently. "You have slain a formidable foe before. This is not your first encounter with a king-level powerhouse." With that, he turned to glance at the enigmatic assassin Bai Yi, his expression momentarily faltering. "Mr. Bai Yi, what is happening?" Shen Nianfeng's mouth slightly agape, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. Before him stood Bai Yi, ranked 10th on the assassin's list and known as the thousand-faced Shura, now trembling uncontrollably, as if gripped by fear. Those eyes, which had once appeared devoid of emotion, now quivered violently. Gazing at the black-clad elder before him, he seemed to behold a devil. Even the breath that was once as steady as a mountain has now become exceedingly chaotic, akin to a child caught misbehaving by their parents. How could it be you?" Bai Yi's throat rolled as he spoke in a daze. "It has been a long time." Xiao Bai, with an impassive expression. Old Wei greeted Bai Yi. "Xiao Bai." Shen Nianfeng was bewildered. Even the guards behind him were astonished. What kind of person can call the enigmatic Shura? "Xiao Bai, it has been such a long time." He retreated a step, unable to withstand Old Wei's indifferent gaze. A wave of fear spread from his heart to his limbs. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. Escape. The farther away, the better. You wouldn't dare to flee, would you? Have you cast aside the reputation of the mortal realm and the dignity of an assassin? How did I once instruct you? Old Wei spoke with a curious tone, his hands clasped behind him. As the former chief instructor of the mortal realm, he could easily discern Bai Yi's innermost thoughts. Upon hearing this, sweat cascaded down Bai Yi's forehead. Shen Nianfeng suddenly awakened to the truth. The elderly man in black beside Ji Xiu was no ordinary monarch-tier powerhouse. He was, in fact, a superpower in the assassin world, the chief instructor of the mortal realm. He was the one who had forged a legion of fearless killing machines. "Instructor, you jest. As your student, Bai Yi cannot act in defiance. Since you have arrived, Bai Yi will take his leave. Tonight, you may as well have never encountered a student." The trembling Bai Yi spoke. Upon hearing this, the elder Wei shook his head with a face full of regret and began to speak to himself. "What a pity. After all these years in the mortal realm, you still have not become a true assassin. If your senior brothers and sisters were to encounter me, they would not speak of respecting their teacher, for they understand that killing me is the greatest form of respect." With that, he turned and closed the grand door of the mansion, with a resounding thud. The moment the door shut, a tremor coursed through everyone's hearts. Under the moonlight, Elder Wei, hands clasped behind his back, slowly approached Shen Nianfeng and his companions. "Kill." Shen Nianfeng bellowed in fury. Rather than sitting idly by, it was better to take the initiative. The dozen or so formidable members of the Red Robe sect behind him soared into the air, charging towards Elder Wei. However, in the next instant, a series of splattering sounds echoed, blood sprayed forth as crimson lines appeared around the necks of the Red Robe sect's fighters. Heads flew into the air, blood gushing from their severed necks, reaching heights of 10 zhang. In the moonlit night, no one could discern how Elder Wei had executed his strikes. "Instructor, do not bully us too much." Bai Yi gritted his teeth and shouted in anger. Having said that, he feigned an attack, but was actually attempting to flee. Before his former instructor, he harbored no desire to engage in combat, for he fully understood the terrifying nature of the man before him. With a sharp sound, a thick shadow enveloped him. Suddenly, a gnarled and aged hand pierced through his chest without warning. In a sudden spasm, Bai Yi expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes dimming with the flicker of life. As Elder Wei withdrew his hand, it was accompanied by a spray of crimson blossoms. His body turned abruptly cold and then collapsed into the abyss. A killer of the sovereign rank, the ruthless individual ranked 10th on the assassin's list. A single strike, and he fell. "Do not come closer. I am the scion of the Red Robe sect. If you slay me, the Red Robe sect will surely exact a bloody vengeance." Shin Nanfeng gazed at Elder Wei with terror, his legs giving way as he sank to the ground. Alas, I have heard such pleas countless times throughout my life, Elder Wei remarked, shaking his head as he placed a hand upon Shin Nanfeng's head. A crack resonated as the sound of a broken neck echoed. Shin Nanfeng's head was twisted off with a single motion. Upon completing this grim task, Elder Wei did not spare a glance at the corpses strewn about. He casually discarded the severed head onto the ground and departed from the estate of the Red Robe sect. What was most terrifying was that from his entrance to his exit, less than a minute had elapsed. Despite the rivers of blood, not a single drop stained his garments. Your Highness, I trust you are now satisfied. Elder Wei smiled faintly in the direction of the Ji residence. Meanwhile, outside the capital, an elderly man clad in the fiery red of the sacred flame stared in horror at the white-clad woman before him. The Ice God Palace. Palace Master Mu Qiu. Shen Wuhui's voice trembled as he gazed at Mu Qiu in fear. Do you know who Ji Xiu is? Mu Qiu inquired, her expression devoid of emotion. The Ji families. Young master. Moreover, Mu Qiu's delicate brows were raised in a flirtatious manner. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Wuhui shook his head. He was fully aware of the relationship between Ji Xiu and Mu Qiu, yet he could not concede to it at this moment. Do you wish to kill him? Mu Qiu inquired once more. I shall take my leave at once. I shall escort you. Mu Qiu's tone remained unperturbed. No sooner had the words left his lips than Shen Wuhui's expression shifted dramatically. He understood that Mu Qiu had harbored murderous intent. Without further ado, he frantically formed hand seals. With a resonant sound, an intricate and mysterious teleportation array materialized beneath his feet. In the next moment, a terrifying aura, akin to that of a slumbering dragon, awakened from Mu Qiu's being. At that instant, every cultivator in the capital trembled under this overwhelming presence. It was an aura that transcended all beings belonging to the sacred realm. The temperature of heaven and earth plummeted sharply. Frost swiftly enveloped the teleportation array, rendering it frozen. Mu Qiu, please spare my life. I vow never to set foot in Northern Xia's capital again. Shen Wuhui cried out in desperation. Before a sacred realm powerhouse, he lacked even the courage to draw his sword. This was hardly surprising, for there exists a saying on the Tianxin continent, below the sacred realm, all are but ants. And if one is but an ant, how can they defy the heavens and alter their fate? It is too late. Mu Qiu shook his head. A finger raised in a decisive motion. With a resounding strike, a breathtaking sword light swept through the void, its brilliance dazzling and splattering across the expanse. The night in the capital was transformed beneath this radiant sword light, as if it were day, akin to frost descending. Shen Wuhui's body was instantly reduced to icy fragments beneath this sword light. On this night, the heavens unleashed a downpour, a torrential rain. It heralds the fall of a formidable figure at the pinnacle of power. The entire capital lies in silence amidst the gentle patter of rain. Mu Qiu turns towards the direction of the Ji residence in Kyoto, murmuring to herself, "Thus, this should afford Binger and that lad ample time. I hope they do not disappoint me in the future." Chapter 27. Shi, the National Master of Beixia. Ji Xiu, time is running short. Kyoto. The rain continues to fall. The prominent figures of the capital tremble in the embrace of this torrential downpour. In the imperial palace's garden, Emperor Long Tian gazes with trembling eyes at the distant horizon. After a considerable pause, he speaks in horror. It is she. She has actually come to Kyoto. Indeed, stammers Yu Huatian, the head of the Western factory. Who else would dare to lay hands on the Archbishop of the Red Robe sect aside from the Ice Divine Palace? Your Majesty, forgive me. It is my dereliction of duty for failing to perceive Mu Qiu's arrival in Kyoto. Enough. Long Tian waves his hand, speaking with evident trepidation. She is a saint-level powerhouse. Not only in Kyoto, but even within my palace. What can you do if she wishes to come? Upon hearing these words, Yu Huatian finally breathes a sigh of relief. As long as Long Tian does not place the blame upon him, he is content. To speak candidly, a saint-level powerhouse like Mu Qiu is not someone he dares to provoke. And what of Shen Nanfeng? Did he not spend a fortune to hire the world's assassins? What is the status of that situation? Long Tian continues to inquire. They are all dead. All of them. They had not even stepped outside their residence when they were all brutally slain. Even the head of Shen Nanfeng was forcefully severed from his body. Alas, Long Tian sighed deeply, a hint of unwillingness evident as he gritted his teeth and remarked, "It seems that after tonight, this young master of the Ji family has truly become a taboo figure in the capital." Indeed, Yu Huatian nodded in agreement. The former master of the Ice Divine Palace personally intervened. One must ask, who in the capital would dare to covet Ji Xiu now? At that moment, he leaned forward and quietly inquired, Your Majesty, what shall we do next? After a prolonged silence, Long Tian slowly began to speak. Upon hearing the words national master, Yu Huayan's expression changed drastically, fear flickering in his eyes. Very well. Long Tian emphatically nodded and declared, Let us proceed. To the Divine Strategy Palace. In the palace, at the Divine Strategy Palace, on the Ganlu Terrace. This place offered a sweeping view of the entire capital. A woman clad in a black gown adorned with phoenix patterns stood upon the Ganlu Terrace. Beneath her feet lay the entirety of the capital. The moonlight cascading gracefully upon her breathtakingly exquisite visage, rendering her utterly enchanting. Master, she inquired, the master of Muqiu Palace has intervened, leading to the demise of Shun Wuhui, the grand priest of the Scarlet Church. The former foremost instructor of the mortal realm, Wei Qin, has eradicated everyone from the Scarlet Church, including the scion Xin Nanfeng and his former student, the faceless Azura, Bai Yi. The young girl, Xianyin, suppressed the shock swelling within her heart and spoke in a hushed tone. Is there more? The mysterious woman casually asked. Furthermore, the emperor has arrived. Xianyin murmured softly. As her words faded, Long Tian and Yu Huatian had already ascended to the Ganlu Terrace. Long Tian gazed at the enchanting silhouette under the moonlight, his eyes brimming with infatuation and admiration. Witnessing this scene, Xianyin couldn't help but shake her head. Her father had been enamored with her master for quite some time. Alas, the prince's affections were unreciprocated. National master, I have come. Long Tian's voice was deep and restrained, clearly suppressing the tumult of emotions within. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. The mysterious woman spoke flatly. Though her words were respectful, her body displayed no sign of deference, showing neither bow nor kneel even before the ruler of Beixia. National master, you must be aware of the circumstances by now. Long Tian took a deep breath and stated, I am aware. And then? The mysterious woman slightly turned her body, her profile illuminated perfectly by the moonlight. Her eyes, as piercing as those atop a snow-capped mountain, gazed steadily at Long Tian. I require your assistance. Long Tian articulated his intent. Hee. The mysterious woman chuckled and shook her head, saying, I have yet to attain the holy tier. How can I assist? Upon hearing this, Long Tian's expression changed dramatically, and he stepped forward, speaking urgently, Is it possible that even you are unable to help? Are you afraid, Your Majesty? The mysterious woman teased with a raised brow. At this remark, Yu Huatian, the director of the Western Depot, paled visibly. If others dared to utter such words in Long Tian's presence, they would surely have met a fate worse than death. Yet, the woman before him was an exception. Long Tian fell into a prolonged silence, before finally speaking with a complex expression, fear. How could I not fear? If, in the future, the Ji family were to produce a great emperor, you should understand the consequences. The enigmatic woman nodded slightly, her delicate hand lightly tapping the railing. In that case, the young heir of the Ji family shall be entrusted to me. Do you have a plan? Long Tian asked, a note of surprise in his voice. It requires time. The mysterious woman replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, Long Tian's countenance changed dramatically, and he gazed at her in astonishment. Are you on the verge of reaching the sacred stage? The woman chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she said, I shall take my leave. Very well, Long Tian nodded, casting one last lingering glance at the mysterious woman before turning to depart. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, as he turned away, a flicker of insidious greed flashed in his eyes. Once Long Tian had left, the young girl Xianyin looked at the mysterious woman with an expression of delight. Master, are you truly about to reach the sacred stage? With a slight smile, the mysterious woman replied, I am but a thread away. Indeed, Xianyin gasped, as expected of you. Once you attain the sacred stage, will you truly take action against Ji Xiu? I recall you were quite optimistic about him, were you not? A few days prior, in the shadowy arena, her master had summoned Luo Yuzhu to deal with Ji Xiu. At that moment, there was an unmistakable excitement in her demeanor, as though she were eager to bring Ji Xiu under her command. The memory is still vivid in her mind. Hee. The enigmatic woman's exquisite and frosty visage radiated an even more pronounced smile. Your imperial father is the emperor of Beixia. I am the national master. He reigns as the sovereign, while I serve as the minister. Can a minister truly defy the sovereign's decree? Indeed. Xianyin nodded. Although she felt this was not characteristic of her master, the statement bore no flaws. Simultaneously, she felt a pang of pity for Ji Xiu. Were her master to ascend to the sacred tier, even Mu Qiu might struggle to safeguard Ji Xiu. It appears this fellow has little time left. Xian Yin murmured softly to herself. Chapter 28, The Wedding Slaughter. Ji Xiu established the Military Intelligence 6. That night, the rain had ceased. While the prominent figures in the capital were shaken by the night's carnage, the young lord's messenger delivered a message. He instructed me to inform you that all members of the Scarlet Garb sect in the capital have been eliminated. Gu Yao relayed from beyond the screen. Understood. Ji Xiu responded, his expression betraying no emotion. This night, Old Wei's intervention would yield but a singular outcome. As for the esteemed leader of the Scarlet Garb sect, it is likely he has already returned to the embrace of the afterlife. Ji Xiu smiled faintly. Mu Bing's master, the most legendary former head of the Ice God Palace, had taken action. Not even the leader of the Scarlet Garb sect, let alone its bishop, could withstand such prowess. Gu Yao, have you consumed the Tianyang Dan? Ji Xiu suddenly inquired, glancing towards the graceful silhouette beyond the screen. I have. Its effects are remarkable. Thank you, young prince. Indeed. Ji Xiu nodded, contemplating the efficacy of the Tianyang Dan, renowned as the sacred medicine of the Ice God Palace. In just a single day, it had aided Gu Yao in restoring at least 50% of her consumed true blood. Alas, it remains insufficient. With this thought, Ji Xiu accessed the system's marketplace. After meticulous selection, he ultimately spent 500 life essence to procure a 2-star medicinal pill, the Hua Tua Secret Pill. Hua Tua Secret Pill, a revered remedy from the divine physician Hua Tua, possessing extraordinary capabilities for healing hidden injuries and replenishing blood, with effects lasting 3 years. Take this pill. Within 3 years, your previously consumed true blood should return to its peak. Ji Xiu emerged from the bath, donned his attire, and placed the Hua Tua secret pill into Gu Yao's hands. Thank you, young prince. Gu Yao received the pill, her gaze lingering on Ji Xiu's beaming countenance. Momentarily lost in thought. Why do you look at me so? Ji Xiu found her reaction somewhat amusing. Young prince, no one has ever treated me with such kindness. Why do you show me such benevolence? Gu Yao asked, her eyes fixed on Ji Xiu with a bewildered expression. From a young age, she had witnessed the brutalities of the world. Her family had been mercilessly slaughtered, leaving her to fend for herself and her brother Gu Jian. Sold into the dark arenas of combat, survival demanded relentless bloodshed, and thus, she had been exposed to the grim realities of existence since her childhood. Years of experience have taught her that no one in this world extends kindness to you without reason, unless you hold some value for them. Yet, the truth is that she, a nearly incapacitated descendant of the spirit clan, possesses no such value. Despite her seemingly insignificant nature, Ji Xiu has shown her boundless kindness, leaving her utterly confounded. Gu Yao, you underestimate yourself far too much. You deserve the finest treatment. This assertion holds no falsehood. In the past, while engrossed in novels, he too was quite fond of Gu Yao. After all, who would not admire an unparalleled empress of stunning grace? And who would not wish to experience the journey of nurturing an empress? The young lord chuckled softly. Gu Yao managed a bittersweet smile, aware that Ji Xiu was likely jesting. However, in this moment, her heart swelled with warmth, regardless of the truth behind it. She had resolved to remain steadfastly by Ji Xiu's side. Just then, a cool, commanding voice pierced the air. Ji Xiu, come out. At the sound, Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow, pondering, what brings this woman here? He pushed open the palace door to find Mu Bing, clad in a flowing white gown. Standing in the courtyard, her exquisite features were etched with frost. Yet upon noticing Gu Yao beside Ji Xiu, her demeanor softened. Greetings, Miss Mu Bing. Gu Yao bowed respectfully. Observing this, Mu Bing took a deep breath and earnestly gazed at Ji Xiu, inquiring, regarding what you said at the engagement banquet, is it still valid? Of course. Ji Xiu nodded with a smile. Very well. Mu Bing stepped forward, gently grasping Gu Yao's hand, and softly inquired, Gu Yao, from now on, I shall protect you. No one shall bully you. At these words, Gu Yao paused for a moment, taken aback. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Mu Bing, she replied, feeling both flattered and astonished. However, Gu Yao still wished to remain by the side of the young master, so she replied, I must decline. Why? Mu Bing exclaimed, her exquisite features etched with confusion. Gu Yao, what makes you think he is worthy of your company? He will only torment you. Hey, Ji Xiu interjected, remaining silent, yet observing Gu Yao intently. Are you truly unwilling to reconsider? Mu Bing pressed again. I am resolute. Gu Yao shook her head and replied, Miss Mu Bing, please take care of yourself. Upon hearing this, Mu Bing's expression shifted. She understood that Gu Yao had made her decision. No further words would sway her. After a prolonged silence, Mu Bing sighed deeply and earnestly gazed at Gu Yao, saying, "Very well. You two, take care. In the future, let us correspond at any time. If he dares to bully you, you must inform me, and I shall ensure he faces the consequences." As she spoke, Mu Bing cast a fierce glare at Ji Xiu, evidently warning him against any mischief. Yet, Ji Xiu appeared indifferent, provoking her irritation. "All right," Gu Yao smiled. Though she did not fully comprehend why Mu Bing placed such importance on her, she could certainly feel the sincerity of Mu Bing's goodwill. However, she still wished to remain in Kyoto. "Take care." Mu Bing stepped forward and gently embraced Gu Yao before taking 2 steps back. She produced the Ji family's tiger talisman, waving it before Ji Xiu's eyes. Then, with a cold smile, she looked at Ji Xiu and said, "Once you come of age, I shall marry you. To be honest, I eagerly anticipate the day of our wedding." Hiki. Ji Xiu also smiled. How could he not perceive the underlying meaning in Mu Bing's words? The day of their wedding would indeed mark the conclusion of her ties with him. How fortuitous. I too look forward to that day's arrival. "Very well, Ji Xiu. I hope you remember today's words." Mu Bing chuckled softly before turning to leave. As Ji Xiu watched her retreating figure, he pondered for a moment. Then he took Gu Yao to the Ji family's villa. This was where Elder Wei resided. Under the moonlight, a slender figure in the courtyard was drenched in sweat, practicing a complex sword technique with an iron sword. Upon seeing Ji Xiu and Gu Yao, he immediately approached to pay his respects. "I pay my respects to the young master." Gu Jian looked at Ji Xiu with sincere reverence. For him, Ji Xiu had granted him a chance at rebirth. Elder Wei was his mentor, while Ji Xiu was his master. "Go, see if your brother's skills have improved." Ji Xiu smiled gently at Gu Yao. "Thank you, young master." Gu Yao nodded earnestly. She took Gu Jian and began sparring in the small courtyard. Clang, 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 clang. The clash of weapons ignited brilliant sparks, and the 2 figures dancing with swords under the moonlight were particularly delightful to behold. At that moment, an elderly figure appeared beside Ji Xiu. "Are you still satisfied, young master?" Wei Lao inquired with a smile. "It's quite good. However, how much longer will it take for Gu Jian to become a true assassin?" Ji Xiu asked casually. "His talent is remarkable, and he possesses the supreme bone. Yet, it will still require at least 3 years. 3 years. This was within expectation, and Ji Xiu nodded. "Young master, you must have some plans in mind," Wei Lao remarked with a smile. He understood that Ji Xiu's extravagant purchase of the Gu siblings was merely the first step. "Indeed. Next, I hope to establish an organization that integrates intelligence, assassination, and military affairs," Ji Xiu said, his gaze fixed intently on Wei Lao. "Similar to the Western Depot?" Wei Lao was somewhat taken aback. "Yes, but not entirely. The Western Depot is merely an organization within the Beixia Empire. The organization I intend to create will target the entire Tianxian continent." Ji Xiu's determination was unwavering. "Young master, your ambition is indeed considerable. However, you must understand that this will not be an easy task," Wei Lao cautioned, taking a deep breath. "Huh. I have never pursued easy endeavors," Ji Xiu replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wei Lao regarded Ji Xiu with increasing admiration. "My time is limited, so I will need your strong support in the future." Wei Lao, Ji Xiu expressed meaningfully with a sigh. "Understood." Wei Lao nodded solemnly. He understood that although the Ji family was presently secure, the future held uncertainties. It is prudent to prepare for eventualities. Naturally, he would do everything in his power to assist Ji Xiu. "May I inquire, Your Highness, what shall this organization be called?" Wei Lao asked with a hint of curiosity. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu fell into a moment of silence before a subtle smile graced his lips. "Let us call it the 6th Bureau of Military Affairs." Chapter 29. 5 years in a flash, the unparalleled Gu Yao. The following day, at dusk, Mu Bing departed. Ji Xiu sat in the small courtyard of the Maple Palace, gazing at the 2 figures gradually fading into the sunset, his eyes narrowing slightly. The next meeting would be on the day of the grand wedding. That day would also mark the separation of life and death. Mu Bing was acutely aware of her identity. In her reincarnation, she would undoubtedly pursue her goals relentlessly, just as in the novels. However, she was fortunate to have time to grow stronger as much as possible. "Your Highness, when shall we commence the plan to establish the 6th Bureau of Military Affairs?" Wei Lao inquired softly, standing beside Ji Xiu, his eagerness palpable. "Now, this very moment," Ji Xiu declared, and with that, He retrieved a black gold card from his storage ring and handed it to Wei Lao. This contains 30 million gold coins. Consider it the initial funding for the 6th Bureau of Military Affairs. Upon hearing this, Wei Lao nodded gravely. 30 million gold coins was a substantial sum for any newly formed organization. After all, the initial capital in the mortal realm was merely 30 million as well. Thus, this amount was more than sufficient to establish the 6th Bureau of Military Affairs. What is the first step for our intelligence agency? Elder Wei inquired with a hint of curiosity. Quite simple, replied Ji Xiu with a slight smile. We must recruit prodigies, cultivate assassins, and most importantly, establish a dedicated intelligence network throughout the Northern Xia dynasty. Ji Xiu had long contemplated his vision for the intelligence agency. The first step, recruiting prodigies, was essential. As the antagonist in this narrative, he was well aware of the extraordinary talents who had suffered in obscurity before ultimately rising to greatness. His objective was to gather these remarkable individuals under his banner, much like Gu Yao and Gu Jian do now. The second step involved training assassins. He required a loyal cadre of assassins to eliminate those who stood in his way. After all, he could not personally handle every obstacle. Having a group of shadows working on his behalf would be invaluable. The third and perhaps most crucial step was to establish an intelligence network, regardless of the circumstances. Intelligence is of paramount importance. With precise information, one can achieve invincibility in battle and even foresee future events through a web of clues. I understand. I shall prepare immediately, Elder Wei proclaimed with unwavering determination. Within 3 to 5 years, I will ensure that His Highness witnesses the results. With that, he confidently turned and began making preparations for the establishment of the intelligence agency. Excellent. Ji Xiu nodded in agreement. Now that the plans for the intelligence agency were set in motion, it was time to commence his own cultivation journey. Within 5 years, he vowed to reach the star-gathering realm. Ji Xiu took a deep breath, the glimmering light in his clear, spring-like eyes shining brightly. Establishing the military intelligence department was of paramount importance, but elevating his own cultivation was even more crucial. After all, in the Tianxin continent, strength was the only true principle. Under the setting sun, Ji Xiu's petite figure was elongated by the golden rays. Gu Yao emerged from the Luofeng Palace and was momentarily taken aback as she gazed at Ji Xiu, who stood with his hands clasped behind him in the sunlight. At that moment, an inexplicable thought surfaced in her heart. In the future, the entire Beixia Empire would surely be under the control of their esteemed young master. Time flew by swiftly, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. It was now the height of summer. The silvery moonlight cascaded gently into the Luofeng Palace. Ji Xiu sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, breathing steadily, his physique lean. Although his features still bore a hint of youthfulness, his aura had become increasingly ethereal and transcendent. The final step. Ignite the Fate Star. Ji Xiu pressed his hands together, beginning to channel his true essence, exerting all his strength to break through to the star-gathering realm. Crack! As the sound of shattering echoed, the barrier between the fate soil and the star-gathering realm crumbled. Ji Xiu's aura underwent a monumental transformation. In that moment, his true essence achieved a qualitative leap. Simultaneously, a brilliantly radiant star ascended above the fate soil of his cultivation. Star-gathering realm. It was achieved. Ji Xiu abruptly opened his eyes, radiant starlight spilling forth from his gaze. He raised his hand and gently clenched his fist, feeling the immense and exquisite power flowing through his fingertips at the star-gathering level. With a slow exhale, Ji Xiu released a breath of turbid air. The 5 years of diligent effort had finally borne fruit. At long last, I have accomplished the goals I set for myself and reached the esteemed star-gathering realm. One must recognize that achieving such a level places me among the elite of the entire Tianxin continent. As my thoughts swirled, the melodious chime of the system resonated in my ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reaching the star-gathering realm. You have been rewarded with 3,000 points of destiny essence. Without hesitation, I accessed the system panel. Name: Ji Xiu. Identity: Crown Prince of the Beixia dynasty. Established organization: Military Intelligence 6. Cultivation level: Star-gathering First Realm, Bloodline Physique. Divine Heart Demon Bone. Demonic Manifestation successfully activated. Divine Ban. 100,000 Destiny Essence, Immortal Ashes. 1,000,000 Destiny Essence. Cultivation Technique: Devouring Immortal Demon Art. Cultivated to the 3rd Realm. Flying Dragon Cloud Grasp. Advanced. Weapons: Grand Luo Sword Embryo. Ghost Flute Qinqing. Destiny Essence: 14,800 points. Fate level: Red, 9 lives, 1 death. System all activated. Task system activated. Repository. Soul-piercing nail, 1. Trilogy of soul-capturing requiem. Soul robbery. Spirit summoning. Ice God Jade. Token of the Ice God Palace Master. System prompt. More information can be expanded. Not too shabby. Over the course of 5 years, I have accumulated 14,800 points of Destiny Essence. My fate level has transitioned from black to red, evolving from near obliteration to a precarious existence. Is this not a remarkable advancement? Moreover, now that I have attained the Star-Gathering realm, I shall endeavor to cultivate the Requiem from the Trilogy of Soul Capturing. The ghostly flute of Qin has become available for use. The Requiem can command the deceased cultivators to engage in battle. This is indeed a remarkable asset. With this thought, the smile on Ji Xiu's face broadened. The ability to wield such power is crucial for him. Meanwhile, as Ji Xiu's thoughts swirled, a tall and graceful figure silently entered the falling maple palace. Under the luminous moonlight, she appeared in garments as white as snow, her long skirt trailing elegantly behind her, her slender waist barely fitting within one's grasp. Her cascading hair flowed down to her pert backside, and although the once ethereal beauty of her visage had slightly lost its youthful innocence, it had gained an alluring charm. Even the slightest hint of this allure was enough to captivate the soul. Particularly striking were her eyes, reminiscent of starlight and the vast ocean, and with a mere smile, she could enchant countless hearts. She was none other than Gu Yao, 18-year-old Gu Yao. At this moment, she was no longer the naive girl who first entered the Ji residence 5 years ago. She had blossomed into an unparalleled goddess whose fame resonated throughout the capital. Together with the chief of the Dark Arena, Luo Yuzhu, the princess of the Northern Xia royal family, Mu Xianin, and the crown princess of the Northern Xia royal family, Chu Li, she was celebrated as one of the 4 divine maidens of Northern Xia. I pay my respects to the young master, Gu Yao spoke softly. Her red lips pursed slightly. Oh, what brings you here? Ji Xiu responded with a teasing smile, feigning ignorance. The young master clearly knows why I am here. The time has come. Gu Yao crossed her arms, leaning against the doorway with a relaxed demeanor, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Indeed, it is that time once again. Ji Xiu nodded slightly, and then spoke. What are we waiting for? You are well aware of the rules. Indeed. Gu Yao responded with a radiant smile. Turning to close the palace door, she then seated herself before Ji Xiu, gradually adjusting her breath. Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow at the sight of Gu Yao, who appeared before him, her expression enchanting. Are you ready? Yes, Gu Yao replied softly, slightly turning her body, her profile illuminated by the moonlight, strikingly beautiful. Biting her crimson lips and gazing at Ji Xiu with dreamy eyes, she weakly uttered, Young master, you may begin. Very well, Ji Xiu nodded, promptly channeling the swallowing immortal demon art. Chapter 30. The terrifying Military Intelligence Division. A saint emerges in the Imperial Palace. With a resounding clang, a flickering light emanated from Ji Xiu's fingertips, igniting with sparks. Gu Yao let out a soft groan, her exquisite visage suddenly paling. This was not her first experience in refining her meridians. However, each session brought her close to the brink of collapse. Yet, Ji Xiu found solace in her ability to endure each time, which was precisely why her body recovered so swiftly. How are you feeling? Can you continue? Ji Xiu inquired gently. Yes, young master, please proceed. I can manage, Gu Yao whispered, biting her red lips. All right, it will conclude soon, Ji Xiu assured, shaking his head as he elevated the power of the swallowing immortal demon art once more. Gu Yao's brows knitted together, and she let out a muffled sound. Steadfast in her determination as always. 10 minutes later, the refining concluded. Gu Yao trembled slightly and collapsed softly onto the palace bed. Her dark tresses cascaded untamed across her forehead, and her enchanting gaze lingered upon Ji Xiu, her delicate lips gently biting down yet remaining silent. Why do you look at me so? Ji Xiu scratched his head, a look of bewilderment etched across his face, pondering what was amiss with Gu Yao. With a soft chuckle, Gu Yao broke into a radiant smile. Young master, I have suddenly come upon a matter. I wonder if it is appropriate to share. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu helplessly shrugged and replied, Speak your mind. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Yao scrutinized Ji Xiu from head to toe before cryptically stating, I have recently realized that, over the years, your techniques have indeed become increasingly refined. Ji Xiu paused, momentarily taken aback. Gu Yao's observation held truth. He had indeed honed his skills through numerous sessions of refining her meridians, becoming ever more adept in the process. However, this was merely in pursuit of bettering the refinement itself. And so, Ji Xiu inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes. Gu Yao pondered for a moment, her rose-like lips curling slightly as she spoke in a voice laced with mystery. Therefore, it is not yet the time to divulge. In due course, you will come to understand, young master. Ji Xiu scoffed, dismissively curling his lips. If you choose not to reveal it, then so be it. It matters not. With a light laugh, Gu Yao's enchanting gaze deepened with mirth as she regarded Ji Xiu. What a peculiar woman she was. He stretched lazily and then nestled into the fragrant quilt, waving his hand at Gu Yao as he spoke. You may leave. This young lord is weary. With that, Ji Xiu wearily closed his eyes. This night had seen him break into the gathering star realm and subsequently assist Gu Yao in refining her meridians. Indeed, he felt utterly drained. You've worked hard, my little lord, Gu Yao murmured softly. The following day, when Ji Xiu opened his eyes, Gu Yao was no longer by his side. However, upon catching the delightful aroma of breakfast, he realized that she had prepared a sumptuous morning repast for him. After dressing, he stepped out of the falling maple palace and was greeted by the sight of an extraordinarily graceful woman standing in the small courtyard. Young lord, it is time for breakfast. Very well, Ji Xiu nodded. At that moment, he found himself momentarily entranced by the radiant girl who was skillfully brewing tea for him. 5 years prior, Gu Yao had promised to be his maidservant. Over these 5 years, she had not only taken exceptional care of him, but had also meticulously transformed the military affairs department into a mysterious force on par with the Western Bureau. Gu Yao's talents, it is no exaggeration to say, are indeed astonishingly remarkable. Just as he was lost in thought, Gu Yao presented him with a cup of brewed floral tea and began to report with meticulous diligence, young lord. All 8 underground forces of the Northern Xia dynasty have indeed submitted. Now only the Ten Blades Corps, secretly supported by the Western Bureau and the Northern Xia royal family, remains. In the Northern Xia dynasty, the youngest son of the prominent Murong family ascended to the position of family head with the assistance of the 6th Bureau of Military Intelligence, becoming our puppet master. The scandals of the 108 esteemed officials of the Northern Xia dynasty have been meticulously documented by the 6th Bureau, accessible for the young lord's perusal at any moment. Indeed, Ji Xiu nodded thoughtfully. Over the span of 5 years, the 6th Bureau has achieved remarkable victories, establishing itself as the true sovereign of the Northern Xia's clandestine realm, controlling the 8 major underground forces of the dynasty, and compiling a comprehensive record of the scandals involving the 108 officials. The youngest son of the Northern Xia's second financial conglomerate was seduced into taking the helm, effectively turning the illustrious family into a financial reservoir for the 6th Bureau. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of the Bureau's endeavors over the past 5 years. In the eyes of many significant figures within Northern Xia, the 6th Bureau has risen to a status comparable to that of the royal-sanctioned Xichang. In fact, to some, the 6th Bureau appears even more formidable than the Xichang itself. You have worked tirelessly these years. Ji Xiu smiled warmly at Gu Yao. The growth of the 6th Bureau to such heights truly merits her recognition. Not at all. As long as the young lord is satisfied, everything is worthwhile. Gu Yao gently shook her head in response. Just as the atmosphere was filled with harmony, a tall and dignified young man entered the Luofeng Palace. Greetings, young lord. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow and casually responded, Ji Xian, the son of Ji Wuji, aged 18. In the realm of cultivation, one reaches the 6th tier of the earthly destiny. Position, captain of the Iron Floating Army. A close confidant of the crown Prince Long Yuan. His father, Ji Wuji, has ascended to the role of deputy commander of the Iron Floating Army over the years. Both father and son are, in fact, agents planted within the Ji family by the Northern Xia royal family. A flurry of information raced through Ji Xiu's mind as he smirked, gazing at Ji Xian with a playful demeanor. Ah, is that not the captain himself? What brings you to my humble falling maple palace today? I serve as the leader of the guards for the Ji family's military estate. I have come to pay my respects to His Highness, the young master. I hope to receive your gracious guidance in the days to come. With that, his gaze involuntarily wandered toward Gu Yao. In that moment, upon seeing the object of his affections, his heart raced uncontrollably, and he swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with infatuation and an indescribable fervor and greed. Very well, I see. You may leave now. Ji Xiu waved his hand, a glint of sharp coldness flashing in his eyes. Yes, a mere jester. Ji Xiu scoffed, fully aware of Ji Xian's intentions. Perhaps. It all began 3 years ago when Ji Xian first laid eyes on Gu Yao. Had it been anyone else, he would have ensured their demise long ago. However, Ji Xian still held some utility for him, which was why he had allowed him to live until now. If His Highness is displeased, I shall make a note for our next encounter. Perhaps I shall procure his eyes as a keepsake? An excellent suggestion. Ji Xiu's brow furrowed with a hint of levity, while the playful and mocking glint in his eyes intensified. The father and son of Ji Wujia were merely his toys. He could crush them at any moment. However, before doing so, he needed to extract every last ounce of value from them. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous waste. At that moment, the jade pendant at Gu Yao's waist flickered gently. Upon hearing the information relayed from the 6th Military Division, her delicate face changed dramatically, and she solemnly gazed at Ji Xiu, saying, "Little Prince, the latest intelligence. Within the Northern Xia Imperial Palace, someone has attained sainthood. Moreover, the orders from Ji Xian also originated from the Northern Xia Imperial Palace." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu frowned slightly. The combination of these two pieces of intelligence hinted at an impending storm on the horizon. Chapter 31. Sign in at the Imperial Tomb. The two great saint levels deep within the underground palace. Meanwhile, as Ji Xiu remained lost in contemplation, a clear and crisp system notification echoed in his ears. Ding. System notification. Sign-in location refreshed. Sign-in location. Northern Xia Imperial Palace, Royal Tomb on the back mountain. The timing of this sign-in refresh was rather impeccable, was it not? The Northern Xia Royal Tomb was indeed a forbidden zone for the Northern Xia royalty. Ji Xiu couldn't help but rub his temples. Yet now that the sign-in location had directly refreshed to the royal family's forbidden grounds, he had to make a decision. Should he forego the sign-in reward or risk it all? Taking a deep breath, Ji Xiu pondered for approximately 2 seconds before turning to Gu Yao, speaking with utmost seriousness. "I will be visiting the Northern Xia Imperial Palace." "What?" Gu Yao looked at Ji Xiu in disbelief, then shook her head resolutely, declaring, "No way, Your Highness. You cannot go. The depths of the Northern Xia Imperial Palace are perilous. If you venture there, it would be akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den." "Hiki." Ji Xiu chuckled lightly upon hearing this and reassured, "Do not worry. I have my own plans." Now that he has reached the first realm of star gathering, he possesses a crucial life-saving move, the soul-piercing nail, which he stealthily acquired from the Celestial Emperor's daughter, Mu Bing. This nail can wreak havoc below the saint level, thus theoretically, as long as he does not encounter a formidable saint, he should be fine. He contemplated infiltrating the palace, signing in and departing swiftly. Rubbing his chin, Ji Xiu deemed this feasible. Although the Northern Xia Imperial Palace is fraught with danger, as long as he maintains a low profile and makes a quick entrance and exit without alerting the significant figures within, there should be no issues. Alas, Gu Yao, observing Ji Xiu's resolute demeanor, could not help but let out a long sigh. She expressed her deep concern, asking, "Young master, as you plan to infiltrate the palace, is there anything we at the Military Intelligence Division should prepare?" Ji Xiu pondered for a moment, then shook his head, saying, "You need not prepare anything. However, I do need to make some preparations myself." He opened the system marketplace, focusing on the section for movement techniques. 3,000 Thunder, 1,000 Destiny Points, Phantom Serenity, 2,000 Destiny Essence, Heavenly Demon 8 Steps, 3,000 Destiny Essence, Star God Fragment, 4,000 Destiny Essence, 9 Secret Words, 20,000 Destiny Essence. Ji Xiu meticulously selected among various martial arts techniques. Ultimately, he chose the Star God Fragment, which offered the best value and suited him most. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 4,000 Destiny Essence and successfully purchasing the profound technique Star God Fragment. Star God Fragment, an extraordinary martial art of the ancient Star God, capable of reversing time and space when cultivated to perfection. After casually glancing at the introduction of the Star God Fragment, Ji Xiu began his practice of this extraordinary martial art. 6 hours later, a crisp system notification echoed. Ding! System notification. Host has reached the entry level of Star God Fragment. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and murmured to himself, "Although I have just begun, the elevated nature of the Star God Fragment should suffice." With that, Ji Xiu rose and exited the falling Maple Palace, gazing at the luminous moon outside and softly whispering, "It is late now. It is the perfect time to enter the palace." At that moment, Gu Yao approached, her expression laden with melancholy as she asked Ji Xiu, "Must you truly go?" "Indeed." Ji Xiu turned to Gu Yao with a smile. "Understood," she replied softly, lowering her gaze. "I have already made preparations with the Military Intelligence Department. Should any unforeseen events arise, it would lead to an unyielding confrontation. Although Ji Xiu had previously informed her that no preparations were necessary, she remained uneasy and impulsively commanded the intelligence agency to be fully prepared. It won't happen, Ji Xiu remarked with a hint of amusement as he glanced at the despondent Gu Yao. Although he had only just begun to master the star god's fractured shadow technique, one must remember that this was a skill reserved solely for true deities. He possessed unwavering confidence in himself. This time, he would infiltrate the palace without leaving a trace. With that said, Ji Xiu vanished into a myriad of starlight under Gu Yao's anxious gaze. He journeyed northward, his destination the royal palace. Before long, he arrived at the majestic gates of the palace, where he sensed the presence of over 100 concealed auras within. The Northern Xia Imperial Palace was a sanctuary of hidden talents. The Emperor's secret guards, the tumult of the winds, and the 10 formidable generals of Northern Xia were all within. Thereafter, every step must be taken with utmost caution. Ji Xiu inhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with starlight. In an instant, his figure transformed into a scattering of stardust, vanishing from sight. A flicker of starlight traversed the profound darkness of the palace night without attracting the attention of any formidable beings. Ji Xiu successfully entered the palace and promptly made his way towards the rear mountains, guided by the intelligence provided by the agency. There lay the Northern Xia Imperial tombs, nestled within a vast mountain range shrouded in thick, enigmatic clouds, exuding an air of mystery and intrigue. As he ventured deeper into the mountains, Ji Xiu finally stumbled upon a massive tomb nestled within a secluded bamboo grove. The imposing stone statues of 2 colossal dragons stood guard at the entrance, exuding an air of authority. Surely, this must be the royal mausoleum of Beixia, he mused, taking a deep breath and whispering to himself. However, his expression soon shifted to one of concern as he cast his gaze upon the tomb's entrance. To his astonishment, he discovered that the door was ajar. Had someone already entered? Ji Xiu's heart raced, uncertainty flooding his mind as he pondered whether this individual was friend or foe. Nevertheless, he resolved to proceed and check in. Upon entering the royal mausoleum, he was greeted by a long corridor illuminated by perpetual lanterns. Following the corridor deeper into the tomb, he noticed that the temperature of the air gradually intensified. Yet, despite the rising heat, he did not falter. At last, he arrived at the threshold of a subterranean chamber, the designated spot for his check-in. System check-in. Ji Xiu intoned silently. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a 5-star reward, the Azure Lotus Heartfire. To his delight, the reward was an extraordinary flame. The Azure Lotus Heartfire, born from the depths of the earth, takes a century to form and a millennium to blossom into a lotus, possessing an unpredictable and formidable power. The renowned flame emperor of the vast world was said to possess one. Ji Xiu smiled faintly. Acquiring such a rare flame was indeed a remarkable boon. Just as he prepared to leave, the scorching gust of wind emanating from the subterranean chamber brought him to a halt. In the Northern Summer Imperial Tomb, could it possibly conceal a flame of extraordinary origin? Contemplating this, Ji Xiu held his breath and cautiously activated the star god Fractured Shadow, turning to stealthily descend into the underground palace. If indeed there existed a flame of otherworldly nature within the catacombs, it would be utterly unacceptable not to seize it. The underground palace was vast, adorned with countless terracotta warriors standing in solemn array. Deep within the crypt lay an altar, upon which rested a pristine white lotus. At its core, a flame of vivid crimson, exuding a formidable and sinister aura, pulsed rhythmically like a beating heart. Though sealed by the altar, the searing heat could still be felt, and faint echoes of tormented wails from the netherworld reverberated in the air. Indeed, it was a flame of extraordinary essence, surpassing even the famed Azure Lotus Heartfire. Ji Xiu's heart raced uncontrollably, yet he remained motionless, for 2 figures stood before the altar, a man and a woman. The man, clad in a flowing white robe, bore silver hair and a silver beard, his visage marked by the passage of time, etched with deep lines that attested to his many years. The woman, adorned in an opulent black phoenix gown, enveloped her voluptuous and enchanting form. Her azure tresses were elegantly gathered, exuding an indescribable grace and nobility. Regrettably, her face was obscured by a veil, rendering her countenance a mystery. It appeared as though they were locked in a standoff. Notably, the aura emanating from them rendered Ji Xiu's presence utterly insignificant, akin to that of a mere ant, enabling him to conceal himself perfectly in a corner of the tomb without drawing the attention of these formidable beings, saint-tier powerhouses. Not just one. Ji Xiu furrowed his brows. If the Northern Xia dynasty harbored 2 saint-level powerhouses, then the impending situation would be far from favorable for him. Just then, an ancient voice echoed, "Woman, the Northern Xia Imperial Tomb is not a place for you." The old man in white regarded the woman with an utterly indifferent gaze, his tone markedly cold. "Ha ha ha ha." The woman chuckled lightly, her laughter exceedingly enchanting. With her hands clasped behind her back, she regarded the old man with captivating eyes, provocatively challenging. "Old man, what if I choose not to leave?" Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu stroked his chin, a smirk playing on his lips. So, these two are not allies. This becomes quite intriguing. In an instant, he summoned every ounce of his energy. Chapter 32. Mutual Destruction. Ji Xiu's opportunity had arrived. "Woman, I have already granted you one chance. If you refuse to depart once more, you shall bear the consequences." The old man in white, hands behind his back, delivered his final ultimatum to the enigmatic woman with an expression of utter indifference. "Bestow upon me and I shall take my leave. What say you?" The mysterious woman parted her crimson lips, her voice calm, yet melodious, akin to pearls cascading onto a jade platter. "Ha ha ha ha." The old man in white shook his head with a soft laugh, his gaze piercing as he looked at the mysterious woman. "In that case, may you remain here in this imperial tomb forever." With that, he extended his withered palm and lightly snapped his fingers. Clang! In an instant, the surface of the underground palace was adorned with countless runes ablaze with crimson flames. The royal tomb's barrier? "It seems you truly fear that I might annihilate your Northern Xia royal mausoleum." Ha ha ha. The enigmatic woman chuckled softly, taking the initiative to strike. Her slender jade hand reached out, aiming directly at the head of the elder in white, causing the space to distort instantaneously. Seeking death, the elder in white bellowed, his aged eyes radiating a chilling brilliance as he countered with a palm strike against the woman. Boom. The terrifying energy fluctuation caused the very void to tremble. However, ultimately, all the ripples of energy were absorbed by the crimson runes of the underground palace. Ha! A mere junior who has just entered the sacred realm dares to wreak havoc in the Northern Xia royal mausoleum? Do you truly believe yourself invincible? The elder in white mocked, his expression laden with derision. Old fool, you talk too much. The mysterious woman struck again, unleashing a punch that seemed to command the heavens. Boom, 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 boom. The elder in white and the enigmatic woman clashed over 100 times, their speeds reaching unimaginable heights, such that even Ji Xiu could only perceive two blurred figures entangled in battle. As they exchanged blows, divine light erupted for miles, an overwhelming killing intent filling the air, and sacred energies surged forth. It is inconceivable to imagine the horrific aftermath that would ensue if the royal tomb were devoid of its barrier. The entire mausoleum? No. The entire mountain range of the mausoleum would be reduced to wasteland. Clang, 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 clang. The two grew increasingly frenzied in their combat. The elder in white drew a bronze spear from the void, wielding it with the might of a god of slaughter, the terrifying aura of destruction capable of causing stars to fall. The enigmatic woman wielded a magnificent ice sword, akin to a celestial sword immortal, gazing down upon all the extraordinary figures of the world, as if she alone were the sole immortal in existence. With a fierce cry, the elderly man clad in white and the mysterious woman engaged in an unparalleled contest. Their long halberd and ice sword clashed, radiating resplendent light as their blades met. The metallic resonance echoed, the black halberd and the shimmering ice sword colliding thousands of times in an instant, each strike a fierce encounter, their speed reaching an unparalleled zenith. This was a genuine battle of the sacred tier. The momentary brilliance illuminated the imperial tomb, dimming all the stars in the night sky. Old fool, perish. Sever the immortals. The mysterious woman's captivating eyes sparkled with celestial light, freezing time itself. With a flick of her wrist, the ice sword swept forth. In an instant, a dazzling sword beam erupted. As the sword light manifested, the fiery runes within the entire underground palace shattered into fragments. At the same time, a vision of fallen immortals materialized in the void. This strike seemed to herald an unparalleled massacre. Old man, I shall fight you to the bitter end. The elderly man's expression shifted dramatically. The power of this sword far exceeded his expectations. With his left hand, he activated a spell to unseal while his right hand unleashed the full force of the halberd, tearing through the sky. Boom! The sword beam swept across. The void shattered. The bronze halberd disintegrated violently, creating a chasm 100 feet deep upon the surface of the underground palace. Yet, the elderly man stood firmly before the altar. How can this be possible? The mysterious woman furrowed her brow slightly. That previous strike could cleave through the sacred tear, yet the old man appeared unscathed. It is. The onlooker, Ji Xiu, suddenly realized. Woman, perish. The old man in white spread his palms, revealing an otherworldly flame, pulsating with dark energy and ignited in a scarlet blaze. Hovering ominously above his hand, the air crackled with a terrifying temperature, an enchanting aura, and a formidable energy that erupted forth in an instant. Kill. The old man bellowed, thrusting his fist forward, wielding the otherworldly fire. The mysterious woman's countenance shifted drastically as she countered with a palm strike. Boom. The cataclysmic force surged through the void, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The entire royal mausoleum mountain range trembled violently, fissures resembling a spider's web tore through the ground. And the very fabric of the air disintegrated. At the heart of the battlefield, the old man in white was propelled backward, soaring 100 feet. Puffed. The enigmatic woman spat forth a copious amount of blood. Her exquisitely beautiful visage, concealed beneath a veil, grew slightly pallid. In the air, wisps of flames transformed into tendrils of dark energy, abruptly penetrating the woman's body. Damn it, the mysterious woman muttered, turning to leave. Clink, clink, clink. With a series of uncanny flickers, she vanished from the old man's sight. Observing this, the old man harbored no thoughts of pursuit. After her departure, he hastily sealed the otherworldly fire back into the altar. Having completed this, he staggered, violently expelling 3 mouthfuls of blood, collapsing weakly beside the altar. This is unacceptable. I remain unable to control it. Truly, it is the third most formidable flame in existence, the purifying demonic flame. The old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, fear lacing his voice as he spoke to himself. Although he had managed to repel the mysterious woman using the otherworldly fire, he had also suffered grave injuries from the backlash. The purifying demonic flame. The third-ranked exotic flame in the world. Quite intriguing, Ji Xiu murmured within himself. At this moment, he gazed upon the exotic flame, enveloped in black smoke and radiating a crimson glow, sealed within the altar, his eyes shimmering with fascination. If memory served him well, this purifying demon lotus was the exotic flame wielded by the arch-villainous, the divine princess, in the original novel. The divine princess had used this very flame to mercilessly slay 800,000 cultivators of the Eternal Life dynasty. Just then, a figure stepped slowly into the imperial tomb. It was a middle-aged man clad in a black dragon robe, handsome in appearance, yet bearing a countenance filled with gloom. The emperor of Beixia, Long Tian. Hidden in the shadows, Ji Xiu felt a jolt of surprise upon seeing the visitor. Elder, he addressed the white-clad elder standing before him. What news? Long Tian inquired, bowing slightly. As you wished, she has already been harmed by the purifying demon flame. Within 7 days at most, the demonic poison will assail her heart, and she will endure the agonizing torment akin to 1,000 insects feasting upon her bones, resulting in her cultivation plummeting to the saint level. At that point, you may do as you please with her. The elder spoke with a somewhat feeble tone. Upon hearing this, a smile of unrestrained delight spread across Long Tian's face. He bowed deeply to the elder and said with a grin, "Thank you, Elder, for your assistance. You shall preside over the wedding banquet with the national master." Cough, cough, cough. The elder coughed up blood, casting a glance at Long Tian without saying much further. He merely waved his hand and said, "You may leave now." Very well. Long Tian nodded emphatically before turning to depart. This is a trap. Long Tian planned to forcibly marry the national master of Beixia, thus orchestrating a scheme. Ji Xiu stroked his chin, silently contemplating the enigmatic figure of the Northern Xia's national master. The intelligence from the Military Affairs Bureau revealed her to be shrouded in mystery. Her name, gender, cultivation level, appearance, and origins were all elusive. The only discernible fact was that this national master possessed unparalleled abilities, and Emperor Long Tian held her in high regard. Thus, she was a figure of immense power, standing above countless others in the Northern Xia dynasty. However, upon closer observation, it became evident that Long Tian was merely infatuated with the young woman. Such depravity for an emperor was truly disgraceful. Ji Xiu's face was etched with disdain. Yet a new idea began to form in his mind. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If he could draw this Northern Xia national master into his own camp, it would be a splendid victory. But the pressing question remained, where would the injured national master go? Would she flee the capital? Ji Xiu shook his head. He held a different opinion. After careful consideration, he muttered to himself, if she is unaware that today is a trap, and given her severe injuries, even if she wishes to escape the palace, it is likely beyond her capabilities. With his thoughts lingering on this, Ji Xiu activated his stellar shadow, transforming into a streak of starlight, silently departing the royal mausoleum and heading towards the divine strategy palace. As for the third-ranked sacred fire of the annihilating world, he was determined to seize it. Yet, before that, he needed to make thorough preparations and devise a flawless plan to capture this extraordinary flame, which even a saint-level expert would find challenging to control. Chapter 33. The Northern Xia National Master? No, she is the great villainous, the divine princess. The moonlight glistened, and the night breeze was cool. Ji Xiu stood beneath a begonia tree, his gaze quietly surveying the dark and unilluminated palace, whispering, "The Hall of Divine Strategy." Having uttered these words, Ji Xiu transformed into a fleeting star, silently infiltrating the palace. The National Master's chambers were exceedingly opulent. Upon entering, he was greeted by a magnificent royal bed. Yet he also felt an icy chill, as if he stood atop a snow-capped peak. The bed was unoccupied. Ji Xiu shuddered slightly and ventured further inside. At that moment, a splendid screen depicting the moon rising over the sea and stars twinkling in the azure sky caught his eye. Behind the screen, a frosty mist swirled, and a remarkably enchanting silhouette seemed to be bathing. Ji Xiu lingered in the shadows, murmuring to himself, his heartbeat quickening abruptly. Just then, a magnetic and alluring voice emerged from behind the screen. "Who dares to intrude upon the Hall of Divine Strategy?" With a deep breath, Ji Xiu replied, "The Ji family." "Ji Xiu, I pay my respects to the National Master." As his words fell, the woman appeared taken aback, but her tone swiftly turned frigid. "The young master of the Ji family? Ha ha ha. Ji Xiu, you possess quite the audacity to intrude upon the Hall of Divine Strategy. Do you understand the gravity of your transgression? Perhaps it is akin to trespassing upon the imperial tombs. What say you, National Master?" As these words echoed, the atmosphere in the chamber became taut, the silence palpable, broken only by the sound of Ji Xiu's racing heart and the slightly disordered breaths of the woman behind the screen. After a prolonged silence, a rustling sound broke forth. A splash of water erupted suddenly. The woman rose abruptly from the bath, draping a delicate black garment over herself as she stepped out from behind the screen. In that moment, with the moonlight filtering through the window into the chamber, Ji Xiu beheld the true visage of the enigmatic Grand Master of the Northern Xia for the first time. She possessed exquisitely arched brows, a noble demeanor imbued with a hint of valiance. Her enchanting eyes seemed to harbor the depths of the cosmos, yet bore the icy chill of ancient glaciers and the biting winds of snowstorms. Her finely sculpted nose was elegantly regal, complemented by lips that glistened like dew-kissed rose petals. Her beauty was truly breathtaking, capable of leaving one utterly breathless. This woman was even more stunning than the future Empress Gu Yao by a significant margin. The night had grown late. The young prince, rather than remaining at the Ji family military estate, had chosen to come to my divine strategy palace and speak nonsense. What a curious disposition he had. The Grand Master of Northern Xia regarded Ji Xiu with a cold gaze, her lips parting to deliver a scornful retort. "Ah, indeed. The hour is late. It seems the Grand Master has a most peculiar interest in wandering from the divine strategy palace." Upon hearing this, the Grand Master's delicate features turned suddenly frigid, her beautiful eyes directed at Ji Xiu igniting with fierce intent. It appeared that this night was not solely about her. The young prince was also present in the royal mausoleum. Indeed, Ji Xiu nodded knowingly. He was acutely aware that this aloof Grand Master had harbored murderous intent towards him. Nevertheless, this was entirely anticipated, for he had inadvertently stumbled upon her secret. So it was. The Grand Master of Beixia gazed at the straightforward Ji Xiu with a playful arch of her brow. Delicately, she tapped her exquisite chin and regarded Ji Xiu with a mischievous expression. "Allow me to clarify," she began. "You are already aware that I am the one who intruded upon the imperial tomb. You neither seek the emperor nor your esteemed elders from the Ji family army. Instead, you present yourself here willingly. Are you courting death? The Beixia royal family is my adversary. Why would I seek the emperor?" Ji Xiu retorted. "Furthermore, I am the heir of the Ji family army. My mere presence here is sufficient. Why, then, should I seek out my family elders?" Upon hearing these words, the Grand Master of Beixia fell silent for a moment, her gaze upon Ji Xiu growing considerably more earnest. "You possess a keen insight," she conceded. "If that is the case, do share your intentions. An alliance." Ji Xiu slowly articulated, confident that both the Grand Master and the Emperor harbored their own agendas. Thus, it was wise to declare his stance first and draw the Grand Master into his camp. With her assistance, He was assured of the ability to sever Long Tian's head with great certainty. An alliance? The Grand Master of Beixia paused for 3 seconds, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ji Xiu, what makes you think you can forge an alliance with me? Simply because you are the young heir of the Ji family? In response, Ji Xiu shook his head and asserted, because, at present, I am your only lifeline. Is that so? Upon hearing this, the Grand Master of Beixia crossed her arms and regarded Ji Xiu with a bemused expression. You, Ji Xiu scoffed. Surely do not believe you can still secure your position as Grand Master, do you? You cannot genuinely think that after your brazen display at the Imperial Mausoleum today, Long Tian remains oblivious, can you? If such thoughts linger, then you are indeed foolish. What do you mean? The Grand Master's delicate features shifted slightly. Logically, she had adequately prepared for her visit to the Beixia Imperial Mausoleum and should not have revealed her identity. However, Ji Xiu's words prompted her to reconsider. For this matter was fraught with suspicion. It appeared that the mausoleum's guardians had been forewarned of her arrival, which explained their preemptive measures with the strange fire to counter her. Just as her thoughts reached this point, several formidable auras manifested outside the Divine Strategy Palace, Imperial Secret Guards, the 8 winds of storm and rain, the 10 great generals of Beixia. Furthermore, Emperor Long Tian himself had arrived before the Divine Strategy Palace. See, what did I tell you? Ji Xiu raised his hands in a gesture of resignation towards the Grand Master. Silence. The Grand Master glared fiercely at Ji Xiu. At that moment, Emperor Long Tian stood outside the Divine Strategy Palace, his hands clasped behind him, his demeanor cold as he spoke. Grand Master, it is I. The hour grows late. Is there something you wish to discuss, Your Majesty? Upon hearing this, Long Tian's lips curled into a playful smile as he replied. Having known the Grand Master for many years, I trust you understand my sentiments. I believe the relationship between us should transcend mere sovereign and subject. At this juncture, I believe our relationship should progress to a deeper level. Upon hearing this, the Grand Master of Beixia furrowed her brow slightly, biting her silver teeth as she coldly inquired. May I ask, Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? Quite simple. Outside the palace gate, Long Tian's smile grew increasingly pronounced. Stretching languidly, he spoke with great satisfaction. While the bond between ruler and subject is commendable, the union of husband and wife would be even more exquisite. I wish for you to become my consort. In the future, I aspire for us to jointly reign over the realm. What do you think? Scoundrel, taking advantage of another's misfortune. Upon hearing this, the Grand Master of Beixia, Nan Lingyue, turned pale, her entire being trembling with rage. Had she not been injured tonight, had she been at her peak strength, she would have ensured Long Tian paid a bloody price. Yet, in her current weakened state, she found herself powerless. Meanwhile, Ji Xiu stood nearby, hands behind his head, wearing an expression of amusement. Outside the Divine Strategy Palace, he chuckled softly. Nan Lingyue, in 7 days, I hope you will provide me with a satisfactory response. Should you refuse, I shall be most disappointed. Within the Divine Strategy Palace, Nan Lingyue listened to the blatant threat, her blood surging in fury, causing a crimson droplet to escape the corner of her mouth. Ji Xiu, on the other hand, trembled slightly, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon the Grand Master of Beixia. At this moment, his clear eyes were filled with a mix of confusion and complexity. Nan Lingyue, that name. It sounds somewhat familiar. Ji Xiu murmured to himself. If he remembered correctly, the ultimate antagonist in the novel, the Divine Princess, was named Nan Lingyue. My goodness! The Grand Master of Beixia is indeed the Divine Princess Nan Lingyue. Ji Xiu inhaled deeply, his heart a tumult of emotions, yet brimming with boundless excitement. Chapter 34. The Burning Decision and the Buddha's Wrathful Lotus. The Divine Princess, Nan Lingyue. After countless eons, she emerged as a formidable antagonist of epic-making significance. She exists on the same exalted level as himself. In the future, she will establish the foremost dark organization of the 9 heavens, Sangtian. She and her organization will orchestrate an unprecedented upheaval of darkness. Ji Xiu recalled that during this dark turmoil, she single-handedly shattered 3,000 star realms. The blood of billions of cultivators staining the 9 heavens. That day, heaven and earth wept in blood. She alone suppressed the 4 divine realms of the 9 heavens, which had secluded themselves for a millennium. That day would be known as the Twilight of the Gods. She single-handedly annihilated an ancient dynasty, blood covering 30,000 miles, poison lingering for 3,000 years. She erased an ancient forbidden zone, using the skull of its supreme ruler as a chalice. She is the most merciless and bloodthirsty antagonist in the novel. The demon god Ji Xiu, the divine princess Nan Lingwei. Together, they will be referred to by countless cultivators of the nine heavens as the catastrophe of the immortals and the nightmares of the gods. Ji Xiu had thought he would not encounter the legendary divine princess Nan Lingwei for a long time. However, he never anticipated meeting her in such a manner. Yet, it must be said, this is not necessarily a misfortune. If the immortal Emperor Mu Bing can be reborn, must he face both present and future foes? In this moment, it does not seem excessive to form an alliance with a formidable antagonist. As Ji Xiu's thoughts surged and his expression shifted, Nan Lingwei turned to him, her gaze icy as she reprimanded. Have you had your fill of staring? After taking a deep breath to calm her tumultuous emotions, she continued with utmost seriousness. You've seen enough. But now you should understand that this is a trap. You covet his extraordinary fire, while he desires your body. You venture to the imperial tomb, and he comes to propose marriage. Everything has been meticulously orchestrated by him. With a disdainful huff, Nan Lingwei declared, this matter is none of your concern. Once I have recovered from my injuries, no one can force me into submission. Long Tian wishes for me to marry him? Such a dream is utterly foolish. Suit yourself. Ji Xiu chuckled lightly before turning away and striding toward the exit of the Divine Strategy Palace. He was aware that he had already succeeded halfway at this juncture. All that remained was to grant the Divine Maiden, Nan Lingwei, some time to personally experience the venomous power of the third-ranked purifying demonic flame on the list of extraordinary fires. At that point, she would inevitably seek him out, and he would hold the reins of control. And a friendly reminder, starting tonight, you shall endure excruciating pain that will only intensify. Should you find yourself unable to bear it, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall offer you one final opportunity. Ji Xiu turned slightly, bestowing a faint smile upon Nan Lingwei. In legend, those who fall victim to the purifying inferno and demonic poison suffer a fate worse than death. Perhaps she can still manage to suppress it for now, relying on her sacred rank cultivation. Yet, at most, she can hold it for 3 days before succumbing. After 7 days, her cultivation will plummet from the sacred realm. This is precisely why Long Tian afforded Nan Lingwei a span of 7 days to contemplate. In the entirety of the Northern Xia dynasty, aside from herself, who possesses the devouring immortal technique, no one else can assist her. Ji Xiu, you little rascal. Whom do you look down upon? Can mere demonic poison truly challenge me? Nan Lingwei gazed at Ji Xiu's retreating figure, biting her silver teeth and murmuring softly, as long as you are content. Ji Xiu waved his hand, choosing not to engage in further conversation with Nan Lingwei before turning away from the Divine Strategy Palace. Tom was not on her side. He was curious to see just how long this woman could maintain her defiance. Young master. Gu Yao's expression brightened upon seeing Ji Xiu, her previous worries dissipating in an instant. Throughout the night, she had been consumed with concern for him. Fortunately, Ji Xiu returned safely, allowing her anxious heart to finally find solace. It's so late. Are you not sleeping? Ji Xiu asked with a smile, looking at Gu Yao. Young master. You are well aware that I cannot sleep, Gu Yao replied, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars, fixed on him. TCH. Ji Xiu shook his head, thinking that this woman was spouting nonsense again. With that, he strode toward the inner palace. The night was still young, and he needed to prepare both for Nan Lingwei and for the third-ranked demon flame on the. Young master, did you acquire what you desired at the palace tonight? Gu Yao inquired curiously as she followed Ji Xiu. A faint smile graced Ji Xiu's lips as he replied softly, I have obtained all that was meant to be mine. Even that which was not intended for me shall soon be within my grasp. Moreover, I have stumbled upon an unexpected delight. What unexpected delight? Gu Yao asked in a hushed tone. After a moment's contemplation, Ji Xiu responded with a mysterious smile, a woman. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao froze in place. Her delicate lips pursed in dissatisfaction as she murmured, Your Highness, you have gone astray, venturing to the palace at such an hour. All for a woman. Ji Xiu, momentarily taken aback, regarded Gu Yao with amusement, pondering whether her thoughts were overly capricious. He had merely mentioned an unexpected delight. Yet she spoke as if he had sought out a woman in the depths of the night due to unfulfilled desires. Are you not going to clarify, Your Highness? What manner of woman could possibly be deemed an unexpected delight? Gu Yao pressed on, undeterred by Ji Xiu's silence. A dangerously beautiful, wicked woman. Ji Xiu declared before settling onto the palace bed, his eyes gently closing. Gu Yao stood rooted to the spot, her mind racing with contemplation. Her delicate hand cradled her exquisite chin, her stunningly beautiful face etched with confusion and trepidation. A dangerously beautiful, wicked woman. Could it be the legendary Princess Mu Xianyin of Beixiao? Her thoughts lingered there, and Gu Yao's emotions instantly became a tumultuous blend of feelings. To put it simply, she was exceedingly displeased. However, at this moment, Ji Xiu had no intention of elucidating this matter to Gu Yao. He opened the system shop and, without a moment's hesitation, spent a considerable sum to purchase 2 martial arts techniques. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 3,000 Destiny Essence and successfully acquiring the technique Flame Decision. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 3,000 Destiny Essence and successfully acquiring the mystical technique Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Success! Ji Xiu's eyes shimmered with a faint glow. Now, he possessed a unique fire, the Earth Heart Blue Lotus Flame. The next step was to successfully refine this Earth Heart Blue Lotus Flame. Although his devouring immortal demon technique could also consume and refine unique fires, even the Earth Heart Blue Lotus Flame could be devoured and refined with great confidence. It seemed that the Flame Decision was entirely unnecessary. However, that was not the case. This was due to his consideration of seizing the third-ranked unique fire in the world, the Pure World Demon Flame, from the Beixiao Imperial Tomb. It is essential to understand that the Pure World Demon Flame harbors extraordinary power. Even saint-level experts find it exceedingly difficult to master, let alone refine, by conventional standards. Such a celestial treasure, which even saint-level experts struggle to control, would be an unattainable dream for a mere Gathering Stars realm cultivator. Yet, Ji Xiu was different. With the devouring immortal demon technique and the Flame Decision, he possessed a significant probability of conquering this terrifying Pure World Demon Flame. Thus, the expenditure of 3,000 Destiny Essences is undoubtedly worthwhile. As for the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, it is a renowned divine technique created by the illustrious Flame Emperor, celebrated throughout the realms. With the in hand, there exists no adversary that cannot be vanquished. Therefore, this investment of 3,000 Destiny Essences is indeed commendable. Well then, it is imperative to swiftly cultivate these 2 techniques, and then await the arrival of Nan Lingwei. Ji Xiu smiled faintly, calming his mind as he commenced his training. Chapter 35. The Jealous Gu Yao. Is the little horse pulling the big cart? 3 days passed in a flash. In the northern summer imperial palace, before the royal lotus pond, Emperor Long Tian gazed joyfully at the blooming lotuses. Over these 3 days, his spirits soared, and the smile upon his face never faded. Just 4 more days to go. After 4 days, Nan Lingyue shall become my woman. Ha ha. Long Tian laughed heartily, his joy palpable. Witnessing their sovereign's exuberance, the minister of the Western Factory, Yu Huatian, echoed in delight. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Celebrations are in order. In 4 days, we shall welcome the national master into the harem. Excellent. Splendid. Long Tian exhaled deeply, his smile broadening as his gaze shifted towards the Divine Strategy Palace. At that moment, his authoritative eyes brimmed with greed and fervor. His desire for Nan Lingwei had not emerged overnight. Since their first encounter 8 years prior, he had vowed to claim her as his own. Now, as his aspirations were finally within reach, how could he possibly be anything but elated? Your Majesty, while this is indeed a momentous occasion, it is important to note that the National Master is a formidable Saint-tier expert. If she is unwilling, you must still guard against her, for the consequences may be devastating. Yu Huatian gently reminded. Just wait another 4 days. Nan Lingyue's cultivation will fall from the holy rank. At that time, whether she wishes to marry or not, she will have no choice. If she chooses to die rather than submit, then I shall forcefully take her. Devastation? She shall have no opportunity. Once I seize her primordial yin, I will ascend to the holy rank in one fell swoop. That moment will mark the true arrival of my reign. Long Tian snorted, his face etched with fury and dominance. Very well. If that is the case, then I shall extend my early congratulations to Your Majesty. Yu Huatian nodded heavily. Emperor Long Tian's cultivation technique is the supreme method of the Beixiao royal family, the Holy Sun Sutra. This technique allows him to seize the primordial yin of female cultivators as a means to achieve breakthroughs in his own cultivation. The higher the cultivation of the woman, the greater the benefit to him. The primordial yin of a holy rank woman is sufficient to propel Long Tian, who is at the pinnacle of the Jun rank, into the holy realm. This is one of the reasons why Long Tian has regarded Nan Lingyue as a priceless treasure over the years. He has long set his sights on her. The moon is exquisite, and the cicadas chirp incessantly within the divine palace. Behind the magnificent screen carved with the rising moon over the sea lies an icy pool. The pool is as cold as an ice prison, yet timeless in its stillness. It is a midsummer night, yet the temperature in the palace feels as if one is atop a snow-capped mountain, piercingly frigid and suffused with an aura of chill. The surface of the pond is adorned with an array of exquisite ice lotuses. A graceful and enchanting figure subtly emerges from the misty chill. Outside the palace window, a gentle breeze wafts in, causing the water to ripple. The shimmering light upon the water, combined with the crystalline brilliance of the ice, reflects the delicate pink of a half-submerged leg, rendering it as luminous as jade, overshadowing the beauty of the ice lotuses in the pond. Suddenly, the palace doors creak open. A tall woman clad in a black gown enters the divine palace. Her stunning visage is breathtaking yet imbued with an air of coldness, emanating a sacred and untouchable aura. Merely gazing upon her invokes a profound sense of inadequacy. She is none other than the North Summer Princess, Mu Xianyin, renowned alongside Gu Yao. Master, in 4 days, are you truly to wed father? Mu Xuanyin's voice trembles as she steps behind the screen, gazing upon the delicate figure of Nan Lingwei, who is immersed in the icy pool, her expression filled with emotion. As her words fall, she appears utterly frail, her exquisite face pale and etched with anguish. Master, if you are unwilling, I shall implore father on your behalf. Should he persist in this course, I will risk everything to ensure your departure from the capital. Mu Xuanyin's jade-like hands clench into fists, her voice resolute. She has long been aware of her father, Long Tian's, intentions towards her master. However, she never anticipated that he would scheme against her master and shamelessly force a marriage. This act has driven her anger and resentment towards her father to a boiling point. It is worth noting that her mother was also coerced into marrying Long Tian, ultimately leading to her untimely demise. It is precisely for this reason that she bears her mother's surname, Mu, rather than Long. At this juncture, she is utterly unwilling to witness her revered master suffer a fate as tragic as her mother's. Xianyin, Long Tian has already made all the necessary preparations. You need not engage in these futile endeavors. Nan Lingyue slowly opened her eyes, her gaze devoid of emotion as she regarded Mu Xianyin. Yet, the disciple cannot allow your life to be ruined by the hands of the emperor. Do you truly wish to marry the emperor? Mu Xianyin inquired with a look of puzzlement. Upon hearing this, Nan Lingyue's brows furrowed, her silver teeth nearly shattering in indignation. Marry Long Tian. What is he? What status does he hold? Is he truly worthy? As her words fell, the moonlight cascaded down, revealing the unprecedented fury and overwhelming rage swirling in Nan Lingyue's beautiful eyes. What shall we do? Your injuries are grave. Only 4 days remain. There is no time left. Mu Xianyin bit her red lip, her urgency palpable. Nan Lingyue lowered her lashes, remaining silent for a considerable time before seemingly arriving at a decision. She turned to Mu Xianyin, her voice somewhat frail as she spoke. Xianyin, you are to go to the Ji family's military residence. Inform Ji Xiu that his proposal has been accepted by me. Tell him to come to the Divine Strategy Palace to meet with me at once. What? Mu Xianyin was momentarily taken aback. If she had not misheard, her master was instructing her to seek Ji Xiu at the Ji family's military residence. Could it be that fellow can assist you? Mu Xianyin gazed at Nan Lingyue with a look of bewilderment. Uncertain. Yet it appeared this was the singular opportunity bestowed upon her. Nan Lingyue shook her head, her beautiful eyes revealing a complexity of emotions. Over the past 3 days, she had endeavored countless methods to eradicate the demonic poison within her body, yet all she experienced was excruciating agony that seared her very soul. At present, she could only sit within the ancient ice pool, barely managing to suppress the eruption of the demonic toxin while maintaining her sacred rank cultivation. Should she continue down this path, the consequences of her cultivation plummeting from the sacred rank were too dire to contemplate. Thus, she found herself faced with 2 choices. First, while her cultivation still resided within the sacred rank, she could desperately fight her way out of the palace and flee the capital. Second, she could seek out Ji Xiu at the Ji family military estate. She was uncertain if Ji Xiu could truly provide assistance, yet at this moment, her best option was to place her faith in him. Should Ji Xiu prove unable to save her, then she would resort to carving a bloody path out of the palace, escaping the capital. Very well, my disciple shall head to the Ji family military estate at once. Mu Xianyin nodded emphatically before turning to depart. Once she had left, a spurt of fresh blood escaped Nan Lingyue's lips once more. The overwhelming pain enveloped her entire being. She gritted her teeth, refusing to utter a single sound. Yet she could not deny that she was on the verge of collapse. At the Ji family military estate, within the falling maple palace, Ji Xiu sat quietly in meditation upon the palace bed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the Ding. Congratulations to the host for the successful evolution of the burning decision. Listening to the system's prompt reverberating in his ears, Ji Xiu gradually opened his eyes. At that moment, he raised his finger to summon the. With a crackling sound, a plume of dark azure flames surged forth. The temperature within the falling maple palace soared abruptly. Amidst the fiercely dancing flames, even the void exhibited a faint distortion. The heart fire of the azure lotus. At last, the process of refinement was successful. A relieved smile spread across Ji Xiu's face. His physique and bloodline were of the 9-star caliber, possessing a divine level of comprehension. Cultivating was a simple task for him. The sole peril lay in the refinement of. With the successful assimilation of, that could now evolve, undoubtedly resulting in the most exquisite outcome. As for the unique divine technique of the Flame Emperor, the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, its essence was fundamentally a secret for merging. Now, he had fully grasped it. He merely awaited the acquisition of the ranked third on them to execute it flawlessly. Just then, a tall and enchanting woman clad in a black gown descended before the palace gates. She gazed at Gu Yao, who was leisurely sipping tea beneath a maple tree outside the falling maple palace, and spoke. Miss Gu Yao, I beseech you to relay a message. This princess wishes to meet Ji Xiu. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao set down her teacup and rose to scrutinize the woman intently, then smiled and replied, Princess Xianin, are you so infatuated with my family's young master? 3 days apart feels like a decade? My young master is still in his youth and cannot bear the burdens meant for adults. I implore you to maintain your decorum. Mu Xianin, what audacious words are these? Chapter 36. Nen Linghua, close your eyes, and I shall save you. Gu Yao, what madness are you uttering? Mu Xianin frowned, her tone laced with intense dissatisfaction. Heh. Gu Yao smiled gently, her gaze scrutinizing Mu Xianin, before she nodded and remarked, upon closer inspection. She is indeed a beautiful, yet perilous woman. However, even so, she is unworthy of my esteemed young master. You. Mu Xianin felt a surge of indignation upon hearing this. How could she, the illustrious princess of Beixia, be deemed unworthy of the young master Ji Xiu? Just then, the palace gates swung open. Ji Xiu stepped out of Luofeng Palace with measured grace, addressing Gu Yao in a tone devoid of embellishment. Yaoer, do not be disrespectful. Humph. Gu Yao let out a soft huff, casting a pitiful glance at Ji Xiu as she muttered, the young master only knows how to bully me. Yet, despite her words, her heart brimmed with delight. Yaoer, this endearment was uttered by Ji Xiu for the very first time. Heh. Ji Xiu chuckled lightly, shaking his head at Gu Yao, signaling her that this matter was of utmost importance. He then shifted his gaze to Mu Xianin, feigning ignorance, and inquired, the hour is late. Might I ask what business the princess has? Mu Xianin, upon hearing this, regarded Ji Xiu with utmost seriousness and replied, I must request that the young master accompany me to the Divine Strategy Palace. My master wishes to see you. It is of utmost urgency. I seek your understanding. At these words, Ji Xiu's brow arched in intrigue. Indeed, as he had anticipated, within 3 days, Nen Linghua would seek him out. It appeared she could no longer endure. Ji Xiu murmured to himself. Then, with a subtle shift in his expression, he turned to grasp Gu Yao's hand and spoke softly. Gu Yao, pay close attention. I shall make another visit to the Imperial Palace. Over the past 5 years, Old Wei has cast Gu Jian into the perilous depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains for 2 years of training, subsequently leaving him at the northern border of Beixia for 3 more years. Now, Gu Jian commands the most elite assassins of the Military Intelligence 6, serving as the director of the 5th Bureau. Indeed, I understand. Gu Yao nodded. Being as astute as she was, she recognized the profound significance of Ji Xiu's actions. This signified the official commencement of the conflict between the Ji family and the Beixia royal family. I must take my leave. Ji Xiu nodded at Gu Yao. Your Highness. Take care. Gu Yao gazed earnestly at Ji Xiu, her voice solemn. Do not worry. Ji Xiu replied with a gentle smile. And soon he departed alongside Mu Xianin towards the Imperial Palace. As they journeyed, Ji Xiu and Mu Xianin remained silent until they arrived at the palace gates, exchanging a knowing glance before seamlessly employing their skills to infiltrate the palace. The moonlight shone brightly, and the stars twinkled brilliantly. Before the Shinsu Palace, the begonia flowers bloomed, and the cicadas chirped melodiously. Ji Xiu, you are aware of the severe injuries my master has sustained, are you not? Mu Xianyin suddenly halted, staring at Ji Xiu in bewilderment. It is not merely an injury. It is poison, demonic poison. Then you also understand how my master was poisoned, and how terrifying this poison is, correct? Mu Xianyin inquired further. Indeed. So what? Ji Xiu replied, furrowing his brows, looking at Mu Xianyin with a perplexed expression. He was uncertain about the woman's intentions. Can you truly save my master? Mu Xianyin questioned skeptically, her brows knitted in doubt. Her master was afflicted by the demonic poison of the purifying world flame, a venom even she could not resolve. How could a mere Ji Xiu possibly remedy it? Thus, she was apprehensive that Ji Xiu might harbor ulterior motives under the pretense of healing her master. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu dismissed the need to explain himself and retorted sarcastically, "Foolish woman." Mu Xianyin was momentarily speechless, gazing at Ji Xiu in disbelief. No one had ever dared to insult her so throughout her life. He was the first. What do you mean by that? You shall guard the gate outside the palace. Without my permission, you are not allowed to enter. Ji Xiu, you had better fulfill your responsibilities. Otherwise, this princess will not spare you. Mu Xianyin warned, biting her silver teeth softly. Haha. Ji Xiu chuckled, turning to Mu Xianyin with a teasing glint in his eyes. Your Highness, your words pose no threat to me. Therefore, it would be wise for you to refrain from such threats. With a clang, the palace gate shut behind him. Humph. Mu Xianyin huffed. What a sharp-tongued fellow. In the depths of the divine palace, a chilling aura enveloped the air, reminiscent of standing atop a snow-capped peak. Behind an ornate screen, adorned with the radiant moon over the sea, a breathtakingly enchanting silhouette could be faintly discerned. You have arrived, resonated a voice within the chamber. Cool yet imbued with a magnetic allure. Ji Xiu's gaze was fixated on the figure behind the screen, acknowledging with a soft sound. This poison, can you truly dispel it? Nan Lingyue's voice carried a hint of fragility. Shall we see if it's possible? Ji Xiu responded. Very well, as you wish. With those words, Ji Xiu stepped through the screen, revealing a vast ice pool before him. A slender, exquisite form emerged from the misty, frigid air, partially obscured. Ji Xiu steadied his emotions and entered the pool with measured steps, immediately catching sight of Nan Lingyue, her face tilted back against the water's surface. A few droplets cascaded from her stunning visage, making her skin glisten like pearls. This poison, how do you intend to resolve it? Nan Lingyue turned her gaze towards Ji Xiu, her beautiful eyes earnest as her crimson lips parted to inquire. Ji Xiu pondered briefly, choosing not to elaborate further, but instead leaped directly into the icy waters. The splash echoed loudly. Nan Lingyue's expression momentarily froze, taken aback by Ji Xiu's unexpected action. At that moment, Ji Xiu stood before her, their proximity so close that they could hear each other's breaths. Their eyes locked, and Nan Lingyue, with a slight lift of her lips, earnestly reflected on the situation. At times, this esteemed individual felt that you truly do not resemble a youth. She had never encountered eyes as clear as a mountain spring in autumn. Yet, these eyes bore a chilling clarity, as if capable of slicing through the long, languid night. Thus, she genuinely perceived Ji Xiu to possess a maturity incongruent with his age, accompanied by a peculiar sense of alienation from this world. Ji Xiu shook his head with a gentle smile, offering no explanation but directly informing the Grand Master of Beixia, Nan Lingyue. Close your eyes. I shall save you. The devouring immortal demon technique, devouring heaven, devouring earth, consuming all in this world as nourishment for oneself. Although he had only reached the 3rd level of cultivation, he believed that absorbing the mere purifying demonic flames should pose no challenge. Nan Lingyue's crimson lips curled slightly as she gradually shut her eyes. At this moment, she could only choose to place her trust in Ji Xiu. Observing this, Ji Xiu gazed upon Nan Lingyue's breathtakingly cold beauty, taking a moment to steady his emotions. Taking a deep breath, he murmured within his heart, devouring immortal demon technique. Activate. With that, he extended his finger and pointed directly at Nan Lingyue's forehead. You. Nan Lingyue suddenly opened her eyes wide. She was astonished to discover the demonic poison within her body was dissipating at an astonishing speed. In that instant, an indescribable emotion surged within her, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. This little fellow is remarkably powerful. Her thoughts halted there as she slowly closed her eyes again. Ding. Congratulations, host, for absorbing the purifying demonic poison. Your cultivation has attained a 100 enhancement. Ding. Congratulations to the host for devouring the purifying demonic poison. resulting in a remarkable 200 enhancement in cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming the purifying demonic poison, achieving a 300 boost in cultivation. At this moment, Ji Xiu felt the rapid multiplication of true essence within him, and a singular thought occupied his mind. Blissful comfort. How truly delightful. Chapter 37. The Alliance of Villains. The Stabbing Emperor. 3 minutes. Ascending 3 realms. Is this the power of the purifying demonic poison? Ji Xiu was elated. In just 3 fleeting minutes, his cultivation soared from the first realm of star gathering to the 4th realm. It is essential to note that this was the outcome after the purifying immortal demon technique had purified the purifying demonic poison 100-fold, meeting the conditions for absorption. One can hardly fathom the transformation that would occur should he refine the 3rd-ranked demonic lotus from the infernal fire ranking. It is complete. The purifying demonic poison of Nan Lingwei has been entirely consumed. Ji Xiu's thoughts settled at this point. For a moment, the two locked eyes, and an inexplicable air of awkward silence enveloped them. Cough, cough. Ji Xiu cleared his throat a couple of times, gazing at the playful expression on Nan Lingyue's face as he remarked, "The poison has been resolved. You see, I did not deceive you, did I?" Hee. Upon hearing this, Nan Lingyue's crimson lips curled slightly. She said nothing, yet her enchanting eyes remained fixed on Ji Xiu for an extended period, as if she sought to peer into the depths of his very soul. "Why are you staring at me so intently?" Ji Xiu furrowed his brow. He pondered whether the woman, Nan Lingwei, might be harboring some ulterior motives. The thought alone caused him to tense up. If she were to have a change of heart, the subsequent plans would undoubtedly become complicated. "Hey!" Nan Lingwei playfully poked Ji Xiu's forehead with her delicate finger, her tone dripping with teasing inquiry. "I didn't expect this. You little rascal, you possess quite the talent." With a playful arch of her elegant brows, a rich smile danced across her strikingly beautiful face, revealing her keen curiosity about Ji Xiu. As a formidable saint-level expert, she could not possibly overlook the remarkable fact that Ji Xiu's cultivation had surged through 3 minor realms in merely 3 minutes. Clearly, Ji Xiu had absorbed the purifying demonic poison from her body, enabling such rapid advancement. This brief span of time equated to 3 years of his arduous training. In her understanding, no technique in existence could achieve such a feat to some extent. Ji Xiu had shattered her perceptions of cultivation. Thus, her curiosity about him reached its zenith. What extraordinary power does Ji Xiu possess, and what enigmatic technique lies behind his cultivation? Yet, despite her eagerness to delve deeper, she recognized that the moment was not yet ripe. "All right, speak your mind. Since we are now allies, what is it that you desire from me?" "Quite simple. I have but a single request, one that you shall undoubtedly find hard to refuse." Nan Lingwei quipped with a casual flick of her brow. "Oh, pray, enlighten me." With a deep breath, Ji Xiu uttered 2 words, "Assassinate the Emperor." As his voice faded, the entire Shunsu palace was enveloped in a brief silence. Nan Lingwei, upon hearing Ji Xiu's request, felt no surprise. Rather, it was entirely within her expectations. Her delicate hand lightly tapped the edge of the pool, seemingly deep in thought. Observing her, Ji Xiu remained composed, watching Nan Lingwei with quiet anticipation. At this juncture, Nan Lingyue's relationship with the Northern Xia Emperor, Long Tian, had already soured. Even without Ji Xiu's insistence, her character would compel Long Tian to face the repercussions of his earlier coercive marriage proposal. Thus, he harbored no fears of rejection. After a considerable pause, Nan Lingwei lifted her head, the smile fading from her face as she gazed steadily at Ji Xiu. "Even if you do not speak, I shall not spare Long Tian. If this is your sole request, it is indeed superfluous." With that, she rose from the icy pool and departed. Indeed, a flicker of light danced in Ji Xiu's eyes. Everything unfolded according to his design, using another's blade to achieve his ends, while remaining untainted by the consequences. This was the epitome of strategy. Just then, a clear system notification chimed in his ears. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for triggering a system bounty mission. Bounty mission: Assassinate the Emperor. Mission requirements: Eliminate Northern Xia Emperor Long Tian. Mission reward: 100,000 destiny points." At these words, Ji Xiu was momentarily taken aback. A system bounty mission with a reward of 100,000 destiny points, enough to unlock the 2nd level of the Killing Realm's divine restrictions. Ji Xiu inhaled deeply. He had not anticipated that the bounty task would be announced at such an inopportune moment. Moreover, the reward was an astronomical sum he had never encountered before. However, The crux of the matter lay in the fact that assassinating Emperor Long Tian of the Northern Xia would entail dire consequences. The Northern Xia royal family was backed by a formidable entity known as the Guardian Sect. This sect represented the profound heritage of the Northern Xia dynasty, spanning thousands of years. The former emperor of Northern Xia, the supreme monarch, and the esteemed elders, all the pinnacle powers of the Northern Xia royal family who had long since abdicated, were enshrined within the Guardian Sect. It could be said that the Guardian Sect safeguarded the entire Northern Xia royal lineage. In essence, they were the very embodiment of the royal family itself. This colossal entity would mobilize to eradicate any chaos when the Northern Xia dynasty faced annihilation or when its emperor fell. Initially, he had contemplated leveraging Nan Lingwei to assassinate Long Tian, orchestrating a scenario where he could strike without implicating himself or the Ji family, allowing all repercussions to be borne by Nan Lingwei. However, should he choose to eliminate Long Tian himself, he would inevitably confront the wrath of the Guardian Sect. If that were the case, complications would certainly arise. Ji Xiu could not help but rub his temples in contemplation, since the bounty task had already been issued, with a reward of 100,000 destiny points. He could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Such chances were rare. Thus, even if it meant facing the Guardian Sect head-on, he was prepared to take the risk. With that thought, Ji Xiu took a deep breath and promptly rose from the icy pool. At that moment, Ji Xiu and Nan Lingwei stood side by side at the window, both acutely aware of the gravity of their silence. The moonlight cascaded over their solemn faces, and they both understood the severity of the repercussions should they proceed with the assassination of Long Tian. After a considerable pause, Ji Xiu and Nan Lingwei, sharing an unspoken understanding, spoke in unison, "Long Tian must die." As their words echoed, they exchanged a glance, each perceiving the thick aura of murderous intent in the other's eyes. "I shall slay Long Tian. Rest assured," Nan Lingwei declared earnestly. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu inquired softly, "When do you intend to take action?" "On the eve of the grand wedding," Nan Lingwei replied candidly. She had no desire to wait until the night of the wedding to act. That would be a grave insult to her. "Understood," Ji Xiu nodded. At that moment, he began to contemplate deeply. The eve of the wedding would be her chosen time to strike, but how could he personally eliminate Long Tian without incurring any karmic repercussions? Moreover, as the emperor of Beixia, Long Tian possessed formidable strength, reportedly reaching the pinnacle of the Jun realm. This added layers of difficulty to what seemed an insurmountable task. Yet perhaps there existed a sliver of possibility. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Ji Xiu's mind, illuminating his thoughts. Chapter 38, The Return of Gu Jian. A sword gifted by the heir. By the time he departed from the Divine Strategy Palace, it was already quite late. When he awoke, it was the deep of the following night. Rising from his slumber and stepping out of his chamber, Ji Xiu encountered two familiar figures quietly standing in the courtyard of the Maple Pavilion. One was an elderly man clad in black, his hair streaked with silver. His appearance unremarkable, yet his aged eyes concealed a world of blood and death. The other was a black-clad youth, merely 15 years of age. Yet his cultivation had already attained the realm of destiny and earth. He stood tall and resolute, resembling a sharp and lethal sword. Within a pair of eyes lay a ferocity and coldness akin to that of a bloodthirsty beast. It was only upon seeing Ji Xiu that his gaze began to soften and warm. "Old Wei, Gu Jian," Ji Xiu called out with a gentle smile, invoking the names of two old acquaintances. "Greetings, Your Highness," the young master. Old Wei chuckled lightly and bowed to Ji Xiu. Gu Jian, on the other hand, knelt before Ji Xiu with a thud, performing a grand salute. "Gu Jian, greetings, Your Highness," the young master. At that moment, the bloodlust and chill in his eyes had completely dissipated, leaving only gratitude and reverence. He, at the side, Gu Yao observed her brother and couldn't help but smile with a sense of nostalgia. The Gu Jian of today was nearly a different person from the one 5 years prior. 5 years ago, Gu Jian was timid and cowardly. Now, he was decisive and ruthless, having transformed into a competent assassin. Not only had he avenged their parents, but he had also become the sharpest sword in Ji Xiu's hands. In this moment, she felt immense pride for her brother, for he was no longer the weak boy who hid behind her. "All right, rise." Ji Xiu stepped forward to assist Gu Jian to his feet. He then appraised him from head to toe, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he praised, 5 years' time. "You have transcended the 3 realms of life and death. Very commendable. I am truly pleased with you." Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. Gu Jian bit his lip and nodded vigorously, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. After 5 long years, he had finally earned Ji Xiu's recognition. In that instant, he felt that all the suffering and bloodshed of those years had been worth it. He ventured into the perilous 10,000 Great Mountains, where he honed his skills amidst fierce battles against countless ferocious beasts. He also traversed the borders of Beixia, encountering innumerable cultivators and enduring life-and-death encounters that ultimately forged him into a competent warrior. In the end, with the assistance of Ji Xiu and the Elder Wei, he eradicated the nefarious forces responsible for the slaughter of his family, thus avenging his deep-seated grievances. Now, he yearns to stand beside Ji Xiu and his sister, Gu Yao, fulfilling the promise he once made. He aspires to become the sharpest sword in Ji Xiu's hand, vanquishing all enemies in his wake. This ambition has seemingly become his sole wish for existence and the essence of his life. The young master is indeed remarkable. Over the past 5 years, regardless of the severity of his injuries, he has uttered not a single complaint. No matter how arduous the tasks assigned to him, he has diligently accomplished them. In these 5 years, he has broken more than 100 swords. This lad has become the most satisfactory disciple of the old servant to date. Your judgment is truly impeccable. The Elder Wei beamed as he patted Gu Jian's shoulder. 5 years ago, he had doubted whether Gu Jian could withstand his grueling training. But he soon realized his concerns were unwarranted. In his eyes, Gu Jian possesses an indomitable fighting spirit and remarkable tenacity. Even without the supreme bones within him, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable warrior. He chuckled softly. Ji Xiu smiled slightly and promptly accessed the system's marketplace, generously spending 600 fate points to acquire a renowned sword. Here you go. I hope that this sword will accompany you in vanquishing all your foes. Ji Xiu handed over the newly acquired sword to Gu Jian. Upon grasping the hilt, Gu Jian instantly felt the formidable and fierce aura emanating from the blade. In that fleeting moment, he fell madly in love with the sword. Undoubtedly, it was the most powerful sword he had ever encountered, perfectly attuned to him. Blushing with emotion, he bowed deeply to Ji Xiu and spoke with unwavering conviction. Thank you, Your Highness, for this gift. In the future, I shall not disappoint you. With a gentle smile, Ji Xiu nodded, never doubting Gu Jian's resolve. Young master, may I inquire the name of this sword? It seems I am seeing it for the first time. Old Wei gazed at the abyssal rainbow in Gu Jian's hand, nodding in awe. Abyssal rainbow. Ah. Old Wei breathed deeply, expressing his sentiments. Abyssal rainbow. Truly an exceptional sword. Enough of that. Ji Xiu waved his hand, shifting the conversation to more pressing matters. Tomorrow night, I have a task for you. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Gu Jian and Old Wei grew solemn as they both turned their gazes toward Ji Xiu. Tomorrow night, Long Tian, the emperor of Beixia, will perish. Ji Xiu stated matter-of-factly. As his words hung in the air, Gu Yao, Gu Jian, and Old Wei stood frozen in disbelief. Tomorrow night, the Emperor Long Tian will die? What must we do, young master? Gu Jian refrained from asking further questions, fully placing his trust in Ji Xiu. Since Ji Xiu proclaimed that Long Tian would meet his demise, it was certain that the Emperor of Beixia would indeed perish. Thus, his sole concern lay in the task entrusted to him by Ji Xiu. On the morrow, all formidable forces within the capital's palace would find themselves stretched thin. Elder Wei would assume the role of commander, overseeing the entirety of the capital's operations. Gu Jian, I require you to lead the 5th Bureau of Intelligence in annihilating the foremost underground faction in Kyoto, the 10 Blades Legion. Ultimately, Gu Yu will take full control of the underground powers in Kyoto. This represents our best opportunity. We must not let it slip away. Ji Xiu spoke with a calm demeanor. The 6th Bureau of Intelligence has already gained dominance over the 8 major underground factions of the Beixia dynasty. Now, only the 10 Blades Legion, bolstered by the support of the Eastern Workshop, remains unclaimed. However, since the assassination of the emperor is now inevitable, it is only prudent to seize this moment of chaos in Kyoto to firmly grasp the most powerful underground faction. Should we succeed in subjugating the 10 Blades Legion, the entire underground force of the Beixia dynasty will fall into our hands. Understood. Elder Wei and Gu Jian both nodded solemnly. Your Highness, if we are to take control of Kyoto's underground factions, what will you do? Gu Yao inquired with curiosity. A light chuckle escaped Ji Xiu's lips as he gazed meaningfully towards the direction of the Beixia palace, murmuring, On the morrow, I shall go to the palace. Gu Yao. Elder Wei, Gu Jian truly is worthy of being my family's young master. Upon hearing these words, Ji Xiu chuckled softly, shaking his head without offering further explanation. He gazed at the luminous moon above, silently contemplating that it was time to bring matters to a close. Chapter 39. A loving father and a filial daughter. She approaches treading on blood. Time swiftly passed, and soon the night of the following day arrived. This evening, Kyoto bustled with its usual vibrancy, devoid of any peculiar atmosphere. However, the Northern Xiao Imperial Palace was enveloped in an unusual stillness. In the Northern Xiao Imperial Palace, the Dragon Hall was aglow with bright lights, exuding an air of utmost authority. Inside the Grand Hall, 9 perpetual lamps flickered with a fierce brilliance. Moments later, he paused, turning to the head of the Eastern Workshop, Yu Huatian, and quietly inquired, "Last night, did Princess Xianyin truly escort the young master of the Ji family to the Divine Strategy Palace?" Indeed, last night, at the witching hour, Princess Xianyin had brought Ji Xiu to the Divine Strategy Palace, where he remained for a full 2 hours before departing. Upon hearing this, Long Tian's brow furrowed deeply, forming a pronounced line of concern. Something is amiss. He fixed his gaze upon Yu Huatian, his voice low and grave. "Your Majesty, are you worried that the national master might align himself with the Ji family?" Yu Huatian spoke in a sinister tone. "No. Nan Linglue will not form an alliance with the Ji family, nor will the Ji family casually ally with Nan Linglue. Even if an alliance were to occur, Nan Linglue would not seek the young master Ji Xiu. That lad is merely 8 years old. He holds no authority to represent the Ji family." Long Tian's thoughts were exceptionally clear. If it is not an alliance, then what could it be? Yu Huatian asked, utterly perplexed. "I do not know, but there is one who does." Long Tian's expression was dark, and a cold glimmer flashed in his vulture-like eyes. He spoke with a chilling demeanor. "Yu Huatian, go. Summon Xianyin for me. I am eager to see what they intend to do. Furthermore, if all goes according to plan, Nan Linglue should have already fallen into the sacred realm by now. Tonight, I shall claim her as my woman, to avoid prolonged dreams." Yes. Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian did not hesitate and turned to summon Princess Mu Xianyin from the Divine Strategy Palace. However, at that moment, the palace doors swung open. A graceful figure in a simple white gown entered the hall. She possessed an ethereal elegance and exquisite beauty. It was none other than Princess Mu Xianyin of Beixia. "Your Highness." Yu Huatian was taken aback upon seeing her arrival. He had not anticipated Mu Xianyin would come of her own accord. "Yu Gonggong, are you surprised to see this princess?" Mu Xianyin asked, her expression devoid of joy or sorrow as she gazed at Yu Huatian. "Ah, not at all. Your arrival is quite timely. His Majesty has been awaiting you." "Humph." Mu Xianyin let out a light snort, disregarding Yu Huatian entirely as she proceeded to the inner hall, where she slightly bowed and addressed Long Tian. "Father, your daughter has arrived." "You." Long Tian gazed at the uninvited Mu Xianyin, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Nevertheless, he managed to force a warm and benevolent smile as he spoke. "Xianyin, your arrival is most fortuitous. I was just thinking of you when you appeared. Perhaps this is the profound connection shared between a father and daughter." Hee. Mu Xianyin let out a cold laugh before speaking. "Father, if there is something on your mind, please voice it directly." "Very well." Long Tian replied with a broad smile. Swiftly getting to the point, "Xianyin, tell me, what is the reason behind this?" Upon hearing this, Mu Xianyin fell silent for a moment before answering. "Father, my master does not wish to marry you. Therefore, she has instructed me to seek out Ji Xiu." "Oh, is that so?" Long Tian raised an eyebrow, a dangerous glimmer flashing in his eyes. With a sly smile, he inquired, "So, does your master believe that Ji Xiu and the Ji family military can assist her?" "That is a matter concerning my master. I am not entirely certain," she replied. "I see." Long Tian nodded, then nonchalantly continued, "Xianyin, I have heard that your master has suffered severe injuries and her cultivation has fallen from the sacred realm. Are you aware of this?" At his words, Mu Xianyin's expression grew increasingly frosty. She was not a fool and could discern that Long Tian was still using her to probe for information about her master. After a brief silence, she lowered her head and asked, "Father, my master does not want to marry you. Could you possibly spare her?" Long Tian was momentarily taken aback. He then glared at Mu Xianyin in a fit of indignation, reprimanding her. "You insolent child. Do you understand the implications of what you're saying? I do not require your meddling in my affairs." "Father." Mu Xianyin suddenly raised her head, biting her silver teeth as she spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. "I merely wish to prevent my master from suffering the same fate as my mother. I implore you, father, reconsider." unfilial daughter. Long Tian, consumed by fury, struck her delicately featured face with a resounding slap. Crack! Blood welled at the corner of Mu Xuannin's mouth, and in that moment, her beautiful eyes, gazing at Long Tian, were filled with a sense of shattering despair. Just now, Long Tian's blow had obliterated the last remnants of her feelings for him. Begone! I do not wish to see you. Long Tian's voice was frigid. Father, this night, you shall perish. Mu Xiannin replied expressionlessly, tears cascading down her cheeks as she spoke. However, she also felt waves of liberation and an unprecedented lightness and joy. As her words fell, a tremendous roar erupted. Boom! The Imperial Dragon Hall shook violently. The entire northern Xia Imperial Palace was engulfed in flames. The sounds of clashing weapons, splattering blood, and piercing screams reverberated throughout the heavens. You, what have you done? Long Tian's gaze widened in shock, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Ha ha ha. Mu Xiannin let out a bitter laugh and said, Father, if you were so eager to know, why not step outside and witness it for yourself? Upon hearing this, Long Tian shot a fierce glare at Mu Xiannin and hurriedly swept out of the Imperial Dragon Hall. The scene before him left him utterly astounded. The vast palace was in utter chaos, drenched in blood, and embroiled in turmoil. The air was filled with the anguished cries and wails of despair. This was no longer the dignified imperial palace of yore. It had transformed into a battlefield drenched in blood. At that moment, Yuetian, the chief of the Western Factory, approached Long Tian with a grim expression and uttered, Your Majesty, the Imperial Guard has betrayed us. Half of your secret guards have also turned against you. Over 100 assassins have emerged in the palace, wreaking havoc. Furthermore, among our 10 great generals of Beixia, 4 have already fallen. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Long Tian trembled with rage, turning to glare at Mu Xiannin, his teeth clenched in fury. Mu Xiannin, you wretched woman. You and your mother are nothing but worthless trash, deserving of death. Ha ha. Mu Xiannin laughed, genuinely amused by Long Tian's frantic demeanor. If we are to speak of worthlessness, how could you possibly compare our value to yours? Do you not realize your own depravity? Over the years, how many women have you ruined? How many have you taken into your harem as mere playthings, only to cast them aside like refuse when they perished? Let me be frank with you. Among your 3,000 concubines, 2,800 wish for your demise. Rebellious girl. Long Tian howled in seething anger. At that moment, his nails dug deep into his palm, blood dripping steadily onto the ground. Tonight, once I quell this rebellion, you and your accomplices, along with those wretched women who participated in this insurrection, shall each suffer a fate of having your hearts excavated and bones ground to dust. Long Tian's furious glare at Mu Xiannin resembled that of a wounded beast. Is it merely you? Mu Xiannin regarded Long Tian with palpable disdain. You Huatian, immediately extract the heart of this wretched woman and reduce her to a mere stick of humanity. Long Tian's blood-red eyes bore a chilling intensity as he issued his command. Just then, a sound of footsteps echoed through the heavens. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of high heels striking the ground heralded the approach of a woman. Clad in a black dress adorned with phoenix patterns, she walked with poise towards the Dragon Palace, her hands clasped behind her back. Behind her lay a sea of corpses, each a formidable warrior who had succumbed to her hand, the ground soaked in their thick, crimson blood. She advanced under the moonlight, treading upon the sanguine path. As the ethereal glow illuminated her exquisite, chillingly beautiful visage, akin to a divine goddess of a prosperous era. From the moment she appeared, all in the world seemed to fade into mere backdrop to her presence. Her cold, beautiful eyes fixated on Long Tian, her lips curling into a slight smile as she icily proclaimed, Long Tian, your life is forfeit to me. Chapter 40, The Mastermind Behind the Scenes, Ji Xiu. The Assassin Emperor begins. Chaos in the Imperial Palace. Turmoil in the capital. Millions of citizens and cultivators in the capital trembled in fear as they gazed towards the palace. On this night, none could have anticipated the calamity that had befallen the royal residence. Under normal circumstances, should the palace be in distress, the iron floating tower army stationed outside the capital should have been the first to storm in and quell the rebellion. However, there seemed to be no indication that the Ji family's iron floating tower army would mobilize. Not only the iron floating tower army, even the prominent figures of various factions in the capital remained unresponsive. The Northern Xia Royal Academy, the Northern Xia Inspection Institute, the 6 ministries of Northern Xia's capital, the Northern Xia Imperial Guards, the Dragon Protecting Manor, the Underworld Office, the Dali Temple. All these numerous forces directly under imperial authority exhibited no movement whatsoever. The leaders of the capital appeared to be blind and deaf, turning a blind eye to the rebellion within the northern Xiao Palace. Such profound silence astounded all the practitioners and citizens of the capital. In the Ji residence, Ji Xiu sat in the Maple Leaf Palace, wearing a smile as he looked at his grandmother Mu Hua, pouring her a cup of tea. Little one, pray tell, how have you managed to command the respect of the capital's factions? Mu Hua chuckled at Ji Xiu's inquiry. It's quite simple. My intelligence bureau has gathered secret information regarding the 108 prominent figures in the capital over the years. That is still inadequate. Mu Hua shook her head. While the secrets of the capital's elite were indeed potent, they would not compel those leaders to ally themselves with the Ji family at such a critical juncture. Of course, it's not enough. But what if I were to inform them that Long Tian will perish tonight? Moreover, he will fall at the hands of a saintly tier expert? Furthermore, I never urged them to assassinate Long Tian. I merely suggested they remain spectators tonight to preserve their own lives. In that case, what reason do they have to intervene in this matter? Ji Xiu replied with a smile. The fox assuming the tiger's might. Mu Hua nodded thoughtfully. If that is the case, then there is no issue. The major powers in the capital are all governed by formidable leaders. However, the problem lies in the fact that none of these leaders have reached the saint level. And all cultivators across the continent are aware of a saying, beneath the saint level, all are but ants. Speak. How did you, young man, manage to align yourself with the North Xia National Master? Mu Hua inquired, pinching Ji Xiu's cheek. The North Xia National Master is one of the most astonishing yet terrifying individuals she has ever encountered. She never imagined her precious grandson would stand alongside the North Xia National Master. This truly astonished her. Well, approximately a week ago, Ji Xiu candidly revealed the truth. Hiss. Mu Hua gasped, exclaiming, You have quite the audacity. It's merely good fortune. Ji Xiu shrugged. If Nan Lingwen hadn't been injured, and Long Tian hadn't pressed for marriage, he indeed wouldn't have found himself entangled with Nan Lingwen. One last question. If Long Tian were to die, and the National Guardian sect were to lay blame, what would you do? Mu Hua gazed intently at Ji Xiu, articulating the most crucial question with piercing clarity. Grandma, the North Xia National Master killed Long Tian. What does it have to do with me, Ji Xiu? We simply, like the majority in the capital, failed to provide timely assistance, Ji Xiu replied, raising his hands in feigned innocence. You clever little fox. Your thoughts are indeed becoming increasingly astute. Mu Hua playfully scolded, then gently ruffled Ji Xiu's hair, softly advising, the night is drawing in. Rest early. After tonight, the capital, no, the entire northern Xia dynasty will tremble with upheaval. We, the Ji family, must be adequately prepared. With that, she turned away from Luofeng Palace, visibly satisfied. Knowing her grandson had contemplated every aspect of the situation, rendering further inquiries unnecessary. As for what Ji Xiu would do next, she simply chose to trust him. Regarding the National Protection Sect, she could not deny that Ji Xiu had executed his plans beautifully. With this strategic move, he had bound the interests and powerful figures of the entire capital to one vessel. Even if the National Protection Sect possessed omnipotent abilities, they could not seize any leverage over the Ji family. After all, everyone was merely an observer. Who among them was truly innocent? Who among them was morally superior? With Saint-tier experts already engaged, what could the Ji family possibly do? Very well, grandmother shall also rest early. At this moment, three figures appeared beside him. Young master, when shall we make our move? Old Wei inquired softly. Let us act now. Ji Xiu gestured dismissively. With Nan Lingwen now in play, it was certain that the palace's formidable beings would be stretched thin. This was the opportune moment for the 6th Military Intelligence Division to seize control of the underground forces in the capital. Understood, Gu Jin replied, swiftly transforming into a series of fleeting shadows, vanishing from Luofeng Palace. Notably, behind him trailed a multitude of dark figures, all elite assassins from the 5th Military Intelligence Division. These assassins have followed Gu Jian on the northern border for many years, becoming the elite among the elite. Old Wei, you should also join. Tonight, you will take charge of the situation, Ji Xiu casually instructed. Understood. Old Wei nodded, turning to silently vanish into the night. Your Highness, it seems the Tin Blades Legion has reached its end, Gu Yao remarked with a smile. Indeed, Ji Xiu replied with a faint smile. If the elite from the Military Intelligence Division are all deployed, coupled with Old Wei's command, without the backing of the Xichang and the Northern Xia royal family, the Tin Blades Legion, the foremost underground force in the capital, would indeed struggle to withstand. Your Highness, when will you enter the palace? Gu Yao inquired with a hint of concern. Soon. Ji Xiu gazed toward the northern Xia imperial palace, his clear eyes flickering with fire as he whispered. He was still waiting for an opportunity. Not long after, when an ancient figure appeared above the palace. The aura of the saint stage engulfed the entire capital and the surrounding realm. Ji Xiu suddenly rose, addressing Gu Yao. It is time. With that, he employed the stellar shadow technique, transforming into specks of starlight as he departed from Luofeng Palace, making his way toward the northern Xia imperial palace. Watching Ji Xiu's departing figure, Gu Yao bit her crimson lip, her face filled with worry as she softly murmured, "My little prince. You must be careful." Chapter 41. The madman Nan Lingwei pursuing to the imperial tomb. Meanwhile, as Ji Xiu stealthily advanced toward the northern Xia imperial tomb using the stellar shadow technique. Outside the dragon hall of the northern Xia imperial palace, Nan Lingwei stood with her hands behind her back, the chilling wind rustling her skirt with a haunting sound. With a countenance of icy detachment, she gazed at the old man in the dragon hall and mockingly remarked, "Old fool, we meet again. I trust you have been well?" Her voice, cold yet resonant, echoed through the heavens. A terrifying pressure of the saint level descended, causing the faces of all present cultivators to turn pale. Before Nan Lingyue and the enigmatic elder, they were undoubtedly a mere assembly of the most contemptible and feeble ants. With a mere snap of their fingers, the two formidable figures could reduce them to ashes in an instant. "Your Excellency, you have gone too far," the old man with the burlap robe said, shaking his head at the carnage surrounding them. "Gone too far." Nan Lingyue's lips curled into a sardonic smile as she regarded the elder with a chilling gaze. "What constitutes excessive? Had I not restored my saint-level cultivation, my fate would surely mirror that of the Emperor's 3,000 concubines, equally tragic. So, what right do you have to accuse me of excess?" Sighing deeply, the old man fixed his gaze upon Nan Lingyue, speaking with resolute calmness. "Regardless of the reasons, Long Tian has not succeeded, has he? Moreover, Your Excellency has taken many lives tonight. Perhaps it is best to cease this matter here." "Humph." Nan Lingyue shook her head with a light laugh, the mockery in her enchanting visage intensifying. Parting her crimson lips, she coldly replied, "Cease? Very well. Once I have slain Long Tian, this matter shall come to a close. What say you?" As the words fell, the expression of the elder in the coarse attire shifted to one of extreme displeasure. "Nan Lingyue, how dare you? Do you truly believe you can assassinate the Emperor within the northern Xia Imperial Palace? Do you consider yourself invincible in this world?" "Ha ha ha ha." Nan Lingyue lowered her head, a light laugh escaping her lips, the mockery in her exquisite, unparalleled beauty intensifying. "Invincible? Not quite. However, dispatching you, old fool, shall pose no challenge." With that, she raised her hand and summoned an unusual long sword from the void, radiating a dazzling crimson light. The moment the sword materialized, the temperature of the entire realm plummeted by 10 degrees. The chilling aura of impending doom sent shivers down the spines of all present. "Kill." Nan Lingyue's crimson lips parted slightly as she shattered the void beneath her feet, soaring into the air, the bright moon at her back. The sword's edge aimed directly at Long Tian. "Elder, save me." Long Tian's pupils constricted as he cried out to the elder in coarse attire. The pressure and murderous intent emanating from the Saint-Tier warrior compelled him to relinquish his pride. "Your Majesty, you must flee. Head to the royal tomb and activate the teleportation array. Summon the Saint-Tier masters of our nation to the capital." The elder moved swiftly to Long Tian's side, whispering a reminder, and with a firm push, urged Long Tian behind him. He sensed that Nan Lingyue's power and cultivation had grown even more terrifying since their first encounter. The first time, he had barely managed to repel her with the release of the purifying world demon flame. But today, devoid of that formidable flame, he feared he might not be able to hold her at bay for long. Thus, seeking aid from the guardian sect through Long Tian is the sole method to unravel the deadly trap of this night. With that, he summoned a bronze halberd, radiating a cerulean holy light as he soared into the fray to confront Nan Lingyue. Boom, 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 boom. In the heavens above, a battle of the sacred tears erupted. Terrifying waves of energy continuously unleashed sounds akin to muffled thunder. The ground of the northern Xia Imperial Palace cracked open, revealing countless fissures resembling a spider's web. All present cultivators turned pale and retreated in a frenzy, fully aware that this was a battle of the sacred tears. Even the residual force of the combat could leave them gravely injured or worse. In the shadow of the northern Xia imperial palace, Ji Xiu gazed in astonishment at the two formidable sacred tier warriors suspended in the celestial realm above. In that celestial expanse, crimson and azure lights dominated the sky. And even the serene, luminous moon was enveloped in a breathtaking halo of two vibrant colors. Boom. Once more. The air reverberated with a sound reminiscent of muffled thunder. Ji Xiu shivered as he beheld the two sacred tier beings above, whispering to himself, beneath the sacred tier, all are but ants. Indeed, this statement held true. With a shake of his head, he forcibly quelled the tumultuous emotions within and began scanning the palace for Long Tion's whereabouts. This night, Long Tian was his primary target. He absolutely could not allow Long Tian to survive until dawn. At that moment, he spotted Long Tian fleeing towards the northern Xia imperial tomb under the protection of Yu Huatian. Damn it! There's an additional obstacle in the form of the West Factory's chief, Yu Huatian. Ji Xiu furrowed his brows tightly. Presently, he possessed a soul-piercing nail, capable of indiscriminately slaughtering all beings beneath the sacred tier. However, a soul-quelling nail can claim but a single life. Should he eliminate Long Tian, the threat from Yu Huatian would remain unresolved. As his mind raced with thoughts of how to escape from Yu Huatian after striking down the emperor, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure stealthily following Long Tian and Yu Huatian towards the northern Xia imperial mausoleum. It was none other than Mu Xianyin, the cherished disciple of Nan Lingyu and the princess of northern Xia. A flicker of realization ignited in Ji Xiu's eyes. If memory served him correctly, Mu Xianyin harbored a deep-seated hatred for Long Tian. Clearly, she was a contingency set by Nan Lingyu. This certainly piqued his interest. A smirk curled at the corners of Ji Xiu's lips as he immediately activated the Star God Shadow and sped towards the northern Xia imperial mausoleum. Deep within the mausoleum, an altar adorned with ancient runes bore witness to an extraordinarily enchanting flame radiating a brilliant crimson light, tendrils of black mist swirling upward. This flame was none other than the third ranked on the strange fire list, the purifying demon flame. Thunderous echoes resounded as the entrance to the mausoleum swung open. Long Tian and Yu Huatian stumbled in, their retreat a chaotic and disheveled affair. Upon laying eyes on the mesmerizing flame, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Your Majesty, that was truly perilous, Yu Huatian exclaimed, still trembling at the thought. The oppressive force of a saint-level powerhouse and the relentless pursuit had been utterly terrifying. Damn it, Nan Lingyu is indeed a madwoman, Long Tian muttered darkly, his expression grim. He could scarcely fathom that Nan Lingyu would audaciously storm the imperial palace to take his life, completely disregarding any potential repercussions. Indeed, this woman is undoubtedly the most deranged and incomprehensible individual I have encountered in my lifetime. Yu Huatian inhaled deeply, as memories of Nan Lingyu's icy gaze sent shivers down his spine. This woman possesses no fear of imperial authority and shows utter indifference to the consequences of her actions. In essence, Nan Lingyu is a madwoman without any taboos. Yet, what of her madness? Once the esteemed leaders of the National Guardian sect arrive, what tempest can she possibly stir? At that moment, I shall reduce her to ashes, and I will turn that rebellious girl, Mu Xianyin, into a mere stick. Long Tian spoke with a chilling tone. Alas! Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian sighed and replied, Your Majesty, we must activate the formation promptly. We must urgently inform the Supreme Elder of the National Guardian sect. That woman, Nan Lingyu, is far too unhinged. I fear the Supreme Elder may not withstand her. Quite right. Long Tian nodded, then proceeded to an ancient formation behind the altar. Though modest in size, the formation was encircled by high-level runes of Beixia. This was a teleportation array, directly connecting to the most enigmatic National Guardian sect of Beixia. Once activated, the leaders of the sect would arrive at the Imperial Mausoleum within the span of a single incense stick. Just as he was forming hand seals to initiate the teleportation array, a clear voice resonated through the underground palace. Father, today, we must reach a conclusion. Upon hearing this voice, Long Tian and Yu Huatian abruptly turned their gazes towards the entrance of the underground palace. At that moment, Mu Xianyin slowly stepped inside. You reckless girl, are you truly courting death? Long Tian's expression darkened considerably. He could not fathom the audacity and courage that allowed Mu Xianyin, a mere Gathering Stars realm cultivator, to pursue them alone. Chapter 42. The Usurper, Ji Xiu. Rewards have been distributed. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Mu Xianyin threw her head back and laughed heartily. She regarded Long Tian as one would a fool, softly remarking, the imperial tomb of Beixia. the purifying demon flame, the teleportation array. All of this is under the control of my master. Today, not only will you fail to kill me, but you shall also perish here." As her words fell, Long Tian's countenance shifted dramatically, and Yu Huaiyan's expression also turned exceedingly grim. If everything was indeed anticipated by that madwoman, Nan Lingyue, then it was no wonder Mu Xianin had the audacity to chase them to the royal tomb. What do you mean by this?" Long Tian stammered, his voice quaking. "Heh." Mu Xianin chuckled lightly, reveling in the fear evident on Long Tian's face. Subsequently, she produced a crystal vial from her storage ring. The vial was translucent and pristine, within which floated a drop of crimson golden blood. "This is..." Yu Huaiyan gazed at the blood within the vial, his expression blank. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, his face paled, and he instinctively took 3 steps back. "Holy grade blood!" Long Tian exclaimed in disbelief. "Below the holy grade, all are but ants." This statement was universally acknowledged by countless cultivators across the continent. A single drop of sacred blood represents the full force of a formidable saintly being. This is the reliance of Mu Xianin, a contingency bestowed upon her by Nan Lingyue. "Father Emperor." Mu Xianin gazed coldly at Long Tian and spoke. "Since you have recognized me, you shall meet your demise." With that, her expression darkened as she abruptly hurled the crystal vial into the air. Crack! The vial shattered mid-flight, and the drop of crimson golden blood within erupted violently. The aura of the sacred realm instantly enveloped the void. Clang, clang, clang. Blinding and resplendent crimson golden light blossomed within the underground palace. The terrifying power of the sacred realm conjured a tempest of light, stretching 100 feet in diameter. At that moment, the surface of the palace also ignited with over 100 mysterious runes, ablaze with fierce flames. The crackling of the runes resonated like the sound of boiling water. Had these runes not absorbed the majority of the sacred energy in the palace, this royal mausoleum would have been reduced to rubble in an instant. Nevertheless, a substantial amount of sacred energy still overflowed like rippling waters. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the invisible ripples of energy passed, numerous towering mountains outside the mausoleum shattered in an instant. Over 100 ancient trees were snapped in half. Moments later, as the sacred energy was nearly expended and the dust settled within the mausoleum, one could see Yu Huaiyan, charred black, lying on the ground. His meridians were shattered, and his bones had crumbled to dust, leaving only a blood-soaked human skin sprawled on the earth. He, the once great head of the Western factory, was now irrevocably deceased. It is over. Finally, it is over. Mu Xianin tilted her head back, eyes closed, whispering softly to herself. At that moment, a towering figure appeared before her. "Xianin, your father could never bear to see you perish." Upon hearing this voice, Mu Xianin abruptly opened her eyes, filled with disbelief as she gazed at Long Tian. At that moment, Long Tian was covered in wounds, his hair disheveled, his complexion pale to the extreme, with blood occasionally seeping from the corners of his mouth. Despite his severe injuries, he had somehow managed to survive. How was this possible? Mu Xianyin's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. "Do you think you alone possess the blood of the saint level? Do you think your master is the only saint-level expert? Have you forgotten? Your grandfather is also a saint-level powerhouse." Long Tian grinned ominously. "Indeed, he too possesses a drop of saint-level blood. This drop was left for him by the previous emperor of Beixia, now the supreme emperor, for the sake of his survival. Though much of its sacred power has waned over the years, it is still sufficient to preserve his life. You scoundrel, I will fight you to the end." Mu Xianin exclaimed coldly, her beautiful eyes radiating with the brilliance of gathering stars as she drew a silver longsword and thrust it directly towards Long Tian's heart. "Huh." Long Tian replied with a chilling smile, flicking his finger. Crack! The sword shattered into hundreds of pieces. Immediately after, Long Tian reached out, piercing through the void to grip Mu Xianin by the throat, coldly asking, "Xianin, do you have anything else to say?" "Humph." Mu Xianin bit her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes brimming with defiance. "Long Tian, if you have the ability, then kill me. It would be just right. I can go and join my mother." At this moment, she felt a profound sense of despair. After all, as a newcomer to the realm of cultivation, she was hardly a match for Long Tian, a master at the pinnacle of the June level. Upon hearing her thoughts, a smirk crept across Long Tian's lips as he gazed intently at Mu Xianin's exquisite, icy visage and slowly began to speak. "Xianin, to kill you would be too lenient. However, it must be said, you have truly grown up, and you resemble your mother more and more. Begone." You have no right to mention my mother. Mu Xianyin shot a fierce glare at Long Tian, her voice laced with fury. Very well. If you wish for me to refrain from mentioning her, I shall comply. However, I truly long for your mother. Why not come and take her place? Long Tian's wicked smile was accompanied by a gaze filled with fervor directed at Mu Xianyin. You beast! Mu Xuanyin's body trembled. She feared that Long Tian would indeed kill her, but never anticipated his utter lack of humanity. Ha ha! Now you may struggle. You may scream, but I shall not cease. Long Tian's excitement grew with each word. Just then, a crisp sound of applause echoed through the deep underground palace. Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing this sound, Long Tian's expression changed dramatically. At that moment, there was someone else in the palace besides him and Mu Xianyin. Who could it be? Long Tian released his grip from Mu Xuanyin's neck, his demeanor shifting to one of caution as he scanned his surroundings. It was then that a cold yet somewhat youthful voice rang out. Marvelous, marvelous. Your Majesty, I am well aware of your shamelessness. However, I never expected you to be so shameless. TSK, TSK, TSK. Are you truly not afraid of divine retribution? As the words faded, a slender figure emerged from the shadows of the underground palace. Ji Xiu? Upon seeing the newcomer, Mu Xianyin felt an inexplicable sense of safety surge within her. The young master of the Ji family. Ji Xiu. Long Tian frowned coldly at Ji Xiu. Your Majesty, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Ji Xiu waved his hand in greeting to Long Tian. Well, very well. It seems today's gains are not insignificant. If you were to remain in the Ji residence and not emerge, perhaps I would truly have no way to deal with you. However, daring to invade the North Xia Imperial Tomb today leaves me no choice. Should you perish within the North Xia Imperial Tomb, I believe the Ice God Palace would have nothing to say. Long Tian grinned ominously and stepped forward. Boom. The terrifying aura of the pinnacle of Junjie erupted. Invisible waves of energy rippled through the void, and the temperature soared abruptly. Behind him, a blazing sun began to rise gradually. This was the culmination of his mastery of the royal sun's sacred art. Ji Xiu's lips curled slightly, showing no fear. And he spoke with intriguing nonchalance. Your Majesty, is it truly so? With that, he slowly opened his palm. At that moment, a black iron nail appeared in his hand. The nail was plain and unadorned, lacking any remarkable qualities. Yet, the instant Long Tian beheld this iron nail, a chill surged from his spine to his forehead. A sudden wave of fear emanating from the depths of his soul and spreading throughout his limbs. What is this? Long Tian gazed at Ji Xiu with trembling eyes, his teeth chattering incessantly. He could sense the indescribable and terrifying power emanating from the black iron nail in Ji Xiu's hand. The coldness enveloping him stirred an ominous premonition within his heart. Guess what? The murderous intent in Ji Xiu's clear gaze flared as he summoned the power of the star-gathering realm, directing the soul-biting nail with a swift motion to lock onto Long Tian. Clang! The black iron nail transformed into a slender beam of profound light, shooting forth with astonishing speed. At the moment the light appeared, even the very fabric of space trembled. You! Long Tian barely uttered a word before his voice was abruptly cut off. The deep light sliced through the air at an uncanny speed, completely defying reason, and grazed his neck. He had no time to react. He merely felt a chill at his throat, instinctively reaching to touch it, only to find his fingers drenched in blood. Die! Ji Xiu uttered the words with an expression of indifference. With a swift motion, Long Tian's head was sent soaring into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain from his neck, splattering several meters high. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the bounty task of assassinating the Emperor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 100,000 Destiny Essence. Chapter 43. Awaken the Divine Band. Devour the. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the bounty task of assassinating the Emperor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 100,000 Destiny Essence. Listening to the system's prompts echoing in his ears, Ji Xiu finally felt the tension that had been coiled within him begin to dissipate. Instinctively, he opened the system panel. Name: Ji Xiu. Age: 8. Title: Crown Prince of the Beixia Empire. Established organization: Military Intelligence Division 6. Cultivation level: Gathering Stars. Fourth Realm: Bloodline Constitution. Divine Heart Demon Bone Demon Descent has been successfully activated. Conditions for awakening: Divine Restriction 100,000 Destiny Essence. Conditions for awakening: Immortal Ash 1,000,000 Destiny Essence. Cultivation Techniques: Devouring Immortal Demonic Arts. Cultivated to the Third Realm. Flying Dragon Cloud Grasp, Advanced, Star God Shattered Shadow, Beginner. Weapons, Grand Luo Sword Embryo. Ghost Flute Chinching, Destiny Essence. 104, 800 points. Fate level, Red 9 lives, 1 death. System Store, activated. Task System, activated. Storage, Soul Capture Trilogy Requiem, Soul Snatching Melody. Spirit Summoning Tune, Ice God Jade, Token of the Ice God Palace Lord, System Prompt. More information can be displayed. At last, he had amassed 100,000 Destiny Essence. The Divine Restriction, he could finally awaken it. Ji Xiu let out a long breath, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately began the long-awaited awakening of the Second Slaughter Realm, the Divine Restriction. Ding. System Prompt. Awakening the Second Slaughter Realm Divine Restriction requires the consumption of 100,000 Destiny Essence. Please confirm once more. Host. Open. Ji Xiu did not hesitate in the slightest. The Divine Restriction is a forbidden domain where only the ancient emperors could tread within the vast cosmos. In this fantastical realm, the mere essence of 100,000 fated energies could effortlessly awaken one's true potential, an exhilarating experience indeed. As his thoughts lingered, a surge of chaotic divine light swept across his eyes. Ji Xiu felt his body become incredibly ethereal. In that fleeting moment, his soul seemed to ascend to the pinnacle of the heavens, as if suspended above the celestial realm. Simultaneously, an extraordinarily profound understanding surged within him. All the splendor of this world ultimately fades into mere illusions. At the world's end, at the terminus of time, amidst the eternal rush, there remains only an invincible being. Ji Xiu closed his eyes, softly murmuring as if caught in a dream. Radiating around him was a blazing and dazzling chaotic celestial light, with droplets of divine rain cascading down. In that instant, he truly embodied the appearance of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, exuding the ultimate pressure of an ancient emperor from his seemingly diminutive form. What on earth has transpired? Has he perhaps entered the legendary state of unity between man and heaven? Mu Xianyin gazed in astonishment at Ji Xiu, who stood with his back to her, bathed in the shimmering rain and emanating an overwhelming aura, whispering in awe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the second lethal realm of bloodline, the Divine Prohibition. Divine Prohibition, a taboo of the gods, where both body and soul transcend the shackles of the heavenly order, achieving a forbidden metamorphosis. A battlefield realm said to be accessible only to ancient emperors. System notification. The consumption is extraordinarily immense. The host is advised to proceed with caution. With a deep breath, Ji Xiu successfully activated the transformation. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The unparalleled chaotic light that once filled his gaze had vanished, replaced by a jubilant ecstasy emanating from the depths of his being. Just then, Ji Xiu felt a searing gaze upon him from behind. Turning around, he found Mu Xianyin staring at him, lost in a daze. "Hey, have you finished your staring, Your Highness?" Ji Xiu teased her with a chuckle. "Ah, Ji Xiu, what just happened to you?" she exclaimed. "Hiki." Ji Xiu laughed lightly, then fabricated an explanation. "I merely entered a state of enlightenment." "Indeed," Mu Xianyin gasped, her expression complex as she gazed at Ji Xiu, softly exclaiming, "Ji Xiu, you are truly astonishing." She understood that to achieve the state of unity with heaven and man brought boundless benefits in the realm of cultivation. For instance, her master, Nenlingwe, had entered this state 3 times, which enabled her to attain the saint level of cultivation by the age of 27. "Your Highness, you mustn't gaze at me so affectionately. I might misunderstand," Ji Xiu quipped. "Humph." Mu Xianyin lightly scoffed, then turned her complex gaze towards the headless corpse of Long Tian in the underground palace, saying, "Thank you for today. I've wanted to kill him for a long time. I owe you one. Hee. Owe me one." Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow, a playful smile dancing on his lips. "I shall remember this. Today, Princess Mu Xianyin owes me one." "All right." Mu Xianyin nodded earnestly. Observing the scene, Ji Xiu offered a resigned smile before directing his gaze toward the ancient altar deep within the subterranean chamber. Upon the altar blossomed a pure white lotus, its pristine petals glistening as though crafted from crystal, exuding an ethereal beauty. It seemed that merely a glance could lead one to eternal entrancement. However, at the heart of the lotus resided an otherworldly flame, tinged with crimson and emanating wisps of dark vapor, the cleansing demon flame. Today, this was the second major objective for the heir. Ji Xiu's expression turned grave, his eyes brimming with seriousness. This flame, ranked third among the extraordinary fires, possessed unparalleled beauty yet harbored unfathomable destruction, posing an extreme danger. Not to mention, even a saintly-level practitioner could perish with a moment's carelessness. The immortal devouring demon technique. The burning decision. Surely he could seize it. Ji Xiu inhaled deeply, then advanced step by step toward the cleansing demon flame. What on earth does he intend to do? Mu Xianyin furrowed her brows as she watched Ji Xiu approach the flame. Indeed, it is breathtaking. As Ji Xiu reached the altar, he gazed at the extraordinary fire floating at the center of the pure white lotus, his eyes filled with awe and determination. With a deep breath, Ji Xiu suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him. He then extended his hand to cradle the pure white lotus upon the altar. In that instant, an intense warmth surged forth. Yet despite this, he did not sense the terrifying destructive force of the cleansing demon flame. Perhaps it was due to this accompanying flower lotus. Thus, is it the inability to perceive the destructive power of the purifying flame? Ji Xiu, feeling a parched throat, swallowed hard as he sought to clarify the reason. It was fortunate for him to possess this accompanying lotus, otherwise, he would not even have the qualification to approach them. Ji Xiu, have you lost your senses? If you wish to preserve your life, you must relinquish it. Mu Xianyin's voice trembled as she cautioned him. However, at that moment, she realized something profound about Ji Xiu. It seemed he was not merely being reckless. He genuinely intended to subdue this. But what folly was this? This purifying flame was the third-ranked entity on the containing unparalleled destructive power capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. How could a mere star-gathering realm cultivator dare to covet such a force? Even her master had nearly perished beneath its might. Despite Mu Xianyin's voice echoing throughout the palace, Ji Xiu appeared oblivious. His gaze remained fixated on the bewitching dancing atop the lotus. This was his sole opportunity. Should he delay until Nan Lingwei arrived at the palace, the purifying flame would undoubtedly fall into her hands. She was of the holy rank. He could not compete with her. Ji Xiu's mind was clear, yet time was of the essence, and Nan Lingwei would surely not consent. Thus, only one choice remained. As this thought coursed through his mind, a fierce determination flickered in Ji Xiu's eyes. He tremulously raised his left hand, slowly lifting the pure white lotus in his grasp. With a determined bite, he consumed the fire seed of the lotus heart as if indulging in a fine wine. Simultaneously, the full power of the swallowing immortal demon technique surged forth. The blazing decision activated with utmost intensity. Boom. In that very instant when Ji Xiu ingested the fire seed, a cataclysmic force erupted with ferocious intensity. The temperature escalated exponentially in an instant. Invisible waves of energy surged forth. Crack, crack, crack. The surface of the northern Xiao royal tomb trembled violently, fissures spider-webbed across the walls. Witnessing this scene, Mu Xianyin's expression shifted dramatically, and without a word, she turned to flee. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of flames searing the air mingled with rising mist, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. As the countless runes safeguarding the tomb turned to ash in that fleeting moment, a resounding clang echoed. A towering crimson fire pillar erupted from Ji Xiu, reaching skyward. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the vast northern Xiao royal tomb was reduced to ashes. The celestial fire pillar connected heaven and earth, an awe-inspiring spectacle. From a distant peak in the royal tomb mountains, Mu Xianyin gazed at the crimson fire pillar linking the heavens, cold sweat drenching her back. She swallowed hard, her gaze vacant as she murmured to herself, a madman. Truly a reckless lunatic. Chapter 44. The capital trembles, the furious Nan Lingwei. Brilliant crimson flames erupted in the night sky. A terrifying wave of fire swiftly engulfed the heavens, causing the temperature of the entire realm to rise significantly in an instant. In the city of Kyoto, millions gazed in awe at the fiery waves that surged through the night sky, their throats constricting with each rolling surge. Despite the vast distance, the scorching flames rendered countless individuals drenched in sweat, as if they were enveloped in the sweltering heat of summer. This was the Imperial Mausoleum Mountain. What had transpired? What level of power could manifest such force? Was it the monarch stage? The saint stage? Or perhaps the legendary realm of power? The otherworldly flames. Only such ethereal fire could possess such devastating destructive capabilities. My goodness, it was indeed the legendary fire capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. How terrifying. In Kyoto, both cultivators and common folk felt a profound sense of helplessness in the face of the engulfing flames. Not only they, but even the numerous influential figures of Kyoto were left astounded. Internally, they lamented, "It's over. Truly over." Tonight's events have escalated beyond control. In the eastern part of Kyoto, along a 10-mile-long street, the ground was littered with corpses, blood staining the thoroughfare crimson. Gu Jian, clad in black attire and bearing the sword Yuan Hong, exuded an air of chilling intensity. Behind him stood over 100 assassins in black, elite operatives from the 5th Bureau of Military Intelligence. As per Ji Xiu's meticulous plan, Gu Jian, accompanied by the 5th Bureau, had ruthlessly eradicated the entire Ten Blades Legion located in the eastern part of Kyoto. At this moment, Gu Yao, standing beside him, gazed in a daze at the fiery waves engulfing the sky, softly murmuring, "Your Highness, the young master. Was it you who did this? Please, you must return safely." Upon hearing this, Gu Jian sheathed his sword, turned around, and confidently reassured Gu Yao, "Sister, do not worry. The young master commands the clouds and the rain with a mere gesture. I dare say that tonight's events are entirely within his control." At that moment, an elderly man clad in black approached slowly. It was Elder Wei. He furrowed his brow as he gazed toward the direction of the northern Xia Imperial Palace, whispering, "I hope so. I truly hope that tonight remains within the young master's grasp." Meanwhile, at the military estate of the Ji family in the capital, Linru covered her mouth in astonishment, staring at the towering flames that seemed to connect heaven and earth, her voice trembling as she asked, "Mother, did Xiu really go to the palace tonight?" "Indeed." Mu Hua nodded. "Oh." Linru gasped, her entire being teetering as she whispered, "Tonight, at the northern Xia Imperial Palace, a battle of the sacred level. The eruption of this is escalating beyond control. What will become of us?" Sighing deeply, Mu Hua replied, "You mustn't fret. That boy will surely return safely." Though she spoke with assurance, uncertainty lingered in her heart, compounded by guilt. For it was she who had tacitly permitted Ji Xiu's actions that night. Despite the meticulousness of the plan, she still felt an undeniable obligation to accompany Ji Xiu to the royal palace. Yet, it was too late for regrets. In the Kyoto Imperial Palace, the 10 great generals of the northern Xia had all perished. Before the Dragon Hall, the ground was littered with corpses and severed limbs. This night, the palace seemed to have been drenched in a rain of blood. The air was thick with an overwhelmingly nauseating stench of blood. At this moment, the venerable elder of the northern Xia royal family knelt before Nan Lingwei, one arm severed. His body was soaked in blood, his war spear broken, his life force extinguished. He bore over 100 sword wounds, from which blood gushed forth incessantly. A once mighty sage was on the brink of departing for the starry sea. The elderly figure, his eyes filled with despair, gazed vacantly toward the direction of the northern Xia royal mausoleum, and with a wretched smile, he uttered, "Long Tian is dead. The mausoleum is destroyed. Ha ha ha. I, the guardian of the northern Xia royal tomb, have truly failed in my duty." He coughed violently, spewing forth a significant amount of blood. "Is there anything else you wish to say?" Nan Lingwei stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze directed disdainfully at the elderly man. At that moment, she felt a surge of irritation, for she was unaware of what calamity had befallen the northern Xia royal mausoleum, resulting in the eruption of the purging demonic flames. This was far from a favorable situation for her. "You." The elderly man began to utter a word, but his voice was abruptly silenced. With a swift motion, Nan Lingyue's sword pierced through his heart. "What you wish to say, I have no desire to hear." With that, Nan Lingyue drew her sharp sword, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Moments later, her figure flickered and vanished before the Dragon Palace. Above the mountains of the northern Xia imperial tombs, Mu Xianin stared in a daze at the towering pillar of flame that seemed to connect heaven and earth. As a gentle breeze swept by, Nan Lingyue's silhouette stepped forth from the void, appearing before her. "Xianin, what on earth has transpired?" Nan Lingyue inquired sharply, her brow furrowed in concern. Mu Xianin, seeing the familiar figure before her, felt as though she had encountered a lifeline. Rising to her feet, she grasped the hem of Nan Lingyue's garment, her voice faltering as she spoke. "Master, Long Tian has been slain by Ji Xiu." "And then, what happened next?" Nan Lingyue pressed, her brow deepening with worry. "Then, Ji Xiu swallowed the purifying demon flame." "What?" At this revelation, Nan Lingyue's exquisite visage transformed dramatically. Her beautiful eyes darted towards the epicenter of the inferno. There, flames soared into the sky, waves of fire rippling across the landscape in a breathtaking display. The explosion's epicenter wreaked havoc upon all living beings within its radius, resulting in a catastrophic onslaught. It could be said that half of the Imperial Tombs mountains were engulfed. reduced to scorched earth. Such formidable power would spell doom not only for a mere gathering star cultivator, but even for those of the sacred and legendary realms. Yet, as the flames gradually subsided, a frail figure emerged within Nan Lingyue's line of sight. This little one was somehow still alive. Nan Lingyue's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured in a voice barely above a whisper. In the next moment, her form abruptly flickered, transforming into a radiant streak of light that traversed the void and appeared before Ji Xiu in an instant. At this moment, Ji Xiu lay on the ground, his garments reduced to mere ashes, his body exuding an aura of extreme frailty. He resembled a figure scorched by fire, his skin an intense crimson, marred by countless wounds, blood seeping from every pore. He had seemingly become a being of blood, yet despite his grievous injuries, faint signs of life persisted. Notably, within Ji Xiu's grasp, he clutched a pristine white lotus flower, its stem inexplicably entwined tightly around his left wrist. Ji Xiu, have you consumed the purifying flame of the world? Nan Lingyue inquired. Her silver teeth clenched, a mixture of astonishment and resentment evident in her tone. It hurts. It hurts so much. Ji Xiu rasped, his voice hoarse, struggling to articulate with the remnants of his consciousness. Needless to say, Nan Lingyue retorted sharply, her exquisite visage radiating an icy coldness. She had not anticipated Ji Xiu's reckless consumption of the very purifying flame she desired, and yet, he had the audacity to cry out in pain. Was he attempting to be endearing? Your Millennium Profound Pool? May I borrow it? Ji Xiu managed to tremble out, enduring the searing agony coursing through his meridians and the excruciating burns upon his skin, before his consciousness slipped into darkness. It must be noted that his impulsive act of devouring the purifying flame was indeed perilous at the moment of consumption. His meridians and bones were destined to turn to ash. However, thanks to the accompanying lotus flower in his hand, it had safeguarded his very existence. With the extraordinary powers of the devouring immortal demon art and the burning decision, he had remarkably succeeded in entering the system process of devouring the purifying world demon flame. At this moment, although he lay in a state of unconsciousness, the devouring immortal demon art and the burning decision continued to operate autonomously. Once the process of devouring was initiated, it would never cease. Should it halt, the purifying world demon flame would erupt once more. In simple terms, if Ji Xiu did not succeed now, he would perish. Ding. Congratulations, host. The process of devouring the purifying world demon flame has reached one. You, little rascal. Nan Lingyue gazed at Ji Xiu, who had collapsed at her feet, and felt a wave of suffocation. In that moment, although she yearned to slap him to death, after much hesitation, she ultimately picked Ji Xiu up and headed towards the Divine Strategy Palace. Remember, Ji Xiu, this time, you owe me. In the future, I shall demand tenfold repayment from you. Chapter 45. Ji Xiu, from this day forth, you shall be mine. The bright moon hung high in the sky. It was deep into the night, and no one in the capital found rest. The leaders of various major factions in the capital anxiously gazed towards the direction of the imperial palace. The saint-level battle had ceased, and the cataclysmic gradually receded. Was this night coming to an end? If it were to conclude here, what would the outcome be? This was a matter of their future fortunes and destinies. Yet, despite their urgency, none dared to send scouts into the palace to investigate. For Ji Xiu had commanded them that if they wished to live, they were not to set foot in the palace before dawn. Inside the Divine Strategy Palace, Nan Lingyue stood with her arms crossed, casting a cold gaze upon Ji Xiu, who lay weak and submerged in the frigid pool. The moonlight filtered through the window, illuminating her exquisite features, enhancing her icy allure. Master, Ji Xiu, how could this fellow possibly have survived? This is inconceivable, Mu Xiaonin exclaimed, her voice laced with disbelief. The pure world demon flame is ranked third among the extraordinary fires. Yet Ji Xiu managed to swallow it and live. For a moment, she felt utterly perplexed. Humph. Nan Lingyue scoffed upon hearing her. Had it been anyone else, they would undoubtedly be dead beyond resurrection. However, this fellow seems somewhat different. What do you mean? Mu Xiaonin shook her head, indicating her confusion. Nan Lingyue merely shook her head in response, offering no explanation. Instead, her gaze fixated on the flower lotus entwined around Ji Xiu's left hand, lost in thought. What secrets does this little creature harbor? Why does the accompanying flower lotus of the pure world demon flame actively protect him? Moreover, it seems to exhibit signs of recognizing him as its master? Truly astonishing. As her thoughts lingered on this, she found herself at a loss for understanding. Just then, Ji Xiu coughed 3 times, his consciousness gradually awakening. The excruciating pain coursing through his body elicited a groan from him. Ugh! At that moment, a mocking voice echoed in his ear. What a splendid move by the young master of the Ji family. Truly a masterstroke. Tonight, I shall cleanse the royal palace with blood. You have indeed emerged as the ultimate victor. Upon hearing these words, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, he caught sight of Nan Lingyue and Mu Xianin standing above the icy pool. What? What are you saying? I fail to comprehend. Ji Xiu forced a weak smile, attempting to feign ignorance. He was acutely aware that no matter what, he could not evade Nan Lingyue. Thus, it seemed prudent to play the fool at this juncture. Humph. Nan Lingyue scoffed, addressing him. You little rascal. Do you truly require me to elucidate my words? After tonight, the tale of my bloodbath at the North Xia Imperial Palace will echo throughout the continent. The demise of Long Tian at the Imperial Tomb will likely be attributed to me, and the North Xia Guardian sect will pursue me relentlessly. Yet you, Ji Xiu, shall escape unscathed. You shall remain untouched amidst the chaos. What a splendid scheme. Is that so? Ji Xiu wore an expression of innocence, appearing utterly perplexed, which left Mu Xianin momentarily astonished. Hee. Observing his demeanor, Nan Lingyue let out a cold laugh, shifting her tone as she continued. Of course, these matters are of little consequence. Since I dare to stain the imperial palace with blood, I shall naturally bear the consequences. However, you have dared to take my... Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? Should I choose to kill you, I could just as easily reclaim my... If you intended to kill me, you would have acted long ago. You certainly would not have spared me until now. Furthermore, you must be aware that since I have begun to consume the purifying flame of the world, I am now half its master. Should you choose to end my life, the chaotic flames will erupt once more, and this time, the purifying flame will unleash its full might. Humph. Upon hearing this, Nan Lingyue shot a fierce glare at Ji Xiu, remaining silent for a considerable time. She had come to the Northern Xia dynasty as the national teacher, driven by the ambition to attain the third-ranked purifying flame of the world. Now, after 8 years of toil, all her efforts had been in vain, serving only to benefit Ji Xiu. How could she accept such a fate? Yet, she also understood that Ji Xiu, possessing the purifying flame, was akin to a ticking time bomb. If she were to kill him, the uncontrollable flames would erupt, resulting in catastrophic consequences. She would be severely injured, if not killed, and there was a significant chance she would return empty-handed. Most importantly, she could not afford to face the relentless pursuit of the Northern Xia's protective sect in a weakened state. Thus, this young man had orchestrated everything with cunning foresight. Stopping her thoughts there, a glimmer of cold light flickered in her beautiful eyes as she coldly commanded Mu Xianin. Xianin, you must leave. Huh? Mu Xianin was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by her master's intentions. Leave. Nan Lingyue reprimanded fiercely. At her command, Mu Xianin trembled slightly, realizing her master was truly enraged. She hastily stepped out from behind the screen, casting a look of silent pleading towards Ji Xiu as she departed. Master, since the ship has already sunk, shall we not proceed to address matters directly? What do you desire? Whatever you wish for, as long as I possess it. Ji Xiu earnestly declared to Nan Lingyue. Taking a deep breath, now that matters had progressed to this juncture, collaboration was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. He believed that Nan Lingyue would judiciously weigh the pros and cons. No sooner had he spoken than a splash resounded. Splash, splash. Nan Lingyue gradually stepped into the Millennium Xian pool. The splashing water glimmered as it cascaded onto her frosty, exquisite visage, enhancing her unparalleled beauty. You, what do you intend to do? Ji Xiu gazed at the frost-laden expression of Nan Lingyue, who had approached him, somewhat bewildered. Could it be that she truly wished to throw caution to the wind and end his life right here in the Divine Strategy Palace? A smirk played upon Nan Lingyue's crimson lips as she grasped Ji Xiu's left hand and lifted it. Beneath the moonlight, Ji Xiu's wrist was adorned with a pure white floral garland, which had mysteriously appeared. The garland boasted 9 lotus petals, each emanating a faint glow, pulsating with boundless vitality. What is this? Ji Xiu was taken aback. The companion flower lotus. It has indeed recognized you as its master. What's your meaning? Ji Xiu inquired, stunned. If that is the case, I would not mind bestowing upon you the pure world demon flame. However, Nan Lingyue halted her words at that point. Yet the strange, fervent gleam in her eyes sent shivers down Ji Xiu's spine. But what? Ji Xiu, somewhat in a daze, inquired. However, you Ji Xiu, from now on, you shall be a part of my domain. Nan Lingyue, with her crimson lips delicately pursed, gazed at Ji Xiu with eyes that sparkled like a treasure meant solely for her. What does this mean? Ji Xiu remained perplexed. What does it signify that he is now hers, Nan Lingyue's? As his thoughts lingered on this, he suddenly felt Nan Lingyue's delicate hand lightly touch his forehead. In that moment, a vibrant magic flickered, and an extraordinary sensation of icy fire coursed through Ji Xiu, causing him to tremble. What has this woman done? The moonlight bathed the surroundings in a gentle glow. After casting one last glance at Ji Xiu, Nan Lingyue departed, leaving behind words that left him utterly confounded. Ji Xiu, from now on, you shall belong to me. When the time comes, you shall repay what you owe me tenfold. At that moment, Ji Xiu gazed at Nan Lingyue's retreating figure, astonished, murmuring to himself, Nan Lingyue, this madwoman, what on earth does she intend? What does it mean that he is now her possession? A torrent of questions surged through his mind. Lost in contemplation, Ji Xiu failed to notice the faint purple crescent moon mark that had appeared on his forehead, where Nan Lingyue had touched him. Chapter 46. Nan Lingyue dares to lead. Ji Xiu wins immensely. A night of wind and rain. Above the night sky, the bright moon hung high, at the viewing platform of the Divine Strategy Palace. Draped in a flowing black robe, Nan Lingyue stood beneath the ethereal glow of the moonlight, which illuminated her unparalleled beauty with an air of chilling elegance. At this moment, her enchanting eyes surveyed the bustling city of Mingdang Sanxian below with an impassive demeanor. With a slight parting of her ruby lips, she declared, Xianyin, it is time to depart. In response, Mu Xianyin nodded, a hint of concern clouding her expression as she inquired, Master, where shall we go next? To the Great Qin Empire or the Divine Phoenix Empire? Today we have bloodied the royal palace, and with Long Tian's demise, the Northern Xiao Protectorate will undoubtedly seek retribution against us. Thus, only these two great empires possess the strength to shelter us. Humph. Neither. The Divine Phoenix Empire, under the reign of the primordial Phoenix Lord, is cunning and astute. I shall never place my faith in him. But, Mu Xianyin hesitated, shaking her head in confusion as she spoke. In this world, is there truly no land that is not ruled by a king? The Northern Xia dynasty is a place we cannot remain, and the Great Qin and Divine Phoenix are also out of our reach. Where else can we possibly go? Upon hearing this, Nan Lingyue's lips curled into a subtle smile as she replied, Xianyin, the Nine Heavens continent boasts 3 premier empires. We cannot linger here, nor can we venture there. The 7 foremost cultivation sects will offer us no assistance whatsoever. Thus, we are left with but one option. Mu Xianyin was left in a state of bewilderment, shaking her head as she said, Master, Xianyin does not comprehend. At this juncture, what options remain for us, my dear fool? Nan Lingyue gently caressed Mu Xianyin's silken hair and spoke. To seek refuge by entrusting one's life to others is ultimately the most lamentable choice. In this world, the only true protection lies in safeguarding oneself and possessing one's own strength. That is the wisest strategy. To speak candidly, I am about to establish a unique sect of cultivation that belongs solely to me, Nan Lingyue. In the future, this sect shall ascend to the pinnacle of the 9 heavens continent. Even the 3 great dynasties and the 7 prominent cultivation clans will only be able to gaze up in awe. Upon hearing these words, Mu Xianyin felt a surge of shock and exhilaration. Her master, Nan Lingyue, was the most remarkable woman in the world. She had pondered on numerous occasions that if her master were to found a sect, it would undoubtedly send ripples across the entire continent. Thus, she would never doubt the authenticity of Nan Lingyue's words. Yet, at that moment, a thought crossed her mind, and she smiled wryly, Master. Now, the North Summer Guardian sect will pursue us with all their might. Where can we establish a sect? Who would dare to join us? He. Upon hearing this, Nan Lingyue's smile deepened. Wherever they fear to tread, that is precisely where I shall establish the sect. What do you think of one of the 9 forbidden zones of the continent, the Demon Mountain? As for who would dare to join us, that will be even simpler. Those who find themselves at a dead end, I shall welcome. Those who are shunned by the 3 great empires and the 7 esteemed sects, I shall embrace. Is this not the realm of righteousness? Thus, I shall establish the foremost dark sect to oppose these self-proclaimed champions of justice. Upon hearing this, Mu Xianyin was momentarily taken aback, her words failing to form as her heart raced fiercely. Establishing a sect upon the Tianma Mountain is certainly feasible. The chaotic graveyard within harbors great mysteries that even the mightiest of the sacred realms dare not trespass. Yet, she felt no trepidation. For few are aware that her master emerged from the depths of Tianma Mountain. Given this, what issue could arise from founding a sect there? What truly unnerved her was her master's ambition. Currently, the entire Nine Heavens continent is dominated by the 3 top-tier empires and the 7 esteemed sections. Should her master establish the foremost dark sect, it would be tantamount to declaring war against the righteous forces of the realm. However, it seems that precisely because of this, the dark practitioners lurking in the shadows of the 9 heavens would flock in droves. Moreover, it is not only the dark practitioners who would converge, even the spirit practitioners. Once annihilated and now reduced to prey, those who tread the path of heretical cultivation would go utterly mad. The sect they establish will rapidly grow and flourish, becoming a colossal power within the 9 heavens continent. Master, what shall we name our future sect? Mu Xianyin gazed at Nan Lingwei with bright, sparkling eyes, feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement. However, just as her master had stated, this was their only path forward. After a moment of contemplation, Nan Lingwei spoke. How about we call it Supreme Heaven? Mu Xianyin exclaimed inwardly. Supreme Heaven, the highest realm that transcends the 9 heavens, truly befitting of our master. Just as she was overwhelmed with astonishment and excitement at Nan Lingwei's idea, a brilliant purple flame ignited in the night sky. With a resounding explosion, flowers of light burst forth, and at the horizon, the imprint of a full moon emerged. This mark was identical to the one that had previously swept across Ji Xiu's forehead. Moreover, this imprint belonged solely to Nan Lingwei. Master, we must depart. Sister Yuzhu has signaled. They must have already retreated from the capital. Mu Xianyin spoke softly. All right, let us set forth. Nan Lingwei nodded. At that moment, she pressed her crimson lips together, smiled radiantly, and softly said, Little one, we shall meet again in the future. You must grow up well and never disappoint me. When you come of age, he. With that, she vanished into the night alongside Mu Xianyin. Within the Divine Strategy Palace, Ji Xiu gazed at the system panel, feeling a small sense of relief in his heart. The progress of devouring the pure world demon flame has reached 3. System prompt. Once the devouring progress reaches 15, the host will be able to summon and utilize the pure world demon flame. Nan Lingwei has departed. Today's events have finally come to a close. Ji Xiu, enduring excruciating pain throughout his body, emerged from the Millennium Profound Pool. Although there were slight complications, the overall plan can be deemed a success. Long Tian is dead. The bounty of 100,000 Essence of Destiny has been secured, the divine ban has been lifted, and the pure world demon flame is also within reach. Successfully devouring it is merely a matter of time. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. Ji Xiu murmured, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, he raised his hand to observe the 9-petal lotus on his wrist. An introduction from the system involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Pure World Lotus, a companion lotus of the Pure World Demon Flame, containing an indescribable and profoundly mysterious life force. Status, currently bound to the Master. Master, Ji Xiu. The Pure World Lotus. Ji Xiu gazed at the 9-petal, pure white lotus on his wrist in silence for an extended period. Although he had yet to comprehend its utility, he recognized that this lotus had indeed saved his life. It harbored a life force beyond his understanding. Therefore, keeping it close and adorning his wrist was undoubtedly a prudent choice. Alas, he would delve into its mysteries later. He couldn't help but wonder. How are Gu Yao and Gu Jian faring at this moment? After Ji Xiu spoke, he first adhered to the principle of not wasting resources by storing the millennia-old ice pool left by Nan Lingwei into his spatial ring. Subsequently, with a heavy body, he activated the Star God Shadow and departed from the Divine Strategy Palace. Chapter 47. In this year, Ji Xiu became the uncrowned king of Beixia. The night was short. The horizon of the capital already glimmered with a faint light. The entire Ji family military residence was eerily silent. Lin Rimua had not slept a wink throughout the night. Mother, we truly cannot wait any longer. I must enter the palace. If anything happens to Xiu'er, I will ensure that those involved tonight pay with their lives. Lin Ru's eyes were red, her tone laced with a chilling resolve. She had always presented herself as the gentle matriarch of the Ji family. But Ji Xiu was her very life, and her patience had reached its limit. If anything were to befall Ji Xiu, she was prepared to fight to the bitter end. Ru'er, listen to me. Just wait a little longer. Mu Hua shook her head. Though she too was anxious, She understood that impatience would only exacerbate the situation. Wait, I truly can no longer endure this. Lin Ru's voice trembled. With that, she resolved to summon soldiers, intending to lead the Iron Floating Tower army into the palace in search of Ji Xiu. Just then, a joyful commotion erupted from outside the hall. Upon hearing this, Lin Ru's delicate form quivered, and without a second thought, she dashed towards the door. Mu Hua let out a slow breath of relief. When Lin Ru finally saw Ji Xiu returning home, she rushed forward, grasping his ear in indignation, and exclaimed, "You little rascal, where on earth have you been? What were you doing? Mother, you are truly going to worry yourself to death." With a heartfelt laugh, Ji Xiu nestled into his mother's warm embrace, playfully saying, "Mother, hold me." Lin Ru, unable to suppress her irritation, shot Ji Xiu a stern glance, yet she held her precious son tightly. She had intended to scold him, but upon seeing his battered form and the pale, frail visage, her heart ached with compassion. "My child, you always do this. Why must you cause your mother such worry? If anything were to happen to you, would not your father and grandfather at the border be utterly heartbroken? And what of your mother's life, if something were to befall you?" "Mother, I am sorry," Ji Xiu murmured weakly, burying his head in Lin Ru's embrace. "All right. From now on, you must not make your mother worry so." Lin Ru, cradling her obedient Ji Xiu, gradually softened her tone. At this point, what transpired the previous night became inconsequential. No one would dare lay a finger on her son. At that moment, Ji Xiu exchanged a glance with his beaming grandmother. Mu Hua. Though no words passed between them, Mu Hua understood that her grandson had accomplished something significant that night. The tension within her heart eased, and she proudly mused to herself, "My grandson. The future is bright." At this moment, Gu Yao donned a flowing white gown that grazed the ground, her exquisite features adorned with a smile that conveyed a sense of relief. She bit her red lip tightly, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed intently at Ji Xiu. "What is it?" Ji Xiu inquired softly. "Your Highness, the young master. I thought you were going to abandon me." Gu Yao's voice trembled, laced with a hint of sorrow. "Heh." Ji Xiu, upon hearing this, could not help but shake his head and chuckle lightly. "Fear not. That will not happen." Upon hearing these words, Gu Yao nodded emphatically, her heart swelling with emotion. Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward and enveloped Ji Xiu in her arms. In that instant, Ji Xiu felt a sudden darkness before his vision was engulfed in softness. It was fragrant, tender, and suffocating. "Sister, release His Highness." Gu Jian, witnessing the scene, was taken aback and hurriedly interjected. "Miss Gu Yao, this is inappropriate. His Highness is still injured." Elder Wei, too, found the situation simultaneously amusing and exasperating. Gu Yao, upon hearing their words, abruptly realized her indiscretion and quickly released Ji Xiu. Retreating a couple of steps, her delicate face flushed as she murmured, "I apologize. I lost my composure." With a sigh of relief, Ji Xiu regained his clarity and took a deep breath, gazing earnestly at Gu Yao for a moment before saying, "You have truly grown up." As soon as the words left his lips, Gu Yao's face turned even redder, but she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as she replied, "As long as His Highness is pleased." Cough, cough. Ji Xiu coughed 3 times, casting a slightly guilty glare at Gu Yao. "I'll deal with you later. You come when you please." Who's afraid of whom? This girl has truly grown up. It seems that from now on, I, the young master, have matters to attend to. A surge of warmth welled up in Ji Xiu's heart as he reflected on this. Afterward, he turned to Gu Jian, his expression serious, and inquired, "Elder Wei, what is the situation?" "The 3 commanders of the 10-Blade Legion have all perished. In the capital, 1,200 elite warriors have been completely exterminated. Moreover, the 3 heads of the Western Factory have not escaped. They have all been thoroughly eliminated. Now, the entire underground force of the capital is under our control." "Excellent. Truly excellent." Ji Xiu praised as he stepped forward to pat Gu Jian on the shoulder. He had always known that Gu Jian would not disappoint him. To annihilate the foremost underground power in the capital in just one night was no small feat. "Young master, what about your side?" Elder Wei inquired with curiosity. He. The corners of Ji Xiu's mouth lifted. He turned, his gaze crystal clear, and softly spoke toward the direction of the imperial palace. "Long Tian is dead. From now on, the entire capital will belong to the Ji family. In the future, even if a gold coin were to fall from the sky, it would bear the Ji surname." Hearing this, Elder Wei let out a long sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Finally, hard work pays off." Gu Jian, filled with excitement, raised his fist and declared, "Wonderful. Truly worthy of being our young master." Gu Yu beamed with delight, her enchanting eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions as she softly murmured, "Indeed. He always manages to accomplish even the most arduous tasks." Observing the exhilarated expressions of Gu Yao, Gu Jian, and the elder Wei, Ji Xiu could not help but chuckle. This moment marked his utmost joy and relaxation. "Your Highness, what shall we do next?" Gu Yao inquired gently. The demise of the Northern Xia Emperor, Long Tian, was a significant matter. The Northern Xia Protectorate would undoubtedly pursue an investigation. Thus, the ensuing actions were of paramount importance. She had contemplated several strategies, but recognized that the final decision rested with Ji Xiu. "Well," Ji Xiu pondered for a moment before smiling, "Yaoer, you and Gu Jian should take the intelligence department to deliver bowls of noodles to the prominent figures in the capital. Then, observe as they savor each bite." Deliver noodles? Gu Jian was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the notion. What could this noodle delivery entail? However, Gu Yao quickly grasped the intent and inquired with a smile. "May I ask, Your Highness, is it longevity noodles?" "Indeed. It is, of course, longevity noodles," Ji Xiu affirmed with a nod. "And if they refuse to eat?" Elder Wei's tone turned chilling, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace. "Refuse? Ha ha ha. If they do not partake, I shall ensure their entire family embarks on a final journey together." Ji Xiu replied nonchalantly. Despite his light-hearted tone, his words carried a weighty significance. However, he firmly believed that the prominent figures in Kyoto would partake in it. After all, the events of the previous night had escalated significantly. The influential individuals in Kyoto had tightly bound themselves to the Ji family, all aboard the same vessel. No one could disembark. To do so would be to invite death. "Understood." Gu Yao nodded. Having said that, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Gu Jian, prompting the operatives of the Military Intelligence Division to spring into action. The long night faded into dawn. The sun broke over the North Xia Royal Academy, the North Xia Inspection Institute, the 6 ministries of North Xia, the North Xia Imperial Guards, the Hulong Mountain Manor, the Jinyu Division, and the Dali Temple. All the major factions in Kyoto received a bowl of noodles, a bowl of longevity noodles. The immediate reaction of the dignitaries in Kyoto upon seeing this bowl was one of silence, swiftly followed by the realization of a grave truth. The North Xia Emperor, Long Tian, had perished. The North Xia imperial tombs lay in ruins. The North Xia dynasty was plunged into chaos. Now, everyone was on the same vessel. None could disembark. None could escape. The longevity noodles served as both a gift from Ji Xiu and a choice between life and death. As the dignitaries came to this understanding, a cacophony of voices erupted throughout Kyoto from various factions. These voices expressed indignation, mockery, resentment, and reflection. "Ah, Ji Xiu, what audacity! Is this a threat or a warning? Young Master Ji Xiu, you truly possess remarkable boldness. You impudent rascal! Though young, you are undeniably audacious. And my lord, will you still consume this noodle?" "Yes. Why would I not partake? Do you suggest that I have a choice in this matter?" "Alas! Indeed, we are all in the same boat now. Whether we wish to partake or not, we must partake." "Ji Xiu, the realm of Bei Xia has truly unfolded as you desired." Having spoken thus, the leaders of the various factions consumed the longevity noodles sent by the Military Intelligence Division. Once they finished their meal, they set down their chopsticks and gazed silently at the heavens over Kyoto. The skies of Kyoto have ultimately transformed. They understood that this year was destined to be inscribed in the annals of history. This year, the Emperor of Bei Xia, Long Tian, met his demise. Shocking the world and inciting the wrath of the guardian nation, the Crown Prince, Long Yuan, ascended the throne, while the Crown Princess, Chu Li, became the Empress of Bei Xia. Meanwhile, Nen Lingyue established the supreme demonic sect, Wushang Tian, atop Tianma Mountain, marking a monumental shift across the entire Nine Heavens continent. This year, Mu Bing departed from the Ice God Palace, venturing alone into the continent's perilous ice abyss, where she embarked on her unique journey to inherit the legacy of the immortal emperor. She never forgot her betrothal to Ji Xiu and harbored an audacious plan concerning him. This year, in a capital city of the Divine Phoenix Empire, a fallen young nobleman became betrothed to the empire's eldest princess and, for the first time, encountered his slumbering master, who awakened after a millennium, commencing his path of cultivation. Unbeknownst to all, this fallen young nobleman aspired to stand atop the Nine Heavens. This year, the first emperor of the Qin Empire began sweeping across the land in search of immortality, yearning to achieve divinity. The eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire awakened her divine bloodline, being hailed as the reincarnation of the celestial phoenix, and became universally recognized as the future empress of the divine Phoenix Empire in the realm of the mainland. The 7 prestigious sects have collectively designated their holy sons and daughters to commence the transmission of their teachings. It is in this very year that the young master of the Ji family, Ji Xiu, ascended to become the true, uncrowned king of the Northern Xia dynasty. Chapter 48. A decade whirls by, the great era approaches. Time flows swiftly. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Within the military estate of the Ji family, at the falling maple palace, the air is filled with drifting maple leaves. A young man sits serenely beneath a grand maple tree, immersed in his cultivation. Clad in a resplendent white brocade robe, his handsome visage is unparalleled, captivating all who gaze upon him. With his eyes gently closed and his long black hair billowing in the wind, he exudes an ethereal grace. He is none other than Ji Xiu, the young master of the Ji family, now 18 years old. Ding! Congratulations. The host has refined the flying dragon cloud hand to the subtle level. Ding! Congratulations, the host has refined the star god shattered shadow to the subtle level. Ding! Congratulations, the host has refined the soul requiem to the subtle level. Ding! Congratulations, the host has refined the soul calamity requiem to the beginner level. Ding! Congratulations, the host has cultivated the devouring immortal demon technique to the 4th stage. Ding! Congratulations, the host's progress in the purifying world demon flame has reached 15. Ding! Congratulations, the host's cultivation has attained the 3rd realm of the June stage. As he listened to the series of notifications resonating in his ears, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes, which resembled black jade, revealing a piercing clarity that sliced through the long night. Habitually, he accessed the system panel. Name: Ji Xiu. Age: 18. Identity: His Highness, the young master of the Northern Xia dynasty, founder of the Military Intelligence Bureau. Founded organization: Military Intelligence Bureau. Cultivation level: 3rd stage of monarch, bloodline physique. Divine Heart Demon Bone. Demon Descent has been successfully activated. Divine Ban has been successfully activated. Awakening condition: 1 million Destiny Essence. Cultivation techniques: Devouring Immortal Demonic Arts, cultivated to the 4th stage. Dragon S Reach Cloud Hand. Micro level: Star God Shattered Shadow. Micro level: Soul Requiem. Micro level: Soul Calamity. Entry level: Flame Decision. Micro level: Buddha S Wrath Fire Lotus. Micro level: Possessed Extraordinary Flames. Azure Lotus Heart Fire. Pure World Demon Flame. Devouring Progress. 15 Weapons: Great Luo Sword Embryo. Ghost Flute Ching. Destiny Essence: 28. 800 points. Fate level: Red. 9 lives. 1 Survival System Mall. Activated. Task System. Activated. Storage. Soul Capturing Trilogy. Soul Requiem. Soul Calamity. Spirit Summoning. Ice God Jade. Token of the Ice God Palace Lord. Pure World Flower Lotus. System Notification. More information can be expanded. Ji Xiu cast a glance over the system panel, then let out a sigh, murmuring to himself, 10 years. The results of this cultivation can barely be considered acceptable. In the brief span of a decade, he had managed to elevate his cultivation to the 3rd stage of monarch at a pace of 1 realm per year. To outsiders, such a speed might seem formidable. However, for Ji Xiu, it felt rather slow, as it truly was not remarkable. Only he understood that during these 10 years, he had not diligently sought to advance his realm. For the past decade, he has devoted himself to the relentless consumption of the pure world demonic flame, as well as the restoration of his body, which had been forcibly damaged by the same flame when he was merely 8 years old. It is only now that he has completed the healing of his past injuries, achieving a state of peak condition. As for his cultivation, it is primarily a result of the additional effects brought about by the consumption of the pure world demonic flame. Over these 10 years, he has also undergone a profound enhancement of the techniques he practiced. And it is precisely for this reason that he considers the fruits of his decade-long endeavor to be commendable. With a snap of his fingers, a cluster of black smoke and crimson flames danced at his fingertips, unleashing a wave of devastating power that swiftly permeated the air. Observing the strange fire at his fingertips and the subtly distorted space around him, he couldn't help but smile softly to himself, reflecting, a decade has passed. At last, I can harness the power of the pure world demonic flame. Although he can now wield this flame, he is still limited to utilizing only 15 of its power. Nevertheless, even with this constraint, he remains confident in his ability to wreak havoc among those of the June rank, and should he activate the divine prohibition, he believes he can contend with the formidable beings of the Saint Realm. As his thoughts lingered, a white figure silently descended into the falling maple palace. Moments later, a melodious laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, echoed through the courtyard. Congratulations, young master, on finally being able to wield the pure world demonic flame. Hearing that familiar voice, he smiled gently and turned to the enchanting silhouette clad in white. She possessed an ethereal beauty and a transcendent grace, her captivating eyes shimmering with the brilliance of countless stars as they gazed upon him. She, with her exquisite curves and enchanting demeanor, possessed an allure that rendered it nearly impossible to divert one's gaze. She was none other than Gu Yao, the personal maid of Ji Xiu, now a captivating woman at the age of 28. Having shed her youthful innocence, she had transformed into a divine being, embodying both purity and seduction. A true enchantress, Ji Xiu muttered in resignation. He then inquired, Yao, pray enlighten me. What recent events have transpired? At present, Gu Yao had assumed complete control of the military intelligence department. Typically, if matters were not of great significance, she would resolve them independently. With a gentle smile, Gu Yao gracefully approached Ji Xiu and softly replied, Truth be told, it is nothing too alarming. However, a significant event has recently unfolded in the Nine Heavens continent, even stirring the interest of the Tianji Pavilion. Oh, Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow playfully. If what Gu Yao claimed was indeed true, it must concern the entire continent. What news do you have? Do share. Ji Xiu stood up, his gaze unwavering on Gu Yao, whom Gu Yao rested her delicate hand upon her chin, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement as she asked, Your Highness, you have heard of the martial emperor Zhou Dufu, have you not? Indeed. Ji Xiu nodded. What a jest. He was well acquainted with Zhou Dufu, the foremost rogue martial emperor of the Nine Heavens continent in 3,000 years. He had single-handedly subdued the 3 paramount imperial dynasties and 7 esteemed sects of the continent without contest, even after a millennium. Legends of his exploits continued to resonate throughout the Nine Heavens. A realm of life and death, sealing demons and commanding magic, he instilled awe across the world. On the Peach Blossom Mountain, engaging in discourse with the sage, the concept of an egalitarian realm was unveiled. The capital of the Great Qin, narrowly overcoming the first emperor's strategy, ushered in an era of peace and prosperity. At the dragon's lair in the North Sea, with a mere flick of the wrist, a dragon was slain, its bones extracted to forge a dragon blade, aiding humanity in becoming the sovereigns of the continent. Before the Thundersound Temple, wielding a Zen staff, the false Buddha was vanquished, henceforth dispelling the shadows that clouded the light of Buddhism and Taoism, liberating all sentient beings. A millennium prior, he successfully attained enlightenment, transcending into the realm of the great emperors, only to venture once more into the forbidden zones of life, thereafter vanishing without a trace. Some claim that Zhou Dufu perished within the confines of this life-restricting realm. Others assert that he ascended to immortality, breaking through the void into the celestial realms above. Yet, there are those who believe he succumbed to madness, becoming an eternal entity within the life-restricting zone. In summary, myriad tales abound regarding his fate. Nevertheless, since that fateful day, Zhou Dufu and the supreme technique he had forged, the dual severance blade of the emperor, have not graced the mortal realm again. Ji Xiu, taken aback, inquired, No, he perished within the life-restricting zone. However, his tomb has emerged in this world. I see. Ji Xiu nodded, reflecting with a hint of melancholy. The emperor's tomb has surfaced. Surely, the entire continent must be in a frenzy. After all, who would not yearn to possess the forbidden imperial technique of the once mighty martial emperor, who had once cleaved through the entire continent? Indeed, Gu Yao responded with a resigned gesture, then continued, As of today, the holy sons and daughters of the 7 major sects of cultivation on the continent, the Ice God Palace, the Sacred Sect, the Buddhist Order, the Xiantian Sword Sect, the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, the Red Robe Cult, and the Celestial Strategy Military Office have all entered the world. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu maintained a calm demeanor and continued to inquire, What of the Great Qin Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire? Have they remained inactive? No, Gu Yao replied, shaking her head solemnly. The latest news indicates that the second prince of the Great Qin Empire and the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire have also entered the world. Your Highness, she added with a sense of gravity, it must be said, the grand era has arrived. Ji Xiu chuckled lightly, responding, Indeed, the saints and princesses. The princes and princesses, truly, the grand era has come. However, have we not prepared for this for a decade? Exactly. Gu Yao smiled in agreement. The Military Intelligence Division is no longer what it once was. It has now evolved into the most influential special intelligence agency on the Nine Heavens continent. Within the 3 paramount empires and the 7 foremost cultivation sects, there are operatives from the Military Intelligence Division present. It is no exaggeration to say that almost the entire continent is under the surveillance of the Military Intelligence Division, should our young master desire it. A single word could plunge the entire Nine Heavens into chaos. Your Highness, what shall we do next? Should we not partake in this grand venture? Gu Yao gently inquired while standing beside Ji Xiu. The best form of cultivation is to engage with the world. Now is indeed the perfect moment. Ji Xiu replied with a slight smile before casually asking, where is Zhou Dufu's tomb? In which forbidden zone of life? Ah, Tianma Mountain. Chapter 49. A sweet kiss with Gu Yao. Gu Jian goes missing. The Demon Mountain? Ji Xiu was momentarily taken aback, his expression suddenly freezing. If memory served him correctly, that woman resided on the Demon Mountain. Furthermore, she was the founder of the supreme demonic sect, Wushang Tian, on the Nine Heavens continent. Presently, Nan Lingwei had risen to infamy as the revered empress of the demonic sect on the Nine Heavens continent. At this moment, his thoughts drifted back to a decade ago, to the enchanting laughter of that woman before her departure. Little one, we shall meet again in the future. You must grow up well, and never let me down. When you come of age, he. A shiver ran down Ji Xiu's spine. Just as she had foretold, he was now of age. So, what intentions did that woman harbor towards him? What? Are you afraid, young master? Gu Yao teased, observing Ji Xiu's somewhat stiff demeanor. Afraid? What is there to fear? That woman cannot possibly devour me. Despite his bravado, a sense of foreboding quietly lingered in his heart. Oh, perhaps that esteemed empress simply wishes to devour the young master. Gu Yao continued with a playful glint in her beautiful eyes. Or perhaps, it is not just the empress who harbors such desires for the young master. She smiled sweetly at Ji Xiu, her gaze filled with charm. Nonsense. Ji Xiu chuckled as he playfully pinched Gu Yao's delicate face, thinking to himself how increasingly audacious his future empress had become. Your Highness, are you a sage? Ji Xiu helplessly poked Gu Yao's forehead. How could he not discern the implication in her words? Of course, he was no saint. How could one maintain pure thoughts in the presence of such a captivating and enchanting beauty? Yet, Gu Yao belonged to the spirit clan, and her bloodline power had yet to fully awaken. It is crucial to understand that for those of the spirit clan, the awakening of their bloodline is a momentous event. If he were to take advantage of Gu Yao in such a manner, it would be detrimental to her future path of cultivation. He wished to witness her ascend as the unparalleled empress of the world. Gu Yao, in her innocence, was unaware. He must exercise restraint, for there would be ample time ahead, wouldn't there? Your Highness, at times, you truly test my patience. Gu Yu sighed, her beautiful eyes reflecting a deep melancholy. She had laid her feelings bare, yet Ji Xiu remained unmoved. What more could she, a woman, do to capture his heart? Alas, observing Gu Yao's despondent demeanor, Ji Xiu could not help but sigh. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly cupped her face in his hands, his gaze intently fixed on her exquisite and delicate features, igniting a fervent warmth within him. His eyes drifted down to her alluring lips, reminiscent of dew-kissed roses after the rain. Perhaps it was unnecessary to be so composed. With that thought, Ji Xiu let out a deep breath and boldly leaned in for a kiss. Mua! Ah! Gu Yao gasped, momentarily stunned. Ji Xiu's unexpected kiss left her mind in a whirl. She was bewildered by Ji Xiu's sudden change. Just moments ago, he had maintained an air of aloofness. Yet now he caught her off guard. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through her mind. Had the crown prince been moved by her? Or was he merely feeling pity for her? Regardless of the reason, she found the kiss to be extraordinarily sweet, akin to falling into a jar of honey. After the kiss, Ji Xiu released Gu Yao, gazing at her with a smile. Gu Yao's chest heaved with intensity as she lowered her gaze. Unable to meet Ji Xiu's eyes, her delicate face was flushed with color. Her pearly teeth bit down on her crimson lip, leaving her speechless. Well, you certainly have a sharp tongue. Weren't you quite eloquent just now? Why is it that you can't utter a single word now? Ji Xiu chuckled at Gu Yao, who resembled a bashful young girl. It's not that. It's just so sudden. Yaoer, I wasn't prepared. Gu Yao whispered, her voice barely audible. Is it really excessive? Ji Xiu asked, his smile unwavering as he looked at her. No, if His Highness is willing, even a bit more excess would be acceptable. Gu Yao replied, her exquisite face blushing even deeper. Haha. Ji Xiu laughed at her words, surprised to discover this charming side of Gu Yao, who would one day become the empress of the spirit clan. For some reason, he felt a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Wait until your cultivation reaches the monarch level. The young lord might as well be a tad more excessive, Ji Xiu remarked, the smile on his face deepening. If Gu Yao were to reach the June level, her bloodline power from the spirit clan would be fully awakened. At that point, when faced with Gu Yao, he would not wish to be a sage. Naturally, he intended to be as excessive as possible. Your Highness, is this true? Gu Yao inquired, her beautiful eyes gazing at Ji Xiu in bewilderment. Upon saying this, her heart fluttered. For a long time, her heart had belonged to Ji Xiu. If their relationship could advance further, she would truly desire nothing more. Indeed, this young lord speaks with conviction. Ji Xiu nodded with a smile. In response, Gu Yao also smiled. She was currently at the 9th realm of gathering stars, just one step away from reaching the June level. This was not a challenge for her. Just as the two exchanged flirtatious glances, a figure clad in black swiftly entered the falling maple palace. The newcomer was an elderly man, exuding an uncontrollable, cold aura of impending doom. Elder Wei, what has transpired? Ji Xiu inquired, his brow furrowing at the elder's solemn expression. He knew that Elder Wei remained unfazed by all matters, so this palpable air of menace indicated something significant had occurred. I report to your highness. Gu Jian has gone missing. What? Ji Xiu exclaimed, suddenly rising, a flicker of cold light flashing in his clear eyes. Beside him, Gu Yao's delicate face instantly turned as frigid as ice. What exactly has happened? Ji Xiu demanded sternly. Gu Jian serves as both his right-hand man and the head of the military intelligence division. Over the past decade, Gu Jian has become his sharpest blade. No matter the task assigned to him, Gu Jian has executed it flawlessly, a feat unparalleled until now. Your Highness, the specific circumstances remain unclear. However, it is certain that the sword you bestowed upon Gu Jian, the Yuanhong sword, has been shattered. Wei Lao endeavored to keep his voice steady. Yet Gu Jian was his most cherished disciple. Given the current situation, with Gu Jian missing and his fate uncertain, how could he maintain his composure? Moreover, with Gu Jian possessing the supreme bone, should he fall into the hands of those with malicious intent, the outcome is all too predictable. To put it bluntly, death would be the most merciful result. Yaoer, immediately informed the 1st Military Intelligence Division to investigate on my behalf. Who dares to lay a hand on a member of the Ji family within the realm of Beixia? Who has abducted Gu Jian? Who has shattered the Yuanhong? Ji Xiu spoke with an icy demeanor. The 1st Military Intelligence Division controls intelligence and possesses extensive reach. They can uncover not only events within Beixia, but also those occurring throughout the entire Nine Heavens continent. Yes, Gu Yao nodded earnestly, then turned to leave the Luofeng Palace. Shortly thereafter, within the span of a mere incense stick, she returned. Your Highness, the location where my brother went missing was once graced by the presence of 2 significant figures. Who were they? Ji Xiu inquired, his expression unyielding. The Emperor of Beixia, Long Yuan, the Crown Princess of Beixia. Chuli, Gu Yao clenched her teeth as she spoke. Ah. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu let out a cold, chilling laugh and remarked, the Emperor of Beixia? He possesses an audacity unmatched. It has been a decade. Clearly, he has yet to recognize his true standing. Very well. Yaoer, let us pay a visit to the Imperial Palace of Beixia. Indeed, young master. Chapter 50, Power over Beixia. Distorting the truth, the Emperor breathes blood. In the Imperial Palace of Beixia, within the Dragon Hall, a young man clad in a black dragon robe reclined upon the throne, with sharp brows and striking features. His eyes were deep and shrouded in gloom, yet he radiated an imposing imperial authority. He was none other than Long Yuan, the former crown prince of Beixia and now its emperor. At this moment, Long Yuan was engaged in a fervent discussion with the court officials regarding the affairs of the Beixia nation, and the atmosphere in the Dragon Hall was abuzz with activity. Your Majesty, the tomb of the great emperor of the martial sovereign, Zhou Dufu, has surfaced at the Tianma Mountain, causing a stir throughout the Nine Heavens continent. Indeed, the 2nd prince of the Great Qin Empire and the esteemed princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire have both entered the world personally. Furthermore, the holy sons and daughters of the Ice God Palace, the Sacred Sect, the Buddhist Sect, the Xiantian Sword Sect, the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, the Scarlet Robe Cult, and the Celestial Strategy Military are also emerging. Your Majesty, a grand era is upon us. Should not our Beixia Empire send forth formidable warriors to seize a share of the spoils? Indeed, Zhou Dufu once dominated an era as a supreme being. His great emperor's blade technique, must not fall into the hands of other imperial sects. The Chancellor speaks wisely. The esteemed minister of the book has articulated a valid point. The general's words are equally justified. As I listen to the counsel of the myriad officials gathered here, my mind drifts, seemingly detached from the court proceedings. The tomb of the tyrant Emperor Zhou has indeed surfaced, and I am fully aware of it. The emergence of the sons and daughters of the continent's paramount powers into the world is also known to me. How I yearn to dispatch the formidable warriors of the Northern Xia dynasty to partake in this opportunity. As for the legendary technique of the emperor who once suppressed an entire era, the blade technique of the severing verdict, I desire it immensely. However, in light of the Emperor Zhou's sepulchre, there exists a matter of even greater concern, or rather, a person. I have ruled as the Emperor of Northern Xia for a decade. Yet, throughout this time, the shadow of that young lord from the Ji family has loomed over me. In these 10 years, a single utterance from that young lord carries more weight than 10 imperial edicts. As long as he resides in the capital, I, the Emperor of Northern Xia, must perpetually bow my head. Although I hold the title of Emperor, I am inexplicably burdened by a sense of subservience to one who stands beneath me. This feeling I have endured for a decade. The tomb of the Emperor. Perhaps this presents an exceptional opportunity for me. A glint of cold resolve flickered in Long Yuan's eyes. With a deep breath, he suppressed the feelings of frustration and helplessness within. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his gaze to address the assembly of officials. Speaking with solemnity, we of Northern Xia must not allow the legacy of Zhou Dufu to slip through our fingers. However, do any of you have candidates to contend for the legacy of the great emperor? The 7 prominent sects have dispatched their exceptionally talented saints. The second prince of the Great Qin Empire possesses unfathomable cultivation. The eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire is, moreover, the reincarnation of the Heavenly Phoenix. As for our Northern Xia dynasty, who can we possibly send to rival such prodigies? As these words fell, an enveloping silence descended upon the Dragon Palace. A decade ago, during the palace turmoil, the 10 great generals of Northern Xia perished. The strong of our dynasty have either died or sustained grievous injuries, and even now, we have yet to recover. If we were truly to select a contender, we could only reluctantly choose from the Northern Xia Royal Academy. Yet, the Royal Academy pales in comparison to the profound heritage of the 7 prominent sections. The potential disciples within the academy are simply not on the same level as their saints. If this is the case, how can we vie for the great emperor's legacy? In that instant, the minds of the civil and military officials in the Dragon Palace conjured the image of a young lord. If it were him, perhaps he could suppress these prodigies on the continent? It was unclear who among them murmured this thought. The moment the words left their lips, the young lord felt a chill creep down his spine. Cold, piercing gazes from every corner of the Dragon Palace locked onto him, as if they intended to flay him alive. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the lord hastily fell silent, his demeanor resembling that of a startled cicada, as if he had inadvertently invoked a great taboo. The name of that young lord is not one that can be uttered lightly. His actions are not something that just anyone can instruct upon. He is unfit. The imperial decree is ineffectual. Even the emperor of Beixia, seated upon the dragon throne, is powerless. A cadre of cunning old foxes. Long Yuan gazed at the ministers and officials, who had abruptly fallen into silence, his expression darkening. Such occurrences had not been infrequent during his decade-long reign. While most matters could be discussed openly, the mere mention of that young lord rendered everyone mute. It was precisely for this reason that he harbored a genuine desire to see that young lord depart from the capital. Only with his departure could Long Yuan hope to alter the situation. Moreover, his plans could then unfold seamlessly. Taking a deep breath, Long Yuan spoke, "Esteemed officials, I do have a candidate in mind. Within our Beixia, there exists an individual capable of contending with the prodigies of various factions, the heir of the Ji family, Ji Xiu. What say you?" As his words fell, an eerie stillness enveloped the dragon hall. The atmosphere grew so tense that one could hear a pin drop, and silence reigned supreme. All the ministers bowed their heads, each one lost in contemplation. They were well aware of the formidable prowess of the young lord from the Ji family. Yet, until the heir himself made a decision, they were loath to utter a word. After all, that bowl of longevity noodles served a decade ago had firmly bound them to the young lordess' fate. At that moment, a clear voice resonated from outside the dragon hall. "This young lord believes the emperor's words hold merit." Long Yuan's body trembled slightly, his hand instinctively tightening into a fist. At that moment, a tall and handsome young man gracefully entered the dragon hall. His features were strikingly beautiful, and his ebony eyes sparkled like a clear autumn mountain spring. Dressed in immaculate white, he exuded an ethereal charm that captivated all who beheld him. As he made his entrance, a chorus of astonished voices filled the grand hall. His Highness, the young master, Ji Xiu. What brings him here? This young man. What mischief is he plotting now? I remember the last time he entered the palace. It was chaos for the Xia dynasty. Could it be? Is he planning something similar again? Ji Xiu disregarded the murmurs around him and slowly positioned himself at the center of the dragon hall. The emperor is right. The imperial edict of Zhou Dufu must not fall into the hands of other factions. It must remain firmly within the grasp of our Xia dynasty. Ji Xiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a playful expression gracing his face as he regarded the Xia emperor, Long Yuan. Ji Xiu. Long Yuan, the emperor of Xia, felt an involuntary swallow in his throat. He straightened himself from his previous slouched position on the dragon throne. For this was the first time he had encountered such an extraordinarily young figure. 10 years ago, when he ascended to the throne, Ji Xiu was absent. Over the past decade, Ji Xiu had not attended court and rarely made an appearance. Yet, it was undeniable that his shadow loomed large over Long Yuan. On this day, he finally beheld the legendary crown prince. In that moment, he felt the shadow enveloping him grow threefold in density. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Long Yuan adopted an imposing demeanor and spoke. Ah, it is the esteemed crown prince Ji Xiu. It appears you share my sentiments. The imperial techniques of Zhou Dufu must not fall into the hands of rival factions. If that is the case, are you willing to march forth to Heavenly Demon Mountain for the Northern Xia dynasty? Indeed, I am most willing. He would certainly not pass up the opportunity to acquire Zhou Dufu's legendary dual blade technique, for he genuinely required a formidable imperial technique as his trump card. However, his motives were not for the Northern Xia dynasty, but rather for his own gain. Excellent. Truly excellent. With that settled, do any of you, my esteemed ministers, have any objections? Long Yuan smiled broadly, surveying the officials in the grand hall. None. Of course none. They chorused. If Crown Prince Ji Xiu is willing, it is indeed a blessing for our Northern Xia. Precisely. With Crown Prince Ji Xiu leading, the prodigies across the continent will be mere wisps of cloud. The existence of green leaves is solely to accentuate the brilliance of the red flower. Thankfully, this red flower has blossomed within our Northern Xia dynasty. Well said, lordly. And you were quite right, Minister Zhao. What say you, Chancellor? Splendid. Truly splendid. As Long Yuan observed the swift shift in sentiment and listened to the sycophantic praises from the court, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Nevertheless, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since Ji Xiu was willing, it was undoubtedly the best outcome. In light of this, when does the esteemed Ji Xiu plan to embark on his journey? Long Yuan gazed at Ji with a smile in his eyes and casually inquired. Not in haste. Not just yet. Before that this noble son has a matter to discuss with your majesty. Ji Xiu calmly addressed Long Yuan. Inquire away. Ask anything at your leisure. Long Yuan nodded. May I ask your majesty, where have you taken my subordinate, Gu Jian? Is he still alive? As he spoke, Ji Xiu's gaze suddenly sharpened. Icy and piercing, revealing two flickering flames of demonic energy deep within his eyes. With his words, the lively atmosphere of the Dragon Palace instantly froze. The prominent figures of the Xia dynasty shuddered, sensing the impending storm. Gu Jian, they were well aware. He was the very assassin who had delivered longevity noodles to them years ago. Over the past decade, they had often heard whispers of a name, Blood Azura. Gu Jian had become Ji Xiu's most formidable weapon in these 10 years, and anyone who dared to obstruct Ji Xiu's path met a grim fate. Thus, the moniker Blood Azura was born. The emperor truly has a short memory. After 10 years, he still has not placed matters in their rightful order. How dare he lay hands on Ji Xiu's right-hand man? Truly an unnecessary provocation. At this moment, the influential figures shook their heads, while Long Yuan furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Ji Xiu. At last, he comprehended the true purpose of Ji Xiu's visit to the Dragon Palace. It was a summons for accountability. In an instant, a surge of indignation flared within him. As the emperor of Xia, how could he be confronted by Ji Xiu in front of all his ministers and officials? Why should this be tolerated? Ji Xiu, what do you mean by this? Do you presume that I have taken your people? Long Yuan's voice suddenly turned frigid, emanating an aura of imperial authority. I believed I had articulated my stance quite clearly. Dare I ask, has your majesty's hearing deteriorated? Ji Xiu's expression remained impassive as he unflinchingly mocked Long Yuan. Very well. You, Ji Xiu, are audacious indeed. Long Yuan felt his teeth nearly shatter from the pressure, yet he restrained the ire boiling within him. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure and spoke. Young Master Ji Xiu, I am unaware of what you speak. Gu Jian, I did not capture him. Perhaps you should inquire of others. Oh, Ji Xiu scoffed, then turned to address the prominent figures of Beixia. His Majesty claims he did not apprehend anyone. What say you? Esteemed officials? As his words echoed, the esteemed figures of Beixia visibly twitched. When Ji Xiu's gaze swept across them, these normally imperious dignitaries could only manage a wry smile and shake their heads, casting their most sincere looks toward Ji Xiu. What a jest! Even if granted tenfold courage, they would not dare to lay hands on someone from the Military Intelligence Division. Moreover, they were all in the same boat. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Ji Xiu could not help but chuckle softly before addressing Long Yuan. Your Majesty, do you see? The esteemed officials have not apprehended anyone either. Long Yuan replied with a cold snort. Pray tell, young Master Ji, on what grounds do you presume it was I who orchestrated this? Ji Xiu pondered for a moment before responding. Your Majesty, did you not visit Shuiyue City a few days ago? According to intelligence from the 6th Bureau, Shuiyue City is where Gu Jian went missing. The shards of Yuanhong were also discovered there. Indeed, Long Yuan admitted, his expression momentarily faltering. He had indeed made a clandestine visit to Shuiyue City a few days prior, as it was the residence of the Empress. However, he had not laid a hand on Gu Jian, for his plans extended far beyond such rash actions. Noticing a fleeting look of confusion and daze on Long Yuan's face, Ji Xiu furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed that Long Yuan was truly not involved. So, could it be the Empress of Beixia? Truly? A glint of cold light flickered in Ji Xiu's eyes. Was it she who was responsible? At that moment, Long Yuan's thoughts became clearer. After a few seconds of silence, he nonchalantly waved his hand and said, Rest assured, young Master Ji, I shall provide you with an answer regarding this matter. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave from the court. With a cold laugh, Ji Xiu retorted, Your Majesty, that will not be necessary. This matter. The Crown Prince will naturally seek an audience with Her Majesty the Empress to clarify the situation. Preposterous. Long Yuan's countenance shifted, fury igniting within him as he slammed his palm upon the table, raising a finger to reprimand Ji Xiu with a thunderous voice. Ji Xiu, how dare you? What jest is this? You intend to bypass me, the Emperor, and confront the Empress with accusations? If this were to leak, what would become of my dignity as Emperor? Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. Your health is paramount. The dignitaries within the Dragon Hall implored. Preposterous. Truly a band of fools. Long Yuan's face flushed crimson with indignation. Haha. Ji Xiu observed Long Yuan on the brink of fury, his expression laced with increasing mockery, and then casually remarked, Your Majesty, do temper your anger. I shall rescue my own people without troubling Your Majesty. Furthermore, I have prepared a gift for Your Majesty. I hope you will graciously accept it. Yaoer, come in. As he spoke, a breathtaking woman clad in white entered the Dragon Hall, leading a tamed reindeer. The prominent figures of Beixia, including Long Yuan himself, recognized her instantly. Gu Yao. She was acknowledged as the queen of the underground forces in the capital and throughout all of Beixia. For the past decade, while Ji Xiu had remained hidden from the world, she had been the one orchestrating the storms of Beixia. What could the Crown Prince possibly mean by bringing a reindeer to the Dragon Hall with Miss Yao? What intentions lay behind this action? The prominent figures of Northern Xia found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Your Majesty, this is the legendary steed, which I, the Crown Prince, have tirelessly sought for you. I humbly present it to you. Ji Xiu proclaimed with a smile. Upon hearing his words, all present were taken aback. The creature beside Gu Yao was evidently a reindeer, which could be purchased for merely half a gold coin. Yet Ji Xiu insisted it was and claimed to have expended great effort in obtaining it. Crown Prince Ji Xiu, are you mocking me? Long Yuan's face darkened, a mix of anger and amusement surfacing. He thought to himself that Ji Xiu must truly consider him a fool. In response, Ji Xiu dismissively retorted, Your Majesty, this is undoubtedly I implore you to examine it closely. With that, he discreetly surveyed the array of bewildered dignitaries within the Royal Dragon Hall, then cheerfully inquired, Esteemed officials, what are your thoughts? As soon as his words fell, the nobles of Northern Xia quickly grasped Ji Xiu's intent. One by one, they began to chime in, taking his side with earnest expressions. Your Majesty, this is indeed yes, quite so. It is likely worth 10 million gold coins. 10 million? That is too little. I believe this magnificent steed is worth at least 30 million. 30 million? No, It must be valued at a minimum of 100 million. In an instant, the Northern Xia Royal Academy, the Northern Xia Appraisal Bureau, the 6 ministries of the Northern Xia capital, the Northern Xia Imperial Guards, the Dragon Protection Manor, the Town Prison Office, and the Supreme Court were all embroiled in the fervor of the moment. The prominent figures of various factions in Kyoto rallied around Ji Xiu, proclaiming an ordinary reindeer to be a priceless steed akin to the legendary blood-sweating horse. Witnessing this lively spectacle, a more pronounced smile spread across Ji Xiu's face. He spoke with a grin, "Your Majesty, behold, this truly is a blood-sweating horse, is it not?" Having said this, Ji Xiu turned and, accompanied by Gu Yao, proceeded towards the Dragon Palace. "Unbelievable!" Long Yuan bellowed in fury, his gaze shifting between the reindeer atop the Dragon Palace and the Northern Xia aristocrats who were in league with Ji Xiu. In that moment, his vision blurred, and a weight pressed heavily upon his chest. Unable to contain himself, blood surged forth. Cough! Long Yuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. He raised a trembling hand, pointing at Ji Xiu's retreating figure, lamenting, "Very well. You, Ji Xiu, calling a deer a horse. Truly impressive." Chapter 51. The Mature Woman and the Lowly. Is Empress truly about to cause chaos? After Ji Xiu's departure, the leaders of the various factions in the Northern Xia dynasty also made their exit. Inside the Dragon Palace, Long Yuan gazed gloomily at the reindeer in the center of the hall, rendered speechless for a long time. Eventually, he broke the silence, his tone steeped in melancholy. "Ji Xiu, calling a deer a horse. This is not merely a display of dominance over me. It serves as a reminder for me to recognize my rightful place." "Very well, Ji Xiu. The humiliation I suffer today shall be repaid tenfold in the future." With that, he rose and left the Dragon Palace, determined to seek out an ally, someone capable of turning the tide in his favor. Since his ascension to the throne, he has come to grasp a profound truth: power precedes the crown, rather than the crown bestowing power. The Weiyang Palace, adorned with vibrant blossoms, showcases clusters of crimson flowers blooming under the setting sun, radiating an exquisite beauty. This is the royal chamber of the Queen of Beixia, and moreover, a forbidden ground within the imperial palace. Upon arriving at Weiyang Palace, Long Yuan refrained from entering directly, instead choosing to stand quietly outside the palace. His demeanor, tinged with a hint of reticence, suggested that he was not the emperor of Beixia. Rather, the true sovereign resided within the palace walls. Nevertheless, he bore no grievances, patiently awaiting his turn with an expression of willing anticipation. At that moment, a resounding clang echoed as the palace gate swung open, revealing 2 enchanting figures who emerged gracefully. Bathed in the golden light of dusk, one young lady donned a white garment, her bright eyes and radiant smile accentuated by twin ponytails, with charming dimples adorning her face. She bore a scabbard on her back, reminiscent of a sweet, yet formidable young swordswoman. The other, clad in form-fitting black attire that accentuated her alluring figure, possessed striking beauty. Yet her gaze was notably frigid. Gripping a sword, she exuded the aura of a dangerous yet captivating heroine. Long Yuan bowed respectfully before the 2 ladies. "Your Majesty," he greeted with a slight smile. "What brings you to Weiyang Palace today?" inquired the black-clad heroine, her crimson lips parting to address him directly. "Moon Sister, you are truly naive. Our young lady is the queen. Naturally, when His Majesty visits Weiyang Palace, it is to seek our esteemed lady. Did you think he came to see you?" The sweet young girl smiled charmingly, displaying a profound understanding of others. Snow Maiden spoke wisely. "I have come today to see the Empress," Long Yuan replied with a smile. "Alas, the young lady is not receiving guests today, not even His Majesty. She will not meet anyone." Snow Maiden shook her head, her sweet smile unwavering, yet her tone shifted dramatically. "No, I must see the Empress today. I have pressing matters to discuss with her." Long Yuan shook his head, his resolve unwavering. "The young lady is unwell. It is not suitable for her to meet guests today." Moon Maiden's voice was icy, her words exuding a palpable indifference. Upon hearing this, Long Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, the gentle smile on his face vanishing, replaced by a stern expression as he shouted directly towards the Weiyang Palace. "Empress, are you there? I demand to see you. Now." Immediately, witnessing Long Yuan's demeanor, Snow Maiden's smile faded, and she glared fiercely at him, her expression adorably fierce. Moon Maiden's countenance grew even more frigid, her icy demeanor seemingly capable of freezing the setting sun above. In perfect unison, the 2 young ladies coldly admonished Long Yuan, "Your Majesty, please maintain your dignity." As their words fell, Two formidable auras surged skyward, filling the air of Weiyang Palace with a palpable tension. What? Do the two young ladies intend to take action against me? Long Yuan remarked with amusement, gazing at the two ladies. The two young ladies are the queen's personal attendants, possessing a unique status within the city of Shuyue. It is precisely for this reason that he had previously extended them his respect. However, it now appears that such reverence was unwarranted. At that moment, a melodious voice, imbued with a magnetic charm, resonated within the Weiyang Palace. Shui, Yue, do not behave disrespectfully. Upon hearing this voice, the young ladies immediately stifled their presence and retreated to the side. Your Majesty, today, Chu Li is unwell. If you have matters to discuss, please do so outside the palace. In response, Long Yuan hesitated for a moment before finally nodding and speaking. Your Majesty, today, I encountered Ji Xiu. As his words fell, the atmosphere within Weiyang Palace fell into a prolonged silence. After a brief moment, Chu Li's voice echoed within the hall. I am aware. So what? With a huff, Long Yuan retorted. So, did you truly capture Ji Xiu? Blood Azura, Gu Jian. It was I, Chu Li revealed without reservation. Hearing this, a surge of anger welled up within Long Yuan. He clenched his teeth and interrogated. Why? Your Majesty, why did you provoke Ji Xiu at this juncture? Do you not realize that you have disrupted my plans? Are you not aware that Ji Xiu has now set his sights on you? Enough. Before Long Yuan could finish his words, he was coldly interrupted by Chu Li. She then spoke icily. Your Majesty, your plans are of no concern to me. If Ji Xiu seeks to confront me, let him come. While the Emperor may fear him, I hold no such trepidation. Moreover, I possess my own means to deal with him. Upon hearing these words, Long Yuan fell into a prolonged silence, eventually exhaling deeply before responding. Very well. I shall remind you once more, Ji Xiu is far from the simplicity you perceive. With that, Long Yuan swept away with his sleeves. If Chu Li indeed has the means to contend with Ji Xiu, he had nothing further to say. In fact, he was quite pleased to observe the conflict from a distance, eager to witness Ji Xiu's encounter with the renowned heiress of Shuyue City. After Long Yuan departed, an unparalleled beauty emerged gracefully from the Weiyang Palace. Clad in a resplendent crimson and gold gown, adorned with a violet glass crown, and cinched at her slender waist with an exquisite ribbon, she exuded an ineffable grandeur and authority. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, her flawless visage, untouched by makeup, remained breathtakingly enchanting, with lips like cherry blossoms and eyes resembling cold stars. Even the most esteemed painters of the world would find it impossible to capture even a fraction of her allure. Simply standing there, she could overshadow the splendor of countless realms. While Shui and you were equally beautiful, their radiance dimmed in her presence. She was none other than the Empress, Chu Li. Miss, I have also heard that Ji Xiu, that rascal, today in the Dragon Hall, audaciously inverted truth and falsehood, displaying remarkable bravado. It is only natural for Long Yuan to be flustered, murmured Shui to Chu Li. Miss, what shall we do now? Ji Xiu has already set his sights on us, the Moon Maiden whispered. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Chu Li rested her jade hand on her chin and softly mused. Ji family heir, Ji Xiu. His descent caused a stir across the Nine Heavens continent. The brilliance of the four great immortals shone simultaneously. At the tender age of 3, he slapped the young master of the Red Robe sect. By 8, he established the Military Intelligence Division and participated in the Northern Xia Royal Rebellion, seemingly entangled in an intricate relationship with the saintess of the demon sect, Nan Lingwei. Now, at the age of 18, his cultivation is unfathomable. He is the true king without a crown in Northern Xia. Moreover, he is backed by the Ice God Palace, the foremost cultivation sect in the Nine Heavens continent. Very well. Such an extraordinary individual. If he were to fall into my grasp, then in the future, as I take over Shuyue City, there would be no obstacles left in my path. Upon hearing their lady's words, both Shui and you maidens were momentarily stunned. My lady, while that may be true, how could someone like Ji Xiu ever become ours? Kiki. Chu Li smiled faintly, then casually plucked a crimson and bewitching flower from the flower pool of Weiyang Palace, placing it before the two maidens. Shui, Yue, one must sacrifice to gain. Who among you would be willing to sacrifice for me to win over Ji Xiu? Ah, the Shui maiden and the Yu maiden trembled at the sight of the vibrant crimson flower, as if struck by a sudden realization. A rosy hue surged from her neck to her ears. Mississippi, do you mean the love flower? Could this truly be effective against Ji Xiu? The Snow Maiden gazed at Chu Li in disbelief. A soft chuckle escaped Chu Li's lips, her exquisite countenance graced by a subtle smile. She then turned to you, inquiring, what are the words associated with the love flower? The love flower. It blooms for a day, surpassing 300 nights of consummation. Indeed. Precisely. The fervor in Chu Li's enchanting eyes was palpable as she gazed towards the Ji residence, murmuring, in this world, there are countless poisons. Yet only the poison of love is the most lethal. I truly long to witness the once mighty Ji Xiu, ensnared by the love flower. Forever entangled in the web of love, eternally at my beck and call. With that, she turned her gaze towards the Snow Maiden and you, declaring, so. Which of you will take the lead? Snow Maiden. You. Chapter 52. A midnight intrusion into the unfathomable palace, the legendary Empress Chu Li. In the capital, at the Ji family's military estate, within the falling Maple Palace, Ji Xiu was absorbed in a scroll, lost in contemplation. This scroll contained intelligence regarding Chu Li, provided by the Military Intelligence Bureau. At that moment, Gu Yao gently poured a cup of tea for Ji Xiu. Her voice soft as she asked, Your Highness, how is it? Our Empress of the Beixia dynasty is quite extraordinary, wouldn't you agree? Yao believes that she can undoubtedly be regarded as the foremost dandy of the Beixia dynasty. Ji Xiu shook his head lightly, chuckling softly as he placed the scroll upon the stone table and spoke with a hint of profundity. The foremost dandy of Beixia? I doubt it. Why do you doubt it? Gu Yao, amused, picked up the scroll and recited, Chu Li, the princess of Shuiyue City, the first city beyond the heavens. Her father, the sword immortal of Shuiyue, Chu Wanjun. At the tender age of 3, she accompanied Chu Wanjun to the Beixia dynasty for training and life. By 5, she had set fire to the imperial palace of the Empress Dowager. At 7, she broke the leg of the eldest son of Beixia's Grand Marshal. By 9, she had marred the face of the young princess from the wealthy Nagong family. At 13, she stealthily entered the royal tomb and plucked the beard of the old guardian. After these exploits, she earned the reputation of the foremost dandy in the capital. Whenever she graces the streets, the lengthy thoroughfare of the capital becomes utterly deserted. Neither princes nor princesses, nor the esteemed figures of the capital dare to provoke her in the slightest. Your Highness, please tell me if Chu Li is not the foremost dandy of Beixia. Who else in the entire capital could possibly claim that title? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu sipped his tea with a smile, then looked at Gu Yao with a meaningful gaze before replying, Yao, if we consider solely the information at hand, Chu Li is indeed the unrivaled dandy of Beixia. She is undoubtedly deserving of that title. However, have you ever pondered why, after the age of 13, her information has dwindled to almost nothing? Even the intelligence we can gather from MI6 merely scratches the surface of what is widely known. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao furrowed her brow, her gaze fixated on the last piece of information in her scroll, which mentioned Chu Li, who was betrothed to the then crown prince Long Yuan at the tender age of 16. From that moment, she became the crown princess of the Northern Xia dynasty. And then, the trail went cold. Indeed, there has been no information regarding Chu Li after she turned 16. Why is that, Your Highness? Ji Xiu's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, It is quite simple. She has concealed herself, and remarkably well. So well that even our MI6 cannot unearth any intelligence pertaining to her after the age of 16. At these words, Gu Yao's expression froze momentarily, reluctant to accept the reality. Your Highness, currently, the influence of MI6 spans the entirety of the Nine Heavens continent. Even if she is the princess of Shuiyue City, it is improbable that she could evade our scrutiny. She may hide, but it is inconceivable that she could do so thoroughly. Thoroughly enough that our MI6 cannot retrieve a single piece of valuable intelligence regarding her. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu chuckled, shaking his head without elaborating further. Instead, he spoke earnestly, She is indeed a formidable figure concealed within the capital. Moreover, she is one of the most talented women in the Geotian continent. Furthermore, she possesses not just one identity. It is precisely for this reason that she has eluded the grasp of the Military Intelligence 6. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao couldn't help but gaze at Ji Xiu with surprise. After many years, it was the first time she had heard such high praise for a woman from his lips. A myriad of emotions surged within her, igniting a profound curiosity about the Empress residing in the Weiyang Palace. What, indeed, could be the nature of this second identity that allowed Chu Li to remain hidden for so long beneath the watchful eyes of the Military Intelligence 6? If that were the case, this woman would be utterly formidable, Gu Yao murmured to herself. As her thoughts reached this point, she suddenly halted, a realization dawning upon her. She then grasped Ji Xiu's sleeve, her beautiful eyes glistening with emotion as she spoke. Your Highness, if that is the case, does it not mean that my brother fell into her hands because he uncovered her identity? Otherwise, how could it have come to this? Indeed, Ji Xiu nodded. To him, this seemed to be the only remaining possibility. In that case, what shall we do next? Gu Yao inquired softly, biting her silver teeth. Haha. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu chuckled lightly, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the direction of Weiyang Palace. He then spoke with remarkable calmness. It is quite simple. Next, I shall personally pay a visit to Chu Li, Gu Jian. Should it truly be in her possession, I will undoubtedly find a way to compel her to surrender it. However, Your Highness, Gu Yao hesitated briefly before speaking. Let us not dwell on Chu Li's second identity for now. She is the daughter of the Lord of Shuiyue City. Although Shuiyue City does not rank among the 7 foremost powers of the world, our intelligence from the Military Intelligence 6 Department indicates that it possesses a foundation that is not inferior to the 7 major sects. Are you truly prepared to confront her directly and force your way into the palace? Ji Xiu scoffed disdainfully at this notion, saying, Rest assured, I am well aware of my course of action. Gu Jian, whether she is willing or not, she will have to comply. Very well, Gu Yao nodded, harboring immense confidence in Ji Xiu. No matter how remarkable Chu Li may be, she cannot possibly surpass the stature of my esteemed young master. Since Ji Xiu has declared it, there is surely no cause for concern. With a deep breath, Gu Yao gently inquired, Your Highness, when do you intend to set forth? At that moment, I shall instruct the Military Intelligence 6 Department to be fully prepared. Once she issues a command, the entire capital will be swiftly sealed off and taken over by the department. Ji Xiu pondered for a moment, gazing up at the sunset that painted the sky crimson, and softly replied, Tonight, as the sun sets and the moon ascends in its luminous splendor, the bustling city of Kyoto illuminates with myriad lights. At the command of Gu Yao, the 6th Bureau of Military Affairs has entered a state of utmost vigilance. The cogs hidden in the shadows commence their silent operation, and with Gu Yao's directive, the vast expanse of Kyoto falls under the meticulous control of the 6th Bureau. The Royal Academy of Beixia, the Inspection Institute of Beixia, the 6 Ministries of Kyoto, the Imperial Guard of Beixia, the Dragon Protector Manor, the Jinyu Office, the Dali Temple, and even the Imperial Guards of the Beixia royal family. These formidable forces that usually dominate the city are now under Gu Yao's command. In this moment, Kyoto is not ruled by the dragon surname, but by the Ji family. Ji Xiu, adorned in an elegant black robe, traverses the palace with unimpeded grace. Arriving at the entrance of the Weiyang Palace, upon entering, he is greeted by a mesmerizing sight, flowers blooming under the moonlight, filling the entirety of the Weiyang Palace with their enchanting presence. These flowers seem oddly familiar. Ji Xiu furrows his brow, and before he can ponder further, a chilling voice reverberates through the palace. How dare you intrude upon the Weiyang Palace at such a late hour, young master? You possess quite the audacity. Hearing this, Ji Xiu's gaze pierces through the night towards the alluring figure within the palace. He whispers to himself, 9 Heavens Continent, the legendary assassin organization, the Web, its creator, Chu Li. Chapter 53, The Blooming of Emotional Flowers, the Unveiling of Sentiments. Who is the true prey? The Web, the legendary assassin organization of the 9 Heavens Continent. And the architect of this organization is none other than Chu Li. Ji Xiu cast a cold gaze upon the graceful figure within the Weiyang Palace. In the original narrative, Chu Li established the Web, and this assassin organization, birthed from her vision, extends its influence across the entirety of the 9 Heavens Continent. Perhaps, at present, few are aware of this organization. This is merely a consequence of the opportune moment not having arrived, as they have yet to unleash their true potential. However, in the future, the Web will surpass the current foremost assassin organization, the Mortal Realm, and ascend to the pinnacle of assassin societies. If memory serves, in the near future, Chu Li shall rise to become the Lord of Shuiyue City, the premier city of the 9 Heavens Continent. Her 3 half-brothers will meet their demise at her hands. Moreover, she will scheme against the Great Chain. Even, she will attempt to assassinate the first emperor. Ji Xiu's thoughts raced, swiftly compiling all that he knew about Chu Li. In summary, she is a woman of ruthless ambition, cold-hearted, and dangerously formidable. Undoubtedly, Gu Jian attracted her attention due to his discovery of the Web's existence. With this realization, Ji Xiu exhaled slowly. In truth, he had always been aware of Chu Li's presence. Thus, he had not deemed her worthy of concern, as there was, after all, no conflict of interest between them. She covets her Snow Moon City, while I govern my northern Xia dynasty, each remaining unperturbed by the other. However, now that Chu Li has captured Gujian, and his whereabouts remain unknown, his life or death shrouded in mystery, it becomes imperative to address this woman without delay. At present, Chu Li stands as my utmost priority. Just then, a chilling voice laced with mockery echoed through the Weiyang Palace. Young Master Ji Xiu, since you are here, why not come and have a seat in the Weiyang Palace? I have heard that today, in the Dragon Hall, you audaciously proclaimed a deer to be a horse. Quite a display of authority. Yet now, you linger outside the palace, hesitant to enter or speak. What is it? Are you afraid that I might consume you? Huh. Since the Empress has extended an invitation, how could Ji Xiu dare to refuse? With that, he boldly stepped forward, pushing open the palace door and entering. Inside the Weiyang Palace, 9 eternal lamps cast a gentle glow, and a soft, elegant carpet adorned the entirety of the chamber. The night breeze was cool, and the soft moonlight spilled in through the window, illuminating the dressing table. There, upon an exquisitely carved phoenix chair, sat a figure so enchanting she seemed almost ethereal. She lounged languidly, her cascading hair cascading down to her finely curved hips, seemingly engaged in the act of grooming before the mirror. Your Majesty, Chu Li, Ji Xiu greeted with a smile. Young Master Ji Xiu, how delightful it is to see you. Was your proclamation in the Dragon Hall today invigorating? Not nearly as exhilarating as intruding upon the Empress's chamber tonight. It appears that His Highness the Crown Prince is also aware. Tonight, you have brazenly intruded upon the Queen's chamber. I must admit, Ji Xiu, you possess quite the audacity. The Queen herself exhibits no small measure of courage. You dare to apprehend a member of the 6th Bureau of Military Intelligence? We are indeed two of a kind. As the words fell, Chu Li did not deny it. Her enchanting eyes fixed intently upon Ji Xiu, and with a slight pursing of her crimson lips, she disdainfully remarked, the 6th Bureau of Military Intelligence? And so what? You have captured my people. What of it? What can you, Ji Xiu, do to me? Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu's clear eyes remained calm. He first scrutinized Chu Li from head to toe before inquiring. Chu Li, I am quite curious. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to utter such words to me? Was it the Emperor of Beixia? Or perhaps your father, the sword immortal of snow and moon? Take a guess. A faint smile curved Chu Li's red lips, her beautiful eyes mockingly gazing at Ji Xiu. Through their verbal sparring, she suddenly felt that perhaps Ji Xiu was not as formidable as the legend suggested. After all, it seemed he was rather conceited. Yet, it is understandable. How many individuals of Ji Xiu's age and status can remain humble? Ha ha. Ji Xiu noticed the shift in Chu Li's gaze, and, with a casual shrug, he spoke nonchalantly, it seems it is neither. Then, perhaps it is. The net? Upon hearing this, Chu Li's expression faltered, her smile abruptly freezing, and her beautiful eyes turned deep and cold. You, how did you come to know? About the Luo network? Chu Li's voice turned frigid. In that moment, the composure and arrogance she had displayed earlier evaporated, leaving only an icy demeanor reminiscent of a millennia-old glacier. And astonishment. She was bewildered, unaware of how Ji Xiu had discovered the existence of the secret organization she had founded. After all, even her father was oblivious to it. Huh. Ji Xiu's lips curled into a faint arc at her words. He then spoke coldly. Chu Li, I care not whether you are the Empress or the daughter of the Lord of Shuyue City. I do not concern myself with your intentions behind founding the Luo network. Right now, at this moment, I offer you but one choice. Surrender Gujian. Humph. Chu Li scoffed, provokingly retorting, and if I refuse? In response, Ji Xiu smiled, fixing his gaze on Chu Li's unparalleled beauty, and ominously declared, if you refuse, I shall eradicate you and your ragtag Luo network without mercy. Longyuan cannot protect you. Neither can your father. Your Luo network will offer you no refuge. Understanding dawned upon her as Chu Li pondered his words, nodding thoughtfully before slowly approaching Ji Xiu. Ji Xiu, remember this. I, myself, require no one as protection. I am the best shield there is. As for who will ultimately face annihilation, as for this matter, you shall soon be enlightened. With that, she stepped back 2 paces, raised her hand, and with a cold smile, snapped her fingers. In an instant, the space seemed to freeze. The very next moment, the moonlight cascading through the window transformed into an enchanting shade of pink. At that instant, Ji Xiu was enveloped by an unusual floral fragrance, and it appeared as though a vibrant sea of blossoms was unfurling before his eyes. Indeed, outside the Weiyang Palace, a pool of crimson and beguiling flowers bloomed, their beauty magnified under the moonlight. In that fleeting moment, Ji Xiu suddenly recalled the name of these flowers, emotion flowers. Truly, so this is your trump card, Ji Xiu murmured softly. In the tales, the blooming of emotion flowers for a single day surpasses the ecstasy of 100 wedding nights. Simply put, emotion flowers are innocuous in themselves. However, if one who has been nourished by them since childhood, a person of deep sentiment, serves as a catalyst, their power becomes formidable, deemed the most potent poison in existence. One that is incurable. Those afflicted by this emotion poison will eternally be enslaved. This woman, truly considers this noble son her prey. But who, in truth, is the hunter? A subtle smile graced Ji Xiu's lips, and he then retrieved a pitch-black flute from his system's repository. This flute is known as Qinqing. Outside the Weiyang Palace, the emotion flowers are in full bloom. In a vibrant garden of emotional blossoms, the enchanting young girl, Snow, clad in a sheath, exchanged a glance with the poised elder sister, Moon, who wielded a sharp sword. In that fleeting moment, they both discerned the shyness and trepidation reflected in each other's eyes. These two were the devoted handmaidens of Chu Li, having nourished themselves on the essence of love blossoms since childhood, a time when they first became aware of their destinies. In the future, these maidens would serve as instruments for their lady to gather remarkable talents from across the realm. Their future husbands would undoubtedly become the most formidable allies to their lady, and now this was their pivotal moment. Ji Xiu was destined to be one of those fated individuals. Sister Moon, do you desire Ji Xiu to be your husband? The young girl, Snow, inquired with a bewildered gaze fixed upon her elder sister, Moon. I do not know, Moon replied, shaking her head, despite her usual icy demeanor. The gravity of the moment rendered her momentarily vulnerable. I have heard that young Master Ji Xiu is the most captivating figure of our time. Perhaps, Sister Moon, you could yield him to me, Snow implored, her lips slightly bitten, her beautiful eyes shimmering with anticipation as a rosy blush adorned her delicate features. She reasoned with herself, if her future was already predetermined, why not choose the most extraordinary companion? And indeed, Ji Xiu was undeniably remarkable. Very well, if you wish to pursue him, then go ahead. Moon nodded gently, her gaze lowered. Her thoughts mirrored those of Snow, yet she regarded Snow as her sister. The Snow Maiden began to speak, yet her words eluded her. At that moment, a melody floated from the Weiyang Palace, ethereal as if it descended from the heavens, and shadowy as if it emerged from the depths of the abyss. In an instant, a shiver coursed through their bodies, and an ominous premonition surged within their hearts. They had intended to rush into the Weiyang Palace at once, but before them, an elderly figure clad in black unexpectedly appeared. It was none other than Elder Wei. Chapter 54, The Blooming of the Love Flower, a fire spreading wildly. In the capital of Beixia, the moonlight shone brilliantly. At this moment, the entire capital seemed to plunge into a profound darkness. The influential figures of the city, the cultivators, and the common folk all felt a chill grip their hearts. An unfamiliar sensation arose from the depths of their souls. For reasons unknown, they faintly sensed a dark hand recklessly tugging at their very essence. Oh dear. This melody, it must originate from the abyss. How terrifying. If memory serves me right, did not young Master Ji enter the Imperial Palace tonight? Indeed, this melody is likely the result of his handiwork. Wait, why does this melody evoke such a strong resemblance to the legendary tune mentioned in the ancient texts of the Nine Heavens? What tune? It is said that this piece possesses great mystery, unspeakable and ineffable within the Weiyang Palace. Ji Xiu stood at the center of the inner chamber, holding the Qinqing flute to his lips, his entire demeanor transformed dramatically. The original him, with an ethereal demeanor, was a spirited heir of a military lineage. Yet at this moment, he was shrouded in an eerie black mist, exuding an unsettling aura akin to that of a demonic sovereign from the depths of the underworld. As the haunting melody resonated through the Weiyang Palace, she gazed at the black flute in Ji Xiu's hands, a realization dawning upon her. Her beautiful eyes filled with dread and trepidation. Clenching her silver teeth, she incredulously exclaimed, Ji Xiu, where did you acquire the ghost flute's lament? How could you possibly comprehend the soul-devouring trilogy? She, the daughter of the Lord of Shueyue City, had immersed herself in the ancient histories since childhood. Thus, she was aware that eons ago, a formidable being had emerged, wielding a flute and commanding the winds and clouds of the Nine Heavens continent with three melodies. Ultimately, this powerful figure was forced to leap into the first forbidden abyss of the Nine Heavens, the Chaos Abyss. If her memory served her correctly, that individual was revered as the master of the demonic path. His legacy, the ghost flute's lament and the soul-devouring trilogy, should have been entombed with him in the depths of the chaos abyss. How had Ji Xiu come to possess it? The hauntingly exquisite melody continued to play. Suddenly, as a brief, peculiar note resonated, Chuli instinctively clutched her chest, her lips parting slightly, her eyes turning crimson. It felt as though half of her being was ensnared in a bone-chilling iceberg while the other half was engulfed in a searing furnace. Simultaneously, she sensed her heart gripped in a vice, her blood reversing its flow, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. Ji Xiu, wait. Please, just wait. Chu Li's composure faltered, her desperation urging her to implore Ji Xiu to cease. However, Ji Xiu seemed oblivious to her words. Ji Xiu, I shall fight you, Chu Li bellowed. In an instant, the aura of a first-tier monarch surged forth. She drew a magnificent sword from her spatial ring, twirling her wrist to point the blade directly at Ji Xiu. A tearing sound echoed through the air. Yet, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. The sword halted merely 3 inches from Ji Xiu, its tip quivering incessantly, unable to advance any further. What a jest! Ji Xiu was now a formidable figure at the 3rd tier of the monarch stage. Even without invoking the demonic and divine seals, he could easily dominate Chu Li. The prospect of Chu Li challenging Ji Xiu was utterly impossible. Ji Xiu, enough. Will you tell me where Gu Jian is? Chu Li gasped, finally conceding, for she was genuinely terrified. The legendary 3 melodies. One could manipulate corpses. Another could capture the souls of cultivators. She truly wished to avoid having her soul snatched away, becoming a mere puppet. As her words fell, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes, casting a cold glance at Chu Li. Yet, the melody continued unabated, showing no signs of cessation. Chu Li understood the implication of Ji Xiu's gaze. Was it too late to plead for mercy? You wretched fool! I shall never let you go. Chu Li's delicate face turned pale, her pearly teeth biting into her crimson lip as she scolded Ji Xiu. But soon, she felt the sensation of 1,000 daggers piercing her heart, followed by the sound of her soul being wrenched from her body. For the first time, she truly grasped the essence of despair. Simultaneously, 2 streams of tears uncontrollably cascaded down her exquisite cheeks, dampening her flawless visage. Chu Li's gaze gradually grew vacant and dazed. The once cold and fierce beauty of her eyes had dulled, her delicate hands weakly dropping the hilt of her sword. Clang! The sharp blade fell to the ground. With a sigh, Ji Xiu set aside his emotions and gazed at Chu Li, who resembled a lifeless puppet, seemingly devoid of her spirit. Since the age of 3, when he first acquired the soul-capturing trilogy, he had longed for the day he could witness its extraordinary power. At last, that day had come. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a surge of unrestrained heat coursing through his body. The passion flower. Ji Xiu furrowed his brow and took a deep breath. Although he had now controlled Chu Li with the soul-snatching melody, he too was afflicted by the poison of the passion flower. Yet, this was not particularly concerning. As long as Chu Li's puppet master did not attempt to implant the love seed within him, all would be well. As for the antidote, with Chu Li now transformed into his marionette, was he truly worried about finding a cure? Coughing lightly, Ji Xiu then approached Chu Li and inquired, "What is your name?" "Chu Li." She replied, her voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation, like a mere puppet at his command. "Where is Gu Jian? Is he in Shiwei City?" Ji Xiu continued to ask. "I do not know." Chu Li shook her head. "How can that be?" Ji Xiu frowned, for she had clearly acknowledged it moments earlier. "Did you not capture Gu Jian?" His fists clenched tightly as he stared intently into her eyes. "It was my master who captured him." "Master has taken Gu Jian away from Shiwei City." "Master? Chu Li actually has a master?" Ji Xiu was momentarily stunned, filled with astonishment. After all, the novel did not mention that Chu Li had a master. Heaving a sigh, Ji Xiu forcefully suppressed the heat coursing through his body, inhaling deeply before speaking. "Chu Li, who is your master?" After a brief silence, she replied, "The North Xia Guardian sect, Yin Fei." Upon hearing this revelation, Ji Xiu's brows knitted into a frown. Yin Fei? Another unfamiliar name. He could find no information related to Yin Fei in his memory. However, it became evident that Gu Jian was indeed in the hands of Chu Li's master, Yin Fei. "Chu Li, where is your master?" Ji Xiu inquired, his brow furrowing. "Master has gone to Tian Mo Mountain." Chu Li's red lips parted. It was indeed Tian Mo Mountain. This had become intriguing. Ji Xiu's brows lifted slightly. Presently, Tian Mo Mountain could be described as the epicenter of turmoil across the entire Geotian continent. The princes and princesses of 2 premier empires, the saints and saintesses of 7 leading cultivation sects, All were gathered at Tian-Mo Mountain. The gaze of the influential figures across the Geotian continent was fixed upon Tian-Mo Mountain. His original objective was also Tian-Mo Mountain. Thus, the next goal was clearly defined. Pausing in his thoughts, Ji Xiu realized he was becoming increasingly parched. The passion flower poison had taken effect. Chu Li, the passion flower poison. You must help me break its hold. He gazed at Chu Li with slightly reddened eyes, commanding her with authority. It was only fitting that the one who administered the poison should also provide the antidote. Chu Li poisoned, Chu Li shall remedy. Only logical. Upon hearing his words, Chu Li approached Ji Xiu, extending her delicate hand to wrap around his neck, and boldly kissed him. In that fervent embrace, Ji Xiu felt a whirlwind of emotions. Yet, inexplicably, Chu Li's enchanting eyes gradually regained clarity until they were completely restored to normalcy. Ah, Chu Li exclaimed, suddenly pushing Ji Xiu away. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. The memories of her recent actions flooded her mind. She had willingly given Ji Xiu the answer he sought. Not only that, she had also initiated the kiss. Ji Xiu, this palace shall not rest until we are at odds. Chu Li bit her crimson lip, scolding him angrily. Despite her fierce words, she was acutely aware that Ji Xiu's strength appeared to far exceed her own. She pondered why the two ladies she had prepared as trump cards were yet to arrive. Woman, you do not dictate when this ends. Ji Xiu gulped, his steps unconsciously drawing him closer to Chu Li. He was baffled by her sudden escape from the grip of the soul-snatching melody, perhaps due to his own recent proficiency in it. However, that was not the crux of the matter. At that moment, he could sense his rationality slipping away, racing uncontrollably towards chaos. Ji Xiu, you audacious scoundrel, halt this instant, Chu Li commanded coldly. No sooner had her words left her lips than a hand seized her smooth neck firmly. Before her stood Ji Xiu, his crimson eyes ablaze, breathing heavily, clearly on the verge of losing control. Witnessing such a transformation in Ji Xiu, how could she remain oblivious to the impending turmoil? Ji Xiu, I am the Empress of Beixia. My father is the sword immortal of snow and moon. If you dare to do anything to me. Chu Li bit her crimson lip, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ji Xiu with ire, yet her words were abruptly silenced as he forcefully sealed her lips with his own. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Ji Xiu. At that moment, a singular thought permeated her mind. How dare he? The thought was abruptly curtailed as Ji Xiu and Chu Li's bodies, propelled by inertia, fell backward. In that instant, flames surged forth. At this moment, the moonlight shone brilliantly, illuminating the blooming outside Weiyang Palace, creating a scene both splendid and tranquil. However, it must be said that within the moonlit chambers, a certain clamor was indeed present. Chapter 55, The 3-Year Agreement. Ji Xiu profits immensely. Nighttime is always fleeting. As dawn approached, gentle rays of morning light filtered through the palace windows, gracing Weiyang Palace. There, upon a luxurious imperial bed, the curtains hung low, and two figures nestled closely, utterly intimate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing the soul-capturing trilogy, soul-snatching melody to intermediate level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the baptism of heavenly spirit scene, with the progress of the purifying demonic flame reaching 17. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the progress of the purifying demonic flame reaching 17. Elevating cultivation to the 4th realm of the June tier. With a soft chime, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for undergoing the baptism of the heavenly spirit and acquiring 10,000 points of destiny essence. Hearing a series of notifications, Ji Xiu gradually awoke from his slumber, suppressing the weariness that enveloped him as he slowly sat up. In just one night, the soul requiem had advanced. The progress of the purifying demonic flame had increased by 2, and his cultivation had reached the 4th realm of the monarch stage. This was indeed somewhat unexpected. Contemplating this, Ji Xiu scratched his head, realizing he had not anticipated such a result. At that moment, his gaze shifted to the woman lying beside him. Chu Li appeared to still be lost in dreams, her exquisite face marked by 2 distinct tear tracks. Taking a deep breath, Ji Xiu mused aloud, last night. This woman truly managed to bring misfortune upon herself. However, he could not deny that her heavenly spirit's sacred body was remarkable. In the novels, the founder of the Luo network, Chu Li, possessed an extraordinarily unique and powerful physique known as the heavenly spirit's sacred body. This innate talent was exceptional. If developed to its fullest potential, it could harness the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, even manipulating the primal forces of the universe. Most intriguingly, One endowed with the heavenly spirit's sacred body could transfer the energy of the world's essence to others, just like what happened last night. Thus, marrying a woman with such a physique would be the dream and ultimate honor of all cultivators throughout the nine heavens. Nevertheless, Ji Xiu had no intention of wedging himself into a union with such a fierce woman. After all, who could guarantee that she would not turn against him in their shared bed? However, it must be said that if one could master her and possess her, the advantages would be boundless. Yet, the question remains how to exert control over her. This woman possesses a celestial constitution and an extraordinarily powerful soul. Unfortunately, my cultivation of the soul-devouring melody has only reached an intermediate level. Thus, the prospect of eternally dominating her remains elusive for the time being. However, given this woman's temperament, it is entirely possible that she may willingly come to me. Ji Xiu narrowed his eyes, gazing at the stunning visage of Chu Li, his thoughts lingering there. Just then, he noticed Chu Li's eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. In that fleeting moment, she stared at the ceiling, and the memories of the previous night surged through her mind like a tidal wave. "Ah!" Chu Li exclaimed, abruptly sitting up, only to behold Ji Xiu sitting calmly beside her, his gaze fixed upon her. "Last night, you. How dare you?" Chu Li bit her crimson lip as she confronted Ji Xiu. She was the daughter of the Lord of Shuyue City, and throughout her life, all men had bowed before her. Even when she was commanded by her father to marry the Northern Xia Emperor, Long Yuan, he dared not overstep his bounds in her presence, let alone any intimate relations. Yet now, Ji Xiu had audaciously shared her bed and taken her virtue. In that instant, she felt both wronged and furious. Her eyes blazed with anger as she glared at Ji Xiu, her silver teeth clenched, her delicate frame trembling with rage. If possible, she would have liked nothing more than to slay Ji Xiu with a sword right then and there. Yet, alas, she had come to recognize the disparity in their cultivation levels and foundational strength. Rationality admonished her that if she dared to lay a hand on Ji Xiu now, the only outcome would be death. "Your Majesty, the passion flowers were sown by your hand. The blossoms flourished because of you. Yet now, you question this heir's audacity? Ha ha ha. Then allow me to inquire, what reason do I have not to be bold?" Ji Xiu observed Chu Li with a bemused expression, countering her words. You are being unreasonable. This is treachery." Chu Li gritted her silver teeth, her voice laced with fury. Alas, born of nobility, her choice of curses was limited and lacked true potency against Ji Xiu. Ha ha ha. Ji Xiu, upon hearing this, regarded Chu Li with a resigned gaze and replied, "Very well. Even if I am indeed treacherous, so what? What can you do about it? Scoundrel." Chu Li trembled with rage, never having encountered such audacity. "Ha." Ji Xiu chuckled nonchalantly, then casually rose to don his attire, turning his back to Chu Li. He then faced her with serene composure and stated, "Your Majesty, you must concede that you cannot kill me. Furthermore, the web you have woven pales in comparison to my intelligence network. Ultimately, the bitter fruit you have sown is one you must consume, is it not?" With that, Ji Xiu turned and departed, adopting an air of dismissiveness, as if to say he would not be held accountable. "Wait." With a cold expression, Chu Li parted her red lips and ultimately called a halt to Ji Xiu. Upon hearing her words, a smirk of cunning satisfaction graced Ji Xiu's lips as he ceased his advance. He had been anticipating this very statement. He understood Chu Li all too well. Her lifelong ambition was to vanquish her three brothers and ascend as the ruler of Shuyue City. Now, unable to eliminate him, she would naturally seek to negotiate for his support. "Are you truly intending to leave?" Chu Li inquired icily. "What other option do I have?" Ji Xiu responded, turning to regard Chu Li with feigned confusion. "How audacious. After what you have done to me, you now wish to depart. What do you take me for?" Chu Li's arms crossed defiantly as she posed her chilling question, her enchanting yet formidable visage betraying not a hint of emotion, cold as ice. "What? Do you expect me to take responsibility?" Ji Xiu retorted, intrigued by her audacity. "Do not forget, you are now the Empress," he added, curious to discover what terms Chu Li might propose. "Last night, you ought to be aware that you are the first man I have ever permitted into my life." Chu Li gazed deeply into Ji Xiu's eyes, her tone unexpectedly softening. "Indeed, I am aware," Ji Xiu replied, shaking his head. "But what does that imply?" He was certainly conscious of being Chu Li's first man. A person like Long Yuan would never have garnered even a fleeting glance from the proud Chu Li, nor had she ever allowed him to brush against the hem of her garments. "Thus, I now seek your assistance in my endeavors." Chu Li inhaled deeply, her gaze steady and earnest as she addressed Ji Xiu. "On what grounds?" Is it merely because we shared a fleeting night of passion? Ji Xiu regarded Chuli with an amused expression. You. Chuli was momentarily speechless, her chest rising and falling with agitation. She felt a rush of frustration towards Ji Xiu. However, he then shifted his tone, feigning ignorance as he inquired. But since Her Majesty the Empress has spoken, do tell. What is it that you desire? Taking a deep breath, Chuli slowly articulated, the city of Snow and Moon. I require your assistance in ascending to the position of Lord over Snow Moon City. Ji Xiu nodded thoughtfully and then probed further. And then? To assist you in becoming the Lord of Snow Moon City. What benefits would this bring to you, my lord? Upon hearing this, Chuli pondered for a moment before responding, the net. I can bestow the net upon you. With a light chuckle, Ji Xiu shook his head. I am afraid not. I already have my own intelligence network. I have no interest in the net you established. Having said this, Ji Xiu turned to leave. Wait, Chuli suddenly called out, halting his departure. Taking a deep breath, as if making a resolute decision, she gazed intently at Ji Xiu and then spoke with her lips parting softly. Apart from the net, there is also me. If you can assist me in obtaining Snow Moon City, then prior to that, all that I possess shall be yours. This was the entirety of her bargaining chips, and she acknowledged that she could not dominate Ji Xiu. Given this, she might as well take a step back and decisively pull Ji Xiu into her camp. The two could collaborate, mutually supporting each other, each fulfilling their own needs. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow in amusement, thinking to himself, I've bitten the bait. In reality, he had been awaiting this very statement from Chuli. He understood her all too well, knowing that a woman of her extraordinary intellect would never overlook a splendid opportunity in an ally. Well, Ji Xiu, will you assist me or not? Chuli gazed intently at Ji Xiu with her radiant eyes. Indeed, Ji Xiu pondered seriously for a moment before responding. If that is the case, it is indeed an excellent proposal. Within 3 years, I shall help you seize Shuiyue City. And during these 3 years, you, Chuli, will be under my command. 3 years? Chuli trembled at the words. In her plans, even with Ji Xiu's alliance, it would take at least 5 to 10 years. Yet Ji Xiu spoke of 3 years. Was this truly the case? Chuli stared blankly at Ji Xiu. Of course it is true. Ji Xiu smiled faintly. This year, Chuli was 25. If memory served correctly, in 3 years, the 28-year-old Chuli would possess the strength to eliminate her brother and seize the city, thereby becoming one of the most powerful women in the 9 heavens. But the issue was, Chuli was unaware of this. This was Ji Xiu's advantage. During these 3 years, she and her web would be under his control, allowing him to take whatever he desired. One must ask, where in the world could one find such a fortuitous situation? If you truly can help me obtain Shuiyue City within 3 years, I, Chuli, will be at your service. In the coming 3 years, I shall heed your command. You shall do as you wish. Chuli bit her crimson lip, solemnly pledging her promise. However, as she uttered the final words, her voice dwindled to a mere whisper. She could scarcely believe such fierce words had escaped her lips. Excellent. Truly splendid. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu offered a slight smile to Chuli, knowing that his scheme had succeeded. Both the web and Chuli were now his. Chapter 56. The male protagonist arrives. Ji Xiu emerges invincible. A harmonious collaboration. Ji Xiu approached the bedside and extended his hand toward Chuli. A harmonious collaboration. Chuli lowered her gaze, yet ultimately clasped Ji Xiu's hand. Hiki. With a clatter, as he pushed open the doors of the chamber. The sight that greeted him was of the 2 young ladies, Snow and Moon, frozen in place by old Wei's true essence. Ji Xiu, what have you done to my lady? Lady Moon inquired, her flower-like lips trembling with rage. Her beautiful eyes glistening with resentment as she fixed her piercing gaze upon Ji Xiu. This sharp glare seemed to demand 1,000 cuts to assuage her wrath. Ji Xiu, you scoundrel. Do you not realize that my lady is not only the Empress of Beixiao but also a princess of Shuiyue City? How dare you humiliate her so last night? The indignity of today, Shuiyue City shall never forget, and it shall be repaid tenfold in the future, Lady Snow declared, her entire body quaking with fury. Ji Xiu, upon hearing this, looked at the 2 young ladies with amusement, unperturbed by their ire. He was aware that last night, these 2 devoted maids must have rushed to the Weiyang Palace to assist their mistress, Chuli. Unfortunately, they found themselves outmatched by the formidable Wei Lao, who effortlessly subdued them, rendering them immobile for the entirety of the night. Furthermore, it is highly likely that they bore witness to the intimate moments shared between him and Chuli throughout the night. One can only imagine how excruciating such an experience would be for the loyal young ladies, Snow and Moon. Thus, it is no wonder that both girls today felt an overwhelming urge to end their own lives. Whether or not they would act on such feelings could be addressed at a later time. At present, he was eager to know which of the two young ladies had chosen him last night. With a playful demeanor, Ji Xiu gazed at the enchanting duo of the youthful and the mature, inquiring about their choice. It was evident that these two were the secret weapons Chuli intended to employ to win him over. He was also curious as to who among the sisters harbored a greater desire for him. "You!" Moon exclaimed, her delicate features shifting as she bit her silver teeth in silence. Although she had relinquished Ji Xiu to her sister, Snow, her heart had nonetheless chosen him. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. "Nonsense! Who would choose a lecher like you? I would never select you, even in death. Only a fool would choose you. You dare to bully my mistress. From now on, I will be your sworn enemy," Snow retorted vehemently, her lips pursed in anger. In that instant, she completely forgot her tearful pleas to Moon, begging her to allow Ji Xiu to be with her the previous night. However, despite her words, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over her. "Oh, it appears both young ladies have taken a fancy to the esteemed heir." Ji Xiu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Before nodding at Elder Wei. Receiving the command, Elder Wei raised his hand and promptly released the seals binding the two young ladies, Shui and Yu. At that moment, the two exchanged glances, preparing to confront Ji Xiu with all their might, when a cold voice echoed through the Weiyang Palace. "Shui, Yue, the young master Ji Xiu is a guest of this palace. You must not be disrespectful. Should he choose to leave, you must not obstruct him." Upon hearing their mistress's command, both young ladies stood frozen in place. What is happening? "Let us go, Elder Wei," Ji Xiu said with a resigned smile, leading Elder Wei away from the Weiyang Palace. As soon as Ji Xiu departed, the two young ladies rushed into the palace. Meanwhile, Chu Li had already donned a resplendent crimson and gold gown, standing before the mirror, lost in thought. At that moment, she had regained her former icy elegance and nobility. Such an elevated and breathtaking presence was a stark contrast to the previous night. "Miss, last night, did Ji Xiu bully you?" Miss Shui asked in a hushed tone. "Shui, Miss Yu exclaimed, quickly tugging at Miss Shui's sleeve, signaling her to remain silent. They had both clearly heard what transpired the previous night. There was no need for further inquiries. To bring it up now would only subject their mistress to humiliation once more. Indeed, as soon as Miss Shui's question escaped her lips, Chu Li's expression suddenly turned frigid. She pivoted, her beautiful eyes fiercely glaring at the two young ladies, Shui and Yu, as her crimson lips parted to coldly reprimand. "Get out. You both shall leave this palace at once." "Ah!" Lady Shui trembled, casting a look of profound grievance towards Lady Yu. In response, Lady Yu bowed to Chu Li and hastily escorted Lady Shui out of the Weiyang Palace. "Sister Yu, did I say something wrong?" Outside the palace, Lady Shui, with tear-filled eyes, implored her sister. "You foolish girl, how could you be so dense?" Lady Yu exclaimed, exasperation evident as she playfully poked Lady Shui's forehead. She thought to herself that her sister had many admirable qualities, but her intellect often left much to be desired. At that moment, Long Yuan arrived. With his hands clasped behind his back and a smile gracing his features, he entered the courtyard of Weiyang Palace and inquired, "Your Majesty, what is the situation?" However, before he could finish, a voice as chilling as ancient ice echoed, "You too, get out." Upon hearing those words, Long Yuan stood frozen in place, pondering aloud. Damn it. Last night, it seems Ji Xiu emerged victorious. Indeed, this fellow is still too formidable. Not even the daughters of Shueyue City can sway him. The two young ladies looked at Long Yuan as if he were a pitiable creature, thinking to themselves, Ji Xiu not only won, he utterly triumphed. "Your Highness, what is the situation? Is my brother in the hands of the Empress?" "No." Ji Xiu shook his head, then inquired, "Yaoer, is there any mention of a person named Yin Fei in the intelligence reports from our Military Intelligence Division 6 regarding the North Xia Guardian sect?" "Yin Fei?" Gu Yao furrowed her brow and subsequently shook her head. "The 10 esteemed figures of the Guardian sect are well documented by our division. Yet I have never heard of anyone named Yin Fei. If that is the case, we are indeed faced with a dilemma." Ji Xiu took a deep breath. "Last night, when I encountered the soul snatcher Chu Li, she could not have been lying. Moreover, our division holds no information on this woman. The most alarming aspect is that, to my recollection, even in novels, there is no plot or detail concerning her. Thus, the question arises, who exactly is this enigmatic Yin Fei? If we are to uncover the truth, we must personally venture to Tianma Mountain." Ji Xiu murmured to himself. Afterward, he turned to Gu Yao and asked, "Yaoer, What is the current situation at Tianma Mountain? Have the heirs of the various top-tier forces from the Nine Heavens continent arrived? Reporting to your highness, she replied. 3 days ago, the Ice God Palace's holy maiden, Mu Lanqing, the holy son of the sacred sect, and Mo Lingfeng, the son of the Buddha sect, Xin Zongf. The chief of the 10,000 Poison Valley, Zhao Wuji, the young master of the Tiansu army, Li Wangsheng, the holy maiden of the Red Robe sect, Xin Jinqing, as well as the second prince of the Qin dynasty, Yingling, and the long princess of the Phoenix Empire, Feng Huang. They have all arrived at Tianma Mountain. Indeed, Ji Xiu nodded in acknowledgement. He was acutely aware that the foremost cultivation sects and dynasties of the Nine Heavens continent would undoubtedly seek to seize the legacy of the martial emperor, Zhou Dufu. Their speed would surely surpass all others, leaving the loose cultivators trailing behind them, unable to even partake in the spoils. Your Highness, I must say, the current scene at Demon Mountain is truly bustling. Even the illustrious Supreme Demon Sect, the foremost demonic faction of the Nine Heavens, has entered the fray for the martial emperor's inheritance. Presently, the holy maiden of the demon sect, Mu Xianyin, leads a multitude of formidable demons, causing chaos in all directions and prompting the righteous young prodigies to form alliances. The prevailing rumors suggest that the quest for the martial emperor's legacy has gradually morphed into a grand battle between righteousness and evil, transforming Demon Mountain into a veritable maelstrom. With the situation spiraling out of control, Gu Yao reported to Ji Xiu with a hint of exasperation, evidently caught off guard by these developments. A battle between righteousness and evil. This is becoming intriguing. Ji Xiu mused, his brow arching in amusement. Memories of the northern Xia princess, draped in a black gown, exuding an air of cold nobility and unparalleled beauty, surfaced in his mind. The transformation of the once noble princess into a formidable adversary against the righteous sects, wreaking havoc upon the Nine Heavens, presents a striking contrast. Your Highness, do you seem to have recollected something and added earnestly? There is another individual at Demon Mountain whom you must pay special attention to. He is the dark horse of this conflict between good and evil and the betrothed of the crown princess of the divine Phoenix Empire. His name is Yu Xian. Yu Xian. Upon hearing this name, Ji Xiu's expression froze. He's here. At long last, he has arrived. The male protagonist, Yu Xian, has finally made his entrance. A cruel smile unconsciously crept upon Ji Xiu's lips. After so many years, the male lead of the novel has finally matured. As the arch-villain, he certainly cannot let the fated protagonist escape. After all, when the chives are ripe, it is only natural to harvest them. Furthermore, there are numerous enigmas surrounding Tianma Mountain awaiting Ji Xiu's unraveling. Is Gu Jian still alive? Who is the mysterious woman, Yan Fei, who does not exist in the plot? Moreover, he has reached adulthood. The long-anticipated marriage, agreed upon a decade ago, is drawing near. Will his fiancée, Mu Bing, who has ventured into the icy abyss with the intent to eliminate him, finally emerge? Will she come? And what of the former national master of Beixia? Now the holy empress of the demonic sect, Nan Lingwei, what are her intentions towards him? In that moment, his heart was a tempest of emotions, a cacophony of sensations. Enough, whether it be Mu Bing or Nan Lingwei. Regardless of your designs, this noble son shall accompany you to the very end. Ji Xiu took a deep breath, gazing towards the distant north. There lies the direction of Tianma Mountain. Within the depths of his eyes, 2 clusters of crimson flames flickered and ascended slowly. At this moment, he was truly invigorated. In this brutal world of the fantastical, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, only power remains the eternal truth. Meanwhile, Gu Yao gazed at Ji Xiu, who stood in the morning light, looking into the distance, eager to contend with the heroes. For a moment, she found herself lost in thought and bewilderment. Yet she could not help but smile. Her beauty radiant and unparalleled, she understood that her family's young master, who had remained in obscurity in Kyoto for a decade, was finally stepping into the world. She also knew that the proud elites, revered as deities by the cultivators of the Nine Heavens continent, were in for a rude awakening. For the individual before her, once he emerged, he would be invincible. Chapter 57. The Empress should exercise restraint. Mu Bing is returning. Time flies. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth, Ji Xiu stepped out of the palace in his moon-white brocade robes. He had made all necessary preparations for his journey to the Demon Mountain the previous day. Old Wei accompanied him, primarily to maintain control of the situation. Gu Yao remained in Kyoto, responsible for intelligence and support from the rear. Though she longed to accompany Ji Xiu to the Demon Mountain, she was acutely aware of the weight of her responsibilities. She was in charge of the entire military intelligence department, and unless absolutely necessary, she could not leave Kyoto. My lord, be cautious on your journey to the Demon Mountain. Be very careful of that woman, Gu Yao whispered, pulling at the hem of Ji Xiu's garment. She was not concerned about the esteemed sons and daughters of the top cultivation families from the Nine Heavens continent. Her only worry was the current empress of the demon sect, Nan Linghua. She recalled that from a decade ago, that empress had long coveted her young master. Perhaps this time, her lord would inadvertently fall prey to the empress during his visit to the Demon Mountain. Yaoer, do not worry, Ji Xiu replied with a smile, shaking his head gently as he reached out to tousle Gu Yao's soft hair. He was acutely aware of Gu Yao's concerns. Yet he was no longer the 8-year-old child he had been a decade ago. Even in the presence of a Sanctity Realm expert, he possessed the strength to contend. He firmly believed that with his own capabilities, Nan Linghua would not be able to act as she pleased against him. At that moment, outside the falling Maple Palace, the voices of his mother, Lin Ru, and his grandmother, Mu Hua, resonated. Xiao, the empress has arrived. Are you not coming out to greet her? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu furrowed his brow, pondering how Chu Li could possibly be here. As his thoughts swirled, Lin Ru and Mu Hua entered the falling Maple Palace, accompanied by Chu Li and the two young ladies, Shui and Yu. Xiao, why are you still dawdling? Quickly, pay your respects to the empress. Mu Hua chuckled, giving Ji Xiu a light pat on the back. I have met the empress. Ji Xiu politely nodded towards Chu Li. Xiao, the empress has heard that you are setting off for Tianma Mountain today and has come especially to see you off. Lin Ru softly explained as she approached Ji Xiu. I see. In that case, I must express my gratitude to His Majesty and to the Empress. Ji Xiu spoke with a feigned formality. Haha, Chu Li responded, her crimson lips curling into a smile, before stepping forward with an air of confidence and addressing Ji Xiu. Your Highness, there is no need to be so formal. No, you are the Empress, and I am but a subject. Is that so? Chu Li's delicate brows arched playfully, and then, amidst the curious gazes of the onlookers, she stepped closer to Ji Xiu once more. At this moment, she was in close proximity to Ji Xiu, so close that they could even feel each other's breath. Ji Xiu, now you are aware that I am the Empress? However, I recall that night, you were not like this. Chu Li leaned slightly, whispering dreamily into Ji Xiu's ear. As she meticulously organized her thoughts, she secretly conveyed, this time, you must go to Tianma Mountain. I shall have Shueja accompany you. There. All the forces of my web are under her control. What do you think? Am I not a woman of my word? Furthermore, I have heard that Long Yuan will initiate a mysterious plan upon your departure. But fret not, I shall keep a watchful eye on him for you. Having said this, Chu Li took 2 steps back, then turned to the astonished Lin Ru and Mu Hua, her face adorned with a sweet smile. In that case, I shall take my leave first. Here, I wish the young master a triumphant start. After uttering these words, she left behind a sweet, delicate girl named Shui, who stood awkwardly on the spot, carrying a scabbard. Lin Ru and Mu Hua exchanged glances, both surprised by the revelation in each other's eyes. At this moment, a shared thought crossed their minds. It seemed that the Empress had taken a liking to their Ji Xiu. Old Wei, what does Chu Li mean? How dare she be so brazen in the Ji residence? Gu Yao spoke to Elder Wei with great indignation. Had it not been for Lin Hua and Mu Hua's presence, she would never have allowed Chu Li to approach Ji Xiu even a step. Elder Wei. Gu Yao observed the silence and slight awkwardness of Elder Wei and suddenly posed a question. Elder Wei, could it be that something has transpired between them? Miss Gu Yao, please refrain from inquiring. I am equally in the dark. Is that so? Gu Yao raised an eyebrow, her skepticism evident. A woman's intuition suggested to her that there was indeed something amiss between Chu Li and her esteemed young master. After a brief farewell, Ji Xiu, accompanied by Elder Wei and Miss Shui, embarked on their journey to Tianma Mountain. Watching their retreating figures, Gu Yao stood alone for a considerable time. Eventually, she pursed her lips and murmured softly, Your Highness, you remain unaware, do you not? Yaoer is but a hair's breadth away from attaining the June level. And before that, Yaoer shall safeguard the Ji family for you. With that, she turned to leave. In that fleeting moment, she shed the guise of a delicate young lady before Ji Xiu. At this instant, she reverted to the decisive and unyielding demeanor she had adopted during her years as the underground queen of the Beixia Empire. In the Ji family military estate, someone asked, Mother, do you think the Empress would take a liking to our Ji Xiu? I have already inquired. And the Emperor Long Yuan did not send the Empress to bid farewell. Having spoken, she increasingly sensed that something was amiss. Oh, do quiet down. Even if the Empress has certain intentions towards our beloved Xiu'er, what of it? If Xiu'er is unwilling, can she really force him against his will? Muhua observed Linru with amusement. Yet, despite her light-hearted words, she too felt that the Empress Chuli was a tad too familiar with Ji Xiu. Nonetheless, she could not bring herself to believe that there was anything untoward between Chuli and Ji Xiu. No, absolutely not. Even if Xiu'er were inclined, I would still not consent. That woman, Chuli, has an overly complicated background, and she is already the Empress of Beixia. Her position is unseemly. Her words unconvincing. She cannot compare to Mu Bing. Linru shook her head, expressing her disapproval. Having said this, she seemed to recall something and hurriedly asked Muhua. Mother, that girl Mu Bing, didn't she retreat to the ice abyss for seclusion? How is she faring? Ah. Muhua smiled gently in response. Fear not. 3 days ago, my senior sister sent me a message. She said that Mu Bing will soon emerge from her seclusion. It is truly imminent. Chapter 58. The Divine Wood Forest, Mu Xianyin. Has Ji Xiu become the Demon Lord? Meanwhile, a massive black vessel sped rapidly across the border, heading towards the northern domain's Demon Mountain. At the viewing platform of the Beixia Imperial Palace, Emperor Long Yuan stood with a cold demeanor, gazing into the distance. Your Majesty, Ji Xiu has already departed from the northern border of Beixia. A tall young man clad in dark iron armor reported behind him. Excellent. Splendid. The opportunity has finally arrived. Long Yuan exhaled deeply. After a decade of reigning as the Emperor of Beixia, second only to one, he has awaited this very day, the day Ji Xiu left the capital. With that, he turned to the young man and inquired, Ji Xian, we may now set our plan in motion. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall immediately convey your command to the third prince of the Shenhuang Empire and the crown prince of the Qin Empire. I will invite them to the capital to discuss significant matters. With that, he turned and departed. Long Yuan gazed at the northern sky, a sinister smile forming upon his lips. Ji Xiu, once my plan is successfully executed, I shall witness the downfall of you and your Ji family. With that, he solemnly turned away from the observation platform. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Chuli in the Weiyang Palace received the news. Long Yuan, inviting the third prince of the Shenhuang Empire and the crown prince of the Qin Empire to the capital? What could he be plotting? Upon hearing this news, Chuli furrowed her brow. Previously, she was aware that Long Yuan harbored a scheme against Ji Xiu and the Ji family. But she had no idea that this plot also involved the princes of two of the most powerful empires. In that instant, she keenly sensed the impending storm. Yuer, relay my orders at once. Activate the web of influence from the Shenhuang Empire and the Qin Empire. You are to keep a vigilant watch over the movements of the third prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Mian, as well as the crown prince of the Great Qin, Ingzhou. Should any unusual activity arise, report directly to me at once. Commanded Chuli to Miss Yu. Understood. Miss Yu nodded, turning to depart. On that day, Chuli's extensive intelligence network established within the two premier empires was officially activated. Countless elite agents and high-ranking officials of the network sprang into action. Beneath the vast expanse of the sky, a black mystic vessel soared swiftly. Ji Xiu sat aboard the vessel, eyes closed in contemplation, while Old Wei appeared somewhat restless. Your Highness, Gu Jian has been missing for nearly a month. Do you think he might? The words hung in the air as Old Wei shook his head, hesitating to continue. As Gu Jian's master, he harbored an ominous premonition. At that moment, Miss Xue sensed Ji Xiu's gaze upon her, causing her to shudder involuntarily. She bit her lip and glared at Ji Xiu, saying, Ji Xiu, what do you intend to do? With a chuckle, Ji Xiu shook his head and inquired, Miss Xue, have you ever encountered Gu Jian? Or perhaps, have you met your esteemed mistress's master, Yan Fei? No, Miss Xue replied, shaking her head. She was aware that her mistress had a master but had never met her. She also knew that Ji Xiu's subordinates had fallen into the hands of her mistress's master, which was why Ji Xiu sought her out. Yet, she truly knew nothing at all. I see. Ji Xiu nodded slightly. To be honest, he was not surprised. If that enigmatic woman, Yan Fei, could not be investigated even by the military intelligence department and had not even appeared in the narrative of the novel, then what could this Na'vi girl possibly know? Nevertheless, it mattered little. They were soon to arrive at Tianma Mountain. At that point, he would be eager to discern the true identity of Yan Fei. Ji Xiu, I have a question for you. The Snow Maiden glared at Ji Xiu, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Ask away. Ji Xiu gestured with a nod. Why is it that after you mistreated my lady, she continues to assist you? Not only did she bring me to your side, but she even instructed me to activate the northern domain's net of influence to aid you. What gives you the right? The Snow Maiden bit her crimson lip, her voice laced with defiance. This question had occupied her thoughts throughout their journey, yet she had found no answer. Well, if I were to say that your lady will be mine for the next 3 years, would you believe me? Absolutely not. The Snow Maiden instinctively shook her head, fully aware of her lady's stature. She was the most noble princess of Shueyue City, a breathtakingly beautiful goddess of unparalleled grace. What right did Ji Xiu have to conquer her? Yet, as she recalled her lady's seemingly illogical behavior towards Ji Xiu, uncertainty began to creep in. Could it be? My lady, could she truly have fallen for this fellow? Is it possible it was that night? The thought struck the Snow Maiden suddenly, causing her to leap up, her exquisite eyes fixed intently on Ji Xiu. If that is truly the case, then does it not mean that Ji Xiu has also become her master? Heh, it seems Ji Xiu has sensed Miss Shue's thoughts, and he teasingly remarked, Shuer, your young lady is already mine. Therefore, I suppose I must also be considered your master now. Thus, during this expedition to the heavenly demon mountain, should you dare to be negligent, I shall impose a suitable punishment upon you. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Miss Shue's delicate face flushed crimson. As she met Ji Xiu's playful gaze, she could not help but swallow hard. At that moment, an absurd thought surged within her. This mischievous fellow. Does he intend to torment her as he did that night with her mistress? With this thought, she instinctively covered her mouth, unable to meet Ji Xiu's eyes any longer. Child, Ji Xiu remarked with a light chuckle, shaking his head. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the Xian boat, and Old Wei sprang to his feet. Gazing ahead at the boundless, towering mountains cloaked in dark clouds, taking a deep breath, Ji Xiu also rose slowly, his expression grave as he regarded the contiguous black peaks before him, softly declaring, the 9 heavens continent, a zone of death, the heavenly demon mountain. We have arrived. In the novel, the heavenly demon mountain is depicted as a convergence of various eerie phenomena, harboring immense terrors within. The tomb of the gods, the graveyard of chaos, the cursed land, the divine tree forest, the convergence of 10,000 demons, the supreme heaven, the place of sacrifice, the hall of the underworld, the mysterious border, the tower of heaven. Each of these places represents the most perilous forbidden zones within the demon mountain. According to intelligence from the Military Intelligence Division, the tomb of the martial Emperor Zhou Dufu lies beyond the divine tree forest, in the boundless expanse of the snowy realm of Zhouyuan. The demon mountain, the divine tree forest. Flurries of pure, sacred snow cascade down from the endless snowy plains behind the forest. Deep within the divine tree forest stands a colossal ancient tree, its crimson leaves untouched and profoundly sacred. As specks of stardust drift down with the falling snow, seemingly descending from the heavens. Beneath the ancient tree stands a stone tablet inscribed with 2 grand characters, Zhouyuan. Before the tablet sits a woman clad in a flowing black gown, adorned with an exquisite crescent moon motif. As the scene draws closer, her features reveal an exquisite delicacy, accentuated by her skin, as smooth and luminous as mutton-fat jade, captivating the gaze of all who behold her. Within her delicate brows lies the regal elegance once belonging to the royal family of Beixia, now tempered with a chilling aura of ruthlessness. She is none other than the former princess of Beixia, now the holy maiden of the supreme demon sect, Mu Xianyin. It is noteworthy that beneath the ancient tree, Mu Xianyin is not alone. Surrounding her are over 100 weary yet formidable members of the demon sect. Since the onset of the supreme heaven's involvement in the conflict, they have been embroiled in fierce battles against the 7 great cultivation sects in the 2 foremost empires. Both sides have suffered losses, but the demon sect has endured far heavier casualties. Nevertheless, all within the realm of the supreme heaven are acutely aware that the demon mountain is their dominion. Should the righteous cultivators dare to approach, they shall be met with death. They will expel every last one of them from the demon mountain, even at the cost of their lives. Report to the saintess. Lord Bloodrobe has perished at the hands of the ice goddess, Mu Lianqing. Lord Deception was pierced through the heart by the holy son of the sacred sect, Mo Lingfeng. Lord Nine, Nether has also fallen to the hands of the Buddhist disciple, Xianzong, with his life now uncertain. Our 300 disciples of the supreme heaven have succumbed to the soul-snatching of the chief of the 10,000 Poison Valley, Zhaoji, and have all perished. The Tinsi army has been infiltrated by Li Wuxing, the Scarlet Robe Saintess, Shen Jianqin, the second son of the great Qin dynasty, Ying Ling, and the Long Princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Huang. They have all entered the sacred wood forest. Soon, they shall arrive here. A woman clad in black robes reported the grim tidings to Mu Xianyin with a grave expression. Indeed, Mu Xianyin nodded in acknowledgement. Yet her delicate features betrayed no hint of emotion. Saintess, what shall we do now? Should we summon Her Majesty the Empress? Or seek assistance from Lady Poison Emperor? Luo Yuzhu, who guards the supreme heaven? The woman in black softly inquired. There is no need. My master is currently entangled with a woman and is unable to assist us. As for Sister Yuzhu, she has her own matters to attend to and cannot aid us either. Mu Xianyin shook her head. However, if this continues, the sacred wood forest is destined to fall. Should this group of righteous prodigies traverse the sacred wood forest, they would have entered the Zhou garden. Your Highness, the Saintess, the martial Emperor Zhou, the tyrant, is buried in the Zhou garden. The woman in the black robe spoke earnestly. Rest assured, my master has his own plans. Mu Xianyin replied calmly. May I inquire, Saintess? What are the plans of Her Majesty the Empress, the supreme beings of the celestial realm? Upon hearing Mu Xianyin's words, brightened with anticipation and rose to inquire. Hearing this, Mu Xianyin smiled softly and responded, My master said, someone will come. As long as he arrives, all will be well. Who is he? How powerful is he? Can he contend with these prodigious talents of the righteous path? The members of the demonic sect looked at Mu Xianyin, their eyes brimming with hope. After a long pause, she shook her head and spoke. Back then, he was but a child. Now, who knows? As for who he is, you all should be aware. After all, he is a significant figure in our celestial realm. Upon hearing this, the members of the demonic sect exchanged glances, truly unable to fathom such an individual. Just then, the woman in the black robe beside Mu Xianyin seemed to recall someone, trembling in astonishment as she exclaimed, Saintess, could it be that esteemed holy monarch of our celestial realm, who has not shown himself for a decade? Indeed, with those words, she turned her gaze toward the distant sky, softly murmuring to herself, He truly is the supreme lord of the celestial realm. From the moment her master established the celestial realm a decade ago, it has been so. Chapter 59, Despairing Xianyin, the fierce confrontation among the six prodigies. The celestial realm, the supreme lord. Is it true that the legendary figure is coming? As this news broke, the hundreds of formidable practitioners of the demonic path within the celestial realm rose to their feet in solemnity. From the day they joined the celestial realm, they understood that within their ranks stood a person of great stature, one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Holy Empress. Yet, that esteemed figure had not made an appearance for a full decade, and no one within the celestial realm had ever laid eyes upon their true self. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that this individual became the most enigmatic yet legendary figure within the celestial realm. Moreover, with the disciples of the Nine Heavens demonic sect deliberately embellishing and mythologizing the tale, now the entire continent of Nine Heavens is aware that, aside from the Holy Empress, there exists a Supreme Lord in the celestial realm. My goodness, is it true that our esteemed Supreme Lord is truly coming? Surely, the words of Her Highness the Saintess cannot be false. I have heard that the Holy Empress, in her unrequited love for the Supreme Lord, has relentlessly pressured him, forcing him into seclusion for a decade. May I ask, is this true? Nonsense, it is undoubtedly false. The Holy Sovereign is the consort of the Holy Empress. How could the Holy Empress possibly experience unrequited love? Indeed, the Holy Sovereign and the Holy Empress are a couple deeply in love, having jointly established the supreme heaven. Thus, where is the notion of unrequited love? It is merely a rumor. Quite reasonable. Furthermore, I have heard that the Holy Sovereign is the reincarnation of an ancient demon god, capable of annihilating an entire dynasty with a mere wave of his hand. When the Holy Sovereign descends, I am eager to see if these lofty paragons of righteousness can still maintain their arrogance. Observing the excitement of the supreme heaven's formidable individuals and listening to their ferocious words, Mu Xianyin felt a wave of dizziness. That individual can extinguish dynasties with a mere gesture and pluck stars from the heavens? That individual has even become the consort of her revered master, sharing a deep affection with her? What is going on? Where do these rumors originate from? This is becoming increasingly absurd. Mu Xianyin's delicate face twitched slightly, and she instinctively raised her hand to rub her brow. She knew that the entire supreme heaven had mythologized the Holy Sovereign, but she had not expected the tales to grow so exaggerated. Nevertheless, she did not seek to dispel the rumors. After all, in such times, these rumors are not necessarily detrimental. Indeed, the mere mention of a name has the power to elevate the morale of the supreme heaven strong. And how could that be deemed a misfortune? At that moment, A chilling voice echoed from the northern expanse of the divine wood forest. So, you wretched cultivators of the demonic path have taken refuge here. Why do you not flee? As the words fell, a young gentleman clad in snow-white garments, alone and bearing a blood-stained longsword, stepped into the depths of the forest. The very air around him turned sharp and frigid, as if it were a blade. It was the holy son of the sacred sect, immortal. Mu Xuannin's expression grew increasingly grave as she beheld him. She was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of this holy son, who was already on the brink of achieving the monarch realm. Even the immensely talented Bloodrobe, a peak-star-gathering powerhouse, had perished at his hands. Just as her thoughts spiraled, the sound of galloping hooves resonated through the air. A striking young gentleman, elegantly mounted on a white steed and accompanied by 18 powerful companions, made his entrance. He carried a magnificent dragon spear on his back, a warm smile gracing his handsome visage, exuding an air of youthful vigor and confidence. As he rode into the divine wood forest, he did not spare a glance at Mu Xiannin or the other demonic cultivators, displaying an arrogance that suggested he regarded them with utter disdain. Brother Lingfeng, you have arrived ahead of me at the divine wood forest. Truly, you are worthy of being the holy son of the sacred sect. I find myself humbled in your presence, the young gentleman in white remarked, nodding in commendation toward Mo Lingfeng. Your words are but jest, Mo Lingfeng replied coolly, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. Beneath the ancient trees, Mu Xiannin gazed at the imperious young gentleman in white, her delicate hand instinctively tightening into a fist. She clenched her silver teeth and murmured softly, the Tian Su army, the young lord of the palace. Li Wangsheng. He is renowned alongside the holy son of the sacred sect, Mo Lingfeng, as the unparalleled duo in the Jiotian continent. Truly, they arrive with astonishing swiftness. Just as her thoughts began to stir, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the heavens. Above, for beams of extreme light streaked across the sky like shooting stars, descending upon the divine woods with breathtaking speed. The Buddhist disciple, Xianzong, clad in a monk's robe and holding prayer beads, bore a dot of crimson cinnabar on his forehead, his eyes ablaze with a formidable radiance that inspired fear. The holy maiden of the ice god palace, Mu Langxin, adorned in a pristine moonlit gown and wielding the ice god palace's sacred sword, Frost Cold, summoned a tempest of wind and snow, her presence colder than the blade itself. Zhao Wuji, the young master of the 10,000 Poison Valley, stood in black attire, his hands clasped behind him, shrouded in tendrils of dark energy, exuding an eerie aura. Shun Jinxin, the holy maiden of the Red Robe sect, donned a scarlet cloak and a ghostly mask, her long hair flowing gracefully, with her captivating eyes radiating an enchanting brilliance beneath the bronze mask. They have come. Indeed, they have all arrived. Mu Xiannin inhaled deeply, a wave of despair rising within her heart. Now, aside from the holy son of the Xiantian sword sect, who had perished at her hands at the onset of the battle between the righteous and the demonic, all the holy sons and holy maidens of the 7 foremost sects of the continent were present. These 6 figures before her represented the pinnacle of the current young generation. Each one of them was her equal, with some even far surpassing her. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind. What would he do in this situation? Mu Xiannin bit her red lip, whispering to herself. With her thoughts concluding, she shook her head and rose to approach, her beautiful eyes surveying the 6 prodigies present. She then spoke coldly, esteemed guests. Beyond the divine wood forest lies the forbidden ground of my supreme heaven. Therefore, I kindly ask you to halt here. Hey, Li Wangxing sneered. Mu Xiannin, you truly are unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the depths of the earth. You stand on the brink of death yet still dare to impede my entrance to the Zhou Garden? To kill me? You think you can? Mu Xiannin lightly snorted. Come and try. Upon uttering these words, her entire being surged with true essence. Clang. 9 radiant starlights descended around her. In that instant, the aura of the 9 realms of gathering stars engulfed the entire divine wood forest. Amitabha, Princess Xiannin, today you shall not obstruct us. I implore you to refrain from committing needless slaughter. Withdraw at once. The chief of the Buddhist sect, Xianzong, spoke with remarkable calmness. Upon hearing this, Li Wangxing could no longer contain himself. He turned to Xianzong and rebuked, Silence. You bald monk. Do you have any idea how many of my celestial strategy army were slain by this group of demonic cultivators from Supreme Heaven? And now you dare to suggest they leave? Pray tell, have you lost your senses? Indeed. Mo Lingfeng, standing nearby, nodded coldly and added, 3 days prior, 7 of my sword attendants perished at the hands of Mu Xianyin and her band of demonic cultivators. I shall not allow them to depart. Thus, Xianzang, you would do well to keep your silence." A melodious laughter echoed in response. The scarlet-clad saintess, Shun Jinxin, stepped forward, casting a derisive glance at Li Wangsheng and Mo Lingfeng, and remarked, "Indeed, you two are the unparalleled prodigies of this continent. You appear to be as inseparable as if sharing a single pair of trousers. However, it seems that you can only bully honest souls like the younger brother of Xianzang. After all, should anyone dare to address me in such a manner, I would surely have their tongues severed." Humph. Upon hearing this, Li Wangsheng let out a scoff, retorting, "Shun Jinxin, how audacious you are. If you truly possess such prowess, then come and test it. This air shall await your challenge." "Test it." Shun Jinxin chuckled lightly. "Your Highness, you are not my type. A man like you holds no allure for me. You might as well give up on any aspirations regarding me." "Preposterous." Li Wangxing bellowed in anger. Shun Jinxin's words struck him like a fist against cotton, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. At that moment, Shun Jinxin shifted her tone and continued, "Though I find you unappealing, perhaps the Ice God Palace's dear Lanxin might be inclined to give you a chance." "Impudent." Mo Lingfeng's eyes sharpened at these words, as if he were ready to rend Shun Jinxin to pieces. "Oh dear, the Holy Sun seems flustered. Tell me, young Valley Master, is there perhaps a story between young Saint Mo and Saintess Mu?" Shun Jinxin inquired, turning to Zhao Wuji, the young Valley Master of the 10,000 Poisons Valley. "Indeed, what the Saintess says holds merit. Their relationship seems rather intricate," Zhao Wuji replied. Zhao Wuji crossed his arms and sarcastically echoed Shun Jinxin's words. "Enough. What are you all doing? We are all in the same boat now. Our objective is to enter the Zhou Garden and seize the legacy of the martial emperor. Why must you all target each other so relentlessly?" Mulan Jin, the holy maiden of the Ice Goddess Palace, furrowed her brow and coldly admonished Shun Jinxin and Zhao Wuji. "Hiki, Sister Lan Jin, I have heard that the women of the Ice Goddess Palace are pure-hearted and free from desires. Yet, dear sister, why do you seem so flustered whenever I mention your brother Lingfeng? It appears that the women of the Ice Goddess Palace are not as aloof as the rumors suggest." Shun Jinxin shook her head and chuckled mockingly, her enchanting eyes playfully scrutinizing Mulan Jin. "Shun Jinxin, you have gone too far." Mulan Jin's face turned icy as she rebuked her. Shun Jinxin may endure insults upon herself, but she could not allow her sect to be humiliated. "Is it not true that before you joined the Ice Goddess Palace, you and your brother Lingfeng had a childhood engagement?" Shun Jinxin spoke casually. "That is all in the past. You should not bring it up again. All disciples of the Ice Goddess Palace are indeed pure-hearted and have severed ties with worldly desires. If you continue to speak such nonsense, I will not spare you." What a declaration of severing worldly ties. However, even if it is true that all disciples of the Ice Goddess Palace have renounced the world, what of your little martial aunt? The Holy Maiden has heard that your junior sister Mu Bing is betrothed to the young Master Ji Xiu of the Ji family. Upon reflection, it seems that within your Ice God Palace, the upper echelons are as crooked as the lower, filled with those who cannot live without men and are thus morally depraved. Shun Jinxin ruthlessly taunted Mu Lanxin. "Shun Jinxin, you seek death." Mu Lanxin's delicate figure trembled with rage, her jade hand gripping the hilt of her sword, her eyes radiating a chilling light. With a clang, the frost blade was drawn, its brilliance gleaming. Mu Lanxin, wielding Frostblade, aimed the sword's edge directly at Shun Jinxin. She was aware of the betrothal between Mu Bing and Ji Xiu, and she too was perplexed. She had once inquired of her master, who informed her that her elder Mu Bing did not have to adhere to the regulations of the Ice God Palace. However, there was no need for her to explain this to Shun Jinxin. She was firmly resolved on one point: those who insult her sect shall perish. Chapter 60. The desperate sound of Xianyin, Ji Xiu makes his entrance. In a secluded corner of the Divinewood Forest, Ji Xiu observed the chaotic scene at the forest's end and couldn't help but find it amusing. To his surprise, their affairs with Mu Bing had been dragged into this mess. "Your Highness, it appears that even the top-tier cultivating factions of the Nine Heavens are not as united as one might think," Old Wei remarked with a cold smile, gazing mockingly at the 6 exalted saints and saintesses deep within the Divinewood Forest. "Indeed, although there are 7 major cultivating factions after a millennium of inheritance, who truly can tolerate whom? Which family is free from grudges against another?" Ji Xiu responded nonchalantly. "Precisely. Currently, the Sacred Dynasty and the Heavenly Strategy Army stand as allied forces on one front, while the Red Robe sect and the 10,000 Poisons Valley form another. The Ice God Palace, the Buddhist sect, and the relatively weaker Xiantian Sword sect are each engaged in their own battles. Thus, the convergence of these factions leading to the present circumstances is entirely predictable. Miss Xue curled her lip, displaying a knowing expression. Quite intriguing. A faint smile graced Ji Xiu's lips. Presently, all but one of the sacred sons and daughters from the 7 foremost cultivation clans of the 9 heavens continent have gathered. The sacred son of the Xiantian Sword sect has already fallen to Mu Xuannin's hand, while the others are in attendance. Furthermore, intelligence from the Military Intelligence Division suggests that a significant figure is likely to descend upon the Supreme Heaven. According to reports, this esteemed individual is none other than the Sacred Monarch of the Supreme Heaven. The Sacred Monarch, the Sacred Empress, a person who can stand shoulder to shoulder with that woman, Nen Lingwe. That individual, surely not an ordinary being. Ji Xiu pondered thoughtfully. Your Highness, it is somewhat perplexing. The eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the second prince of the Great Qin dynasty have yet to arrive. According to intelligence, they should have already ventured into the Divine Wood Forest. Elder Wei furrowed his brow and spoke up. Not only them. Ji Xiu shook his head. Aside from Feng Huang and Ying Ling, the protagonist Yi Xian has also yet to make an appearance. Of course, there is also the exceedingly mysterious Yan Fei and the Sacred Monarch of the Supreme Heaven. Your Highness, what shall we do now? Elder Wei inquired in a hushed tone. Patience is key. First, take a look before speaking. Ji Xiu shook his head. From beginning to end, he had never regarded these favored prodigies, revered as deities by the young cultivators of the 9 heavens continent, with any respect. His true concerns lay not with them, but with Yan Fei, Yi Xian, and the missing Gu Jian, who had been absent for nearly a month. These were the individuals he truly cared about. Of course, it would be even more delightful if he could catch a glimpse of the Supreme Saint of the Celestial Realm and the Grand Emperor's technique, the Blade of Severing Law, which had abducted the martial Emperor Zhou Dufu. At the end of the Divine Wood Forest, the Scarlet Robe Sect's Saintess Shen Jianxin and the Ice God Palace's Saintess Mu Langxin were at odds, locked in a fierce rivalry. Zhao Wuji, the young master of the 10,000 Poison Valley, observed with a smirk as he watched the holy son of the sacred sect, Imo Lingfeng, and the young master of the Tiansong army, Li Wangxing. The foremost monk, Xianzong, stood by, shaking his head in dismay. For a moment, the atmosphere within the entire Divine Wood Forest grew rather peculiar. Little Langxin, are you anxious? Do you wish to slay your sister with a single strike? But can you truly achieve that? Shen Jianxin provocatively challenged Mu Langxin. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall pluck your eyes out. Li Wangxing coldly retorted to Zhao Wuji. I am observing a person, like a dog. You. Li Wangxing was momentarily rendered speechless, fury igniting within him. Just then, Imo Lingfeng shook his head and spoke to him. Your Highness, let it go. With that, he began to walk slowly towards Mu Xianyin, under the watchful eyes of the assembled prodigies. Mu Xianyin, come and meet your demise. Hum Xianyin scoffed. Why don't you give it a try? As she spoke, 2 orbs resembling crescent moons of death flickered within her enchanting eyes. Simultaneously, she raised her hand and summoned a long sword from the void, crackling with strands of purple lightning. Interesting. But what comes next? Mo Lingfeng retorted with a cold chuckle, his chilling gaze firmly fixed on Hum Xianyin. At that moment, silence enveloped the atmosphere for a fleeting second. Clang. In a heartbeat, Hum Xianyin and Mo Lingfeng surged into action. They executed their extraordinary techniques, pushing their speed to its zenith, transforming into 2 streaks of light that collided with one another. Bang, 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 bang. The air erupted in sparks, the sound of clashing weapons reverberating through the heavens. Hum Xianyin wielded her sword with an unpredictable finesse, the speed of her strikes reaching unparalleled heights, as the purple sword light blossomed like fireworks. Mo Lingfeng, on the other hand, exuded a formidable presence, his sword aura resembling a dragon, casting terrifying shadows across the sky. Clang, clang, clang. In the briefest of moments, as their figures intertwined, both combatants unleashed over 100 strikes at one another, each thrust a testament to their unparalleled skill, the tips of their swords meeting in a breathtaking duel. Splat! A cascade of blood erupted. Mo Lingfeng stood resolutely in place, revealing a deep, bone-exposing gash on his left arm, stained with crimson. He cast a fleeting glance at his wound, his expression unwavering. The cold and penetrating gaze directed at Hum Xianyin growing ever more frigid. Indeed, the holy maiden of the demon sect possesses remarkable prowess. Alas, it ends here, he declared with a smirk. Mu Xianyin let out a cold laugh, revealing a sword wound on her shoulder. The crimson blood seeping through her garments and dripping onto the ground. Such verbose chatter. As her words echoed, Mo Lingfeng's expression turned utterly frigid. Kill. Without further ado, both combatants forcefully struck the ground. Crack. The earth fissured like a spider's web beneath them. In unison, they soared into the air, tracing a perfect arc against the sky. Once more engaging in an extraordinary confrontation. This time, there was no room for hesitation. All their lethal techniques were unleashed. Mu Xianyin gripped the hilt of her sword, her eyes ablaze with lethal intent. She transformed into a peerless sword fairy, a radiant moonlight emanating from her blade, towering high. The brilliance of the moonlight was dazzling. The aura of death palpable as she executed a strike that could astonish the world. Seeking death, Mo Lingfeng's voice was as cold as ice. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the forbidden techniques of the holy sect, raising his sword for a counterattack. This strike, imbued with the essence of a dragon, resonated through the heavens, unleashing a deafening roar akin to a dragon's cry. The momentum and might of his sword at that moment transcended the limits, seemingly capable of cleaving through anything. Boom! The clash of sword light and dragon energy erupted violently in the void. In an instant, a tempest of true essence ignited, a storm of sword energy scattering throughout the expanse, creating countless ethereal ripples. Wherever these ripples traveled, ancient trees in the sacred forest were severed cleanly in half, their cut trunks as smooth as polished jade. Clearly, the ferocity of their duel had reached an unparalleled zenith, the power nearly surpassing the limits of the ninth realm of star gathering. It is over. The chief of the Buddhist sect, Xianzong, shook his head and spoke softly. As his words faded, a figure was seen hurtling out from the eye of the storm. She is none other than Mu Xianyin. With a sudden impact, Mu Xianyin was sent flying 100 feet. Upon regaining her composure, she could not help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, her stunningly beautiful face paling to an extreme degree. Were it not for the support of the black-clad woman by her side, she would likely be unable to stand. In stark contrast, on the other side, Mo Lingfeng stood with a sword slung over his shoulder. Despite a trace of blood adorning the corner of his mouth, he strode steadily out of the eye of the storm. The outcome of that previous sword strike was already determined. He had gained the upper hand. How truly deserving he is of being the saint son of the holy sect. Li Wangxing smiled faintly. He understood Mo Lingfeng well, beneath the level of the June stage. Mo Lingfeng was virtually invincible and would never be defeated. What a pity. There exists a distinction even within the 9 realms of gathering stars. Zhao Wuji's expression remained cold and indifferent. Amipa. Xianzong shook his head. He could see that Mu Xianyin had lost all fighting capability. Very well, Sister Lanqin. Let us end this here for today. It appears that this sister from the demon sect can no longer withstand it. Once my elder sister enters the Zhou Garden and obtains the dual dismemberment blade technique, I shall then compete with you. Shen Jianxin waved her hand at Mu Lanqin. They were about to enter the Zhou Garden, and she wished to conserve her strength to seize the Emperor's dual dismemberment blade technique. Thus, she did not wish to waste her energy on Mu Lanqin at this moment. I shall await your arrival. She understood that the dual dismemberment blade technique was of utmost importance now. This was not the time for a life-and-death struggle with Shen Jianxin. He. As Mu Xianyin gazed upon the array of prodigies before her, a wave of helplessness surged within her heart. She slightly lowered her eyelids. Her enchanting eyes filled with a sense of desolation. In a soft murmur to herself, she lamented, "Indeed, is it still impossible? It seems I shall not be able to wait for that fellow." At that moment, a faint shimmer flickered between her brows, as a violet moon briefly illuminated her forehead. She then keenly sensed a familiar presence. Suddenly raising her head, she gazed blankly towards the northern expanse of the sacred wood forest. Mu Xianyin swallowed hard, then bit her red lip, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance as she called out, "Ji Xiu, you little rascal, since you are here, why do you not reveal yourself? Are you afraid to face me, or perhaps my master?" In the northern corner of the sacred wood forest, both Elder Wei and Miss Shui were momentarily taken aback upon hearing Mu Xianyin's voice. Conversely, upon hearing her words, Ji Xiu could only shake his head with a resigned smile, then began to walk step by step towards the depths of the sacred wood forest. Chapter 61, Utterly Arrogant. Ji Xiu. As the name Mu Xianyin had uttered echoed in the air, the expressions of all present in the sacred wood forest froze momentarily. "Your Highness the Saintess, are you referring to Ji Xiu?" The heir of the North Xiaji family's military estate? How could it be him? Shouldn't our supreme heavenly lord be making an appearance instead? The woman in the black robe stared at Mu Xianyin in astonishment. Why could it not be him? The person I speak of has always been him. Mu Xianyin pressed her lips together, her beautiful eyes filled with a sense of bewilderment. Ah, the heavenly lord is actually him. Upon hearing this, the woman in the black robe instinctively covered her mouth in shock. At this moment, she finally comprehended that Ji Xiu was indeed their supreme heavenly sovereign. Indeed, from the instant their master established the supreme heaven a decade ago, he became the sovereign of their realm. However, he himself remained oblivious to this fact. Mu Xianyin murmured with a tone laden with significance. As her words fell, the expressions of the disciples of the supreme heavenly demon sect darkened, their hearts a tumultuous blend of emotions. The good news was that their sovereign had arrived. The unfortunate news was that their sovereign was a youth even younger than their esteemed lady. This individual might possess extraordinary talent and commendable backing, yet among the gathered saints, who could claim otherwise? As a series of distinct footsteps echoed, all eyes turned towards the northern corner of the Divinewood Forest. There, a tall young man approached with measured grace. Clad in white, he exuded an unparalleled beauty. His eyes, as clear as an autumn mountain spring, contained a piercing clarity that could slice through the long night. His appearance was truly breathtaking. With hands clasped behind his back, he traversed deeper into the forest, not sparing a glance at the 6 prominent figures, but instead advancing directly towards Mu Xianyin. Mu Xianyin, it has been a long time. Ji Xiu softly addressed the woman before him, who had shed her youthful naivety over the past decade, now radiating an even more captivating allure. You have finally chosen to reveal yourself. Mu Xianyin bit her delicate lip, her enchanting eyes fixed in astonishment upon Ji Xiu. How did you know I was in the Divinewood Forest? Ji Xiu inquired with curiosity, having anticipated waiting for the appearance of the supreme heavenly sovereign. Unexpectedly, Mu Xianyin discovered him directly. This action slightly disrupted his plans, yet it was of little consequence. He chuckled softly, with a slight lift of her crimson lips. Mu Xianyin whispered, have you forgotten? 10 years ago, in the Weiyang Palace, you became my master's disciple. How could I possibly be unaware? At her words, a strikingly beautiful visage emerged in Ji Xiu's mind, causing him to swallow hard. He mused, that is indeed reasonable. However, what do you wish now? Do you expect me to rescue you? If memory serves me correctly, you still owe me from 10 years ago, do you not? Ji Xiu gazed at Mu Xianyin with a hint of amusement as he spoke. A decade prior, he had assisted her in slaying Emperor Longtian. At that time, she had insisted that she owed him a favor, a debt that remained unsettled. Certainly not. Mu Xianyi's enchanting eyes sparkled with intrigue as she suddenly leaned closer to Ji Xiu and asked softly, if I am not mistaken, you also covet Zhou Dufu's Emperor's Law, the dual severing blade technique, do you not? Indeed. Ji Xiu nodded in affirmation. There was no need for concealment. Zhou Dufu's dual severing blade technique was indeed part of his own ambitions. Very well. Allow me to enlighten you. The Emperor's tomb of Zhou Dufu is indeed located within the Zhou Garden. Moreover, I can also reveal to you the key to unlocking the Emperor's tomb. Would you like to know? As Mu Xianyin spoke, her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Ji Xiu, unwavering. Speak of it. Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow playfully. He was genuinely unaware that entering the tomb of Zhou Dufu required a key. It was quite simple. To access the tomb of the great emperor, one needs 9 keys. And these 9 keys are the 9 shattered fragments of Zhou Dufu's dual-edged blade. Mu Xianyin spoke softly, her crimson lips parting. So, do you possess any of these fragments? Ji Xiu inquired with curiosity. Only one. Moreover, this single fragment was seized by this holy maiden from the holy son of the Xiantian sword sect. Mu Xianyin unabashedly revealed. If she truly possessed all 9 fragments, then the dual-edged blade technique would undoubtedly belong to her. After all, Tianma Mountain was her dominion. Over the past decade, she had countless opportunities to traverse Zhou Garden. Therefore, the remaining 8 fragments must be in the possession of these young prodigies, correct? Ji Xiu calmly posed the question. Undoubtedly, if even the weakest holy son of the Xiantian sword sect held a fragment of the dual-edged blade, then the others surely possessed them as well. Precisely. After Zhou Dufu vanished upon entering the forbidden zone of life, the dual-edged blade he had used to suppress the dragon clan in the South Sea shattered into 9 pieces. These 9 fragments fell into the hands of the most esteemed cultivation sects and dynasties of the 9 Heavens continent. In other words, of the remaining 8 fragments, 6 are likely in the possession of these 6 eminent figures of righteousness. The other two fragments belong to the crown princess of the divine phoenix empire, Feng Wang, and the second prince of the great Qin empire, Ying Ling. As Mu Xianyin spoke, a glimmer of danger flickered in her beautiful eyes as she gazed at the 6 outstanding talents. So that is it. Ji Xiu nodded, pondering briefly before earnestly declaring, "Very well. Since it has come to this, I shall save you once more." Pa. At his words, Mu Xianyin couldn't help but let out a soft scoff, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks. She mused to herself that after 10 years, Ji Xiu remained as direct and unabashed as ever, truly deserving of the nickname Ji Xiu. While her thoughts swirled, Ji Xiu had already stepped before her. Beixia's young master, Ji Xiu. Mo Lingfeng furrowed his brow as he gazed at the tall figure before him, whispering to himself. For some inexplicable reason, as he looked at Ji Xiu, a heavy sensation enveloped his heart, as if he were gazing upon an insurmountable mountain. He shook his head, hoping it was merely an illusion. The Ji family, Ji Xiu. Is he not the one rumored to possess the 4 celestial glimpses upon his birth? Li Wangxing raised an eyebrow, his eyes audaciously scrutinizing Ji Xiu. He had long heard of Ji Xiu's illustrious name, yet due to Ji Xiu's low profile, information about him was exceedingly scarce in the 9 heavens. Thus, even he was unaware of the true strength of the Ji family's young master before him. Young master Ji Xiu. This friend, his cultivation seems unfathomable. The foremost monk of the Buddhist sect, Xianzang, gazed at Ji Xiu with rapt attention. His keen sense of battle warned him that this young man before him was immensely dangerous, with cultivation and combat prowess that might far exceed his own. Ji Xiu. This fellow possesses intriguing qualities. He seems to have a rather intricate relationship with the holy maiden of the demon sect. Moreover, upon reflection, I find myself, in a certain sense, indebted to him for my ascension to the position of holy maiden. Shen Jianqin gazed intently at Ji Xiu. Many years ago, her rival, along with her powerful backers, met their demise in Kyoto. It was rumored that the previous leader of the Ice God Palace orchestrated this downfall. Yet, she has always believed this to be the handiwork of Ji Xiu. What is this? Holy maiden, are you particularly intrigued by the scion of the Ji family? Zhao Wuji jested, observing Shen Jianqin's rapt attention on Ji Xiu. Indeed, this holy maiden harbors a profound interest in this fellow. I see. He. I too am quite curious. What brings Ji Xiu here at this moment? Could it be that he intends to rescue the holy maiden Mu Xianyin from us? If that is the case, today promises to be even more entertaining. Zhao Wuji chuckled softly. At this moment, his gaze towards Ji Xiu was laden with amusement. If Ji Xiu truly wished to safeguard Mu Xianyin, he would soon learn what true cruelty entails. It turns out, he is the betrothed of my junior sister. What is so remarkable about this Ji? How could he violate the regulations of our Ice God Palace and compel my junior sister to marry him? Mu Lanqing gazed at Ji Xiu, her delicate lips biting down lightly, her fair face etched with frost. And at that moment, Ji Xiu cast a sweeping gaze over the 6 exceptional talents present, then spoke with a radiant smile. Esteemed guests, I now present you with 2 choices. First, willingly surrender the fragments of the broken blade to me. Second, perish here today. As his words hung in the air, the expressions of everyone present turned grim to the utmost degree. It became evident that Ji Xiu not only intended to protect Mu Xianyin but also sought to seize the fragments of the broken blade from them. Reactions varied. Some regarded Ji Xiu with intrigue, others with disdain, some with caution, and yet others with murderous intent. However, a singular thought surged within their minds. How could there exist such audacity in this world? Chapter 62. Instantaneous impact of Mo Lingfeng, shocking the audience. The 6 prodigies coldly fixed their gazes upon Ji Xiu. How bold you are, Ji Xiu. Not only do you dare to think it, but you even have the audacity to voice it. This truly surpasses my expectations. I must admit, you are the most arrogant individual I have ever encountered in my life. Yet, how unfortunate it is that individuals like you tend to have fleeting lives in this world. Li Wangxing's eyes glinted ominously as he stared at Ji Xiu. As the scion of the Heavenly Strategy Army, he could not possibly tolerate such insolence. Ji Xiu, just as the scion has stated, I am quite curious to know what gives you the confidence to present us with choices. Do you understand that arrogance comes at a cost? Mo Lingfeng warned coldly. He recognized Ji Xiu's strength, perhaps sensing some hidden potential, but he believed himself to be even stronger. Below the rank of sovereign, he considered himself invincible. Above the throne, if he were to be ruthless, he could indeed achieve a 1-for-1 exchange. Young Master Ji Xiu, the fragments of the dual broken blade are treasures bestowed upon this monk by my master. I could never surrender them to you. I implore you, young master, to abandon this notion. The holy son of the Buddhist sect, Xianzang, shook his head and sincerely expressed his thoughts. Thus, how could he possibly hand them over to Ji Xiu? Even though his instincts warned him of Ji Xiu's perilous nature, who among them was not a top prodigy of the Nine Heavens continent. Despite his origins from the Buddhist realm, he possessed the fervor and pride of a celestial genius. Defeat me, and the fragments of the dual broken blade shall be yours. However, should you lose, this valley master will offer you and the rabble of the demon sect behind you as a blood sacrifice. Zhao Wuji raised his chin slightly, his voice cold, as a chilling black aura began to emanate around him. Sister Mulanhui, what say you? Do you dare to strike against your little master? Shen Jianxin provocatively taunted Mulanhui. Humph. In response, Mulanhui scoffed, declaring, why would I not dare? Very well. He. Ji Xiu observed the 6 prodigies, who had instantly banded together, and could not help but shake his head, the teasing glint in his eyes growing more pronounced. Excellent. If that is the case, let us engage together. This young master is pressed for time. Were it not for the fact that this group of prodigies possessed the fragments of the dual broken blade, he would hardly be interested in them. Thus, he wished to resolve this matter swiftly, without wasting time on these prodigies. Together, then? Do you even deserve it? Mo Lingfeng exclaimed furiously, transforming into a streak of azure light, charging fiercely towards Ji Xiu, a tempest of sword intent swirling in his wake. Witnessing this scene, the remaining few prodigies were not surprised. After all, Mo Lingfeng was precisely that kind of person, immensely powerful and exceedingly arrogant, always at the forefront of battle. True to form, he swiftly closed the distance to Ji Xiu. With his sword in hand, he cleaved through the air, the blade trailing a luminous arc and an overwhelming force aimed directly at Ji Xiu's throat. However, Ji Xiu remained unfazed, his expression unchanged as he merely raised a single finger. Ding! A mournful cry of the sword resonated through the air. The onlookers were taken aback by the astonishing sight before them. Mo Lingfeng's sword surged forth like a rainbow, its speed reaching an unparalleled peak. Yet Ji Xiu had effortlessly blocked it with nothing more than a single finger. How could this be? Mo Lingfeng's pupils constricted as he unleashed his full power. Yet his blade struggled to advance even a fraction further. Nothing is impossible. Your sword is simply too slow. Ji Xiu shook his head and flicked his finger against the sword's body. Clang! A tremendous force surged from the blade into Mo Lingfeng. Boom! It was as though he had been struck by a colossal hammer, his body violently quaking. He flew through the air like a kite severed from its string, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. Uft! Mo Lingfeng clutched his chest, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood, his gaze towards Ji Xiu trembling with intensity. Yet, in but a fleeting moment, a surge of unbridled fury erupted from the depths of his eyes. A proud individual would never permit himself to succumb to failure. Even when reason has illuminated the undeniable superiority of his opponent, he would charge forth with unwavering determination. With a fierce slap against the ground, Mo Lingfeng propelled himself into the air, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, tendrils of azure flames swirling around him. Without a doubt, he had ignited his very bloodline, ready to contest fate against Ji Xiu. Your Highness, the Saint's son, I come to your aid, Li Wangsheng proclaimed coldly, guiding his steed alongside 18 valiant knights who surged forward with resolute intent towards Ji Xiu. Let us join the fray. This fellow, his combat prowess is unfathomable. Zhao Wuji, the young master of the Wan Poison Valley, quietly advised Shen Jianxin as he brandished a dark halberd from the void. Do not. If you engage, it will spell your demise. Even if you exhaust your trump cards, it will be of no avail. We are not of the same caliber. Shen Jianxin shook her head, her tone grave. She gazed at Ji Xiu, who stood tranquil as a serene lake, a realization dawning upon her. At this moment, her beautiful eyes, concealed beneath a mask, quivered slightly as they fixed upon Ji Xiu. Meanwhile, Mu Langxin was indifferent to such cautions. Her curiosity to witness Ji Xiu's true capabilities was insatiable. With a cold demeanor, she unsheathed her frost blade, her figure moving swiftly as blooming ice lotuses erupted beneath her feet, propelling her towards Ji Xiu like a fleeting rainbow. Amipa, the little monk shall join as well. Xianzang inhaled deeply, his left hand gripping a golden Zen staff, while his right held a purple gold bowl. A radiant light of Buddha emanated from his being as he ascended into the heavens. Witnessing this scene, Ji Xiu maintained an unruffled demeanor. He shook his head and remarked, "This young master has long proclaimed that you should all attack together. Otherwise, do you truly believe you stand any chance? Madman, Imo Lingfeng roared, his eyes blood-red, his entire form ablaze with a cerulean flame. With a resounding clang, the power of his bloodline ignited, awakening an unparalleled strength within him. Grasping the hilt of his sword, his eyes shimmered with the brilliance of falling stars and the moon. His crimson gaze locked onto Ji Xiu as he gritted his teeth and enunciated, "Falling star, moon." With a fierce cry, he swung his sword westward, unleashing a blinding radiance that seemed to embody the splendor of fallen celestial bodies. Cleaving through the realms of yin and yang, this forbidden strike bore an unmatched intensity, descending with formidable force. The might of this attack was sufficient, yet still, it was too slow. Ji Xiu shook his head with a light chuckle, and for a fleeting moment, a flicker of demonic flame ignited in his eyes. He then raised his hand and delivered a palm strike to an empty space. Before Imo Lingfeng's sword could reach him, Ji Xiu's hand landed with uncanny precision directly upon Imo Lingfeng's chest. With a splatter, Imo Lingfeng coughed blood, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through dozens of trees before ultimately collapsing amidst the ruins, his life hanging by a thread, unaware of his fate. Yet his sword descended from the heavens, embedding itself firmly in the ground before Ji Xiu. This scene left the hundreds of formidable figures from the demonic sect utterly astounded. Even Mu Xianin could not help but cover her mouth, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions as she gazed at Ji Xiu. Chapter 63. Ji Xiu's Massacre. The spear comes from the west, shattering the firmament. With a single palm, he vanquished Imo Lingfeng. Ji Xiu then turned his gaze towards the others, surveying the onslaught of prodigies from all directions, and could not suppress a cold laugh. Now this is getting interesting. With that, he effortlessly drew the sword that belonged to Imo Lingfeng, which was lodged in the earth. The star god fragmentation activated, and the devouring immortal demon technique commenced. In that instant, Ji Xiu's figure resembled a fragment of starlight, ethereal and elusive. "Ji Xiu, you must not." Li Wangxing's words trailed off. In a blur, Ji Xiu moved, raising his sword, and an exceedingly dazzling sword light erupted. With a piercing sound, the mighty steed ridden by Li Wangxing had its colossal head severed by Ji Xiu's strike, blood spraying to heights of 10 zhang. Amidst the torrential rain of blood, Li Wangxing soared into the air, barely stabilizing himself, only to witness a scene that filled him with dread. His 18 iron cavalry guards, who had followed him for many years and were seasoned in battle, were instantly cleaved in two by Ji Xiu's sword, crimson blood saturating the divine wood forest. In the face of Ji Xiu, this elite group of guards had no capacity to retaliate, slaughtered with the ease of cutting through cotton. The most terrifying aspect was that he had not even seen how Ji Xiu had struck. At this moment, all he could see were the scattered limbs and severed arms strewn across the sacred wood forest. Yet, Ji Xiu stood amidst this deluge of blood, his gaze calm as he regarded him. "Ji Xiu, today, this noble heir shall not rest until one of us lies dead." Li Wangxing roared in fury, resolved to no longer conceal his cultivation and utmost combat prowess. In that instant, an aura of the June level erupted from his being. Simultaneously, he divided himself into 10, each doppelganger appearing exactly like his true self, seemingly possessing identical strength. This was the forbidden technique of the Tiankai army, the 9 calamities body, June level. So that's it. A faint smirk played on Ji Xiu's lips as a flicker of crimson flame danced in his eyes. The demonic presence surged forth again, and in a mere moment, he grasped the entirety of Li Wangxing's offensive trajectories, as well as the location of his true form. At this juncture, he comprehended that this so-called 9 calamities body was merely a diminished version of the one Qi transforming 3 purities. Although it boasted 9 doppelgangers, each possessed only 30% of the true self strength, rendering them fragile upon contact. Kill. Li Wangxing brandished his dragon spear, shattering the void beneath his feet. The spear radiated a dazzling murderous intent, infused with the power of the June level and his 9 illusory bodies, charging from all directions. This scene was utterly staggering, as 10 terrifying auras of death pierced through the cosmos. Splatter. A sound of blood splattering echoed. Li Wangxing's spear halted mere half an inch before Ji Xiu, while azure flames ignited upon the bodies of his 9 illusory forms, the heart fire of the azure lotus. He felt a chilling sensation course through his body, and his hand gripping the dragon's spear trembled violently. With a slight bow of his head, he realized that the 3-inch blade had, unbeknownst to him, pierced through his body. Vivid crimson blood surged forth from his heart like a flowing stream. How could this be? Li Wangxing stared blankly at Ji Xiu, who remarked, "Boring." Ji Xiu shook his head and, with a swift motion, withdrew the sword embedded in Li Wangxing's chest, drawing forth a long trail of blood. As the dim light fell, the bloodstained blade in his hand appeared strikingly sharp and hauntingly beautiful. This sword, named Hidden Kill, was the cherished weapon of Li Wangxing's dear brother, Mo Lingfeng. The reason Ji Xiu chose Hidden Kill over his Deluo sword embryo was simply that they were unworthy. With a spatter, Li Wangxing coughed up another mouthful of blood. The light of life in his eyes gradually dimmed until he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. At that moment, as they gazed upon the fallen Li Wangxing and the unconscious Mo Lingfeng amidst the ruins, along with the torrential rain of blood and the scattered limbs, Shen Jianxin and Zhao Wuji felt an unsettling chill, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Meanwhile, Mu Langxin and Xianzong stared blankly at Ji Xiu, whose power far exceeded their imagination. "Saint Monk, you wish to kill me as well." Ji Xiu's gaze fixed upon the foremost figure of the Buddhist sect, Xianzong, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Ji Xiu, the heir." Xianzang's shocked words were left unspoken as Ji Xiu stepped forward, followed by a cascade of brilliant starlight. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand and delivered a punch, upon which azure flames surged forth from Ji Xiu's fist. This was the heartfire of the Azure Lotus. "Ha!" Xianzong bellowed, his entire being radiating with golden Buddhist light as he assumed a defensive stance, positioning the purple gold bowl before him. Boom! Ji Xiu's punch crashed onto the purple gold bowl, unleashing a tremendous force that enveloped everything in azure flames. Xianzong was sent hurtling backward like a kite with its strings severed, collapsing to the ground as he coughed up blood. Yet, Ji Xiu did not pause. In an instant, he stood before Mu Lanxin, and before she could draw her sword, he struck her directly in the abdomen. Uft! Mu Lanxin suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, kneeling weakly upon the ground as Ji Xiu's blow shattered all her illusions. How can you be so powerful?" Mu Lanxin gazed at Ji Xiu in astonishment, her delicate hand gripping the frost blade, trembling slightly. With one strike, he gravely injured Mo Lingfeng. In an instant, he killed Li Wangxing, and she, along with the foremost of the Buddhist sect, Xianzong, seemed merely like toys before Ji Xiu. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes and experienced it firsthand, she would have never believed it. At that moment, Ji Xiu glanced at the kneeling Mu Lanxin and the bloodied Xianzong lying on the ground, his brow arching slightly. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "Mu Lanxin, Xianzong, do you know why this young master spares your lives?" Upon hearing this, Mu Lanxin gritted her silver teeth and replied, "Because of my little master." It was evident that Ji Xiu had a betrothal with her little master, while she was the saintess of the Ice God Palace. Thus, Ji Xiu spared her life for the sake of his little master. He chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. The rationale behind his decision to refrain from taking Mu Lanxin's life was rather straightforward. Intelligence from the 6th Division revealed that Mu Lanxin shared a remarkably close bond with Mu Bing. Prior to Mu Bing's seclusion, the two had spent every moment together. Despite the disparity in their seniority, their relationship was akin to that of sisters. Given this, a wicked thought flickered through Ji Xiu's mind. What if he were to capture Mu Lanxin and betray Mu Bing? And you, holy monk, do you comprehend why this noble heir has chosen not to end your life? Ji Xiu regarded the chief monk Xianzong with a playful glint in his eyes. The young monk replied, "I do not know. It is quite simple. There exists but a singular reason. That is because you, Xianzong, are the younger brother of the princess of the divine Phoenix Empire. Should I take your life, how then could I compel your sister to reveal herself?" A cold smirk curled at the corners of Ji Xiu's lips. At that moment, unbeknownst to anyone, in the vast expanse of the snow-covered plains behind the sacred wood forest, a spear imbued with the blazing flames of the phoenix pierced the infinite sky, traversing miles with unparalleled strength and echoing with the cries of the phoenix. Aimed directly at the sacred wood forest. Undoubtedly, the target of this spear was none other than Ji Xiu. Chapter 64. All demonic cultivators. Pay respects to His Holiness. Meanwhile, within the sacred wood forest, Xianzong gazed at Ji Xiu in astonishment, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and splattering onto the ground. "How do you know she is my sister?" "This matter should only be known to those of the royal family of the divine Phoenix Empire. Who exactly are you?" With a faint smile, Ji Xiu coldly gazed down at Xianzong and spoke. "Xianzong, you lost your mother at the tender age of 3, entered the Great Thunder Sound Temple at 7, became the foremost disciple of the Buddhist sect at 18, and ventured into the world at 23. Interestingly, the princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire also suffered the loss of her mother at 3 and only joined the royal family at 7. Moreover, from that time onward, she would faithfully visit the Great Thunder Sound Temple every July 15th, bringing a bouquet of jasmine to offer her prayers. As for you, Xianzong, every July 15th, you two would kneel for an entire day on the back mountain of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, holding a bouquet of jasmine. If my memory serves me right, your mother passed away on July 15th, 20 years ago, did she not? Most intriguingly, I have been informed that the Emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire often calls out the name Jasmine in his dreams. So, do you wish for me to divulge even more secrets regarding the relationship between Xianzong and the Phoenix siblings? This matter is shrouded in secrecy, known to but a few across the Nine Heavens continent. Even the intelligence gathered by the Military Intelligence 6 Bureau concerning Xianzong and the Phoenix is exceedingly fragmented. However, Ji Xiu not only commands the Military Intelligence 6 Bureau but also holds sway over the web of information, piecing together countless fragments from both intelligence factions. Ultimately, a conclusion was reached. Xianzong and Feng Huang are indeed siblings. Xianzong listened to Ji Xiu's words, feeling a chill run down his spine. Previously, he had only sensed that Ji Xiu's cultivation and combat prowess were unfathomable. However, it now appeared that the forces behind Ji Xiu were likely beyond imagination. Taking a deep breath, Xianzong spoke. Young Master Ji, there is no need for further words. I acknowledge it. Feng Huang, she is indeed my sister. After saying this, he swallowed hard, his eyes filled with sorrow as if haunted by painful memories of the past. I am quite curious. Will your sister exchange the shards of the dual blades for your life? Ji Xiu's lips curved into a faint smile. No. Xianzong shook his head, then looked earnestly into Ji Xiu's eyes and declared, my sister is formidable. She never engages in transactions. She will only kill you. As his words fell, a terrifying shriek echoed from the distant horizon, where a streak of crimson meteor blazed through the sky, piercing towards the Divine Wood Forest. In that instant, Ji Xiu's brow furrowed deeply, a chilling and perilous sensation coursing through his entire being. Your Highness, be careful. Old Wei's pupils constricted as he observed the spear, engulfed in fierce phoenix flames, hurtling towards Ji Xiu from the distant sky. He unleashed his true essence, propelling himself towards Ji Xiu in an attempt to shield him from the impending attack, for he sensed an immense power emanating from the spear soaring through the heavens. Beneath the sacred hierarchy, it seemed invincible. Alas, he was ultimately a moment too late, as the divine spear, imbued with the flames of the phoenix, had already reached behind Ji Xiu. Divine Band Domain. Activate. Ji Xiu muttered as if in a dream. In that instant, time and space appeared to freeze. He felt as though he had stepped into an ethereal and mystical realm, becoming extraordinarily light and agile. Simultaneously, an exquisite epiphany unconsciously surfaced in his heart. Time is fleeting and eternal. In the end, only an invincible being remains. At that moment, time and space unfroze. Ji Xiu's eyes radiated a dazzling and resplendent chaotic holy light. With a sudden movement, Ji Xiu turned, raising his hand to grasp the phoenix flame spear that had approached from behind. Boom! Centered around Ji Xiu, an utterly terrifying storm of true essence erupted throughout the Divine Wood Forest. The dreadful phoenix flames scattered, causing the ground to crack open in a web-like pattern. The hundreds of formidable practitioners from the demonic sect present were sent flying dozens of feet into the air by the surging waves of true essence. Not only them, but even several of the outstanding talents within the Divine Wood Forest fell to the ground under the onslaught of this terrifying essence. As the fearsome storm of true essence gradually subsided, half of the Divine Wood Forest had transformed into a sea of flames. At this moment, only two individuals remained steady within the forest, Ji Xiu and Elder Wei. Your Highness, are you unharmed? Elder Wei approached Ji Xiu, his voice trembling with concern. I am fine. Ji Xiu forcefully thrust his phoenix spear into the ground, then turned his cold gaze toward the western region of the courtyard, slowly speaking. The crown princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Huang. What immense divine might. You intend to take this young lord's life from 1,000 miles away. Surely, that is a rather fanciful notion. As his words fell, everyone rose in shock, their hearts stirred with astonishment. No one had anticipated that the crown princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire possessed such formidable cultivation. The phoenix flame divine spear, capable of annihilating all, was hurled from 1,000 miles away. Her power, it far surpassed that of the rest of us. Shen Jinshin spoke with grave seriousness. Her cultivation and combat prowess seemed to be on par with Ji Xiu's. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath, his eyes filled with dread and reluctance. He had believed that they, a group of the continent's prodigies, should be on equal footing. Yet first, Ji Xiu unleashed a massacre, playing with them as if they were mere toys. Then came the crown princess of the divine phoenix, Feng Wang, casting a spear from 1,000 miles away. Its might sufficient to obliterate them all. In that moment, both he and Shen Jianxin were engulfed by a profound sense of defeat. Truly, she is deserving of the title of the reincarnation of the celestial phoenix, as proclaimed by the cultivators of the Nine Heavens continent. In the future, she is destined to become the empress of the divine phoenix empire. Mu Xianyin wiped a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth and sighed softly. Are you all right? Ji Xiu slightly tilted his head, looking at Mu Xianyin as he inquired. I am fine. The surge of vitality was overwhelming. Your Highness, what shall we do now? Old Wei cast a glance at Shen Jianxin and Zhao Wuji, directing his question towards Ji Xiu. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu turned to assess Shen Jianxin and Zhao Wuji before speaking. Gentlemen, it is time to present what you have. As his words fell, Shen Jianxin hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately gritted his teeth and retrieved a fragment of a shattered dual-edged sword from his storage ring, tossing it to Ji Xiu. Take it. Witnessing Shen Jianxin's concession, Zhao Wuji, with a sullen expression and head bowed, silently produced his share and threw it to Ji Xiu. Young Master Ji, we have given you what you requested. May we take our leave now? Shen Jianxin inquired softly. Indeed, you are free to depart. Ji Xiu replied with a faint smile. Hearing Ji Xiu's words, the tension that had gripped Shen Jianxin's heart dissipated. Let us go, Shen Jianxin said to Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji nodded, a fleeting glimmer of concealed malice flashing in his eyes. He cast a significant glance at Ji Xiu before turning away in silence. Just then, a splatter of blood echoed in the air. Ah! Shen Jianxin exclaimed, looking at Zhao Wuji. At that moment, he beheld the Feng Yan spear piercing through Zhao Wuji's chest, the sharp tip protruding from his heart. You! Zhao Wuji raised a trembling finger towards Ji Xiu. Yet his voice faltered, and he collapsed to the ground like a mountain crumbling. Ji Xiu, what are you doing? We have submitted 2 shattered fragments of the sword. Why do you contradict yourself? Shen Jianxin questioned Ji Xiu with a trembling voice. He chuckled. It is not a matter of contradiction. It is simply that this noble son suddenly recalled a statement made by Zhao Wuji, the young master of the Lesser Valley. Did he not assert that he would blood sacrifice this noble son along with the demonic cultivators of the supreme heaven? Such words should not be uttered lightly. As his words fell, Xianzong shook his head and slowly closed his eyes. The extent of Ji Xiu's bloodlust far exceeded his imagination, merely due to a threatening remark. He resorted to murder. How brutal. Even Mu Lanxin stood in a daze, a chill running down her spine as she gazed at the man before her, who wore a seemingly warm smile. At that moment, only one thought occupied her mind. This guy is truly merciless to the extreme. However, upon witnessing this scene, Mu Xuannin's exquisitely beautiful face broke into a smile. After 10 years, this fellow has finally matured. With that, she exchanged a knowing glance with the disciples of the Supreme Heaven. At once, the demonic cultivators of the Supreme Heaven removed their cloaks and knelt before Ji Xiu, proclaiming loudly, Disciples of the Supreme Heaven, we pay our respects to the Holy Monarch. The resounding voices reverberated throughout the divine wood forest. Except for Mu Xianyin and the demonic disciples of the Supreme Heaven, everyone present was left in stunned silence. It turned out, Ji Xiu, he is indeed the legendary Supreme Heavenly Saint. Xianzang's eyes widened as he beheld the astonishing scene before him, and he could not help but swallow hard. This individual is truly the Supreme Heavenly Saint. Wait a moment. According to legend, the saint is the husband of the Supreme Heavenly Saintess, Nan Lingwei. How can this be? Isn't Ji Xiu the betrothed of my little master? Mulan's beautiful eyes flickered with uncertainty for a fleeting moment. She felt her mind was insufficient to comprehend the situation. So it is. What a remarkable Ji Xiu. What an extraordinary Supreme Heavenly Saint. Shen Jianxin took 2 steps back, her captivating gaze dimming beneath the bronze ghost mask. She had wondered how Ji Xiu dared to unleash a massacre in the Divine Wood Forest without considering the intimidating forces behind them. It turns out Ji Xiu had long anticipated this. Today, none of the saintly sons and daughters from their esteemed cultivation sects would escape. He would seize the broken pieces of the dual-edged blade. Their lives, he would not spare either. Meanwhile, she remained unaware. Ji Xiu himself was equally perplexed. Me? The Supreme Heavenly Saint. Ji Xiu stared in bewilderment at the multitude of demonic cultivators kneeling before him. It seemed his mind had momentarily short-circuited. No. It seems my esteemed heir has been plotting this since a decade ago. Elder Wei also widened his eyes in astonishment at Ji Xiu. Unable to suppress a sigh of disbelief, he vowed that even he was unaware of this matter. He believed that Gu Yao, far away in the capital, would also remain oblivious. Supreme Heavenly Saint, that Ji Xiu fellow has deceived both me and my lady terribly, murmured Miss Shui, biting her crimson lips. She expressed her disbelief, noting that her lady, as the daughter of the Lord of Shiyue City, should not be subjected to such insolence from Ji Xiu. Little did she know, Ji Xiu was backed by the supreme force of the Nine Heavens, the unparalleled demon sect known as Wushang Tian, with the illustrious Holy Empress Nen Lingyue standing behind him. Wait, if he is indeed the Holy Monarch of Wushang Tian, does this imply that my lady and I have unwittingly boarded Ji Xiu's ship of treachery? The mere thought sent shivers down Miss Shui's spine. Wushang Tian, the foremost demon sect, is the common enemy of all righteous forces in the Nine Heavens. If her lady were to associate with Ji Xiu, wouldn't that mean they would inevitably find themselves opposing the entire league of righteous cultivators in the Nine Heavens? Mu Xianyin, clarify this for me. When did I become the Holy Monarch of Wushang Tian? Ji Xiu swiftly approached Mu Xianyin, seizing her delicate wrist and demanding answers in a hushed tone. Ji Xiu, you truly are foolish. My master established Wushang Tian a decade ago, which naturally means you have been its holy monarch since then. Mu Xianyin lifted her chin slightly, her enchanting eyes glimmering with amusement as she regarded Ji Xiu. You. Ji Xiu found himself at a loss for words. He had never anticipated that the very holy monarch of Wushang Tian, a mystery he had long pondered, was none other than himself. However, upon reflection, it made sense. How could that woman, Nan Lingyue, ever let him off so easily? By declaring him the holy monarch. She had effectively bound him to her cause. How could this be? Do you not aspire to become our supreme holy monarch, young master Ji Xiu? Mu Xianyin, with her crimson lips slightly pursed, gazed at him with a glimmer of mischievousness in her beautiful eyes that Ji Xiu could not comprehend. Before Ji Xiu could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by Mu Xianyin, who declared, "It is of no consequence whether you desire it or not. The matter is settled. The ship has sunk. The holy monarch has been personally conferred by our esteemed master. A disciple of the supreme heaven who encounters the holy monarch is akin to meeting the master in their true form. This decree was issued directly by our master. However, if you are truly unwilling, you may seek out our master yourself and see if she would consent." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu let out a deep breath, releasing Mu Xianyin's wrist. He thought to himself, this young master is not foolish. If I foolishly approached Nen Lingyue, who knows what might transpire? 10 years ago, that woman was a formidable being in the sacred realm. Now, she might be even more formidable. Wouldn't my visit be akin to walking into a trap? Moreover, I have pressing matters to attend to. Securing the dual severance blade technique and finding Yin Fei to rescue Gu Jian are of utmost importance. Of course, if I could also gather some novel male protagonists along the way, that would be the pinnacle of fortune. So be it. If the holy monarch is to be, then so be it. Since that woman, Nan Lingyue, is willing to bestow upon this young master the very supreme heaven she painstakingly established, then I shall graciously accept it. Ji Xiu waved his hand dismissively, resolute in his belief that no matter what ill intentions Nan Lingyue harbored, securing what he desired was the ultimate truth. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Old Wei. Old Wei nodded and swiftly turned, retrieving the severely battered Mo Lingfeng from the distant ruins. With a clatter, Mo Lingfeng was carelessly thrown to the ground. At that moment, he lay there, bloodied and broken, his hand that once wielded a sword now distorted and mangled. It was evident that Ji Xiu had inflicted grave injuries upon him. Frankly, Mo Lingfeng had likely never suffered such severe wounds in his life. Sighing, Mu Lanxin gazed upon Mo Lingfeng's pitiful state, instinctively closing her eyes as a deep breath escaped her lips. Once, they had shared a childhood bond. But after she entered the Ice God Palace, all ties had been severed. Nevertheless, she felt a profound sense of regret for Mo Lingfeng. Even if he were to heal from such grievous injuries, his path of cultivation might forever be hindered at the June level. Old Wei cast a cold glance at Mu Lanxin before reaching into Mo Lingfeng's spatial ring to retrieve a fragment of the broken dual-ended blade, which he handed to Ji Xiu. Mu Xianyin, where is the fragment of the dual-ended blade you possess? Ji Xiu demanded imperiously, extending his hand towards Mu Xianyin. Here, take it. she retorted, tossing the piece she held to Ji Xiu with a disdainful flick of her wrist. Excellent, Ji Xiu exclaimed, surveying the 7 fragments of the dual-ended blade before him, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. Your Highness, you have acquired 7 fragments of the dual-ended blade. What shall we do about the remaining 2? Old Wei inquired softly. Patience is paramount, Ji Xiu replied, unperturbed. Now that we have ascertained that the phoenix has entered the Zhou Garden, it is highly probable that the second prince of the Great Qin Empire, Yingling, is also within its confines. Given that everyone is intent on acquiring Zhou Duofu's Emperor's Law of the Dual Severing Blade, it is unlikely that anyone would depart from the Zhou Garden. Therefore, let us proceed directly to the depths of the Zhou Garden to seek out Zhou Duofu's imperial tomb and locate them. Ji Xiu's thoughts are remarkably clear. In fact, he believes that not only the Phoenix and Yingling, but also the enigmatic Yan Fei and the protagonist of the novel, Yi Xian, will inevitably venture into the heart of the Zhou Garden. Otherwise, he cannot fathom what could possibly entice them to this peculiar Tianma mountain. And what of her and him? Should they be eliminated? Wei Lao gestured towards the unconscious Mo Lingfeng lying on the ground and the stationary Shen Jianxin as he inquired. Ji Xiu, upon hearing this, contemplated briefly before coldly responding. Spare Mo Lingfeng. Eliminate Shen Jianxin. In the narrative, it is true that Mo Lingfeng is the holy son of the sacred sect. Yet he has an elder sister named Mo Qintian, who resides atop the Peach Blossom Mountain. She is not envious of the mortal realm, but rather covets the immortals, the foremost goddess of the 9 heavens continent. She is destined to become a formidable figure on the 9 heavens continent. Upon her emergence, she will bear the ancient killing formation of the 9 heavens, the extermination sword formation. Given this, Mo Lingfeng still holds value. Ji Xiu's expression hardened slightly, his thoughts swirling within. To be honest, he harbored a deep longing for the extermination sword formation inscribed upon Mo Qinxian's being. This was indeed the sole reason he spared Mo Lingfeng's life. Wait, Ji Xiu, you cannot kill me, Shen Jianxin suddenly exclaimed. Why? Ji Xiu gazed at Shen Jianxin with amusement. Spare my life today, and I shall bestow upon you the red lotus flame of the Scarlet Garment sect on another day. Shen Jianxin clenched her delicate hands tightly. In this moment, to preserve her life, she chose to invoke the sacred fire of her sect to save herself. Not enough. Ji Xiu shook his head. This is a splendid thing, yet it cannot suffice to exchange for Shen Jianxin's life. After all, if she were to safely depart from Tianma Mountain and divulge all that transpired today, then the 7 paramount forces of righteousness would undoubtedly seek retribution against me. This transaction is not worth the risk. What if I were to willingly become your servant? If you doubt my words, I, the Holy Maiden, am prepared to allow you to inscribe the slave mark upon me. Shen Jianxin gritted her silver teeth, articulating each word with conviction. To become a servant? To inscribe the slave mark? Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Once a cultivator is marked as a slave, they must obey the commands of the one who inscribed them without question. They would comply with any order, even to the point of self-destruction. Of course, unless one is willing to serve willingly, it is exceedingly difficult to inscribe a slave mark upon them. Generally speaking, those who willingly offer themselves as slaves, or are even willing to receive the slave mark, are often individuals with no other options. For instance, the death soldiers nurtured by powerful factions from a young age. Or, in this very moment, the holy maiden of the Scarlet Garment sect, Shen Jianxin. Do you truly wish to become a servant? Ji Xiu asked again with a serious expression. Are you willing? She was acutely aware of Ji Xiu's ruthlessness, and she understood that there was no alternative to this single path of survival. She did not wish to perish. She yearned to live. As long as she lived, there remained hope for the future. The audacity. Mulan, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger, silently cursing Ji Xiu. Alas, Xianzong also let out a long sigh. This woman, quite intriguing. Mu Xianyin regarded Shen Jianxin, whose delicate figure trembled slightly, and nodded in approval. She admired Shen Jianxin's tenacity in her quest for survival. For if she were to be enslaved, she would rather embrace death. Excellent. In that case, this young master is quite willing to accept the saintess as a maid. A slight smirk played at the corners of Ji Xiu's lips. At this moment, bestowing the slave mark upon Shen Jianxin was the most advantageous decision. The saintess of the Red Robe sect was indeed a valuable pawn. For Shen Jianxin, it was also the optimal choice, as it meant she could continue to live. It was a win-win situation, thus there was no need for further hesitation. Taking a deep breath upon hearing this, Shen Jianxin slowly raised her jade-like hand and, under the watchful gazes of the crowd, gently removed the bronze ghost mask that had long adorned her face. In the depths of the garden, atop a towering snow-capped mountain, a graceful figure stood at the summit, gazing into the distance. Her physique was exceptionally slender and tall, her dazzling golden hair cascading down, half resting upon her shoulders and the other half flowing down to her pert hips. She donned a resplendent golden armor, which elegantly accentuated her devilishly enchanting curves, exuding an awe-inspiring beauty. Her bosom and hips were voluptuous, while her waist was as slender as a willow. Merely her silhouette was enough to captivate the world. Behind her stood a tall young man, clad in a magnificent black brocade robe, his appearance strikingly handsome and ethereal, radiating an air of nobility. As he gazed upon this breathtaking figure, his eyes burned with fervor. "Your Highness, the princess," he exclaimed. "It seems that the esteemed young Master Ji Xiu is far more formidable than we had anticipated. Now, your brother has fallen into his grasp. What shall you do next?" Upon hearing this, Feng Wang fell silent for a moment, then parted her crimson lips to speak. "I shall await him in the Zhou Garden. Does he not desire the dual severance sword technique? I shall be there, waiting for him." With that, she turned and strode deeper into the snowy expanse. "Very well. In that case, I shall safeguard Her Highness, the princess," the young man declared. "However, I must say, this assembly of elite holy sons and daughters from the top sects appears rather feeble. They shatter at the slightest touch. Only that young Master Ji Xiu seems to possess some merit." With a light-hearted chuckle, he shook his head and rose to follow in Feng Huang's footsteps. In the eastern Zhou Garden, beneath the cool moonlight, a tall figure traversed the depths of the snow-covered land. This individual, possessing a strikingly handsome and resolute visage, bore a hint of rebelliousness in his eyes. He was none other than Yi Xian. "Master, how long until we reach Zhou Duofu's tomb?" Yi Xian inquired softly, gazing at the vast expanse of snow before him. "At your current pace, it will likely take another 3 days," a voice, gentle and elegant, responded. Simultaneously, a wisp of ethereal essence slowly emerged from the necklace around his neck. She was adorned in a simple yet graceful gown, exuding an aura of ethereal beauty. Her silver hair dancing in the wind. Under the moonlight, her exquisite visage was beyond compare, a beauty so profound that it rendered the artistry of paint inadequate. Merely standing amidst the snowy night, she possessed an enchanting allure that took one's breath away. She was none other than Yi Xian's enigmatic master, Ning Shiyan. "Master, no. I must quicken my pace. The dual blade technique must not fall into the hands of others," Yi Xian declared earnestly, clenching his fist. "Oh, you simply wish to hasten your reunion with your fiancée, do you not?" Ning Shiyan teased, a playful smile gracing her lips as she unmasked Yi Xian's thoughts without mercy. "Hee. Well, that's not entirely true," Yi Xian replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he scratched his head. With that, he took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on the endless snowscape ahead, and then firmly planted his foot on the ground. With a resounding clang, he transformed into a beam of divine light, racing towards the depths of Zhou Garden, the swirling snowstorm erupting behind him. Observing this scene, Ning Shiyan shook her head, remarking, "He is still but a child, just as he was a decade ago." She then turned her gaze towards the direction of the Divinewood Forest, her enchanting eyes growing increasingly solemn. After a moment, she let out a deep sigh, her pearly teeth gently biting her red lip as she murmured to herself, "Xianer, can I truly outmatch that little fellow named Ji Xiu?" Chapter 66. The Saintess of Soul Robbery, the Saint's Son of Corpse Control, entering the Zhou Garden. In the Sacred Wood Forest, Shen Jianxin slowly raised her hand to remove the bronze ghost mask that had adorned her face. Moonlight cascaded down, illuminating her exquisitely enchanting visage, which shimmered ethereally. Notably, her eyes were a pale, golden hue. She was of the Spirit Clan. The holy maiden of the Red Robe sect, Shen Jianxin, was indeed of Spirit Clan descent. The moment Ji Xiu beheld her golden irises, he could not help but be taken aback. It was widely known throughout the Nine Heavens continent that any Spirit Clan cultivator who successfully completed their bloodline awakening would have their pupils evolve into a delicate gold. Moreover, the more thoroughly they unlocked their potential, the more pronounced that golden hue would become. Golden pupils were the most distinctive feature of the most formidable Spirit Clan cultivators who had awakened their bloodline powers. "Are you surprised, Your Highness?" Shen Jianxin inquired, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at Ji Xiu. "As one who possesses Spirit Clan blood, you have managed to rise amidst the hunting of numerous forces on the continent, gradually becoming the holy maiden of the continent's premier cultivation sects. I must say, Shinjinshin, you are indeed a remarkable woman. Ji Xiu nodded in agreement, offering unreserved praise. Not only he, but even the others present, Mu Xianyin, Elder Wei, Mulan Xin, Xianzong, felt a genuine admiration for the formidable woman before them. Everyone simultaneously comprehended why Shun Jianxin consistently donned that bronze ghost mask, concealing her true visage. It was, after all, to hide her identity as a member of the Spirit Clan. The Spirit Clan had long been the object of insatiable desire for the powerful factions on the continent. Thus, her actions were entirely justifiable. Fortune had favored her. Shin Jianxin shook her head, then took a deep breath and addressed Ji Xiu. Let us begin. With that, she gently closed her eyes, quietly awaiting the fate that lay ahead. Very well, Ji Xiu replied with a calm demeanor. He stepped forward to stand before Shin Jianxin, his hands forming intricate seals. Suddenly, a blood-red, enigmatic seal materialized in the palm of his hand. As the crimson light illuminated Shun Jianxin's exquisite face, she bit down hard on her silver teeth, her lips quivering slightly. Yet, Ji Xiu regarded her without a trace of sympathy in his expression. After all, a transaction is a transaction. Sparing Shin Jianxin's life was a matter of fairness, devoid of any unnecessary pity, even though she, like his own Nower, belonged to the Spirit Clan. Now, you must endure. The process of accepting the slave mark may not be pleasant, Ji Xiu warned with a slight smirk. Proceed. Just as his words fell, he placed his palm firmly atop her forehead. In that moment, the blood light erupted, enveloping her brow with a swirling halo of crimson that pierced into her very soul. Shun Jianxin bit her flower-like lips and let out a muffled groan, her long eyelashes quivering gently, while her full chest rose and fell dramatically. In that moment, she sensed something inscribed deep within her soul. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sensation akin to a myriad of ants gnawing at her being surged from the depths of her spirit. Almost instantly, she felt a colossal hand, as if grasping her very essence. With the slightest exertion, it could render her soul utterly scattered. However, this overwhelming sensation of being controlled, both physically and spiritually, soon dissipated, allowing her taut form to gradually relax. The mark of servitude had been established. At this moment, she could perceive a unique bond of the soul forged between herself and Shin Jianxin. This connection felt as though she had completely held Shin Jianxin in her grasp, granting her the power to command this crimson-clad saintess at will in the days to come. As the words fell, Shin Jianxin slowly opened her eyes, surveying all those present with an unwaveringly cold gaze. Yet, in the fleeting instant when her eyes met Ji Xiu's, a profound sense of submission and trepidation surged from the depths of her soul. Servant Shin Jianxin, I humbly greet my master. With that, Shin Jianxin abruptly knelt at Ji Xiu's feet, her forehead pressed firmly to the ground, displaying utmost reverence. It was as if the man before her was a deity in her eyes. Witnessing this scene, Elder Wei and Mu Xianyin nodded in satisfaction, while Mu Langxin and Xianzong could only sigh deeply. Once, this group of elite practitioners from esteemed clans had been revered by the cultivators of the Nine Heavens continent as the pride of the heavens. However, now, those who are dead remain so, and those who are injured bear their wounds. Shun Jianxin has been marked as a slave and has become a servant to Ji Xiu, while they have all become captives of Ji Xiu. In that moment, a plethora of emotions surged within them, evoking an overwhelming sense of desolation. The demon, Mu Langxin, bit her silver teeth and coldly rebuked the young master Ji Xiu. Truly ruthless. Xianzong shook his head, murmuring softly, his gaze reflecting a profound fear directed towards Ji Xiu. That single glance was enough to send both Mu Langxin and Xianzong recoiling 3 steps back. What? What do you intend to do? Mu Langxin bit her crimson lip, her expression rife with vigilance as she regarded Ji Xiu. Before we set off again, there is yet another matter I must attend to. Ji Xiu spoke with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition surged within the hearts of Mu Langxin and Xianzong. At that moment, Ji Xiu retrieved a long flute emanating a faint aura of darkness from his storage ring. This is the ghost flute of Qinqing. Young Lady Shue's eyes widened as she beheld the flute in Ji Xiu's hands. She could not help but recall that fateful night when the haunting notes of the Qinqing flute resonated throughout the capital, leading to her mistress's downfall. What does this fiend intend to do now? Young Lady Shui swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Ji Xiu's gaze swept across the multitude of corpses strewn about, before he placed the Qinqing to his lips and slowly closed his eyes. Zheng. As the first note rang out, the countenances of all present turned ashen. Sinister wisps of black mist poured forth from the flute, enveloping the scattered bodies on the ground. Your Highness, is this an attempt to control the dead? Old Wei gasped in astonishment. The legendary soul-capturing trilogy. The Requiem. Snow Maiden swallowed hard. The Ghost Flute. The Qinqing. Mu Xianin. Xianzong. Mu Langxin. And Xin Jianxin all recognized the origin of the black flute in Ji Xiu's hand. A low, eerie howl echoed through the divine wood forest. This sound seemed to emanate from the depths of the nine hells, sending chills down their spines. Subsequently, the spectators were confronted with a scene that shattered their worldview. The once slain young master of the heavenly strategy, Li Wangsheng, was the first to rise, slowly kneeling before Ji Xiu. Following him, the young master of the 10,000 Poisons Valley, Zhao Wuji, also stood, expressionless, as he extracted the phoenix flame divine spear that had pierced through him. Then, bearing the divine spear, he too knelt before Ji Xiu. Notably, both Li Wangxing and Zhao Wuji appeared pale as paper, their eyes hollow and vacant, with wisps of eerie black mist swirling from their bodies. They were resurrected. How could this be? What did the Holy Lord do? These two were clearly dead. How could they rise again? This melody is terrifying. The supreme demon cultivators were left aghast at this spectacle, their faces turning ashen. Ji Xiu had the audacity to wield even the Requiem from the soul-capturing trilogy. What other surprises would he unveil for this holy maiden? Surely, if the master were to behold him in such a state, he would undoubtedly be filled with joy. Mu Xianyin, with her beautiful eyes, gazed in a daze at Ji Xiu, murmuring to herself, Amitabha, may the Buddha bless us. Xian Zhang's gaze trembled as he beheld the exceedingly bizarre scene before him, his fingers incessantly manipulating the prayer beads to quell the turmoil within his heart. A demon. This fellow is indeed a demon. Mulan Xian felt her throat constrict with anxiety, her scalp prickling intensely at that moment. Just then, Ji Xiu opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon her. And the haunting melody from his flute abruptly shifted in tone. In that instant, darkness enveloped the heavens and the earth. The air resonated with a mournful tune so poignant it could shatter one's heart. She furrowed her brow slightly, yet remained oblivious to the sinister black mist that had coiled around her, seeping into her very being. As the melody gradually faded, the moonlight once again graced the sacred woods. Unable to contain her disdain any longer, Mulan Xian turned to Ji Xiu with scorn, exclaiming, Ji Xiu, you truly live up to the title of the Holy Lord of the Demon Sect, as designated by Nan Lingyu. Rest assured, when my little master Ant encounters you in the future, she shall not let you escape unscathed. With that, she averted her gaze, completely unaware that a strange black mist swirled within the depths of her own eyes. Observing Mulan Xian's demeanor, Ji Xiu could not help but utter 3 words with indifference. Foolish woman. Some individuals are already ensnared by the theft of their souls, yet remain entirely oblivious. Such people can only be described as foolish. As for Mu Bing, he has been waiting precisely for Mu Bing. You. Mu Lanxin felt a surge of frustration from the scolding, casting a fierce glare at Ji Xiu, yet she refrained from further ridicule. After all, she understood that provoking Ji Xiu might result in her being the next to bear the slave mark. Ji Xiu, however, paid no heed to Mu Lanxin's sentiments and turned to Elder Wei and the others, stating, let us proceed into the Zhou Garden. After all, there are still those awaiting this young master. Delaying would be quite impolite. With that, he waved his hand and led a considerable entourage from the Shinmu forest into the Zhou Garden. Chapter 67. The chives have arrived. It is time for young Master Ji Xiu to reap. At Tianma Mountain, the battle between the righteous and the demonic had yet to conclude. Yet a piece of news spread across the entire Jutian continent. Have you heard? The young master of the Tian's army, Li Wangsheng, has fallen. Indeed, I have heard. Not only Li Wangsheng, even the young master of the Wando Valley has perished. Is that true? Which formidable being from the supreme realm could be so ruthless? The specifics remain unclear. However, the Ice Goddess Palace's Saintess Mu Lanxin, the Buddhist Sun Xianzong, the Scarlet Church's Saintess Xin Jinxin, and the Holy Sect's Saint Sun Mo Lingfeng are all currently missing and unaccounted for. If that is indeed the case, then these esteemed leaders of the top-tier cultivation sects must be in a frenzy. After all, these prodigies are the treasures they have painstakingly nurtured. Indeed, the 7 major cultivation sects are now in utter disarray. I've heard that the North Xia's young master Ji Xiu has also ventured to Tianma Mountain. The truth remains uncertain. Alas, the situation at Demon Mountain has become increasingly chaotic. In the council hall of the military governor's office, the atmosphere is profoundly oppressive. The faces of the esteemed military leaders present are grim, for they have received harrowing news. Their young lord, Li Wangsheng, has perished. He met his end in the depths of Demon Mountain, amidst the sacred wood forest. By the heavens! What immense demonic power dares to slay even our young lord of the military governor's office? Has Nan Lingwei come to believe herself invincible? A prominent leader within the military office bellowed in indignation. The sacred wood forest is fraught with profound consequences. Once a saint-level powerhouse enters, they are bound to face a curse. Thus, it is unlikely that the hand of Nan Lingwei was involved. A rational leader in the council shook his head. Even if she did not strike directly, the death of Wangsheng is undoubtedly linked to her. The forces of the supreme heaven have indeed become increasingly audacious in recent years. A military leader slammed his palm on the table, his eyes ablaze with fury. Enough. Silence. My son has died. As his father, it is my duty to avenge him. Investigate. I shall uncover who dared to take my son's life. If it is the supreme heaven, then war shall be declared. If it is another, then there shall be no respite until blood is shed. The military governor, Li Yuan, issued his grim command. Understood. The military leaders responded in unison. A similar occurrence transpired in the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Upon witnessing the shattering of Zhao Wuji's life jade, the leader of the valley overturned the table in a fit of rage and explicitly issued a death decree. Whoever dared to slay Zhao Wuji would face the unrelenting wrath of the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. The perpetrator's entire family would be annihilated. Furthermore, he demanded an explanation from Nan Lingwei, for Zhao Wuji had met his demise in the sacred wood forest of the heavenly Demon Mountain, a territory belonging to the supreme heaven. If not, he threatened to raze the supreme heaven to the ground. In the Red Garment sect, a beautiful woman clad in a crimson robe gazed at the intact life jade before her, exhaling a sigh of relief. Shen Jianxin was the cherished saintess of the Red Garment sect, a title she had painstakingly cultivated. The thought of Shen Jianxin meeting an untimely and mysterious and likely Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji in the heavenly Demon Mountain sent chills down her spine. Fortunately, Shen Jianxin's life jade remained unscathed. At last, she could ease her troubled heart. As long as her beloved was safe, she could only wish for her safe return. The beautiful woman in red softly murmured to herself. Meanwhile, atop Peach Blossom Mountain, a figure adorned in a moonlit gown danced gracefully at the summit. Ethereal as a celestial being. Her swordplay was fierce, her movements fluid. Upon completing a series of profound sword techniques, a cascade of shattered peach blossoms fell around her, creating a breathtaking sight. Yet, even the beauty of the blossoms paled in comparison to that of the woman herself. Beneath the setting sun, her visage, untouched by cosmetics, seemed as though it had been meticulously sculpted by the heavens themselves. Yet, at this moment, her countenance radiated an endless chill, imbued with a sanctity that rendered her almost too divine to behold, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. The Holy Maiden, the Prince. The life force emanating from the jade pendant was presently exceedingly dim, clearly indicating that he had suffered grave injuries. However, it was fortunate that he still lingered in the realm of the living. An elderly woman, well past her 70s, approached the summit of Peach Blossom Mountain and softly addressed the young woman. Retreat now. I understand. Upon hearing this, the old woman let out a heavy sigh before turning to leave the mountain. The holy maiden of her family possessed an astonishing lineage, unparalleled talent, and formidable combat prowess. Yet, her demeanor was notably aloof. Even towards her own younger brother, she seemed indifferent. After the old woman departed, the young woman stood silently at the mountain's peak, gazing at the breathtaking sunset for an extended period. Finally, her crimson lips parted, and she murmured softly to herself as if in a dream. No matter how mediocre your talents may be, you are still my brother. If you are injured, I shall heal you. If you're broken, I shall protect you. If you perish, I will collect your remains and avenge you, whether it be the heavens or Nan Lingwei. I care not. Meanwhile, as the winds of change swept across the 9 heavens continent, a colossal mountain stood sentinel at the farthest reaches of the snowy expanse, deep within the verdant embrace of the divine wood forest. As the camera zooms in, it becomes apparent that what lies before us is not merely a mountain, but a grand mausoleum. This monumental tomb is constructed from countless massive stone blocks, exuding an aura of magnificence and solemnity. A magnificent divine path, stretching for 1,000 feet towards the tomb, is particularly awe-inspiring. Flanking this celestial avenue are towering stone pillars, intricately carved with ancient runes, resembling divine artifacts. At this moment, Two figures stand before the colossal divine path leading to the tomb, gazing silently at the immense mausoleum at its end. Feng Wang, clad in golden armor, her long golden hair billowing gently in the breeze, gazes calmly at the visually striking mausoleum, softly murmuring to herself, "So this is the legendary tomb of Zhou Dufu." Zhou Ling. Upon hearing this, Ying Ling, standing beside her, could not help but swallow hard in excitement, exclaiming, "At last! Your Highness, the princess, we have finally arrived." With a hint of derision, she responded, "And so what? We are left with only fragments of our broken blades. The rest lies in the hands of Ji Xiu." In response, Ying Ling shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "Fair point. In that case, let us await Ji Xiu's arrival. We shall slay him, and then venture inside." Hearing this, Feng Wang cast a sidelong glance at Ying Ling, who seemed almost lost in the presence of the towering mausoleum, shaking her head. Clearly, Ying Ling was overly confident in her own abilities. Killing Ji Xiu? Such words are easy to utter, yet the act itself would prove far more challenging. After all, even she had no certainty of being able to defeat Ji Xiu. Just then, at the edge of the horizon, a streak of aurora swept across the snowy expanse, scattering flurries of snow. In no time, a tall figure stepped onto the divine path outside Zhou Ling. Upon the arrival of the newcomer, Feng Wang raised her delicate brows with a playful air, promptly exclaiming, "Yi Xian, it has been 10 years. How long it has been?" "Haha." Yi Xian responded with a warm smile, cupping his hands in greeting as he replied, "Indeed. It has truly been a long time, Your Highness the Princess." As Yi Xian beheld Feng Wang, he also noticed Ying Ling standing beside her, and the atmosphere grew subtly charged. In the depths of the courtyard, Ji Xiu's gaze remained tranquil, fixed upon the vast mausoleum in the distance, a slight smirk gracing his lips. What was meant to come has arrived, he mused. Now, let the harvesting commence. Chapter 68. The White Moonlight. Feng Wang. He has come, the world cloaked in darkness. The chives have ripened. It is time to reap. As this thought crossed his mind, a crisp system notification echoed in his consciousness. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a bounty quest. Bounty Quest 1. Defeat Yi Xian. Reward, 30,000 Destiny Essence in the All-Seeing Eye. Bounty Quest 2. Kill Yi Xian. Reward, 50,000 Destiny Essence in the Heavenly Reversal 7 Demon Blade. As Ji Xiu listened to the system's prompt, his brow arched in surprise. A bounty quest had been triggered? What an unexpected delight. For Ji Xiu, defeating Yi Xian was a simple task. However, the challenge of killing Yi Xian presented a slight complication. Of course, this difficulty did not stem from Yi Xian himself, but rather from the woman entwined within the necklace he wore. If memory served correctly, in the necklace of Yi Xian, the woman is none other than Ning Xiyan, the princess of the Chongqing family, which has been passed down for thousands of years from the heavens above. Although she currently exists in a spiritual form, her cultivation has already reached the holy realm. Contemplating this, Ji Xiu lowered his eyelids and, after a moment of reflection, murmured to himself, "Regardless, I shall give it a try." After all, the reward of 50,000 destiny points in the extraordinary 7 Demon Blade are exceedingly tempting. Furthermore, if I can gather 100,000 Essence of Destiny, I could procure a forbidden imperial technique from the Myriad Realms marketplace. Indeed, there is a forbidden imperial technique in the Myriad Realms marketplace that he has long coveted. With this thought in mind, Ji Xiu began issuing commands. Shen Jinxin. Take Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji to test the waters first. Mu Xianin. You shall lead the supreme demon cultivators to guard the Zhou tomb. From this moment forth, no one is permitted to leave. Understood. Shen Jinxin nodded, promptly leading the corpse slaves, Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji, transforming into 3 beams of light that sped towards the Zhou tomb. Excellent. Mu Xianin smiled slightly. And then she too set off with over 100 supreme demon cultivators towards the Zhou tomb, a magnificent sight of darkness gathering together. Elder Wei, your task is to keep a close watch on Mulan Jin and Xin Zhang. Moreover, the Saint Sun Mo Lingfeng. They are valuable assets in this young lord's hands. Ji Xiu spoke softly to Elder Wei, casting a glance at Mulan Jin and Xin Zhang, while also gesturing towards Mo Lingfeng on Xin Zhang's back. Yes, Elder Wei nodded. Humph. Mulan let out a soft snort, casting a fierce glare at Ji Xiu. She had no intention of fleeing. After all, where could she possibly escape to in the clutches of that formidable fiend? Alas, Xianzong sighed as well, for he too had no thoughts of running away. From the divine wood forest to the depths of the Zhou garden, he carried the unconscious and gravely injured Mo Lingfeng, and his mind grew ever clearer. Should he attempt to flee, Mo Lingfeng would serve as a cautionary tale. The possibility of Ji Xiu branding him with a slave mark loomed ominously. Thus, the notion of escape had long since dissipated from his thoughts. Xianzan the holy monk. Let us proceed to meet your sister, the reincarnation of the heavenly phoenix. I am exceedingly curious about her. With that, he stepped forward towards Zhouling. In the novel, the phoenix was the ethereal white moonlight of Yi Xian. Conversely, Ji Xiu relished in shattering the exalted moonlight that resided within others' hearts. Meanwhile, atop the divine path of Zhouling, the atmosphere among Feng Huang, Yi Xian, and Ying Ling was palpably awkward. However, it was not long before Feng Huang broke the near-stifling silence. It has been 10 years. You have also attained the monarch rank. Your combat prowess seems commendable. Feng Huang nodded at Yi Xian, acknowledging the fruits of his decade of arduous cultivation. Your Highness, the Crown Princess, you flatter me. Yi Xian responded with gratitude. It was thanks to the Crown Princess that I had the opportunity to stand here. He took a deep breath, thanking Feng Huang. A decade prior, at the age of 14, he was of modest talent and hailing from a fallen family. However, this very individual found himself betrothed to the illustrious daughter of the divine Phoenix Empire. At that time, he had tasted the bitter pangs of the world, enduring the disdain of countless onlookers. Almost every cultivator and citizen of the divine Phoenix Empire mocked this 14-year-old boy for his audacity. Eventually, even the prominent figures of the empire sought an audience with the divine Phoenix Emperor, urging him to annul this engagement. In truth, the divine Phoenix Emperor acquiesced to their pleas. He commanded Feng Huang to promptly sever the betrothal with the Yi family. Yet, Feng Huang did not comply, possessing a compassionate heart. She visited the Yi household and instead offered a promise. 10 years. If within this decade, Yi Xian could attain the rank of monarch, the engagement would stand firm. Furthermore, she vowed to devote all available resources to help the once mighty Yi family reclaim its status as the foremost royal lineage of the divine Phoenix Empire. It was this promise from Feng Huang that spurred Yi Xian to fervently cultivate, and soon after, he encountered his master, Ning Shiyan. With her guidance, he underwent a decade of arduous training, and by the age of 24, he achieved the rank of monarch, finally standing proudly before Feng Huang. What do you wish to thank me for? Feng Huang inquired, her tone unembellished. To her, Yi Xian's remarkable accomplishments were solely the fruits of his own labor. I thank you for your kindness a decade ago. At that time, you preserved the last shred of dignity for a 14-year-old boy. I see, Feng Huang nodded, comprehending Yi Xian's sentiment. As their dialogue unfolded, an understanding blossomed between them. With a serene smile, Ying Ling approached Feng Huang and then addressed Yi Xian with a tone that lacked enthusiasm. Firstly, congratulations, young Master Yi, on attaining the June rank. However, the June rank is merely a beginning. At present, you are not sufficiently qualified to stand on equal footing with us, let alone discuss marriage with Her Highness, the Princess. Yi Xian, upon hearing this, calmly gazed at Ying Ling and replied, Your Highness, the second prince. If I am unqualified, then surely you are as well. After all, you are not the crown prince of Daqin, and your cultivation is merely at the June rank. Yet, Her Highness is destined to be the future empress of the divine Phoenix Empire. Pray tell, what makes you worthy? At these words, Ying Ling's expression turned icy. And with a grave tone, he retorted, Well, young man, you've quite the sharp tongue. Do you not realize what would happen if I were to sever it? Would you still be able to speak so eloquently in the future? Yi Xian responded with a cold chuckle, Why don't you give it a try? Enough. Feng Huang interjected sharply, halting the verbal sparring between Yi Xian and Ying Ling. She then turned her gaze skyward, where 3 streaks of aurora cleaved through the heavens. Furthermore, from all directions surrounding Zhouling, dark figures could be seen approaching swiftly. Stop the bickering. Ji Xiu is coming, Feng Huang whispered, taking a deep breath. As her words lingered in the air, an aura of anticipation filled the atmosphere. A shroud of darkness suddenly enveloped the skies above Zhouling, casting the world into an abyss of shadow. Chapter 69. Yi Xian? Merely a plaything. Ji Xiu, you are truly damned. The heavens and the earth are shrouded in darkness as the night descends. Boom, boom, boom. 3 figures swiftly arrived at the divine path of Zhouling. Shen Jinxin, Li Wangsheng, and Zhao Wuji. Feng Huang furrowed her brows, gazing at the trio before her, unable to comprehend why these esteemed progeny of the top cultivation sects of the 9 heavens continent would align themselves with Ji Xiu. In that moment, her expression froze as she noticed the grievous sword wound on Li Wangshen's chest and the gaping hole in Zhao Wuji's torso. They had long since perished. Now, they were but specters of the departed. What had these two endured? Feng Huang's brows knitted in concern, her crimson lips parting as she mumbled softly. Hee hee. Shen Jianxin regarded Feng Huang with a beguiling smile, addressing her as Your Highness the Princess. That spear in the sacred wood forest was truly formidable. It is no wonder you are destined to be the future empress of the divine empire. Humph. Feng Huang scoffed, retorting. A dignified saintess of the Scarlet Garb sect obeying the commands of a warlord's heir. Shen Jianxin, you have brought disgrace upon the Scarlet Garb sect. Your Highness, you do not understand. Shen Jianxin shook her head, her beautiful eyes reflecting boundless reverence and devotion at the mere thought of that person. I do not wish to understand. Feng Huang declared. Where is Ji Xiu? Call Ji Xiu to come forth. With her lips slightly parted, Feng Huang spoke coldly. Swish, swish, swish. The air was filled with the sounds of countless rupturing voids. Hundreds of unparalleled demon cultivators have descended upon Zhouling, each clad in dark cloaks that billow ominously in the chilling wind. The holy maiden of the demon sect, Mu Xianin, sauntered over to Shen Jianxin, her gaze playfully fixed on Feng Huang. The celestial sect has also arrived. It appears that the esteemed young master Ji Xiu has allied himself with the demon cultivators of the celestial sect. Yingling whispered a caution to Feng Huang, his strikingly handsome visage marred by a grim expression. It seems their alliance is far from mere cooperation. Ji Xiu must surely be one of the celestial sect's own. Moreover, judging by the atmosphere, he is likely a figure of considerable significance. Yi Xian scoffed derisively. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, the legendary holy monarch of the celestial sect is none other than Ji Xiu. Feng Huang inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. As her words resonated, Yu Xian and Yingling were momentarily taken aback. If what Feng Huang claims is true, and Ji Xiu is indeed the holy monarch of the celestial sect, then today's events are bound to be far more complex than anticipated. Your Highness the eldest princess, Your Highness the second prince, Jianxin has been dispatched by my master to Zhouling to obtain the 2 broken blade fragments. I kindly request that you facilitate this by handing over your respective shards. Should you choose to comply willingly, you may yet preserve your lives. Shen Jianxin offered a subtle smile to Feng Huang and Yingling. What if this prince refuses to comply? Yingling's countenance darkened, his voice frigid. Refuse? Then prepare to meet your demise. Shen Jianxin's tone turned icy. At this moment, behind him, Li Wangxing and Zhao Wuji forcefully stepped onto the divine pathway, causing the ground to shatter with a thunderous roar. Like cannonballs, the two surged forward towards Feng Huang and the others. Li Wangxing wielded a dragon spear, while Zhao Wuji brandished a black war halberd. Each exhibited a formidable presence, with dark energy swirling ominously around them, exuding a fierce and uncanny aura. Seeking death, Yi Xian scoffed disdainfully as he drew a black celestial blade from his storage ring. He then stepped into the void, ready to confront Li Wangxing and Zhao Wuji single-handedly. Kill, Yi Xian bellowed, his murderous intent palpable as he swung the celestial blade downwards with immense force. Clang, 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 clang. In the expanse above, Yi Xian faced 2 adversaries, his celestial blade cutting through the air with unparalleled ferocity, each strike resonating like thunderous echoes. With a sweeping motion, he sent Zhao Wuji flying, and in a swift twist of his wrist, the celestial blade struck Li Wangxing's shoulder, blood spraying forth in a dark mist. Yet, Li Wangxing's expression remained unyielding, his gaze hollow as if lost in the void, and he thrust his dragon spear forward. Zhong! The spear pierced through Yi Xian's form. But an astonishing phenomenon occurred. Yi Xian's body gradually became ethereal, then vanished from sight. Such a supreme sword technique. Such an elusive body technique. This Yi Xian is no ordinary foe. Shen Jianxin furrowed his brow, realizing that he possessed a heritage of remarkable caliber, possibly from the heavens above. Li Wangxing and Zhao Wuji were no match for him. Mu Xianin shook her head and spoke calmly. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling and formidable blade light surged through the void like a thunderclap, seemingly capable of severing all. With a sudden splatter, Zhao Wuji's head was sent soaring, dark blood erupting from his neck like a fountain, soaring several feet high. Kill! Yu Xian roared once more, stepping forward to stand before Li Wangxing, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly. The power of the monarch stage erupted as he swung down with a single stroke. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air. Crack! Li Wangxing's dragon spear shattered into 2 pieces in an instant. Yet, Yu Xian's heavenly blade did not waver. It continued its momentum, cleaving Li Wangxing's body in 2. Is this all the strength of Ji Xiu's dog? Yu Xian stood aloft in the void, wielding the heavenly blade's decree, his black hair billowing wildly in the wind. His gaze sharp and cold, resembling an invincible blade saint. What a fierce fellow. Shen Jianxin narrowed her beautiful eyes, her delicate hand slowly forming a fist. Just as she prepared to join the fray, from the distant darkness, a long spear engulfed in azure flame streaked through the sky like a comet, accompanied by a shocking whistle, piercing toward the divine path of Zhouling. Be careful. Feng Huang furrowed her brows, immediately sensing the danger, and shouted urgently to Yi Xian. What? At that moment, he wished to evade, but it was too late, for the spear's speed far exceeded his capacity to react. All he could do was to tilt his body to minimize the impact of the spear's lethal strike. The long spear ultimately pierced Yi Xian's left shoulder, and his vibrant blood splattered into the air. The tremendous force hurled him 100 feet away, and he was eventually impaled onto a stone pillar. Yi Xian, Feng Huang cried out, her figure swiftly appearing before him. At this moment, Yi Xian, pinned to the stone pillar, was nearly unconscious, his complexion as pale as paper, with blood cascading down the pillar like a stream onto the ground. Feng Huang gazed at the spear embedded in Yi Xian's shoulder, her pupils dilating in shock. This spear was none other than her own Feng Yin divine spear. Once, from a snow-capped mountain in the Zhou Garden, she had hurled this weapon towards Ji Xiu, who was 1,000 miles away in the divine tree forest, as a warning. Now, Ji Xiu had returned this spear to her, unchanged. Ji Xiu. Feng Huang bit her teeth, uttering the name of the perpetrator with venomous hatred, and then raised her hand to pull out the Feng Yin divine spear from Yi Xian's shoulder. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered forth as Yi Xian let out a pained groan, his pallid face contorting in agony before he slid down from the pillar, having nearly lost all combat capability. At that moment, a voice that Feng Huang was profoundly familiar with echoed, "Sister." She beheld her brother Xianzong arriving on the divine path. As the foremost disciple of the Buddhist sect, Xianzong stood rooted in place, unable to move, merely gazing at her from afar. Xianzong. Feng Huang's voice trembled as she softly called his name. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. A tall figure emerged, parting the dense throng, and slowly approached Xianzong. Clad in white, he possessed an unparalleled beauty, his eyes clear and pure, reminiscent of an elegant scion of a noble family, his smile radiant and enchanting. At first glance, he was indeed breathtaking, standing amidst the hundreds of dark-robed demonic cultivators, distinctly out of place. Yet, this astonishing young man in white was none other than the infamous demon lord of the first demonic sect of the Nine Heavens continent, the esteemed crown prince. Your divine spear. I have returned it to you. Do you like it? Ji Xiu said softly, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed upon Feng Huang. Ji Xiu, you, truly, deserve death. Feng Huang bit her crimson lip, her phoenix eyes fixed on Ji Xiu, brimming with uncontainable fury. She vowed to be irreconcilable with Ji Xiu, determined to engage in a fierce battle with this demon today. Chapter 70. Phoenix dances across the 9 heavens, falling stars. The celestial ban lifted. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the bounty task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a bounty reward of 30,000 destiny essence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, all-seeing eye, as the system notifications echoed in his ears. A delightful smile curled at the corners of Ji Xiu's mouth. Defeating Yi Xian? Too simple. There was not a shred of difficulty. With that, he eagerly activated the all-seeing eye and surveyed the formidable Feng Huang before him. Name, Feng Huang. Age, 23. Cultivation, June level 4 realm. Physique, heavenly phoenix body, awakened, bloodline talent. Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens upon activation. The power of the bloodline is elevated, and combat prowess undergoes a transformative leap. Combat assessment, June level 9 realm. Destined essence potential, 200,000. Note, the host can currently extract 40,000 units of destined essence. Gazing at the information before him, Ji Xiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, murmuring to himself. So this is the all-seeing eye. It not only allows one to view the fundamental information of those being observed, but also assesses their combat capabilities. Most intriguingly, this all-seeing eye can even perceive the latent potential of destined essence within others' bodies. Quite remarkable. With this thought, Ji Xiu deactivated the all-seeing eye, casting a peculiar glance at Feng Huang. At this moment, she appeared to him as a treasure-laden mountain waiting to be unearthed, immensely valuable. Your Highness, the princess. That gaze of yours is rather terrifying. One can only assume that you would not be satisfied until this young master has been thoroughly tormented. Ji Xiu spoke casually, yet he could see the raging fury igniting in Feng Huang's eyes. However, what of it? Ji Xiu, do you not seek the shards of the dual-edged blade? Then come forth for a battle. Should you vanquish me, everything shall be yours." Feng Huang coldly retorted, her beautiful eyes ablaze with the fiercely soaring flames of the phoenix. "How compelling. You wish to battle? Then let the fight commence." Ji Xiu shook his head and stepped forward. "Sister, be careful." Xianzong felt a tightening in his heart as he observed Ji Xiu's advance. He understood that his sister, Feng Huang, was formidable. However, Ji Xiu, in his eyes, transcended the mere definition of strength. The young master once remarked that among the younger generation of the Nine Heavens continent, the foremost was Imo Qinxian, followed closely by Feng Huang. One could only hope that Her Highness the Crown Princess could truly contend with this villain. Mulan bit her crimson lip, her eyes brimming with hope. She wished for Feng Huang to triumph over Ji Xiu, for she firmly believed that righteousness would ultimately prevail over evil. "Kill!" Feng Huang commanded coldly, as the phoenix flame erupted from her eyes. A boundless aura swept across the heavens, an unparalleled killing intent rolling back against the firmament. Armed with the phoenix flame spear, she leapt forth, her form resembling a divine phoenix descending from the heavens, transforming into a terrifying harbinger of death as she tore through the void towards Ji Xiu. "Feng Huang, you cannot prevail." Ji Xiu regarded the surging phoenix flame before him and shook his head. In that moment, a radiant surge of chaotic holy light erupted from the depths of his clear eyes. The second realm of bloodline power, the divine seal, was activated. At this instant, Ji Xiu stood alone beneath the night sky, his garments billowing, his state of mind serene and clear. Only he understood that he resided within a profound and mysterious realm, ineffable and beyond description. As strands of celestial radiance enveloped his form, his aura transformed into something ethereal and transcendent. At that moment, Feng Huang charged forth. Clang, 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 clang. The phoenix wielded the divine spear of phoenix flame, unleashing a barrage of strikes that seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of reality itself. Targeting Ji Xiu with over 100 thrusts in an instant. Each strike appeared to penetrate his body. However, a most peculiar phenomenon unfolded. Every thrust, though seemingly impactful, was entirely evanescent. The spear of phoenix flame pierced through mere illusions. Astonishingly, Ji Xiu remained steadfast in his position, not even shifting a fraction of an inch. How could this be possible? Yingling, observing from the sidelines, was utterly flabbergasted, his eyes widening in disbelief. He was acutely aware of the phoenix's might, invincible beneath the holy tier. Even a holy tier expert could not evade the phoenix's formidable assault as Ji Xiu did. What realm of movement technique was this? Xianzong swallowed hard, his complexion paling to an extreme. This seemed beyond mere movement technique. Mulan gazed at Ji Xiu, her beautiful eyes filled with awe. "Truly, he is my master." Shen Jianxin wore a proud smile, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "This fellow is astonishingly powerful." Mu Xianyin gasped in surprise. When did our young master become so formidable? Old Wei, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. He was the most seasoned and knowledgeable among those present, with keen insight into the depths of their powers. Thus, he could discern at a glance that, whenever Ji Xiu faced the phoenix's impeccably formidable assaults, his body would deftly evade each strike with an almost imperceptible and exquisitely refined arc. The swiftness of his evasion was remarkable, and the timing was nothing short of miraculous. Consequently, from a visual standpoint, it appeared to the onlookers that Ji Xiu remained stationary, seemingly untouched, while each attack from the phoenix appeared to strike him directly. Yet in reality, they merely pierced the void, landing with a resounding impact on nothingness. In truth, Ji Xiu was indeed in motion. However, the degree of his evasive maneuvers was so minimal that it was nearly negligible. His speed was astonishing, swift enough that none of the spectators could perceive it clearly or at all. To his knowledge, there existed no martial technique in this world capable of achieving such finesse. What was most terrifying was that, at this moment, even he could not fathom how Ji Xiu accomplished this feat. The evasive actions he had just witnessed transcended the limits of his understanding. How could this be? The phoenix furrowed her brows, her true essence surging forth as she unleashed a barrage of over 100 strikes toward Ji Xiu, yet all her efforts proved futile. And she could hardly discern how Ji Xiu evaded her relentless onslaught. Damn it! Taking a deep breath, she drove her phoenix flame divine spear into the ground. She resolved to cease her probing and instead exert her overwhelming dominance. Subsequently, she raised her hands, fervently forming intricate seals. Zing! Behind her, a pair of resplendent wings, adorned with phoenix flames, suddenly unfurled. In an instant, Her beautiful eyes turned cold and aloof, as if perceiving all things in the world as mere insects beneath her feet. Phoenix soars through the 9 heavens. Had she finally awakened her bloodline power? Ji Xiu murmured calmly. Phoenix flame. Meteor. The phoenix, with her crimson lips parted, exuded an air of solemnity and sanctity, her entire being ablaze with resplendent flames. With a delicate lift of her jade finger, she gently pointed towards the heavens. Clang. A formidable force of attraction surged through the firmament. In that moment, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. Above the sky, a meteor, engulfed in blazing phoenix flames, tore through the void, descending in the direction indicated by the phoenix's finger, plummeting towards the divine path. At this instant, the temperature of the air at ground level soared dramatically. As all present gazed upward at the colossal meteor descending from the heavens, their expressions shifted in astonishment. Goodness gracious! The phoenix is serious. Yingling abruptly retreated 100 paces. Sister, she is angry. Xianzong gasped, whispering in awe. Step back. Everyone, step back. Nu Xianyin, her complexion pale, shouted sternly at the supreme, demonic cultivators. Retreat now, holy sons and daughters. Elder Wei urged Xianzong, Mulan Xian, and Shun Jian Xian. Following this, all present, drenched in sweat, retreated frantically. Such a battle was beyond their capacity to engage. Simply surviving this encounter was a remarkable feat. Boom. A meteor, ablaze with fierce phoenix flames, descended upon the divine path, and in that moment, the deafening roar of the meteor's explosion resonated in everyone's ears. Simultaneously, a pillar of fire soared towards the sky, shooting into the clouds, and the entire expanse above was instantly transformed into a magnificent sea of flames. The void erupted with terrifying ripples of fire, sweeping outward in all directions. Wherever the ripples passed, the snow-capped mountains shattered, and the earth cracked open, presenting a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic devastation. The very spot where Ji Xiu stood had transformed into a desolate wasteland, shrouded in billowing smoke and scattered flames. Remarkably, the ground had even sunk 3 meters. Moments later, as the explosion wrought by the falling star gradually subsided and the towering flames began to recede, all present rose to their feet, their gazes trembling with anxiety as they turned towards the center of the impact, eager to ascertain Ji Xiu's condition. As they beheld the earth that had descended several meters, a collective gasp escaped their lips, and sweat began to soak their backs. Meanwhile, Feng Huang panted heavily, her chest rising and falling violently. Her complexion was pale, and her eyes burned with intensity as she fixated on the billowing smoke. Clearly, the invocation of the falling star was a forbidden technique she had unleashed after awakening her bloodline power. While immensely powerful, it came at a tremendous cost, rendering her unable to attempt it again in the near future. Nevertheless, she held unwavering confidence in this ability, for it was indeed a taboo. None beneath the sacred rank could withstand it, and even those of the sacred rank could be injured. Given this, how could Ji Xiu possibly endure? Just then, a sound of footsteps resonated. From the swirling smoke emerged a tall figure. Impossible. Upon seeing this silhouette, Feng Huang's ethereal beauty was instantly overshadowed by shock. Her enchanting eyes filled with disbelief. Even more terrifying was the fact that the footsteps approaching her, neither hurried nor slow, seemed to perfectly align with the rhythm of her own heartbeat. Nothing is impossible. Ji Xiu slowly emerged from the ruins, brushing off the dust that clung to him. And then his gaze fixed upon Feng Huang as he calmly addressed her. Your Highness, the princess, are you prepared for what lies ahead? What? At his words, Feng Huang furrowed her brow slightly. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition swept over her as she listened to Ji Xiu. Chapter 71. Shattering the glimmer of white moonlight. Things have grown intriguing. In that very instant, as Ji Xiu's voice faded, a shard of starlight fractured. Ji Xiu stepped forward, positioning himself before Feng Huang. Behind him a cascade of shattered starry remnants. Kill. Feng Huang's expression shifted dramatically, without a moment's hesitation. She seized the Phoenix Flame Divine Spear from the ground and thrust it directly toward Ji Xiu's heart. Ha! A smirk played at the corners of Ji Xiu's mouth as he extended a finger, touching the blade of the Phoenix Flame Spear. Clang! A mournful wail of the spear echoed. An overwhelming force erupted, causing the Phoenix Flame Spear to slip from Feng Huang's grasp. You! Feng Huang's face turned pale, her crimson lips parting to utter a single word. In that moment, Ji Xiu struck her abdomen with a powerful punch, showing no mercy. Uffed. Feng Huang coughed up a mouthful of blood, doubling over and staggering back 3 steps. At that moment, she felt her body weaken uncontrollably. as though her internal organs had been shattered. "I shall fight you to the end," enduring the excruciating pain in her abdomen. Feng Huang gritted her teeth and raised her jade fist, launching a thunderous strike toward Ji Xiu, her immense strength causing the very air to quiver. However, in the next moment, a hand pierced through the void and grasped her slender, snow-white neck. A muffled cry escaped from Huang's lips, the sensation of suffocation causing her delicate face to flush. In an instant, Ji Xiu pulled her closer to him, their proximity so intimate that they could feel each other's breath. Gazing upon the breathtakingly beautiful visage before him, Ji Xiu's tone remained eerily calm as he declared, "Feng Huang, this young master truly wishes to end your life here. Yet, do you not realize? It would be a pity to kill you." Upon hearing this, Feng Huang, her enchanting eyes wide with disbelief, let a faint smile curve her crimson lips before she softly retorted, "Ji Xiu, do you feel it as a pity? Or are you simply afraid?" Chuckling softly, Ji Xiu shook his head, a smile gracing his lips, but suddenly his expression turned icy. He raised his hand and, without a trace of mercy, struck Feng Huang's exquisite face with a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed throughout the surroundings. Feng Huang was momentarily stunned by the force of the blow. A crimson stream of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, and a clear handprint marred her ethereal beauty. This scene left all present utterly speechless. Feng Huang's brother, Xianzong, trembled with rage. Yingling contemplated intervening, yet as he beheld Ji Xiu's figure, he felt as though his feet were firmly anchored to the ground, fear rendering him incapable of any defiance. Beneath the stone pillar lay Yi Xian, his face flushed a deep crimson, hands clenched tightly into fists. Perhaps it was the intensity of his grip that drove his nails into his palms, causing crimson droplets to fall one by one onto the ground. His beloved, the exalted and resplendent Princess Feng Huang, was being toyed with by Ji Xiu as if she were but a mere plaything. As for Feng Huang herself, she had contemplated the possibility that Ji Xiu might slay her outright, yet she never imagined that he would deliver a resounding slap. "Ji Xiu, what is the meaning of this? Is this humiliation?" Feng Huang gazed at Ji Xiu with sorrowful eyes, her fiery aura diminishing around her, yet her beautiful eyes remained defiant. "Humiliation?" Ji Xiu shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "It hardly qualifies. At most, it is but a minor lesson to ensure you comprehend your current position. However, from my perspective, it seems you should now be aware and prepared." Prepared for what? Feng Huang had yet to grasp the implications of Ji Xiu's words when he suddenly seized the radiant wings of fire that flowed behind her. The wings were warm and soft to the touch, and he could distinctly sense the immense power coursing through them. "Ji Xiu, you." Feng Huang's expression shifted dramatically as she began to realize something, but her words remained unspoken. Ji Xiu, with a cold smile, abruptly yanked, and a sharp crack echoed through the air. "Ah!" The phoenix let out a heart-wrenching cry, her delicate form trembling violently like a flower battered by a torrential downpour. An excruciating pain radiated from her back, spreading throughout her limbs. A torment that seemed to emanate from the depths of her very soul, nearly rendering her unconscious. Her exquisitely beautiful face turned an alarming shade of pallor, and her once defiant eyes now glimmered with an unsettling whiteness, filled with a sense of disarray. At this moment, a singular thought consumed her mind. Pain. The pain is unbearable. The devouring immortal demonic art. Activate. Ji Xiu commenced the incantation of the devouring immortal demonic art. In that instant, half of the phoenix's wings transformed into radiant beams of divine light, merging into his being. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating the sky-devouring demonic art, successfully devouring the divine wings of the celestial phoenix and advancing to the 5th level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for devouring the divine wings of the celestial phoenix, acquiring 20,000 essence of destiny. Ding. Congratulations to the host for devouring the divine wings of the celestial phoenix. The process of devouring the purifying world demonic flame has reached 20. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the pinnacle of the 5th realm of the monarch stage. As the series of system notifications echoed in his ears, Ji Xiu felt an overwhelming sense of comfort wash over him. He released the phoenix, who collapsed helplessly to the ground, her mouth slightly agape as she gasped for air. In that moment, her body was at its most feeble, and her once proud, beautiful eyes were filled with a heart-wrenching sense of fragility. Demon. Xianzong gazed at the bloodied phoenix sprawled on the ground, an immense fury igniting within him, his eyes directed at Ji Xiu brimming with murderous intent. At this moment, he yearned to confront Xianzong with all his might, and it seemed that Xianzong also sensed the intensity of his gaze, slightly turning to glance at him. How intriguing. A promising talent indeed. In the novel, Xianzong is the foremost figure of the Buddhist sect, yet ultimately transforms into a bloodthirsty demon monk under the command of Nan Lingwei, instilling terror in all who hear his name. The catalyst for this transformation was the annihilation of his sect, the Great Thunder Sound Temple, by a long-lived family from the celestial realm. Curiously, the righteous forces, who spoke so fervently of justice, fell silent collectively. Thus, for the sake of vengeance, he forsook Buddhism and embraced demonic power. Originally, Ji Xiu intended to eliminate Xianzong after locating the phoenix, but now it appeared that an alternative path might unfold. The swallowing immortal demon technique had advanced to its 5th level. Hence, this young master had acquired the ability to corrupt others. Xianzong was the most suitable candidate. Ji Xiu scrutinized Xianzong, finding increasing satisfaction with each passing moment. The initial levels of the swallowing immortal demon technique focused on refining the body, cultivating the meridians, and nurturing the demonic soul. However, at the 5th level, a qualitative transformation occurred, granting him genuine demonic power. Ji Xiu, I shall not rest until one of us is dead. Xianzong gritted his teeth, furiously rebuking Ji Xiu. He had already resigned himself to the possibility of dying alongside his sister in Zhou Ling Little Monk. Do not speak too soon. Ji Xiu replied with a mysterious smile directed at Xianzong. As his words faded, a hand suddenly rested upon Xianzang's shoulder. Xianzang's expression shifted dramatically, turning to find only the infinite coldness reflected in Wei Lao's eyes. At this moment, the true essence within him was progressively frozen. Such a familiar scene. The Snow Maiden observed the frozen figure of Xianzong, unable to move, and shivered involuntarily. She recalled the night she had spent frozen outside the Weihong Palace, at the mercy of Elder Wei. Ji Xiu cast a glance at Xianzong, then lowered his gaze to the frail Feng Huang beneath him. Ji Xiu, you would do well to end my life today. Otherwise, in the future, I shall not spare you. Feng Huang summoned all her strength to lift a delicate hand and grasp Ji Xiu's ankle, her crimson lips parting to speak in a broken whisper. Feng Huang, this noble son has declared that killing you would be too much of a loss. However, do you not sense a remarkable and uncanny synergy between us? In the days to come, you shall not spare me, and I shall not let you go. Thus, I kindly ask for your future guidance, Your Highness the Long Princess. Ji Xiu smiled warmly at Feng Huang, a stark contrast to his previously icy demeanor. Feng Huang harbored within her the potential of 200,000 celestial destinies, a treasure not to be squandered. To extinguish her life now would be an egregious waste. Therefore, until he had extracted every last ounce of her value, she could not perish. Brute, demon, I will kill you. I will kill you. Yu Xin gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing crimson as he glared at Ji Xiu, who stood before Feng Huang, roaring like a wild beast. Yet, despite his fervent rage, reason reminded him that with his current strength, he could not harm Ji Xiu in the slightest. Indeed, he now finds himself with but a single path before him. Master, help me. I implore you. Assist me. Yi Xian extended his hand, grasping fervently at the necklace that adorned his master's neck, casting aside his dignity to plead incessantly. It is worth noting that throughout a decade of arduous cultivation, he had never once beseeched Ningxian for aid. It is evident that Yu Xian had reached the pinnacle of agony and despair. Moments later, a voice, gentle to the very core, resonated in his ears. Alas. Very well. Today I shall lend you the power of your master. However, let this be the last time. At the instant those words fell, Yu Xian felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his being. This power transcended the realm of the June level. Boom. An aura capable of overshadowing the heavens enveloped the entire courtyard in an instant. Onlookers gazed in shock at Yu Xian, who slowly rose from beneath the stone pillar, exclaiming in astonishment, "The sacred realm. This is the power of the sacred realm," as he sensed the suffocating pressure emanating from the heavens and earth. Ji Xiu turned, his expression calm as he regarded Yu Xian, whose eyes blazed crimson, gasping for breath. And radiating the might of the sacred realm, this scene seemed to be one he had anticipated all along at that moment. A faint smile graced his lips as he murmured with intrigue, "Yi Xian, have you finally summoned the power of your master? It appears the situation is becoming quite fascinating." Chapter 72. With a snap of the fingers, the fiery flames erupt, unleashing the wrath of Yi Xian. The sacred realm. How could this fellow suddenly ascend to the sacred realm? The second prince of the great chain, Yingling, gazed in astonishment at Yu Xian, who had transcended the peak of the June realm, retreating several steps in disbelief. The moment he recalled the mocking words he had hurled at Ji Xiu earlier, he couldn't help but feel a strong urge to slap himself across the face. A powerhouse of the sacred realm was beyond his capacity to deride. A sacred realm warrior. This individual is indeed a master of the sacred stage. Such youth accompanying such power? Miss Xue felt the terrifying pressure radiating from Ji Xiu, her delicate face turning a ghastly white. Having followed her lady, Chu Li, for many years, she prided herself on having encountered sacred realm experts. Yet, a master of the sacred stage at such a tender age? This was something she had never even heard of. This individual is most certainly out of the ordinary. Elder Wei, quickly take our master away. Now that Ji Xiu has reached the sacred realm, our master is in peril. Xinjian urged anxiously to Elder Wei beside him. Silence. The young master has his own plans. Elder Wei rebuked sharply, taking a deep breath. Given his understanding of Ji Xiu, he believed that Ji Xiu would have meticulously crafted a plan and an escape route for any situation. Although he was baffled by Ji Xiu's sudden acquisition of sacred power, he was confident that Ji Xiu had long anticipated this turn of events, even appearing to relish it. In the face of the sacred realm, how can this individual remain so composed? What could he possibly intend? Mu Xianyin gazed intently at Ji Xiu, sharing the same realization as Elder Wei. Meanwhile, Ji Xiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes fixed fervently upon Ji Xiu. Name, Ji Xiu. Age, 24. Cultivation, Saint level. First realm, combat assessment. Pinnacle of Saint level, first realm. Source of combat power, 9 heavens upper realm, Changxing family, Ning clan, Ningxian, destined essence potential, 250. 000 destiny points. System notification. The host can currently excavate 100,000 destiny points. Alas. Truly, he embodies the archetype of a novel's protagonist. To possess such immense potential of 250,000 destiny points is indeed a marvel. What a pity it is now. Yet, 100,000 is still a significant sum. With this thought, Ji Xiu deactivated his all-seeing eye, gazing at Ji Xiu with a look of resigned regret. Should he eliminate Ji Xiu now, the acquisition of those 100,000 destiny points would be a considerable gain for him. At that moment, Ji Xiu paid no heed to Ji Xiu. Instead, he lowered his gaze to the feeble Feng Huang lying on the ground and gently spoke, "Your Highness, the princess. Do not fear. Wait for me. I shall take you away from here." Having said that, he lifted his head to meet Ji Xiu's gaze, his expression devoid of emotion. His voice resonating with the somber tone of a wounded beast. "Ji Xiu, come forth to meet your demise." Chuckling softly, Ji Xiu shook his head, engaging in a monologue. It is said that in this world, there exists a universally acknowledged truth among the cultivators of the 9 heavens continent. Beneath the sacred rank, all are but ants. Yet, this young lord believes that such a statement is utter nonsense. As the words fell, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Did Ji Xiu truly intend to challenge the sacred rank with his mere monarch stature? The master was underestimating the situation. The sacred rank is not so easily contested. The powerful beings of the sacred rank and the practitioners of the monarch rank inhabit entirely different realms. Shen Jinxin bit her silver teeth, anxiously regarding Ji Xiu. This demon, daring to confront the sacred rank? Who does he think he is? Mu Langxin scoffed softly. If only young master Yi could vanquish this demon. In that case, we would all be saved. Xianzang clenched his fist tightly, incessantly fiddling with the prayer beads in his hand, silently praying for Yu Xian. Xianzang, have you considered the weight of your own words? Yu Xian now possesses the power of the sacred rank. Ji Xiu is doomed. Mu Langxin shot a glare at Xianzang, perplexed by his lack of confidence. After all, her deeply ingrained belief told her that Ji Xiu, in the presence of Yi Xian, was merely a laughable insect. Upon hearing this, Xianzang glanced at Mu Langxin but refrained from elaborating further. If what Mu Langxin asserted were indeed true, it would be splendid. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that matters were far more complex than they appeared. At this moment, he gazed at Ji Xiu's retreating figure, a slight movement in his throat betraying his emotions. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as though looking at Ji Xiu was akin to staring into an abyss. The scene shifted. Yi Xian, with hands clasped behind his back, regarded Ji Xiu with an expression of indifference, refraining from uttering further words as he stepped forward. Boom! A formidable surge of saint-level power erupted, causing the very fabric of space to tremble violently. Thunder roared above, and an overwhelming pressure permeated the entire courtyard. Kill! Yu Xian uttered the word with chilling detachment. his eyes alight with divine radiance that pierced through the darkness, suddenly locking onto Ji Xiu. In that instant, he unleashed a punch. The immense force of his saint-level energy surging forth like a tidal wave breaching its dam, reminiscent of a celestial explosion. Indeed, the essence of saint-level power was transformative. Ji Xiu, feeling the intensity of the moment, let the chaotic celestial light in his eyes blaze to its zenith. He charged forward a step, delivering a punch of his own. Boom! The two fists collided, unleashing a terrifying tempest of true essence that spiraled into the heavens, fracturing the ground beneath Ji Xiu and Yi Xian into a web of cracks. The sheer force left the onlookers aghast, forcing them to retreat 100 paces in shock. Even those of the monarch level would find themselves gravely injured in the wake of such power. As they steadied themselves, a jaw-dropping spectacle unfolded before their eyes. Staggering backward, a figure retreated 17 steps from the storm of true essence. This individual was not Ji Xiu, but surprisingly, it was Yi Xian. How could this be possible? Mulan was rendered speechless. In her preconceived notions, a sacred tier powerhouse could effortlessly extinguish a monarch tier cultivator, leaving no room for resistance. Yet, the scene before her shattered this understanding entirely. This individual possesses combat power comparable to that of a sacred tier. Xian Zhang's mouth gaped open in astonishment, as if it could accommodate an egg. Ji Xiu, this person has defied the heavens. Yingling gasped for breath, his eyes nearly bulging out. Truly worthy of being the young master. Wei Lao exhaled in relief. He had known that Ji Xiu must possess the confidence to challenge a sacred tier opponent. Beside him, Nu Xianyin and Shinjian Xin also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. How could this be possible? Yu Xian furrowed his brows tightly, feeling a tremor in his right fist that had just clashed with Ji Xiu's, and he had even been at a disadvantage moments ago, after activating the divine restriction. My combat power indeed rivals that of a sacred tier. In light of this, I shall no longer hold back. Ji Xiu murmured to himself, then, with a swift motion, charged toward Yi Xian, raising his fist mercilessly to strike. Kill! Yi Xian roared, transforming into a shooting star as he collided with Ji Xiu in a breathtaking clash atop the divine path. Boom! 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 Ji Xiu and Yi Xian engaged in an exquisite close-quarters combat, exchanging blows with fists and elbows. Their movements were nothing short of extraordinary. Star God shattered shadows. Fragments of stars scattered across the sky, myriad star shadows. The Eternal Life Clan, Swift Wind 9 steps, ethereal and elusive. In that moment, atop the divine path, countless phantoms filled the air, leaving spectators in a daze. Boom, boom, boom. In the clash of powers at the sacred tier, a terrifying sonic boom reverberated through the void. Ji Xiu and Yi Xian collided like two celestial bodies, their epic confrontation leaving all spectators in awe. In that fleeting moment, everyone comprehended the truth. Ji Xiu was not merely capable of battling at the sacred tier, he rendered it insignificant. With a cold sneer, Ji Xiu declared, "Is the sacred tier truly so formidable? Master, how could this be?" Yi Xian staggered backward, regaining his footing as a surge of vitality coursed through him. "Xianer, steady yourself." The gentle voice of Ning Xian resonated. In response, Yi Xian sensed the sacred tier power within him intensifying. Sacred tier second realm. Sacred tier third realm. Sacred tier fourth realm. Sacred tier fifth realm. In mere moments, Yi Xian's aura surged from the first to the fifth realm of the sacred tier. "Thank you, master. I shall not disappoint you." With that, Yi Xian unsheathed his divine blade, stepping into the void with newfound confidence, bolstered by the elevated sacred tier strength, and charged once more at Ji Xiu. How brazen! Ji Xiu scoffed, a flicker of sinister crimson flames, tinged with eerie black energy, erupting from within him. In that instant, the temperature of the void subtly escalated, unleashing a silent force of utter destruction emanating from Ji Xiu's being. "Ji Xiu, prepare to meet your demise." Yi Xian stood poised in the void, his gaze locked onto Ji Xiu, as he swung his heavenly blade down with fervor. "Burn." With an expressionless face, Ji Xiu uttered a single word and then extended his left hand, interlacing his middle finger and thumb to snap his fingers. Boom! A crimson flame, tainted with ominous black energy and exuding an otherworldly allure, erupted violently from Ji Xiu's body. "Xianer, be cautious." Ning Xian's voice resonated in Yi Xian's ears. But it was already too late. The terrifying inferno, imbued with destructive power, sent Yi Xian hurtling 100 feet away. every inch of his body blossoming with ghastly crimson flowers as he convulsed under the onslaught of the hellish flames. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Ji Xiu, stepping upon the fragments of the star god, instantly appeared before Ji Xiu. Without uttering a word, he raised his right hand, enveloped in demonic fire, and struck down upon the back of the divine oracle blade. Clang! A piercing sound of the blade echoed. What followed was a shocking spectacle. The black blade, seemingly capable of cleaving all, shattered into countless pieces. The divine oracle blade had been obliterated by Ji Xiu's mere slap. Subsequently, Ji Xiu lifted his foot and forcefully stomped onto Ji Xiu's chest. Spurt! Ji Xiu coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his chest caving in abruptly, and his body plummeted to the ground like a fallen star, sending clouds of dust into the air. Chapter 73, Severed Arm. Ji Xiu was actually the destined one of Ningxiyan. This flame is the purifying demonic flame. Lying on the ground, Feng Huang's face turned pale, her voice trembling. She had never anticipated that Ji Xiu possessed the third-ranked flame of the purifying demonic flame. How could this be? This individual not only matched the strength of the sacred realm, but also wielded the purifying demonic flame. Mulan's delicate body trembled, her beautiful eyes wide with shock, as she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The pure world demon flame. Was it not in the hands of the supreme celestial being, Nenlingwe? Xianzong was equally taken aback, sweat soaking through his back. Ha ha ha. Mu Xianyin coldly shook her head. If the world believed that the pure world demon flame resided with her master, then they were gravely mistaken. After all, even her master had been outmaneuvered by Ji Xiu a decade ago. The true master of the pure world demon flame was not her master Nanlingwe, but Ji Xiu. The pure world demon flame. You dare to possess the pure world demon flame. Ji Xiu swayed unsteadily, slowly rising to his feet, his voice trembling with disbelief. At that moment, his body was drenched in blood, his chest charred black. He could sense the power of the pure world demon flame rampaging within him, and his strength was gradually fading. Yet, despite this, he clenched his fists, still yearning to challenge Ji Xiu. Run, Xianer, hurry and flee. Ning Xian's anxious voice resonated in Ji Xian's ears. However, in truth, she too could not withstand it for long. Master, disciple is unwilling. Ji Xian gritted his teeth, his voice quivering with sorrow as he spoke, his hand that clutched the broken divine verdict blade trembling slightly. Moments ago, his Dao heart had nearly shattered alongside the divine verdict blade at Ji Xiu's strike. If he were to leave like this, an indelible shadow would surely linger in his heart. Xianer, listen to your master. Quickly flee. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Only by living can there be hope. If you insist on fighting him again, it will only lead to your demise. Upon hearing these words, Ji Xian's mind instantly cleared. He clenched his teeth and nodded emphatically. Then, he cast a glance at the fallen phoenix on the ground, his eyes filled with reluctance and guilt. Yet, he understood that he could no longer hesitate. And with a firm resolve, he prepared to flee from the shoaling. At that moment, a tall figure obstructed his path. Trying to leave? Where do you think you're going? Ji Xiu sneered, stepping forward and delivering a powerful punch. Ah! Ji Xian roared in fury, unleashing his holy energy to engage Ji Xiu in battle once more. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed as Ji Xiu's fist crushed Ji Xian's hand. He was sent flying, tumbling helplessly for dozens of circles before finally coming to a stop. Even when he had drawn upon Ning Xian's full strength, he had been no match for Ji Xiu. How could he possibly contend with him now, injured as he was? Let this end. Ji Xiu shook his head, preparing to step forward and crush Ji Xian's skull beneath his foot. At that instant, a brilliant light erupted from the necklace around Ji Xian's neck. In that blinding radiance, a slender jade hand reached out and struck towards Ji Xiu. Haha, has she finally decided to intervene? Ji Xiu scoffed, countering with a palm strike of his own. Boom. A storm of true essence erupted, sending magical flames splattering in all directions. The void twisted inch by inch, and invisible ripples surged outward in all directions. This is truly a clash of sacred powers, one that surpasses the might previously exhibited by Ji Xian by no less than tenfold. However, it is understandable. Although Ji Xian harnessed the sacred strength of Ning Xian, he ultimately could not wield it to perfection. Ji Xiu took a step back, his gaze filled with astonishment as he beheld the enigmatic woman before him. Instinctively shaking his slightly numbed arm, she was clad in an elegant white gown, her beauty beyond mere description, and her striking silver hair danced gracefully in the wind. The nine heavens. The Eternal Life Clan. Ning Xian. Ji Xiu narrowed his eyes and murmured softly. He had anticipated that at the critical moment, Ning Xian would undoubtedly intervene personally. Ji Xiu, young master, spare those who deserve mercy. Ning Xian said with a cold gaze directed at Ji Xiu. What if I, the young master, insist on eliminating Yi Xian? What then? Ji Xiu inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes. You cannot kill him. Ning Xian replied, her expression unwavering. Very well. Then let me witness your power. Ji Xiu responded calmly. As he spoke, a flicker of intrigue crossed his brow, recalling the character's depiction of Ning Xian in the novel. Perhaps he could present Ning Xian with a delightful surprise ahead. Xianer, regain your focus. My master will soon take you away. Ning Xian urged. Addressing the bloodied and gravely weakened Yi Xian. Master, please be careful. I can still endure. Yi Xian managed to utter, his voice barely above a whisper. Do not worry. Ning Xian nodded slightly, and then she drew a finely crafted sword adorned with delicate celestial patterns from the void, holding it horizontally before her chest. This was the divine sword Fei Wang, forged from the precious Ji Xiu Huang gene by the esteemed Ning family of the Chongqing lineage. Upon witnessing this blade, Ji Xiu's smile deepened with an undeniable intensity. It was undeniable that this Fei Wang seemed as if it had been crafted from the very essence of the Deluo sword embryo. Since you, esteemed elder, wish to engage in battle, let us proceed, Ji Xiu declared, shaking his head in resignation. With a flicker of brilliance in his hand, an ancient sword embryo, unadorned and dim, appeared before him. Despite its lack of luster, the sword embryo bore an extraordinarily mystical scene of soaring immortals. When Ning Xian beheld the sword in Ji Xiu's grasp, her expression froze, and her heart nearly ceased its rhythm. The sword that had been poised before her instinctively began to lower. This seemed to be the very sword foretold in her family's prophecy. Ning Xian's lips parted slightly, her captivating eyes fixated on the Deluo sword embryo in Ji Xiu's hand, her pupils trembling with disbelief. An indescribable emotion surged within her heart. Millennia ago, the Ning family had fallen into decline, their bloodline withering, on the verge of losing their esteemed status among the top Chongqing families of the Nine Heavens. The ancestral master of the Ning family had sacrificed his life to glimpse the future. He beheld a man and a sword. That sword contained the power to defy the ages, an unparalleled force. And that man, wielding this very sword, would rescue the Ning family from peril and aid them in reclaiming their rightful place as the foremost Chongqing family in the celestial realm. Thus, after the fall of the patriarch of the Ning family, the man foretold by the ancestor came to be referred to as the Holy Master by the members of the Ning clan. Consequently, the sword became the holy sword prophesied by the Ning family. It is for this reason that the descendants of the Ning family have tirelessly sought after the man and the sword mentioned in the ancestor as prophecy for countless millennia. However, despite the passage of tens of thousands of years, they have yet to uncover even the slightest trace of either the man or the sword. Once upon a time, Ning she regarded that man and the sword as the profound responsibilities she bore as the eldest princess of the Ning family. Yet, after many years and countless searches through various places, her efforts yielded naught. She even reached a point of considering abandonment, questioning the authenticity of the ancestor's prophecy. Until now, she unexpectedly glimpsed the sword embryo, deeply etched in her memory since childhood, in the hands of Ji Xiu. How could she not be entranced at this moment? And how could she not be astounded? Ji Xiu, who are you truly? Is this encounter destined for me? So you are the one capable of saving the Ning family from peril, correct? But why must it be you? Ning she bit her delicate lip, whispering softly. Her gaze toward Ji Xiu filled with complexity. Ji Xiu let out a cold laugh, for he indeed anticipated Ning she's intricate expression. In the novel, the ancestor of the Ning family had, at the cost of his life, glimpsed the existence of a man and a sword. That man embarked alone onto the Sea of Realms, delving into the depths of darkness, waging battles against the heavens, and shining with unparalleled brilliance. However, even the ancestor of the Ning family was uncertain whether he had glimpsed the future or the past, or perhaps a corner of an indescribable dimension. The prophecy he left for the Ning family was merely a fabrication he conjured after witnessing that astonishing moment, or perhaps a flicker of hope bestowed upon them. He yearned for the emergence of a formidable figure in the future to rescue the Ning family from peril. He also wished for the descendants of the Ning family to be inspired by his prophecy. Of course, although this was a colossal deception, it ultimately served to benefit Ji Xiu immensely. Moreover, Ji Xiu was prepared to make the most of this falsehood. With a deep breath, Ning Xian raised her delicate hand, lightly tapping the void, as she made a resolute decision. Clang! Beneath Ji Xian's feet, a remarkably peculiar teleportation array materialized, emanating vast imperial energy. Master, come quickly. Let us depart together. Ji Xian shouted with all his might. Xianer, Master will accompany you only this far. The path ahead is yours to tread. I must remain. Ning Xian softly replied to Ji Xian. No. Ji Xian cried out in despair. He believed Ning Xian was sacrificing herself for his sake. His heart ached, and tears streamed down his face. An imperial-level formation. The primordial teleportation array. Ji Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder Ning Xian had confidently proclaimed she could not kill Ji Xian. It turned out she had long prepared the primordial teleportation array. Nevertheless, even so, he would still give it his all to try. Ji Xian wished to escape from this place entirely, but that was an impossibility. With that, Ji Xiu brandished the Deluo sword embryo, his gaze fixed upon Ji Xian. With a flick of his wrist, the sword embryo unleashed a dazzling beam of celestial sword light. The brilliance of the sword light was blinding, illuminating the endless night above the courtyard as if it were broad daylight, its power reaching an unimaginable zenith. No, Ning Xian cried out, attempting to intervene. But the sword light was so swift that she had no time to react. With a piercing sound, an arm was sent soaring high into the air, blood splattering through the atmosphere in a gruesome display. Clang! As Ji Xian's severed right arm fell to the ground, blood pooled beneath him. At that moment, Ning Xian's expression froze. Her disciple, Ji Xian, had lost his right arm, severed by Ji Xiu's blade. Ding! Congratulations on severing the right arm of the destined protagonist Ji Xian, earning 50,000 destiny essence. Hearing the system's notification echo in his ears, Ji Xiu shook his head in disappointment. It was a pity. Although he felt regret for not being able to take Ji Xian's life today, he was not disheartened, for he had another scheme in mind for Ji Xian. Yes, a plan that would render his existence worse than death. With that thought, Ji Xiu's gaze shifted to Ning Xian, a chilling smile creeping upon his lips. Chapter 74. The Disaster That Draws Jiangdong. Ji Xiu's sinister plan. Senior, do you not intend to leave Zhouling with your disciple? Ji Xiu quietly stowed away the Deluo sword embryo and offered Ning Xian a warm smile, radiant and beautiful. At this moment, he seemed like a completely different person from the one who ruthlessly severed Ji Xian's right arm just moments ago. Ji Xiu, you are indeed excessively cruel. Ning Xian exclaimed, her silver teeth clenched, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Ji Xiu. She had indeed managed to save Ji Xian's life. Yet he was left without his right arm, severely injured and poisoned by demonic toxins. The thought of how he would survive from here on out was utterly unimaginable to her. Hee. Ji Xiu cast a glance at Ning Xian, his tone laced with amusement. So, do you intend to seek vengeance for your disciple? Why not try to see if you can sever this young master's arm as well? You. Ning Xian was momentarily speechless, her chest rising and falling with intense agitation, clearly infuriated. If Ji Xiu truly was the man foretold by her family's prophecy, then she would be powerless to act against him, even if he had killed Ji Xian. Should she dare to harm even a single hair on Ji Xiu? Her family and parents would be the first to exact their wrath upon her. It appears that the esteemed elder has no intention of severing this young master's arm. May I inquire why you have yet to take your leave? Are you perhaps interested in the dual severing blade technique? Do you wish to challenge me? Ji Xiu asked playfully, observing Ning Xian with keen interest. You overestimate your significance. I hold no interest in the dual severing blade technique, she retorted, for she was the eldest daughter of the Ning family, a lineage of immortals from the realm of the nine heavens. Even though the Ning family had fallen from grace, the adage that a dead camel is still larger than a horse held true. A supreme imperial technique was hardly enough to sway her. Then what, esteemed elder? Piques your interest? Is it the snowflakes drifting through this garden? Is it still this unparalleled beauty standing apart from the world? Or perhaps, is it me? Ji Xiu, fully aware of the pretense, fixed his gaze intently upon Ning Xian's eyes. You, Feng Wang. I remain here solely for Feng Wang. She is the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the fiancée of Ji Xian. I absolutely cannot permit any harm to come to her. Ah, I see. Ji Xiu chuckled softly, shaking his head. He then stepped forward, bending to lift Feng Wang into his arms, the fragrance of jasmine enveloping him, bringing a sense of joy. Let me go? Feng Wang's voice was weak as she attempted to struggle, yet the overwhelming fatigue rendered even the slightest movement a challenge, leaving her entirely at Ji Xiu's mercy. Silence. Ji Xiu admonished Feng Wang coldly before carrying her to Mu Xianyin, placing her gently into her hands. Your Highness, the Saintess, the princess is now under my protection. You must take good care of her. Of course, Mu Xianyin replied. If she regains her strength and attempts to flee, do not hesitate. Simply break her legs. Ji Xiu offered a slight smile to Mu Xianyin. You rascal. Mu Xianyin regarded Ji Xiu with a bemused expression, realizing that he had grown increasingly to her taste. Devil. Feng Wang bit her flower-like lips, shooting a fierce glare at Ji Xiu. Ha! Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu let out a light chuckle, displaying no anger. Instead, he reached out to remove the engagement ring from Feng Wang's finger and retrieved a marriage certificate from within. This certificate was the very one that marked the engagement between Feng Wang and Yi Xian. With a resounding clang, dark flames ignited from his fingertips, and in an instant, the marriage certificate disintegrated into ashes, drifting into the sky. Ji Xiu, you. Feng Wang gazed at the swirling remnants of ash, her lips parted slightly. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. What? Does Her Highness the Princess have something to say? After all, this marriage certificate was merely prepared for returning to Yi Xian, was it not? Ji Xiu spoke calmly, glancing at Feng Wang. No. At his words, Feng Wang bit her floral lips and shook her head, falling into silence. The reason she had not called off the engagement before was simply that she did not wish to add to the misfortune of a fallen youth. Now, if Ji Xiu had burned the certificate, so be it. However, a thought suddenly surged within her. Could it be that this man, by incinerating her marriage certificate, truly intends to claim her for himself? How about that? Feng Wang is no longer the fiancé of your disciple. Does the senior still have a reason? Ji Xiu casually addressed Ning Xian. Then so be it. I shall still ensure her safety. Ning Xian replied, her expression remaining impassive. Suit yourself. If you choose not to leave, then do not. This young noble has no objections. Ji Xiu waved his hand, and a faint smile graced his lips as he suddenly shifted the tone of his voice, saying, however, what I am about to ask of your disciple may not sit well with you. What does this mean? Ning Xian felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding surge within her. Hiki. Ji Xiu turned to Shen Jianxin, a mysterious smile illuminating his face as he spoke. Jianxin, I have a task for you. Your command is my duty. Shen Jianxin replied, her exquisite countenance radiating sincerity. Ji Xiu collected his thoughts before continuing. Shen Jianxin furrowed her brow slightly, struggling to comprehend Ji Xiu's intentions. If news of the events in the Divine Wood Forest and the Zhou Garden were to be made public, the ramifications would be monumental. Just as her thoughts spiraled, Ji Xiu's smile deepened. I want you to inform the world. 3 days ago, Li Wangsheng, the young master of the Heavenly Strategy Army, and Zhao Wuji, the young master of the 10,000 Poisons Valley, both met their demise at the hands of Yi Xian from the Sacred Phoenix Empire. Furthermore, the holy son of the sacred sect, Mo Lingfeng, was severely injured by him, and you, Shen Jianxin, narrowly escaped with your life. As his words fell, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Ji Xiu was about to incite chaos in Jiangdong, with the deaths of Li Wangxing and Zhao Wuji. Their sects would surely be aware by now, and they would be in an uproar. Ji Xiu's ploy effectively cast the enmity of two prominent sects squarely onto Yu Xian. Yet he himself shall remain untouched by the threads of causality. My lord, what of the dual severance blade technique? Did Yi Xian also acquire it? Shen Jianxin narrowed her eyes slightly and inquired softly. She pondered that if the blame for the dual severance blade technique were placed upon Ji Xiu, the ensuing events might become even more tumultuous. There is no need for that. After all, one must leave a modicum of suspense for the cultivators of the 9 heavens continent. Moreover, they possess intellect. They will deduce the truth on their own. To elaborate excessively would only render it too contrived. Ji Xiu shook his head. Ji Xiu, you are truly a demon. Mulan glared at Ji Xiu with fury in her beautiful eyes. This scoundrel not only severed Yi Xian's right hand, but also shifted the blame for all the bloodshed onto him. Furthermore, he left behind a suspense regarding the whereabouts of the dual severance blade technique, ensuring that the cultivators across the continent would not let him off the hook. Such methods are utterly malevolent, wicked, truly despicable. Xianzong clenched his fists tightly, his heart seething with indignation. So much so that even this foremost disciple of the Buddhist sect could not refrain from uttering an expletive. Ji Xiu, how dare you? Ning Xian rebuked coldly, her delicate form trembling with rage. How could this young lord not dare? If you can aid Yi Xian, why can't this young lord assist himself? Since Yi Xian dared to challenge me by borrowing Ning Xian's power, how could I not dare to do the same? You. Ning Shiyin found herself momentarily speechless as she gazed at Ji Xiu's cold demeanor. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable reluctance to meet his gaze. Your Highness, your plan is commendable. However, a concern arises. Elder Wei suddenly interjected, stating, You assert that Shun Jianxin will cooperate with you, yet I fear the others may not. His gaze swept over Mu Lanqin, Xianzong, the second prince of the Qin dynasty, Yingling, and the unconscious Mo Lingfeng. Unless you eliminate them all. Mu Shenin smiled and interjected, Indeed. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu shook his head with a derisive laugh. No. If too many perish, this tale of mine will lack credibility. He contemplated this matter with clarity, believing it to be easily resolvable without resorting to murder. Moreover, he had long been prepared for such eventualities. With this thought in mind, Ji Xiu's gaze swept across the few esteemed figures present. Little monk, you will assist me, will you not? Ji Xiu looked at Xianzong, his eyes brimming with mirth. Ji Xiu, son of nobility, a monk does not engage in deception. I am afraid I cannot aid you, Xianzong replied, shaking his head. Is that so? Ji Xiu's lips curled into a teasing smile as he reached out to tuck a stray lock of golden hair behind Feng Huang's ear. He then casually inquired again, his tone neither too light nor too heavy, yet his words thundered in Xianzang's ears. You. Xianzang's face turned pale as he gazed at Ji Xiu, his body trembling uncontrollably. You assist me, and I shall assist you. Quite fair, is it not? As Ji Xiu spoke, he reached out to pat the smooth head of Xianzong. Anyone who dared to obstruct his path would face merciless annihilation, just as Li Wangxing and Zhao Wuji had. He understood that if he did not adhere to Ji Xiu's wishes, his sister Feng Huang would surely perish. At that moment, Xianzong cast a glance at the frail Feng Huang, who leaned weakly against Mu Xianin, and finally nodded to Ji Xiu, gritting his teeth as he whispered, Young Master Ji Xiu, do not harm my sister. I promise you, I will not impede the progression of your plans. That is sufficient. Ji Xiu nodded in acknowledgement. For a monk to deceive on his behalf was no small feat. Ji Xiu, I will not assist you. Absolutely not. Mu Lanqin declared, biting her silver teeth with unwavering resolve. Ji Xiu glanced at Mu Lanqin, having no intention of engaging with this foolish woman. After all, why waste words on one who bore his curse? Her current refusal would surely dissipate when the moment of truth arrived. With that thought, Ji Xiu also cast a sidelong glance at Mo Lingfeng, the holy son of the sacred sect, who was similarly ensnared. Back in the Godwood Forest, during the darkest hour, while he had bestowed the curse upon Mu Lanqin, he had quietly done the same to Mo Lingfeng. Yet, none present were aware of this. And what of you? Second prince of the great Qin, Yingling? Ji Xiu inquired with a smile directed at Yingling. Yingling felt his throat constrict. The man before him was 100-fold more terrifying than anyone he had ever encountered. Ji Xiu, Your Highness, whatever you say shall be taken as truth. Yingling bowed slightly, a rigid smile adorning his face, not daring to meet Ji Xiu's gaze. At this moment, the illustrious second prince of the great Qin Empire found himself utterly humbled before Ji Xiu. Chapter 75, The Terrifying Ji Xiu. The plan commences, Mu Bing emerges. Hiki. Ji Xiu observed the abject subservience of Yingling, his smile growing more pronounced. Name, Yingling. Age, 25. Cultivation level, June stage, second realm. Identity, second prince of the great Qin Empire. Destined essence potential, 5,000. This second prince of Qin, though somewhat impoverished, proved to be a loyal hound. Ji Xiu mused inwardly. His previous efforts to curry favor with Feng Huang were all aimed at leveraging the power of the divine Phoenix Empire to ascend to the position of crown prince. Thus, by extending him a modicum of kindness and painting a grand vision, he could unearth the immense treasures of the great Qin Empire through Yingling's hand, extracting countless resources therein. Your Highness, rest assured, as long as you spare my life, I shall take the lead in executing your plan. Yingling finally mustered the courage to gaze at Ji Xiu, pledging earnestly. If you truly can accomplish this, perhaps, I may even assist you in securing the position of crown prince of the great Qin. Ji Xiu casually remarked. Really? Upon hearing this, Yingling's eyes brightened with renewed hope. Ji Xiu was acutely aware of his own strength. The king-tier power he possessed could easily crush that of the saint-tier, a formidable might that transcended his comprehension. Furthermore, he was not oblivious to the presence of the supreme heaven behind him, nor to the dark forces that lurked in the shadows, of which he remained unaware. Should Ji Xiu genuinely choose to assist him, he harbored unwavering confidence in his ability to wrest the title of crown prince from his brother's grasp. Indeed, this was a certainty. Ji Xiu offered a faint smile. Observing the fervent gleam in Ling's eyes, he discerned that this fellow had taken the bait. Nonetheless, it was prudent to establish a safeguard in advance. Thus, Ling would subsequently serve as a loyal vassal to the young prince. Ling bowed deeply before Ji Xiu. "Ha!" Ji Xiu let out a cold chuckle before speaking. "Your Highness, the second prince, do you truly believe that this matter concludes with your mere words?" Ling paused, perplexed by Ji Xiu's implication. "It is nothing. I merely wish to present you with a small token of appreciation, Your Highness," Ji Xiu responded casually, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition surged within Ling, devouring immortal demon technique. Activate. The demonic light flickered in Ji Xiu's eyes as he raised his hands to form a seal. With a resonant sound, brilliant demonic energy erupted from his palms. "Young Master Ji, what do you mean by this?" Ling stared blankly at Ji Xiu. His complexion paling instantly, sweat trickling down his forehead to his cheek. "Do not be anxious. Relax." Ji Xiu calmly opened his mouth, then placed his palm directly upon Ling's forehead. A resplendent demonic light erupted, transforming into wisps of dark energy that seeped into Ling's body. "Ah, so hot." Ling gasped in agony, feeling as though the veins and bones within him were on the verge of melting. Moments later, he stammered, "What have you done to me?" His gaze at Ji Xiu was filled with terror, his voice hoarse, as if charred by smoke. "Just a small gift," Ji Xiu replied nonchalantly. He had just activated the devouring immortal demon technique, altering several of Ling's inner meridians and discreetly implanting a demonic seed within him. A gift? Ling's expression was one of utter disbelief. However, when he attempted to circulate his true essence, he was suddenly struck by the realization that his meridians had significantly widened. Astonishingly, his cultivation had even ascended a level. "Thank you, young Master Ji Xiu, for your generous endowment." Ling knelt before Ji Xiu, his tone imbued with utmost sincerity. "No need for thanks," Ji Xiu responded casually. Indeed, he had bestowed a slight boon upon Ling. Nevertheless, once the demonic seed was activated, Ling's true essence would swiftly flow in reverse through the altered meridians. Consequently, he would become exceedingly ferocious, with his combat prowess soaring to new heights. Of course, following the reversal of his true essence, death awaited him as his meridians would ultimately shatter. If Ling wished to evade death, he would have no choice but to kneel before Ji Xiu and plead for mercy. In other words, throughout the entire Nine Heavens continent, no one could save Ling but himself. Moreover, as long as Ji Xiu is willing, he can detonate the demonic seed at any moment, causing Ling's entire meridians and bones to shatter into dust in an instant. In simpler terms, Ling's life is now firmly grasped in Ji Xiu's hands. "Let us depart, Your Highness the Second Prince." Upon hearing this, Ling slowly rose, gazing into the distance, exhaling a deep breath, feeling as if he were trapped in a dream. He never anticipated that Ji Xiu would truly spare his life. "Ji Xiu, what about us?" Mu Lanqin stepped forward. Frowning as she inquired, "Let us leave. When you see my little master, do extend my regards." Ji Xiu waved his hand, speaking with an air of indifference. Hearing this, Mu Lanqin regarded Ji Xiu with incredulity. This fiend is allowing her to leave just like that? Does he not fear that she might disrupt his plans? Ji Xiu seemed to see through Mu Bing's thoughts and remarked, "Hurry and go, before I change my mind." "Fiend." Mu Lanqin quietly cursed under her breath, then turned on her heel and departed. "Ji Xiu, I will convey everything you have done in the Zhou Garden to my master in the Ice God Palace, word for word. Suit yourself," Ji Xiu replied, showing no concern for Mu Lanqin's words. "Young Master Ji Xiu, I implore you to honor our agreement. Do not harm my sister," Xianzong said to Ji Xiu, after which he turned to leave, carrying Imo Lingfeng on his back. Watching Xianzang's retreating figure, Ji Xiu's lips curled into a delighted smile. The demonic potential within Xianzang's body far surpasses that of Ling by 100-fold. Therefore, there is no need for haste in unleashing the demonic transformation upon Xianzang at this moment. He merely needs to await the opportune moment. Gradually, he will excavate the demonic potential buried within Xianzang's being. When the time is ripe, he shall activate the devouring immortal demon technique, thus gaining the ability to manipulate a newly rising star of the demonic path at will. Furthermore, with Feng Huang still under his control, he harbors no fears that Xianzang's departure from the Zhou Garden will disrupt his plans. As Mu Lanqin, Xianzong, Imo Lingfeng, and Ling vanished beyond the horizon, Mu Xianyin approached Ji Xiu and spoke, "Ji Xiu, Mu Lanqing and Imo Lingfeng have already fallen victim to your soul snatching, which is why you possess such confidence, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu cast a surprised glance at Mu Xianyin, astonished that she had discerned the truth. Do not underestimate this holy maiden as a foolish girl like Mu Lanqing. When you played the lamentation in the sacred wood forest, the sudden modulation, I presume that was the second movement of your soul-snatching trilogy, the soul-snatching melody. Mu Xianyin remarked with a smile. Indeed, you are quite astute. Ji Xiu nodded. There was no need for him to conceal anything from Mu Xianyin, as they were allies in this venture. However, the holy maiden is genuinely surprised. That you would letting Ling go? Mu Xianyin inquired softly, her brows furrowed. In her view, eliminating Ling would ensure the success of Ji Xiu's scheme beyond any doubt. As Ji Xiu heard this, he gazed calmly into the distance and spoke. The plan has always been thus. Ling must survive. Upon hearing these words, Mu Xianyin's eyes lit up. She seemed to have come to a realization and inquired. Your original plan was to eliminate Yi Xian and then pin the blame on Ling? Precisely. Ji Xiu nodded. As Mu Xianyin had articulated, his initial intention was to eliminate Yi Xian and subsequently making Ling bear the consequences for everything that transpired in the Divine Wood Forest and the surrounding areas. However, Yi Xian was fortunate enough to have a commendable master. Ning Xian had forcefully preserved his life. Thus, Ji Xiu slightly altered his scheme, intending to manipulate Ling and divert all the calamity toward Yi Xian, while ensuring that he himself bore no repercussions and reaped all the benefits. At this moment, he even felt that the current plan was superior, more exquisite, and the future gains more tantalizing. After all, Yi Xian, the great resource, was far more valuable alive than dead. When the time comes for the final harvest, the returns will undoubtedly be immense. You truly are a cunning individual. Mu Xianyin sighed, casting a playful glance at Ji Xiu. At this moment, even she couldn't help but be astonished by Ji Xiu's meticulous scheming. It seemed that this entire series of events was not merely coincidental but rather intricately planned and calculated by Ji Xiu. From the assassination of Li Wangsheng, Zhao Wuji, the soul-snatching of Mu Lan Xin, to the manipulation of Ling and framing of Yi Xian. Thank you for the compliment. Such is the nature of this world. To show mercy to one's enemies is to inflict cruelty upon oneself and those around them. Only by being resolute can one elicit the kindness and respect the world ought to bestow upon them. As for right and wrong, good and evil, such distinctions are of little consequence. Let us proceed. Into the tomb of Zhou. Ji Xiu lifted his gaze, fixating on the colossal mausoleum at the end of the divine path, and spoke slowly. He was determined to obtain the dual severing blade technique of the tyrant Emperor Zhou. Furthermore, he had amassed 100,000 essence of destiny. Thus, the forbidden imperial technique available in the system's marketplace seemed within reach. The mere thought ignited a fervor within Ji Xiu's heart. They all settled onto the ground. Xianzong, do you truly intend to draw disaster upon Yi Xian for the sake of that demon Ji Xiu? Mu Lanqing inquired softly, her silver teeth clenched. Your Highness the Saintess, my sister is in his grasp. This is not a decision for a mere monk to make. Xianzong shook his head, bitterness etched across his face. To him, family surpasses all else. You. Upon hearing this, Mu Lanqing felt a pang in her chest. After a moment of silence, she spoke to herself. Justice will eventually prevail. In any case, I shall not allow Ji Xiu's scheme to succeed. Humph. Ling scoffed. Mu Lanqing, you are far too naive. You have witnessed the prowess of the young master Ji Xiu. Standing alongside him is the true path to victory. Moreover, is it not true that your little master is his fiancée? If that is the case, I advise you to obediently follow the plans of the young master Ji Xiu. Otherwise, the first to hold you accountable may very well be your own sect. The Ice God Palace. Upon hearing these words, Mulan's heart momentarily froze. At this moment, she found herself questioning whether her sect would stand by her should she reveal the truth. Just then, the communication stone hanging from her waist chimed, and upon hearing a familiar voice, she sprang to her feet. In that instant, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation, as if she had found solace. Biting her silver teeth, she murmured with a quivering voice, "Little martial ant." She has finally emerged from her seclusion. Chapter 76. Yi Xian becomes the public enemy of the nine heavens. Mu Bing is bewildered. As Mulan's heart resonated with the voice of Mu Bing through the communication jade, she wasted no time and departed from the Divine Wood Forest, hastening towards her sect. The Ice God Palace. Ling cast a glance at Xianzang's departing figure, shook his head with a cold snort. and then also exited the divine wood forest. Time swiftly passed. The tranquil expanse of the Nine Heavens continent appeared to have been struck by several colossal stones, creating ripples of chaos. Countless cultivators eagerly awaited the pronouncements from the prominent sects, fervently yearning to uncover the events that transpired in the Demon Mountain. In the Scarlet Garment sect, without a moment's hesitation, she rushed forward to embrace Shun Jianxin, as her heart, suspended in the air, gradually descended. "You impudent girl. Let me see. Are you injured?" Shenrulia scrutinized Shun Jianxin from head to toe, deeply concerned that she might have sustained some irreparable harm. At that moment, she suddenly noticed that Shun Jianxin's eyes were lowered, her delicate frame trembling slightly, and her entire demeanor was profoundly unsettling. "Jianxin, what troubles you?" Shenrulia, sensing an ominous premonition, inquired softly, striving to maintain a calm tone. "Master, disciple, I thought I would never see you again." Shun Jianxin lifted her gaze to meet Shenrulia's, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice laden with palpable fear and lingering dread. "Jianxin, what transpired in the Divine Wood Forest?" Shenrulia asked, enveloping Shun Jianxin tightly in her embrace, her voice a gentle whisper. After a moment of silence, Shun Jianxin seemed to gather her thoughts, then spoke with a quiver in her voice. "It was that man, named Yu Xian. He is nothing short of a demon." Upon hearing this, Shenrulia's brow furrowed sharply. She recognized the name Yu Xian, a formidable figure in the battle between righteousness and evil, and a remarkable contender from Tianma Mountain. Moreover, he was the betrothed of the crown princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Huang. Could it be that he was responsible for the deaths of Li Wangxing and Zhao Wuji? Shenrulia's eyes widened in astonishment as she queried in disbelief. It was him. Indeed, it was he. Had it not been for my modest strength and the fortuitous encounter with young Master Ji Xiu, I fear I too would have perished at his hands. Shun Jianxin's head drooped slightly, her eyes shimmering with a complex interplay of hatred and fear. With that, she buried her face deeply into Shenrulia's embrace, her delicate form quaking gently. At this moment, she truly resembled a fragile maiden who had narrowly escaped death, evoking a sense of pity. "It's all right, Jianxin. Do not fear. Master is here. You can rest assured. How dare Yu Xian lay a hand on you? Master will undoubtedly make him pay." Shenrulia exclaimed through gritted teeth, her voice laced with resentment. Shun Jianxin, the saintess of the Scarlet Garment sect, was not to be trifled with. Yet Yu Xian had the audacity to strike at her beloved disciple. Had it not been for her disciple's fortunate circumstances, she might have met the same grim fate as the other two sects' holy sons in the Godwood Forest. The mere thought sent a shiver of dread through her, and she tightened her embrace around Shun Jianxin, her eyes flashing with an astonishing glint of murderous intent. Unbeknownst to her, the corner of Shun Jianxin's mouth curled into a subtle smile, a sign of her delight in the success of her scheme. In the Nine Heavens continent, at the holy sect, Xianzong gazed at the towering, majestic Shiyu gate before him. Silently, he set Mo Lingfeng down at the entrance and then turned to depart. Shortly after his departure, the astonished and enraged voices of the holy sect disciples reached his ears. "It is the Holy Sun. Why is the Holy Sun so gravely injured? Who dares to strike against our Holy Sun?" "Silence," quickly informed the elders and the saintess. As Xianzong listened to the clamor behind him, he shook his head and continued on his way, heading toward his own sect, the Great Thunder Sound Temple, unaware of the unfolding events. At this moment, outside a wooden cabin nestled within the bamboo grove on the Peach Blossom Mountain, several elders of the sacred sect stood with grave expressions. Rustling footsteps echoed through the air, and a woman clad in a moonlit gown, ethereal as a celestial being, approached. "Your Highness, the Saintess," one of the elders murmured softly, and then Mo Qinxian inquired calmly. "The young master, he has sustained grievous injuries. Half of his meridians are severed, and his hand bones, sternum, and ribs are nearly shattered. Although his life is spared, his future path of cultivation is likely ruined." The elders of the sacred sect shook their heads, their voices laden with regret and indignation. "Understood. You may leave now." Mo Qinxian gestured for them to depart. Obeying her command, the elders exited the Peach Blossom Grove, while Mo Qinxian pushed open the door and stepped inside. As she entered the wooden cabin, her gaze fell upon her brother, Mo Lingfeng, who lay on the bed, utterly weakened. She approached slowly, her expression towards her brother, who clung to half of his life, remained indifferent. After a moment, she seated herself on a bamboo stool by the table, her jade hand resting on her forehead as she gently rubbed her temples, her crimson lips parting to speak. I once told you in your childhood, it matters not if you lack talent, as long as you strive diligently. Do not let your pride overshadow you. Those who rush to prove themselves will forever remain the weak. Her cool voice resonated in the air. Tears streamed from the corners of Mo Lingfeng's eyes as he gradually opened them, staring blankly at the ceiling of the cabin. He had awakened long ago, having regained consciousness when Xin Zong placed him within the sacred sect. Sister, what can I possibly do in the future? My cultivation is ruined. My meridians are destroyed. I now feel like I am a useless being. Upon hearing these words, Mo Qingshan fell into a brief silence. Then her crimson lips parted as she coldly addressed Mo Lingfeng. As long as I am here, you shall forever be the holy son of the sacred sect. What if your cultivation is ruined? You can simply cultivate anew. What if your meridians are destroyed? I shall assist you in reconstructing them. Lastly, wipe away those feeble tears, and now tell me, who has harmed you? At these words, a peculiar glimmer of dark soul energy flickered in the depths of his gaze. It is Yu Xian, the divine Phoenix Empire, the Yi family. Yu Xian. After speaking, a profound weariness surged within his soul. His eyelids felt as heavy as Mount Tai. And soon his consciousness sank back into darkness. Observing the slumbering Mo Lingfeng, Mo Qingshan remained silent for a considerable time before turning her gaze toward the resplendent moon in the sky, her lips parting as she spoke softly to herself. Very well. Yi Xian, you have harmed my brother and destroyed his destiny. I, Mo Qingshan, shall repay you tenfold. In the Ice God Palace, the moonlight was bright and pure, casting a breathtaking glow upon a snow-capped mountain. At this moment, an unparalleled figure stood at the summit, her hands clasped behind her back, the icy wind causing her ethereal snow-white gown to flutter. Beneath the moonlight, her silvery hair cascaded down to her elegantly poised waist. She, with her exquisite willow-like brows, exudes an aura of valor and nobility. Her beautiful eyes possess a chilling coldness akin to the biting winds atop snow-capped mountains. Her delicate nose is nothing short of stunning. Elegant and refined, complemented by her softly dewy red lips reminiscent of petals glistening after rain. Her entire visage embodies an astonishing beauty that leaves one breathless. She is none other than the woman who emerged from the realm of ice, Mu Bing. Little Master Gu. From behind Mu Bing came soft, excited voices. Upon hearing this, Mu Bing lightly pressed her lips together and slowly turned around, only to see Mu Lanxin dashing towards her. Ah, little Master Gu. You are still the most fragrant and beautiful. As Mu Lanxin basked in the comforting warmth and familiar scent of Mu Bing, her smile brightened even more radiantly. Oh, you. Still as clingy as you were in childhood. Mu Bing gently tousled Mu Lanxin's soft hair, her tone tender and doting. Not at all. It's just that I haven't seen you in so many years. I couldn't help myself. Mu Lanxin replied playfully, flashing a cheeky smile at Mu Bing. You are already a saintess. Remember to be a bit more serious from now on. If others were to see you like this, wouldn't it be a source of amusement? Mu Bing said with a hint of exasperation, pinching Mu Lanxin's cheek gently. Got it. Mu Lanxin puffed up her cheeks, still brimming with mischief. Despite the difference in their generational titles, they were of similar ages, leading Mu Lanxin to cling to Mu Bing since childhood. To the world, they appeared as aunt and niece, yet in truth, they were like sisters. Now tell me, what exactly transpired in the Divine Wood Forest? Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji met their demise in a manner shrouded in mystery. Moreover, it was Mo Lingfeng who fell victim to an unseen assailant. Mu Bing inquired softly, having emerged from her seclusion to discover the chaos that had engulfed the Nine Heavens. The righteous sons and daughters of the Nine Heavens continent suffered grievously, with casualties mounting to an appalling extent. The architect behind this turmoil, she suspected, was the man she had yearned for in the frozen abyss for a decade. Mulan pondered, her mind conjuring the image of an exceptionally handsome figure, perpetually adorned with a smile. In that fleeting moment, a shiver coursed through her. That man, radiant in his smile, was merciless and vicious to the utmost degree. Junior sister, I was just about to discuss this matter with you. In the sacred wood forest, a figure revealed that he had wounded Mo Lingfeng and slain Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji, nearly extinguishing all of their lives. Who was it? Mu Bing's gaze burned intensely as she fixed her eyes upon Mulan. It seems. Mulan's lips parted, ready to utter the name that lingered on the tip of her tongue. Yet, a sudden void clouded her thoughts. Furrowing her brow, her voice trembled as she spoke. Junior sister, that person appears to be Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Upon hearing this, Mu Bing's brow knitted into a frown, her mind momentarily adrift. After a lengthy pause, she murmured to herself, that individual. is not Ji Xiu. How can this be possible? Chapter 77, Star Sea. Imperial Coffin. Ji Xiu, you are pulling my hair. In the midst of the tumultuous winds and clouds upon the Nine Heavens continent, Ji Xiu, accompanied by Elder Wei, Mu Xianyin, and the other members of the Supreme Heaven, had traversed the divine path to arrive before the grand mausoleum of Zhou. This was the legendary tomb of the man spoken of in the tales of the Nine Heavens continent. Mu Xianyin inhaled deeply, her heart racing at the sight of the colossal bronze door before her. Do not celebrate too soon. There may be unforeseen dangers awaiting us within this tomb. Elder Wei cautioned. Indeed, caution is imperative. Ji Xiu nodded in agreement, then produced the 9 fragments of the twin-blade sword he had gathered. His gaze swept across the bronze door, ultimately fixating on the 9 recesses at its central hinge. Could it be that this esteemed martial emperor foresaw his own downfall, prompting him to construct such a tomb for himself? Moreover, it appears he anticipated that the twin-blade sword would shatter into 9 pieces upon his demise, leading to the meticulous design of this bronze door. Ji Xiu furrowed his brow and murmured softly. He then shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and with a decisive motion, inserted the 9 shards of the twin-blade sword into the recesses of the bronze door. A thunderous rumble erupted. As the 9 fragments were placed into the recesses, the ground began to tremble, and the bronze door quivered, hinting at an imminent opening. Step back, Ji Xiu commanded, his brow furrowed and voice grave. At his words, Elder Wei, Mu Xianyin, and the formidable warriors of the Supreme Heaven retreated several dozen paces. As for Ning Xiyin, she stood silently beside Ji Xiu, her expression unreadable, clearly resolved to follow him unwaveringly. At this moment, the bronze door began to move. Witnessing this scene, everyone held their breath in anticipation. A tremendous roar echoed through the air as the bronze door of Zhouling creaked open. An ancient aura surged forth, enveloping them. In that instant, the myriad stars in the sky above Zhouyuan dimmed ominously. Your Highness, something seems amiss. Elder Wei whispered to Ji Xiu at his side. Yet what could they do? They had come this far. Could they possibly retreat? Ji Xiu shook his head resolutely and turned to Mu Xianyin, saying, Allow me to carry you, Feng Wang. If something strange emerges, just ensure your own safety. Mu Xianyin replied softly, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars as she gazed at Ji Xiu, clearly touched by his thoughtful and considerate gesture. However, Feng Wang felt differently. After all, there was a distinction between men and women. If Ji Xiu were to carry her, it would be too intimate, wouldn't it? What's wrong? Does the princess not wish for it? Ji Xiu inquired calmly, observing Feng Wang's tense expression as she bit her silver teeth, eyeing him warily. Ji Xiu, I do not require your assistance. I can walk on my own, Feng Wang declared with unwavering determination. Silence. If you can stand firm, I shall concede you are impressive. Ji Xiu scoffed derisively, then, with an air of dominance, he hoisted Feng Wang onto his back. You! Feng Wang exclaimed in surprise, her silver teeth clenched tightly, her eyes filled with indignation and resentment. In order to prevent herself from sliding off, she could only tightly wrap her arms around Ji Xiu's neck. At this moment, her body pressed closely against his back, a connection that could only be described as intimate. You're so heavy. Ji Xiu let out a soft grunt as he felt the softness behind him. Ji Xiu! You scoundrel! Feng Wang retorted sharply. She was quite confident in her figure, so she understood that Ji Xiu's comment was not about her weight. Isn't it something that Her Highness the Princess already knew? Ji Xiu said with a hint of amusement. And then he proceeded to walk through the bronze door with Feng Huang on his back. Ning Xiyin shook her head at the sight of Ji Xiu and Feng Huang and followed suit. As soon as they stepped through the bronze door, they were greeted by an expanse of darkness. However, before long, as Ji Xiu took a few more steps, a beam of holy light illuminated the end of the darkness. Gradually, more and more holy lights ignited, converging towards them until they finally spread beneath Ji Xiu's feet. With a resounding clang, the darkness faded away, leaving the holy light everlasting. Are you ready? Ji Xiu suddenly asked Feng Huang, still on his back. Feng Huang furrowed her brows, still processing the situation. Without hesitation, Ji Xiu began to run down the corridor, picking up speed. As he did, Feng Huang's delicate hands, which were clasped around his neck, drew closer due to the jostling. At that moment, whether it was from the rush of blood or pure embarrassment, her exquisite face flushed a deeper shade of red. When Ji Xiu reached the end of the corridor, he gradually came to a halt. The phoenix's ample chest heaved violently, inwardly cursing, this scoundrel is undoubtedly intentional. At that moment, the starlight illuminated the scene before them, rendering both Ji Xiu and the phoenix utterly astonished. At the end of the corridor stood a divine bridge, beneath which lay an endless sea of eternal stars. Tens of thousands, even millions of stars sparkled like diamonds beneath the divine path, dazzlingly bright. How beautiful! The phoenix murmured, her red lips parting slightly, her gaze fixed on the boundless sea of stars, her expression somewhat dazed. The palace was established atop this infinite star sea. What grand ambition! Ningxian, who had remained silent, could not help but exclaim in surprise. We've arrived. Finally here. Ji Xiu's eyes locked onto the magnificent palace, radiant with countless stars, situated beyond the divine bridge. At that moment, Mu Xianin, Old Wei, and young Lady Shui, along with an immense entourage, arrived behind Ji Xiu. The endless sea of stars. How spectacular! Truly worthy of Zhou Dufu's tomb. Mu Xianin inhaled deeply, murmuring softly. So beautiful. Young Lady Shui's beautiful eyes sparkled with starlight, filled with enchantment. Your Highness, we have arrived. That man seems to be buried right here, above the sea of stars, deep within the imperial palace. Old Wei's voice trembled slightly at that moment. Let us proceed. Ji Xiu spoke succinctly, carrying the phoenix as he crossed the divine path and directly approached the palace, raising his hand to push open the palace doors. With a resounding roar, the palace gates creaked open with a subtle sound of friction, revealing a world that had remained untouched by human presence for a millennium. As Ji Xiu and Feng Huang stepped into the imperial palace, their eyes were drawn to a colossal stone coffin, resembling a small mountain, situated deep within the palace. The surface of the coffin shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow, exuding an air of mystery and an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Zhou Dufu, the first rogue martial emperor from 1,000 years ago. It seems he lies in slumber here, Ji Xiu remarked softly before approaching the immense stone coffin, carrying Feng Huang on his back. At that moment, Ji Xiu, Feng Huang, and Ningxian all noticed the intricate, ancient runes etched upon the coffin's surface. The runes were meticulously arranged, forming what appeared to be an ancient imperial formation, clearly intended to protect the coffin. Should anyone dare to force it open, the formation would activate, striking down any intruders with lethal precision. Young Master Ji Xiu, surely you don't wish to test the might of this formation? Ningxian inquired with intrigue. Not at all, Ji Xiu replied, shaking his head. His purpose for this journey was the dual severance blade technique of Zhou Dufu, not the remains of the great emperor himself. With that, he turned his gaze towards several stone chambers within the grand hall, speculating that the majority of Zhou Dufu's legacy was likely contained within. At that moment, Mu Xianin, Elder Wei, and Miss Shui all entered the grand hall. Meanwhile, the supreme experts remained outside. Elder Wei, Mu Xianin, Shui, please proceed to open the stone chambers and retrieve everything inside. Ji Xiu issued a command. Now that they had arrived at the emperor's slumbering palace, it was only fitting to conduct a thorough search. Upon hearing this, everyone sprang into action. The first stone chamber was filled with scrolls, martial arts manuals, formations, sword techniques, and knife techniques, everything one could desire. The second stone chamber was brimming with long-lost weapons from the Nine Heavens continent, divine swords, renowned blades, and battle halberds. There were easily hundreds. The third stone chamber was particularly impressive, showcasing dazzling high-grade jade stones, and even a small quantity of the rarest materials such as dragon vein black gold, blood phoenix red gold, celestial tear green gold, and eternal blue gold. With these treasures, the military power of the intelligence division could be enhanced by at least tenfold, if not 100-fold. A knowing smile crept across Ji Xiu's face. Just the high-level weapons, let alone the hundreds of lost artifacts, would significantly bolster the strength of the intelligence division. As for the top-tier materials like dragon vein black gold and celestial tear green gold, they were even more invaluable. Naturally, he intended to keep such exceedingly precious materials for himself. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Half an hour later, Elder Wei, Mu Xianin, and Miss Shui returned laden with treasures. Your Highness, I have searched thoroughly. In my chamber, I did not find the two-section blade technique. Elder Wei reported to Ji Xiu with disappointment. I found nothing in mine either. Mu Xianin shook her head. Don't look at me. Mine was all weapons. Miss Shui also shook her head. Hearing this, Ji Xiu furrowed his brow slightly and murmured to himself, if none of us have found it, then where could the two-section blade technique possibly be? After speaking, Ji Xiu seemed to recall something, abruptly turning his gaze towards the stone coffin that resembled a small mountain. Therefore, the dual blade technique must be concealed within this imperial sarcophagus. Ji Xiu spoke slowly. Just as he was about to draw the Deluo sword embryo to cleave through the Imperial formation, a resounding clang echoed. A cascade of starlight erupted from the Imperial array atop the stone coffin, tracing along the ground to inscribe a teleportation array beneath Ji Xiu and Ning Xian's feet. "Young master, be cautious," Elder Wei shouted first upon witnessing the scene. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, clang, the figures of Ji Xiu, Feng Huang, and Ning Xian vanished from their location. What is happening?" Mu Xiaoning exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. "They disappeared," Miss Xuan murmured in a daze. "If I am not mistaken, the young master and his companions must have been transported into the Imperial coffin." Elder Wei inhaled deeply, his expression exceedingly grim. Within the Imperial coffin, an abyss of darkness enveloped them, obscuring all vision. "Where is this place?" Feng Huang's voice, though slightly trembling, remained relatively composed. "It should be within the Imperial coffin of Zhou Dufu." "Indeed." Ji Xiu nodded and raised his hand to gauge the surrounding situation. "Ah." Feng Huang let out a startled cry, crossing her arms, her exquisite visage blushing in the darkness. She gritted her teeth and scolded, "Ji Xiu, you scoundrel. My apologies." "An error." At that moment, he turned around and unexpectedly collided with the soft embrace of another person. Their bodies crashed together, causing both to lose their balance and fall to the ground in unison. "Ji Xiu, get up. You're on my hair." Ning Xian inhaled deeply, striving to keep her tone as composed as possible. "I apologize, my legs have turned to jelly," Ji Xiu replied. Chapter 78, The Land of Inheritance. The corpse of the dragon bone, the dual sabers technique. The Imperial coffin, the lost realm, in the darkness. "Ji Xiu, do you not wish to reflect upon your words?" As Ning Xian listened to Ji Xiu's remarks, a surge of anger welled up within her. She thought, how could Ji Xiu, possessing the cultivation of the June level and combat power rivaling that of the holy level, claim his legs were weak? This was clearly a form of ridicule directed at her. What did Ji Xiu take her for? A woman who could be casually humiliated and toyed with. Her thoughts halted there. Ning Xian began to channel her true essence, intending to teach Ji Xiu a lesson. However, in the next moment, something peculiar occurred. The true essence she had just gathered vanished in an instant. The sensation was bizarre, akin to lighting a candle only for a gust of wind to extinguish it. No matter how many times she attempted this, the result remained the same. This left her feeling somewhat alarmed. "Ji Xiu, can you channel your true essence?" Ning Xian gritted her teeth and quietly inquired. "No, and my legs are weak." Ji Xiu shook his head. He sensed that an unusual force was restricting the flow of true essence within them. The moment he entered, an inexplicable sensation coursed through his body, leaving him feeling numb, accompanied by a faint whiff of ethereal tea fragrance. With great effort, he fought against the overwhelming lethargy and stood up, though my own body felt equally weakened. Moreover, the atmosphere here seemed excessively tranquil. Feng Huang furrowed her brows, her delicate fists clenched tightly, sensing an ominous presence. Upon hearing this, Ning Xian, who had just risen, also noticed a peculiar numbness in her body. "Ji Xiu, can you summon your—" "No." Ji Xiu shook his head once more. From the moment he entered this place, he had attempted to awaken the within him. However, strangely, both the pure world demon flame and the azure lotus earth fire appeared to be in a deep slumber, utterly unresponsive to his call. At this revelation, both Feng Huang and Ning Xian fell into a profound silence, clearly recognizing that this nameless realm harbored significant mysteries. "What should we do now?" Feng Huang inquired. "What else can we do?" "We must continue forward," Ji Xiu replied calmly, then reached out in the darkness to draw Feng Huang close, carrying her upon his back. "Ah." Feng Huang gasped softly, instinctively wrapping her arms around Ji Xiu's neck. Perhaps before this moment, they had been adversaries, but here, Ji Xiu had unexpectedly become her sole support. In an instant, Feng Huang felt a mix of irony and complexity within her heart. "Continue forward?" "Absolutely not," Ning Xian murmured. In her view, the three of them were currently blind, their true essence unable to flow, and even Ji Xiu could not summon his. If indeed there exists a realm of peculiar beings slumbering here, then disturbing them would likely spell disaster. Nevertheless, Ji Xiu shook his head and, with Feng Huang on his back, proceeded cautiously through the darkness. Although he could not summon his true essence nor invoke he had the Tao sword by his side. He found no fear in the bizarre, and passivity was not his style. Ning Xian, shaking her head, could only follow Ji Xiu's lead with utmost caution. They traversed in silence for approximately an hour before entering a new territory. Beneath their feet lay a carpet of grass. Ji Xiu stepped onto the slightly damp soil, bent down, and plucked a blade of green grass, inhaling its scent. A refreshing aroma of earth filled his nostrils. It appears. We are no longer within the emperor's coffin, Feng Huang softly remarked. Not necessarily. This place could very well be a miniature world within the emperor's coffin, Ningxian countered. Regardless of what it is, finding a way out and escaping to safety is of paramount importance. At that moment, an unknown colossal object loomed ahead, blocking their path. Ji Xiu raised his hand, and the icy sensation brought a furrow to his brow. This seems to be bone, Ji Xiu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. As his words fell, time itself appeared to stand still for an instant. Clang. The entire world seemed to awaken. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, carrying the rich fragrance of herbs and a faint hint of ethereal tea, which was utterly refreshing. A few strands of delicate crimson light cascaded from the horizon, enveloping the three individuals in its warm embrace. Before long, a resplendent sunset hung at the edge of the sky, unveiling a brand new world before Ji Xiu, Feng Huang, and Ningxian. This place is an unknown realm, or perhaps it is the true Zhou Garden. The prairie stretched endlessly, the gentle breeze caressed the landscape, and the sunset painted the sky in breathtaking hues, creating an idyllic sanctuary untouched by the outside world. Yet, the trio found little solace in the beauty of Zhou Garden. For before them loomed a colossal figure, or rather, a weathered cranium that had withstood the ravages of time. This head was immense and grotesque, clearly not human. It resembled the skull of an ancient beast of prey. It was the head of a giant dragon. Ji Xiu's expression faltered momentarily as astonishment escaped his lips. Upon hearing this, Feng Huang and Ningxian turned their gazes toward the formidable relic before them. The dragon's corpse, measuring over 100 meters in length, lay across the prairie, a testament to countless ages beneath the setting sun. Its flesh had long since eroded into brittle bones, yet even in its skeletal state, it exuded an overwhelming sense of awe. Notably, the dragon's skull bore a deep gash, and upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a remarkably sharp and seemingly natural fatal wound. Even after the passage of untold years, the scar radiated a fierce intent, compelling one to avert their gaze. Legend spoke of Zhou Dufu slaying dragons with a mere flick of his hand in the South Sea. Could it be that this was the very dragon he vanquished? Ji Xiu murmured softly, his thoughts swirling in contemplation. And just as he pondered this, his pupils suddenly constricted as he noticed the dragon's skeletal remains adorned with intricate, enigmatic runes and ancient patterns. These symbols and designs interwove seamlessly, exuding an imperial majesty that, even after the passage of millennia, remained palpable. This is the dual severing blade technique, Ji Xiu exclaimed in astonishment, his heart momentarily skipping a beat. Indeed, such a terrifying and timeless blade intent could only belong to the forbidden imperial technique of Zhou Dufu, the dual severing blade technique. Feng Huang took a slow, deep breath, her beautiful eyes betraying her uncontainable excitement. What? You think you can learn it in your current state? Ji Xiu tilted his head slightly, amusedly inquiring of the Feng Huang on his back. Humph. Feng Huang retorted with a disdainful snort, asserting that even in her diminished condition, she could grasp the true essence of the dual severing blade technique. Suit yourself. Ji Xiu shrugged, casually tossing Feng Huang to the ground. You. Feng Huang winced in pain and shot Ji Xiu an indignant glare, though she ultimately remained silent. She sat cross-legged before the enormous dragon carcass, her beautiful eyes fixated upon the runes and patterns on the dragon's bones, as if her entire being had become entranced. Observing Feng Huang's rapt fascination, Ji Xiu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. There was no doubt that the esteemed princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire was utterly captivated by this imperial technique. Meanwhile, Ningxian slowly approached Ji Xiu, her tone laced with intrigue as she asked, "Aren't you afraid that she might master the dual severing blade technique and one day slay you with it?" Hee. Ji Xiu shook his head. If he lacked even this modicum of confidence, how could he hope to traverse further in the future? The dual severance blade technique. Are you not going to learn it? Ji Xiu inquired, casting a glance at Ningxian. I'm rather dull. I may not necessarily grasp it, she replied nonchalantly, but I can certainly attempt it. It seems worthwhile to validate my own abilities. Indeed. Ji Xiu pondered her words, choosing to remain silent. He settled beside Feng Huang and began to diligently cultivate the dual severance blade technique. Chapter 79, The Enlightenment of the Celestial Emperor's Fist. The Descent of the Heavenly Phoenix into Darkness. Time passed swiftly. 3 days evaporated in the blink of an eye. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your comprehension of the dual severance blade technique has reached 10 ding. Congratulations, host. Your comprehension of the dual severance blade technique has reached 20 ding. Congratulations, host. Your comprehension of the dual severance blade technique has reached 30. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your comprehension of the dual severance blade technique has reached 100. As the system's notifications echoed in his ears, Ji Xiu gradually opened his eyes, feeling a peculiar sensation. Had he truly mastered the dual severance blade technique in a mere 3 days? Even with his divine heart and exceptional comprehension, it seemed implausible to grasp an imperial-level forbidden technique in such a brief span. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Feng Huang slowly opened her eyes. Her delicate features appeared significantly paler, her brows furrowed with fatigue, yet her enchanting gaze sparkled with excitement. Ji Xiu, I have already cultivated more than half of the dual severance blade technique. What about you? Feng Huang gazed intently at Ji Xiu and inquired. You are not as formidable as you think. Ji Xiu cast a casual glance at Feng Huang, his mind preoccupied with the possibility of discovering something within the Zhou garden that could aid in his path to enlightenment, showing little interest in her words. I knew it. A faint smile graced Feng Huang's lips. She mused to herself that she possessed at least one advantage over Ji Xiu, her innate understanding. The mere thought of this brought her an inexplicable joy. Upon hearing this, Ning Xiyin opened her beautiful eyes, observing Feng Huang's smile with keen interest. She shook her head and softly murmured, perhaps. Unbeknownst to her, the animosity she once felt towards Ji Xiu had significantly diminished, and her demeanor had softened considerably. She found herself curious about what the future held for the two of them. With that thought, Ning Xiyin closed her eyes once more, returning to her contemplation. Meanwhile, Ji Xiu ventured alone deeper into the grasslands. He caught a whiff of a fragrant tea aroma, which sparked a flicker of suspicion in his mind. If there truly existed such a profound object of enlightenment within the Zhou garden, it would indeed be a tremendous boon. Thus, Feng Huang and Ning Xiyin remained together before the dragon's corpse, engaging in their meditative practices, while Ji Xiu followed the elusive sin of tea deeper into the grasslands. Finally, after a day's journey, in the farthest southern reaches of the endless prairie, Ji Xiu beheld a colossal ancient tree, its shade expansive. The tree stood solitary amidst the boundless expanse of grass, surrounded by a palpable aura of clarity that rippled around it. Simultaneously, the intensely rich aroma of tea enveloped Ji Xiu, rendering him momentarily numb. He had indeed found it. Ji Xiu murmured, somewhat dazed, before he steeled himself against the tingling sensation and approached the Wudao tea tree. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the refreshing air, the fragrance of tea caressing his senses. In that instant, he felt an extraordinary lightness, as if he were ascending to the heavens. The 9 heavens treasure, the Wudao tea tree. Ji Xiu murmured in delight. The Wudao tea tree, a divine artifact for cultivation. Legend has it that practicing beneath the Wudao tea tree for just 1 hour is equivalent to a month of arduous training in the outside world. Moreover, sipping a cup of Wudao tea allows one to enter the transcendent state of unity with the universe. Regardless of the cultivation method, one can experience at least a tenfold enhancement. What a serendipitous moment! This young master indeed has a forbidden technique he wishes to cultivate. Ji Xiu smiled slightly before promptly opening the system marketplace. His gaze was fixed on a long-desired imperial forbidden technique. Heavenly Emperor Fist, 100,000 Destiny Essence. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Xiu immediately acquired the Heavenly Emperor Fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the forbidden technique, Heavenly Emperor Fist, for 100,000 Destiny Essence. Hearing the system's notification, Ji Xiu looked up at the 108 Wudao tea leaves adorning the tree, and without a second thought, he plucked them all and stored them in his system warehouse. Subsequently, he retrieved a single leaf of Wudao tea, a faint smile gracing his lips. Compared to the dual sabers technique, the Heavenly Emperor Fist could be regarded as the true forbidden imperial art. After all, the Heavenly Emperor Fist was conceived by the illustrious Yi, who gazed down upon the myriad realms. Commenced the journey of cultivation. Ji Xiu took a deep breath and consumed a leaf of the enlightenment tea, settling into a meditative posture beneath the sacred tea tree, embarking on his practice. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had transcended into the boundless cosmos, where a vague figure lingered at the edge of time. Above him hovered the cauldron of primordial essence, while myriad celestial lights cascaded down upon him. Surrounded by numerous formidable foes, Ji Xiu remained undeterred. As he unleashed the might of the imperial fist, the world fell silent, and all adversaries were obliterated. At this juncture, Ji Xiu, immersed in profound enlightenment, was oblivious to the subtle emanations of supreme imperial power beginning to radiate from him. 7 days later, the phoenix, seated before the dragon bone, slowly opened her eyes and exhaled softly, murmuring, "The dual sabers technique. At last, my cultivation is complete." Upon hearing this, Ning Xian smiled and replied, "Congratulations, Your Highness." A soft chuckle escaped the phoenix as her lovely eyes instinctively scanned the surroundings, prompting her to inquire, "Where is he?" Ning Xian shook her head, a playful glint in her gaze as she teased, "What? Do you miss him?" "Of course not." The phoenix responded with surprise, unable to fathom why Ning Xian would assume such a thing. After all, she barely had time to harbor feelings of disdain for Ji Xiu. With a gentle laugh, Ning Xian merely shook her head and chose not to elaborate further. "Sister Xian, how has your practice of the dual sabers technique progressed?" The phoenix inquired softly. "I have not yet cultivated it. I merely use this technique to validate my own prowess," Ning Xian replied, shaking her head. "In that case, did you notice the extraordinary qualities of these two severing sword techniques? This particular technique can not only be cultivated in the conventional manner, but it seems that practicing it in reverse is also a viable option. In fact, I have an inkling that the reverse cultivation of the severing sword technique may prove to be even more formidable than the standard practice. For this would constitute an entirely novel approach to swordsmanship." Feng Huang's eyes sparkled as she unhesitatingly shared her discovery with Ning Xian. "I have noticed it as well. However, should you choose to practice in reverse, it is imperative that your internal energy be inverted. This presents considerable danger, as a moment's carelessness could lead to demonic deviation." Ning Xian warned Feng Huang with utmost seriousness. "No worries. I have confidence in myself." Feng Huang responded with a radiant smile towards Ning Xian, before once again settling herself before the dragon bone. To her, the path of cultivation is fundamentally a process of incessantly breaking free from one's own confines. Only by continuously creating and exploring can one achieve breakthroughs. With a deep breath, Feng Huang commenced her reverse practice of the severing sword technique. "This girl indeed bears a resemblance to my former self," Ning Xian mused softly, reminiscent of days gone by. At that moment, the temperature in the air suddenly surged. "It feels warm. A bit too warm." Unbeknownst to her, as she reversed her internal energy and practiced the severing sword technique, she inadvertently stepped into a new realm of demonic path. Awaiting her ahead seemed to be only one outcome: descent into darkness. Chapter 80. Who am I in your eyes? The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. In the garden, beneath the enlightenment tree, a tall figure sat quietly, resembling a steadfast rock, his demeanor solemn and unmoving. Before him floated an ethereal scripture, its ancient pages weathered and turning one by one. Streams of primordial essence cascaded around him like celestial waterfalls, seemingly shielding him from the secrets of the heavens and severing the ties of cause and effect. At this moment, Ji Xiu was in a state of perfect harmony, his mind and spirit fully immersed in the deepest realm of enlightenment. Suddenly, a burst of golden blood energy erupted. From this golden essence, a silhouette materialized behind Ji Xiu. This figure radiated a piercing gaze, exuding an unparalleled aura of supremacy. In that instant, the figure began to perform an extraordinary martial art, its movements grand and sweeping, swallowing the vastness of the skies. Each strike resonated like the echoes of the Tao, unmatched in its might. Gradually, he refined his imperial fist to its utmost pinnacle, the myriad paths and divine principles lamenting beneath its force. As the ethereal scripture before Ji Xiu turned to its final page, the silhouette behind him unleashed its final punch. This strike seemed to crystallize eternity, freezing time and space while subduing all heavenly paths. In an instant, the figure vanished, the illusory scripture dissipated, and the overwhelming imperial aura gradually merged into Ji Xiu's being. Simultaneously, a crisp system notification chimed in his ear. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Your comprehension of the heavenly emperor fist has reached 30. At the sound of this, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes. In that moment, he resembled a celestial emperor awakening after an eon of slumber, his gaze sharp as a drawn sword, radiating brilliance and resplendence. The moment of enlightenment had come to an end. The heavenly emperor fist has been grasped at a fundamental level. Ji Xiu exhaled a breath of turbid air. Achieving an entry-level understanding of the 7-day heavenly emperor fist is quite commendable, considering it is a forbidden imperial technique of that esteemed heavenly emperor. To fully comprehend it in one leap is an improbable endeavor. As for the future, it will require personal validation of this imperial technique through the crucible of battle. Nevertheless, even at this nascent stage of enlightenment, the heavenly emperor fist serves as an exceptionally formidable trump card. I wonder how Feng Huang and Ning Xian are faring? In the Zoyuan. Before the colossal form of the dragon, Feng Wang was engrossed in reversing her profound energy while practicing the dual severance blade technique. Completely oblivious to the swirling demonic light enveloping her, 9 ethereal demonic blades floated around her, ceaselessly revolving. Threads of potent sword intent coalesced into terrifying beams of demonic blade light that surged towards the heavens, dimming the myriad stars of the firmament. Feng Wang, cease at once. Do not continue, Ning Xian exclaimed, her brows furrowed in concern. Initially, she had perceived the risk of Feng Wang succumbing to the perils of her reverse profound energy while practicing the dual severance blade technique, yet she refrained from intervening. This was due to her belief in Feng Huang's celestial phoenix lineage and her exceptionally powerful innate talent. Even if she were to reverse her profound energy, she could halt if she sensed something amiss, preventing any grave consequences. However, it was only now that she realized the situation had surpassed her expectations. Once Feng Wang embarked on the path of reversing her profound energy, there was no turning back. Evidently, this dual severance blade technique possessed an extraordinarily potent and sinister allure. Once one begins to practice it in reverse, they risk succumbing to demonic transformation. The phoenix, however, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. The magical radiance enveloping her grew ever more resplendent, and the aura of dark magic intensified. Were she in the outside world, her saintly cultivation might have enabled her to forcefully intervene. Yet, in this realm, she found herself utterly unable to harness her true essence, left to helplessly watch as the phoenix took step after step toward the abyss. Damn it! What on earth should I do now? Ningxi bit her crimson lip, momentarily at a loss. Just as her words faded, a resounding clang echoed. The magnificent wings of the celestial phoenix unfurled behind her, flames swirling in a breathtaking display. However, the wings bore a striking duality. One side blazed with divine brilliance, while the other shimmered with dark light, exuding an overwhelming malevolence. It's over. A pallor swept across Ningxi's fair visage. The phoenix had evidently reached the final juncture. Even if she could wield her saintly true essence, it would be of no aid to the phoenix. At that moment, the phoenix slowly opened her eyes, and the chilling aloofness and haughtiness that once resided within her captivating gaze had been replaced by an exquisite allure tinged with brutality, along with a hint of confusion. "Phoenix Yu Ning," she murmured softly. Yet, before she could finish her thought, the phoenix gradually turned to face her in that instant. The phoenix, with her golden hair billowing in the wind and wings that were half divine, half demonic, appeared hauntingly beautiful yet utterly pale. She resembled a fallen celestial goddess, returned from the depths of the abyss, her eyes a mesmerizing blend of divine and demonic flames, exuding an enchanting yet eerie allure. Moreover, surrounding her, the 9 demonic blades seemed to have solidified into a tangible form, continuously rising and falling. "Sister Xian, it's so hot. I feel so uncomfortable." Feng Wang gasped, her chest heaving as she stared blankly at Ning Xian. At that moment, she felt as if the blood within her veins had been ignited, tumultuously surging. Waves of heat crashing against her internal organs. A searing pain, unbearable and emanating from the depths of her soul, coursed through her limbs and bones. She had never experienced such agony. Even when her phoenix wings were torn apart by Ji Xiu before the burial mounds, it did not compare to this torment. What terrified her the most was the sensation of her sanity gradually slipping into darkness. "It's over. Truly over," Ning Xian observed Feng Huang's condition, her chest rising and falling violently, her voice trembling. In an instant, she discerned the root of the problem. Feng Huang possessed the bloodline of the celestial phoenix, rich with divine power. However, having reversed her cultivation and practiced the dual blade technique, she had unfortunately fallen into the demonic path. Thus, upon awakening her bloodline, it would reject the demonic power residing within her body. The extreme tug-of-war between these opposing forces could lead to dire consequences. If this continued, Feng Huang's body would not withstand it. The phoenix blood surged, the phoenix flames scorched her own being, and the demonic power clashed violently, ultimately leading to her demise. Stopping her thoughts there, Ning Xian's pupils contracted sharply. Clenching her silver teeth, she resolved to exert every ounce of her strength to attempt to save Feng Huang's life. But just then, what has happened to this woman? Ji Xiu gazed at the figure before him, surrounded by 9 floating demonic blades, her body swaying precariously, on the brink of succumbing to darkness. The dual break blade technique. Ning Xian shook his head. In truth, while practicing the dual break blade technique, he had discovered that reversing the cultivation of this technique could forge a new path in demonic blade arts. However, His own practice of the devouring immortal demonic art had already reached the 5th level, rendering any need for reverse cultivation unnecessary. He could directly unleash that enigmatic demonic blade technique after merely reversing his inner energy. But Feng Huang was different. She possessed the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix and had never practiced any form of demonic arts, nor had she encountered any dark forces. Yet now, she was stepping into the realm of darkness for the first time, her divine essence clashing with the demonic, a conflict her body could scarcely endure. In the tumultuous struggle of these two forces, only one fate awaited Feng Huang: destruction. Do you have a solution? Ning Xian inquired softly. Perhaps. Ji Xiu nodded. With that, Ji Xiu slowly approached Feng Huang and, with a swift motion, shattered the 9 demonic blades that hovered around her. Feng Huang trembled violently, a scarlet droplet of blood escaping her lips. Ji Xiu? As she beheld the figure before her, her rationality seemed to return, albeit slightly. Feng Huang, remember my words. From now on, do not act. Leave everything to me. Ji Xiu declared, channeling the devouring immortal demonic art. He pressed his palm firmly against her heart. In the present day, there exists but a singular method to preserve the life of the phoenix, to harness the power of the devouring immortal technique to reshape the intricate meridians of the phoenix, and to forcibly enable the coexistence of its divine and demonic essences. However, the conundrum lies in the fact that even he is oblivious to the transformations that the phoenix's body might undergo as a result of this action. A pained groan escaped the phoenix's red lips, her pearly teeth biting down in anguish. At that moment, she could acutely sense that multiple meridians within her were being crushed and subsequently reborn by Ji Xiu. A mysterious force compelled the tumultuous phoenix blood and demonic power within her to subside, rendering her pain 100-fold more bearable than the torment she had previously endured. Indeed, she even experienced an ineffable sense of relief. Half an hour later, the phoenix fell weakly into Ji Xiu's embrace. Acutely aware that the two conflicting forces within her had ceased their tumultuous struggle, instead settling into a tranquil state. Yet, she felt as though something new had emerged within her being. Thank you, the phoenix whispered faintly. How do you feel? Ji Xiu inquired softly, shaking his head. Do tell, he pressed further, furrowing his brow. As his words lingered in the air, a flicker of demonic light danced within the depths of the phoenix's beautiful eyes. Her lips formed a beguiling curve as she replied, It feels as though I have been reborn. Hee. At this, both Ji Xiu and Ning Xian's expressions shifted dramatically. The laughter unmistakably belonged to the phoenix. However, the voice had lost its previous ethereal elegance, now suffused with an enchanting allure that captivated the soul. At that moment, as Ji Xiu and Ning Xian were momentarily entranced, Feng Huang, with deliberate grace, extended her slender jade-like hand to encircle Ji Xiu's neck. Her mesmerizing eyes, capable of bewitching the world, gazed intently at Ji Xiu, shimmering with an ungraspable light. You. Ji Xiu barely uttered a word before his voice was abruptly silenced, for Feng Huang had fiercely sealed his lips with hers. Ning Xian gasped in shock at the sight of Feng Huang initiating such an ardent kiss with Ji Xiu, her beautiful eyes trembling in disbelief. At that moment, she was utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. After a passionate kiss, Ji Xiu stood frozen in place, almost as if turned to stone. Even Feng Huang was momentarily stunned, unaware of the impulse that had driven her to act so. It felt as though another entity resided within her, momentarily commandeering her body. As this thought crossed her mind, a flicker of enchantment danced in her eyes once more. Her smile remained, yet her voice was now laced with an even deeper seduction. Ji Xiu, tell me, who am I in your eyes at this moment? What you owe me shall be repaid today. She referred to the harsh treatment he had inflicted upon her in front of Zhou Ling, when he had torn apart her phoenix wings. What does that mean? Ji Xiu gazed at Feng Huang in confusion, struggling to comprehend her intent and how he was to repay her. Have you heard of magical compensation? As the words fell, Feng Huang pounced upon Ji Xiu amidst Ning Xian's astonished gaze, wild and fervent. In that moment, Ji Xiu seemed to grasp something profound. Feng Huang was no longer the once noble and breathtaking princess of the divine Phoenix Empire. Or rather, she transcended that identity. From this day forth, within Feng Huang's essence, another presence had emerged. This being, imbued with enchanting and mesmerizing power, could indeed be regarded as an alternate Feng Huang, the enigmatic phoenix. Yet upon reflection, this did not appear to be a misfortune. Thought ceased there. Ji Xiu, feebly reclining upon the ground, gazed upward at the resplendent moon hanging high in the firmament, his eyes gradually becoming entranced and lost. In a dreamy whisper, he murmured, "The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful."